In the blooming town of Chaoxiang, Akamoto's breeding house is akin to a pockmonth-themed mad animal city. Shinado takes on the role of kindergarten principal, leading Pikachu in morning exercises, while Chansey secretly prepares her own egg meal. Meanwhile, three ninja Squirtlets form a team to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Gyarados. Here, there are no heated battles, rather, the human boss, managed by the Pokémon, must thwart Jigglypuff's attempts to lull the entire town to sleep with her singing today and confiscate Gyarados' hidden berry bombs tomorrow. As the breeding house's ecological garden transforms into a Pokémon theme park, even the creation deity Arceus, passing by, is tempted to submit a resume for an internship. Chapter 1. Is this really time travel? Where am I? Akamoto, having fallen to the ground clad in a dinosaur pajamas, groggily rubbed his head and surveyed his surroundings. It was merely a moment ago that he was on the rooftop, singing joyfully under the night sky, when he noticed a circle filled with green light and reached out to touch itantly to be sucked in. I haven't even had the chance to check my college entrance exam results. Hello, is anyone there? As he stood up, supporting himself, Akamoto gazed around the desolate area, with only a dense forest in sight. No one responded. Resigned, Akamoto picked up a stick from the ground and tossed it into the air. All right, I'll head this way. Determined by the direction indicated by one end of the stick, he dragged his dinosaur tail from his pajamas and kicked aside the low shrubs blocking his path. As he pushed through another thicket, he suddenly felt as if he had kicked something. Looking down, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" There, a massive caterpillar, about the size of Akamoto's forearm, was clinging to his shoe. Alarmed, Akamoto swiftly kicked his foot to shake off the giant caterpillar. The caterpillar, adorned with a shaped red antennae, fell to the ground, blinking its large eyes with a human-like expression of grievance, and emitted a sound that astonished Akamoto. Gosh, a caterpillar that can make noise? Could it possibly be a sibling of the Caterpie from the Pokemon world? Akamoto thought eagerly, then scrutinized it closely. Could it really be a Caterpie? With its characteristic yellow ring patterns and green body, this was indeed the Caterpie Akamoto had grown up watching in the Pokemon series. Had he truly crossed over into the Pokemon world? Akamoto marveled at the thought. Then excitement bubbled up within him. Unlike protagonists in novels who often die in accidents to travel through time, he had managed to do so without any fatality. What a stroke of luck. Confirming that he had entered the Pokemon world, Akamoto dismissed the Caterpie. As a Pokemon, its battling power was meager and its lifespan quite short. Akamoto believed that as a time traveler, he should at least aim to capture a legendary Pokemon, or at the very least, a demigod to fit his new identity. Continuing on his journey, he daydreamed about how impressive he would be in this new world, defeating champions and vanquishing legendary beasts, completely oblivious to the fact that the most perilous areas in the Pokemon realm were the uncharted forests. As he walked, Akamoto spotted another Caterpie, this one significantly smaller, seemingly just hatched, inching adorably along the ground. Having no fear of bugs, Akamoto was merely startled by the sudden appearance of the previous Caterpie, which had been unlike anything he had encountered before. Feeling playful, Akamoto grasped the small Caterpie by its tail and gently patted its antennae. Seeing the Caterpie's pitiable expression, he couldn't help but chuckle and placed it on his shoulder. High up in a tree, a robust Pidgey spotted the green creature with the sturdy tail and its favorite snack, the Caterpie. Noticing the Caterpie on Akamoto's shoulder, the Pidgey pondered and decided to grab a snack. Is that Caterpie fun to play with? Akamoto asked, continuously poking the Caterpie with his finger while it attempted to crawl away along Akamoto's arm, only to be nudged back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Akamoto turned to the side as an orange figure darted past him and halted in midair. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Pidgey. But why was it targeting him? Following Pidgey's sharp gaze toward the Caterpie, Akamoto's heart raced. Oh no, you can't eat that Caterpie. Having just been playful with the adorable creature, he certainly did not want to see it become Pidgey's meal. He swiftly sheltered the Caterpie in his arms, forgetting that he lacked the strength to confront Pidgey. Seeing Akamoto protect the Caterpie, Pidgey assumed he was allied with it and decided to eliminate this green giant first. With a flap of its wings, it dove swiftly toward Akamoto, causing him to turn and flee, his dinosaur tail swaying and becoming a hindrance to his escape. Missing its target, Pidgey flapped its wings in place, a powerful gust of wind forming. With a mighty swing, a fierce wind suddenly surged toward Akamoto, slamming into his back. Caught off guard, he was propelled forward and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Gradually opening his eyes, Akamoto awakened from his stupor to find the caterpie motionless before him, its body pierced by a sharp object, green blood oozing from the wound. It was the result of his playful actions that had led to the caterpie's suffering and death, filling Akamoto with deep remorse. Struggling to rise, he noticed Pidgey lying unconscious nearby. What is happening? Why is it unconscious too? Just as confusion enveloped him, a Pokémon with pink horns resembling hair clips and dressed in a white dress floated before him, observing him with great interest. Are you Kirlia? Akamoto gasped in surprise. Kirlia nodded, gliding closer, prompting Akamoto to instinctively step back. Seeing his reaction, Kirlia used psychic powers to restrain him, raising a hand to press against his chest. A strange sensation coursed through Akamoto, followed by a mechanical electronic voice resonating in his mind. Life force detected. System activating. Please wait. System activation progress 20. Progress 70. Activation complete. Host binding successful. Host identity information modified. Novice gift pack issued. Tasks released. Please silently recite the relevant names for detailed information. At that moment, Kirlia withdrew her hand, having only intended to investigate what peculiar attributes this human possessed. To her dismay, some of the life force granted by the adult Celebi had been absorbed, leaving her displeased. In astonishment, Akamoto silently recited identity information. Chapter 2. The Power of Arceus. Host identity name. Akamoto age. 17 identity. Resident of the Pokemon League background. Orphan. Raised in the Tokiwa City Orphanage Pokemon. None assets. 1 set of pajamas. 1 pair of ordinary cloth shoes system items. 1 novice gift pack tasks main task 1. Become a registered trainer in the league reward. Basic breeding knowledge main task 2. Pass the league's Pokemon breeder assessment reward. Ownership of any 2 square kilometers of land in the wild. Curiously observing his surroundings, Akamoto found himself in a strange space after invoking the system, facing a massive blue light screen displaying various information. System, where is this? Beep. This is the system space the host can choose to display the retinal light screen. Retinal light screen display? Let me try that. As the thought crossed his mind, Akamoto exited the system space and returned to reality, the familiar light screen now appearing before him, albeit much smaller. Upon exiting the system functionality, Akiyama felt quite pleased. It seemed that even in this corporeal transition, he had gained a golden opportunity. Nonetheless, this was not the moment for such reflections. Akiyama was still unaware of the reason behind Koyen's presence and needed to bury the remains of the caterpie. May I inquire as to why you're looking for me? If there is nothing pressing, could you please step aside? Akiyama said cautiously. Even a mundane Pidgey could easily overpower him, let alone the psychic type Kirlian. Akiyama certainly did not wish to endure an attack stronger than the previous one. Kirlian remained silent, merely shifting slightly to indicate he could proceed. Akiyama approached, cradling the caterpie, and sighed heavily. He could hardly blame Pidgey. The law of survival of the fittest existed in every realm, and the Pokemon world was no exception. Pidgey's predation of caterpie was a natural order, beyond reproach. The caterpie's demise was ultimately due to Akiyama placing it in such a conspicuous position on his shoulder, leaving it vulnerable to Pidgey's gaze. Finding a patch of soft earth, Akiyama painstakingly excavated the soil with his fingers, feeling a profound weight in his heart. Unlike the insects on Earth, this caterpie possessed the intelligence to comprehend human emotions. Akiyama could not dismiss its death as lightly as the breaking of a flower. With great care, he laid it in the grave, remorsefully stroking the caterpie's head before gently covering it with soil. Sitting in front of the solitary little mound, Akiyama lost himself in thought for a while before rising and choosing a random direction to proceed. Observing Akiyama's movement, Kirlian followed suit. Do you have any further business? Why are you following me? Akiyama queried, puzzled. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice echoed in his mind. Lord Celebi has instructed me to seek out a person clad in green attire, informing me that this individual would be attacked by Pidgey. Therefore, that person is you. Lord Celebi sensed the energy of the Creator God upon you, hence my directive to accompany you as your Pokemon. Kirlian paused before continuing the mental communication with Akiyama. However, I do not perceive you as particularly special, aside from the fact that you absorbed the life force bestowed upon me by Lord Celebi. For some reason, Akiyama detected a hint of dissatisfaction in those words. I apologize for absorbing your life force, but I'm not entirely certain how that occurred. As for the Creator God, Arceus, how could that be? I've never even encountered him. Akiyama waved his hand dismissively. Lord Shalebi has confirmed that you bear the power of the Creator God. Please do not question Lord Shalebi. I shall indeed become your Pokémon, but you cannot compel me to do anything against my will. Initially, Kairo Yin's curiosity about Akiyama was piqued, but after the incident of the life force absorption, her attitude towards him soured considerably. Very well, if you wish to follow, then follow. With a sigh of resignation, Akiyama pondered something else. Do you know where we are? Ibaraki Forest, Kairo Yin replied succinctly. Ibaraki Forest? Is Ibaraki City nearby? Akiyama contemplated. Ibaraki City is quite distant. The nearest city here is Nibi City, Kairo Yin responded. Ibaraki Forest was vast, encompassing many towns, with Nibi City situated within its bounds. Ah, Nibi City? Could you guide me there? I'm unfamiliar with the route. Kairo Yin rolled her eyes at his foolish question. Just follow me. With that, she flew off in the opposite direction of Akiyama's path, prompting him to hurriedly keep up. He was uncertain whether his 2 legs could outrun her 4, but he understood that he was no match for someone who could fly. Exhausted, he trailed behind Kairo Yin, panting heavily. Observing his struggle, Kairo Yin reversed course, using her psychic power to lift Akiyama into the air, significantly increasing their pace. At last, as the sun cast its golden glow, the outlines of a city materialized before Akiyama's eyes. When they reached the center of the road, Yin released her psychic hold, and Akiyama tumbled to the ground, landing squarely on his backside. Rubbing his sore posterior, he lamented the absurdity of enduring such discomfort twice in one day. Gore! Akiyama's stomach protested, having grown painfully hungry. Now situated at the outskirts of Nibi City, he knew he would have to walk for at least half an hour to find a delicious meal. However, judging by Yin's demeanor, it was evident she was unwilling to aid him further. Clutching his grumbling belly, Akiyama shuffled along when he suddenly spotted an individual approaching, holding several skewers of grilled meat, followed by a few more people. Akiyama quickly intercepted a boy devouring a skewer of meat. Excuse me, could you tell me where you purchased that grilled meat? The boy took a large bite, chewing as Akiyama watched hungrily. Just over there at Lingling's barbecue. It's quite famous. You aren't from Nibi City, are you? Akiyama expressed his gratitude and, propelled by an inexplicable surge of energy, dashed toward the barbecue restaurant in the direction the boy had indicated. Just as he was about to collapse from fatigue, he finally spotted the bustling establishment, its awning adorned with a sign reading Lingling's barbecue. Following a couple into the restaurant, he watched them enter before heading to the nearby grill to collect some already cooked skewers. He found a seat and began to devour the food voraciously. By the time the restaurant began to empty, Akiyama's hunger had finally been satiated. Burp! He contentedly patted his belly, leaning back in his chair. A cute girl in work attire approached him, softly inquiring, "Sir, have you finished your meal?" Emerging from his state of satisfaction, Akiyama nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm done. It was delicious." The girl smiled, covering her mouth with a giggle. "Is that so? Thank you for your feedback, sir," she said, proceeding to clear the table. "Your total is 2,690 yen. Will you be paying in cash?" the girl asked with a cheerful demeanor. Akiyama nodded again, instinctively reaching for his pocket. Wait, something felt amiss. This was his sleepwear. Where was the money? Chapter 3. Awkwardly fidgeting, Akiyama offered a sheepish smile. Could I possibly owe you for now? It seems I'm out of funds. Well, not just seems. I truly have no money that won't do. If you're broke, you'll need to work here to pay off your debt, the girl replied calmly, her lips curving into a faint smile. Very well, let us get acquainted then. I am Yuma Hashino. I will inform my mother about your situation shortly. Please hand me your identification card for record keeping, and we shall draft an IOU, Yuma instructed Akiyama. Akiyama retrieved a card from his pocket, resembling an ID from Earth, which was issued to him by the system as proof of identity, though he was uncertain of its validity. Accepting the identification, Yuma meticulously recorded Akiyama's number and relevant details, drafting an IOU that stated, the debtor, Akiyama, owes the Suzu Suya barbecue restaurant 690 yen, promising to work off the debt until it is fully repaid. Now, please sign here, she urged. Signing the document with a heavy heart, Akiyama lamented his misfortune. As on his very first day in this enchanting Pokémon world, he found himself bound by an IOU. At that moment, the store manager, having completed her closing tasks, approached Akiyama after removing her apron. Yuma briefed her on Akiyama's situation, prompting the manager to gently tap her forehead. You are far too kind. Individuals like him are surely here to exploit free meals. Yuma covered her head, feigning pain. Oh dear. Akiyama's identification card number corresponds to that of an orphanage. He must be without means to purchase food and is likely starving. The manager, taken aback, responded, "Is that so? Let me see. This is indeed the designation of the orphanage in Tokawamachi. Your father and I have visited there before." Akiyama, perplexed by their deductions, simply nodded in agreement. I didn't wish to burden the headmaster. Being the eldest at the orphanage, I decided to seek employment. He recalled his task of becoming a Pokémon breeder. During my time at the orphanage, I read numerous books on Pokémon breeding, and I aspire to be a Pokémon breeder. However, I seem to have lost my money while traveling from Tokawamachi to Nibi City at that moment. Akiyama adopted the persona of a valiant individual, determined not to be a burden on the orphanage, yet tragically impoverished due to lost funds. Yuma and the manager, inherently kind-hearted, were easily swayed by his fade. Their gazes towards him filled with sympathy and admiration. "Given the circumstances, you may work at my home temporarily. You'll work every noon and evening for 500 yen a day. You have no place to stay, do you? We just happen to have a storage room. Tidy it up, and you can stay there for the time being," the manager declared, decisively arranging Akiyama's new living situation. Akiyama, still somewhat bewildered, found himself residing with the Hoshino family as a worker with room and board provided. Unbeknownst to them, a Kyrelian, using its supernatural abilities to remain invisible, radiated an extraordinary power that subtly influenced the manager and Yuma after a restful sleep in the Hoshino storage room. Akiyama awoke to the morning sun, stretching widely. The previous night, the sudden appearance of Kyrelian had startled Yuma and her mother, yet they were soon captivated by its charm. When explaining Kyrelian, Akiyama claimed it had been with him since childhood, and the manager's suspicions faded, even gifting him a Pokeball to formally capture Kyrelian. Luckily, following the instructions from Robbie, Kyrelian did not resist the Pokeball's pull and was successfully captured by Akiyama. Beep. First Pokemon captured, exploration function activated. Exploration function? Akiyama pondered, momentarily taken aback. The exploration function provides the capability to detect information about Pokemon and items. Simply think explore to use it. Raising an eyebrow, Akiyama was intrigued by this feature. Releasing Kyrelian from its Pokeball, he muttered explore, and a list of information materialized before him. Kyrelian LV, 23 type, psychic fairy nature, gentle gender, female potential, blue ability, synchronize inherited skills, destiny bond, healing wish taught skills, hypnosis, psychic, fairy wind. Teleport TM skills, none held item, none wow, it possesses the inherited skills of destiny bond and healing wish. Such potential indicates its lineage must be remarkable. But why did Robbie assign it to me? Akiyama was astonished at Kyrelian's impressive potential. Inherited skills could be likened to egg moves in games, signifying rare abilities that are typically not learned through leveling up. These skills can only be inherited from parent Pokemon, making them exceptionally rare. By the way, system, how is potential classified? Beat. Potential is classified from lowest to highest as white, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow. Among them, purple indicates quasi-divine Pokemon potential, while gold signifies divine Pokemon potential. And what about rainbow? Rainbow refers to legendary potential. The system is also uncertain about it. You're unsure as well? What use are you then? Akiyama felt utterly drained. However, he took solace in starting off with a Pokemon of the highest potential below quasi-divine, particularly one as rare as Kyrelian. Today, Akiyama intended to utilize the morning to register as a Pokemon trainer at the Pokemon Center, thereby fulfilling his first main task. Arriving early at the Pokemon Center, the place was relatively empty, with Nurse Joy idly preening in front of a small mirror. Nurse Joy, I would like to register as a trainer. Could you assist me with the process? Akiyama gently tapped the counter and addressed Nurse Joy. Upon hearing his voice, Nurse Joy quickly stowed her mirror away, donning a professional smile. Of course. Please hand me your identification card and Pokeball. Akiyama presented both items. Watching as she placed the Pokeball into a device he could not comprehend, scanning it to display Kyrelian's information on the screen. Next, Nurse Joy scanned Akiyama's identification card, binding Kyrelian's details to his own. After a brief moment, the process was complete. Here you are. Your Pokeball and identification card. Your trainer information has now been recorded. Congratulations on becoming an Alliance trainer. Nurse Joy smiled warmly. By challenging gyms and completing Alliance tasks, you can earn Alliance points. Once you accumulate enough points, you'll be able to elevate your trainer level. She elaborated while returning the Pokeball and identification card to Akiyama. This was the first time Akiyama had heard about the elevation of trainer levels, prompting him to inquire. What exactly does trainer level entail? Trainer levels are categorized as regular trainer, elite trainer, master trainer, champion trainer, and league champion. Among these, the champion and league champion require not only points, but also proof of victories in major competitions. Nurse Joy continued to exude warmth and patience, showing no signs of impatience. Is that so? Thank you for clarifying this for me. Not at all. After securely storing his identification card and Pokeball, Akiyama set off back to his small storage room. Sitting on the bed, Akiyama suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Upon careful reflection, it appeared that he had accomplished a task without receiving any notification. System, what is going on? Did I not complete this task? Why has there been no indication of completion? Beep. Main quest requires manual submission. Akiyama rolled his eyes and summoned the system panel, the virtual screen materializing before him. He glanced at the task section, fixating on the first task, become a registered trainer of the Alliance, and silently intoned the command to submit the task. Beep. Main quest 1 completed. Would you like to claim your reward now? Claim. Reward distribution in progress. Please be patient. Host. Patient? What patience? Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Akiyama clutched his head, sweat pouring forth as if it were free, his teeth gritted tightly, and his face flushed crimson from the overwhelming strain. After an indeterminate duration, the agonizing sensation in his mind finally dissipated. Akiyama gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in perspiration. What would just happen, system? He murmured weakly, feeling as though he had transcended the mortal realm. Beep. This is a normal reaction. The first time claiming a mental reward may result in such discomfort. Subsequent claims will not induce such intense pain. Akiyama could only manage a bitter smile at his system. After regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, preparing to organize the rudimentary breeding knowledge he had just acquired. As he absorbed a wealth of information regarding Pokémon breeding, it felt as though this knowledge was instinctively etched into his mind. What a fantastic deal, he exclaimed. Information about the capabilities of berries, food combinations for Pokémon, and the crafting of energy cubes were all topics previously unknown to him. Even common Pokémon were mentioned within this newfound breeding knowledge. Armed with this breeding expertise, Akiyama felt he possessed the capability to operate a small, exquisite breeding house. System, is this truly just basic breeding knowledge? Indeed. All rewards distributed by the system are derived from the world's essence. In relation to this world, the system's basic breeding knowledge is already sufficient to pass the intermediate breeder assessment. Wow, does that mean this is an incredible gain? Akiyama's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having received such remarkable rewards for merely completing the first main quest, he could only imagine what awaited him in the future. A shiver ran down his spine as he envisioned a life of wealth and prosperity, surrounded by countless powerful Pokémon and several concubines at home. Reminder to the host, it is currently daytime. Do not indulge in daydreams. Akiyama rolled his eyes. So what if I choose to daydream? Chapter 4 Akiyama, where's your girlfriend? At the Lingling Barbecue restaurant in Nibi City, a customer, having just settled his bill, chuckled at Akiyama. At that moment, Yoshino Yumo happened to pass by, overhearing the remark and stifling a laugh behind her hand. Akiyama, feeling awkward, hurriedly finished cleaning up and practically fled through the back door. Frequent patrons of the Lingling Barbecue had come to know Akiyama, the new waiter, and familiarity had developed among them. Ever since that day when Yoshino Yumo's father, the man who seemed perpetually drunk, had dragged Akiyama into a drinking threat, claiming he wouldn't pay Akiyama unless he joined him for a drink, things had changed. Today, with Yoshino Yumo accompanying the owner to visit her grandmother, only Uncle Yoshino and Akiyama remained in the restaurant, unaware that the financial reins were firmly held by the owner. Akiyama assumed Uncle Yoshino's words were genuine and reluctantly joined him for drinks. The low-alcohol sake initially felt harmless, but its after-effects were quite potent. At first, Akiyama believed he could handle his liquor, only to find himself thoroughly intoxicated, just like Uncle Yoshino. As the evening progressed, they engaged in boisterous banter, forgetting entirely that there were still customers in the restaurant. Uncle Yoshino, you really are a coward, only daring to drink like this when the owner isn't around. Akiyama danced around, mocking Uncle Yoshino heartily. Uncle Yoshino widened his eyes, retorting, you little brat, you're 17 and you haven't even touched a girl's hand. What a disgrace, ha ha ha. Akiyama, blushing fiercely, stammered, I have touched my girlfriend. I change her every day. He didn't finish his sentence before he succumbed to sleep. From that day forth, whenever customers encountered Akiyama, they would invariably ask, Akiyama, where is your girlfriend? Upon returning from shopping, the owner noticed Akiyama's distressed demeanor and inquired, what's the matter, Akiyama? Why are you running around so? It's nothing really. Akiyama scratched his head. The owner, sensing the atmosphere, chose not to press further. Considering you work here every day, your wage is 500 yuan. You still owe 1,690 yuan. Okay. Akiyama sighed, regretting his earlier indulgences. Now, not only did he owe a substantial sum, but he also needed to save enough for a plane ticket to Mirai City to participate in this year's Pokémon breeder assessment. Life was indeed challenging. Yoshino Yumo approached, noticing Akiyama's furrowed brow, and said with a smile, "Akiyama-kun, there's no need to worry. You'll pay that off in no time." Easier said than done. I still have to go to Mirai City for the Pokémon breeder assessment. Mirai City? Yoshino Yumo frowned. Where is that? I've never heard of it. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it. Mirai City is in the Kalos region, which spans 4 major regions from the Kanto region. Just the plane ticket alone costs 20,000 yuan. Akiyama replied. Yoshino Yumo appeared slightly taken aback. Counting on her fingers, so, Akiyama-kun, you'll have to work at my house for 44 days. Akiyama wore a deeply troubled expression, possibly directed at those unscrupulous capitalists who set such exorbitant prices. All right, don't be like that. Akiyama, you work hard every day. You might even earn a bonus. The owner reassured him, adding playfully, besides, you have my beautiful daughter keeping you company at the restaurant. What could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Under the owner's penetrating gaze, Akiyama vigorously shook his head in denial. No, that's not it. I'm very satisfied. The owner appeared gentle. Yet Akiyama vividly recalled the day her husband returned home reeking of alcohol, only to be caught by her. The cries that followed still echoed in his memory. The owner nodded. That's good to hear. In truth, the owner was quite kind, offering 500 yuan each day, an amount hard to find elsewhere. However, her attention towards Akiyama was undoubtedly due to the presence of the adorable and clever Kiryulian. Akiyama wondered what had transpired between Kiryulian and the owner on that day when the Pokémon first emerged from its Pokeball, leaving her in such high spirits. Since then, Kiryulian seemed to have forgotten about Akiyama, spending its days by the owner's side, enjoying delicious food and dazzlingly circling around Akiyama as he toiled. Thank you so much. Akiyama expressed his gratitude. For the past few days, Akiyama had been staying at the owner's house. Despite his diligent work, the Yoshino family always invited him to join their meals, making him feel well cared for. Ding. Random task issued. Random task. Since the owner is so kind to you, please do something to repay her. Please capture a Pokémon with green qualifications or above for Yoshino Yumo within 3 days. Task reward. 10,000 yuan. Whoa, don't scare me like that. System. Akiyama exclaimed, startled by the sudden task. Capturing a Pokémon with green qualifications in 3 days didn't seem overly difficult, but he only had afternoons to spare. Wait, there won't be any penalties for failure, right? Like, will I lose a few centimeters or something? Rest assured. This system adheres to humanitarian principles and will not impose such penalties like others might. Phew, that's a relief. However, please note that failure will significantly increase the difficulty of raising Yoshino Yumo's affection towards you. What? Akiyama gasped. Isn't there no punishment? It's just that there won't be a few centimeters lost, but there will still be penalties. Crap. If I can't raise Yumo's affection, how will we ever earn enough to fly to Mirai City? I can't even bear to think about it. I'm determined to capture that Pokémon with green qualifications. Chapter 5. Seo's sister. The next day, Akamoto, having completed his midday tasks early, pulled Seo aside. Seo's face flushed crimson at his gesture, her mind racing with thoughts of whether Akamoto could possibly. No, it couldn't be. But he, Akamoto, noticing her conflicted expression, was bewildered and called out, Miss Seo? Miss Seo? Here. Seo snapped back to reality upon hearing her name, standing upright. Akamoto, confused, inquired. What were you thinking just now? And nothing, Seo mumbled, looking down. But, Akamoto-kun, did you call me for something? Akamoto scratched his head, knowing he needed to ask her what kind of Pokémon she liked in order to satisfy her with a gift. However, as a socially awkward individual, he found it challenging to approach a girl blushing in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to say, there is a small matter. Seo, you are 12 now, correct? Yes, what's the issue? Seo tilted her head. Well, I would like to help you capture a Pokémon that you like. As a token of gratitude for the kindness you and your family have shown me, Akamoto said, unsure of what kind of Pokémon Seo might fancy. You mean you want to specially capture a Pokémon for me? Seo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked up at Akamoto. Sort of. Akamoto replied. Upon hearing this, Seo expressed her disappointment. What do you mean, sort of? Akamoto relented. All right. I will indeed capture a Pokémon specifically for you. Really? Thank you so much, Akamoto-kun. Seo squealed with joy. Have you thought about what kind of Pokémon you want? Seo pondered for a moment, then slowly raised her head with her fingers touching at her chest, shyly admitting, I want a cute Pokémon. One that's even cuter than your Curlia. After her declaration, she bashfully lowered her gaze again. After a brief silence, noticing Akamoto's contemplation, Sayo discreetly glanced at him, observing that he was deep in thought. In Akamoto's mind, since she desired a cute Pokémon, the only suitable choice in the Kanto region would likely be Eevee. Although some baby Pokémon were quite adorable, they evolved into formidable creatures. He couldn't guarantee that they would encounter a Pokémon like his Kirlia, which was supposed to be exclusive to other regions, yet appeared in Kanto. Ah, never mind, Eevee it is. I'll just have to search diligently, in such a vast forest. I refuse to believe I can't find a little Eevee. Resolute, Akamoto turned to Sayo and said, "There is a Pokémon called Eevee in the Kanto region. Have you heard of it, Miss Sayo? Aside from some common Pokémon, I only know the ones that can be used as ingredients." "Oh, right. Your family runs a barbecue restaurant. I have forgotten. I'll show you a picture of Eevee on the computer later," Akamoto conceded. While the Pokémon League emphasized the friendship between humans and Pokémon, the use of Pokémon as food still occurred frequently, which seemed a bit dark. Someone evidently forgot that just the other day, they had enjoyed a delicious meal. The Sayo family also had a computer, but it was mostly used to check market prices. Under Sayo's guidance, Akamoto made his way to the workspace where the computer was kept, to facilitate shop information updates. The computer was situated in the food preparation area. Bearing the meaty odor, Akamoto began searching for information on Eevee. To his surprise, he discovered that all 8 evolutionary forms of Eevee had been identified at that time, although the conditions for evolving into Sylveon were still not clearly understood. "Well, this pink Pokémon is so cute, Akamoto-kun," Sayo exclaimed, pointing at the image of the beautiful pink fairy-like creature, her adorable eyes sparkling as she looked at Akamoto. Akamoto leaned against the desk with his left hand propped up, casually responding, "It's cute, but what does that matter? It's not a Pokémon that can be easily captured. All evolutions require finding the ordinary Eevee first, and even the regular Eevee is quite elusive." Sigh. "Is that so? If it's hard to capture, then never mind," Sayo replied, though her eager expression betrayed her true feelings. Akamoto, feeling a bit helpless, said, "Why do you look so pitiful? All right, I'll help you catch an Eevee. The difficulty lies in finding one. Such juvenile Pokémon are generally weak and can be captured with an ordinary Pokeball." "Yay, you're the best, Akamoto-kun," Sayo cheered. "Why do you act like a child? Even the younger Kasumi is about to become a gym trainer," Akamoto remarked. Sayo laughed. "Compared to you, I am just a child. But you, at 17, still have no girlfriend. Dad said he had 6 relationships by the time he was 17. All right, since you call me to catch a Pokémon, I guess the way you address me has changed," Akamoto replied. But he mused that at 17, dating was still considered early love on Earth. "Go away. I just haven't met a girl I like yet. The number of girls pursuing me could stretch from Nibi City to Tokiwa City," Akamoto retorted, then asked, "But did your uncle really have 6 relationships at 17? That can't be true, right?" "Well, I wouldn't know," Sayo giggled, covering her mouth. Having decided on the Pokémon to capture, Akamoto needed to prepare. The beginner breeding knowledge rewarded by the system included various Pokémon habitat habits. Regarding the Eevee species, they were mostly social creatures that thrived in diverse environments, but they were predominantly found in forests. They preferred flat terrains near rivers, often utilizing flowing water to groom their fur. "Does your family have spare Pokeballs?" Akamoto inquired, knowing he couldn't compete with Sayo's family's thriving barbecue business. "It's not that we're stingy, we're just genuinely poor. Since you're calling me Akamoto-kun now, you can drop the Miss Sayo. But as for the Pokeballs, my sister left many behind when she was a trainer," Sayo explained. Akamoto was surprised to learn that Sayo had a sister, as he had never heard them mention her. "So, you have a sister who was a trainer? Why haven't you mentioned her before?" As they ascended to a small partition on the 2nd floor, Sayo elaborated. "My sister travels often and hasn't been home for 2 years. She only calls to check in briefly before hanging up, which makes Mom and Dad sad. So they don't like to talk about her. Here we are. This is the small storage room where my sister kept her Pokémon equipment." Sayo opened the partition door, revealing a cozy space. Akamoto's gaze fell upon a photo on the shelf, featuring a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Sayo. Smiling brightly beside the iconic Kanto starter Pokémon, the evolved form of Squirtle, Blastoise. Unlike the demure appearance of Yoshino Yuma, with her long flowing hair, her sister sports a neat short haircut and an athletic ensemble, clearly indicating her status as a seasoned trainer. She possesses the lineage of a direct descendant of elite trainers, a privilege reserved for the CR de la CR of this world. Although the next tier beyond ordinary trainers is elite trainers. The transition from the ordinary to the elite level requires a significant amount of league points, a formidable hurdle indeed. It seems the Yoshino family is not to be underestimated. "Isn't my sister beautiful?" Yoshino Yuma asked with a radiant smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Akiyama replied, "Absolutely stunning." Yoshino Yuma was momentarily taken aback. Akiyama's eyes nearly popped out as he gazed at the small box being dragged over by Yoshino Yuma. Chapter 6. The Great Forest and the Small Grove. Akiyama stared wide-eyed at the colorful Pokeballs nestled within the box. Turtwig, they were all special Pokeballs. There were only 7 ordinary ones. 20 Super Balls priced at 500 each were somewhat acceptable, while 13 Ultra Balls at 2,000 each. What on earth? The Heavy Ball, Speed Ball, and Sweet Ball could be overlooked, each costing merely 3,000, but what about these Moon Balls? In the world of Pokémon, Moon Balls contain elements of Moonstones, granting an exceptionally high capture rate for Pokémon that evolve using Moonstones. Considering both cost and utility, these handcrafted balls are priced at 50,000 each. Furthermore, the timer balls produced by Devon Corporation are sold at 30,000 each. And there are 7 or 8 dusty timer balls here. Akiyama shed tears of frustration. Yuma, could you possibly share your sister's pager number with me? Hinoya Yuma looked up cautiously. What do you intend to do? Didn't you say you couldn't afford a pager? I can't buy one, but I can borrow. Once I get in touch with your sister, the ultimate wealthy woman, I could buy pagers by the dozen. Akiyama fell into his daily fantasies. Oh, you're still trying to catch my sister's attention? Hinoya Yuma chuckled. My sister is 7 years older than me, and 2 years older than you, Akiyama. Age is not a problem. I'm not picky. Akiyama's eyes sparkled. Age isn't an issue? But your sister might not feel the same way. Haha. Hinoya Yuma mercilessly shattered Akiyama's dreams, bursting into laughter. Hee. Akiyama awkwardly chuckled, then regained his seriousness. Since we have these effective Pokeballs, let us set off. We have just 3 hours until dinner service. We should first explore the terrain in the forest. Hinoya Yuma produced a small pink backpack from somewhere, roughly a quarter the size of Ash's backpack, emblazoned in the center with the Devon logo. One by one, she placed the Pokeballs into the bag, zipped it up, and slung it over her shoulder. Akiyama gazed enviously. Yuma, that backpack must have cost quite a bit, right? Hinoya Yuma tilted her head adorably, counting on her fingers. Only about 100,000, really. Mom bought one for me and my sister. But my sister didn't like pink, so it was never used. Upon hearing this, Akiyama silently shed more tears. The invisible competition was truly devastating. While he struggled to afford a 20,000 ticket, a 100,000 backpack was insignificant to her. Sigh. Akiyama sighed. As Akiyama and Hinoya Yuma prepared to depart, they encountered Hinoya Uncle descending the stairs. Where are you two headed? Hinoya Uncle eyed Akiyama warily. If this kid dared to harbor thoughts about his precious daughter, he'd break his legs. Hinoya Yuma's face lit up with joy. Akiyama is taking me to a nearby forest to catch an Eevee. Taking you to the forest? A grove is still a grove, and a forest is still a grove. You little freeloader at my house, what do you plan to do with my daughter? No. It's too dangerous for you two to go to the forest. Absolutely not. Hinoya Uncle's expression was serious, his inner wolf growling fiercely. Ahem. Uncle. We're just wandering near the forest. There won't be any danger. Akiyama began, but was interrupted by Hinoya Uncle, leaving Hinoya Yuma, mouth agape. Unable to speak. Who knows where you take my daughter? I said no means no. Besides, my precious daughter is already calling you brother, which is a dangerous signal. Though directed at Akiyama, Hinoya Yuma felt responsible for Akiyama being scolded by her father, her eyes reddening as she ran away. Yuma, where are you going? Akiyama called after the fleeing Hinoya Yuma, but she did not respond, disappearing upstairs. Thus, only Akiyama and Hinoya Uncle remained in the foyer, staring at each other. Hinoya Uncle glared in silence. Akiyama stood speechless, uncertain whether to pursue Hinoya Yuma. Listen, do not take my daughter to any strange places. Do you hear me? Hinoya Uncle assumed an authoritative demeanor, reprimanding Akiyama as if he were a wayward child. Just then, the store manager's voice came from behind Hinoya Uncle. Oh, Hinoya Chuyang. How dare you make my precious daughter cry and speak to her friend like that? You've crossed the line. Hinoya Uncle shuddered, turning around. His previous bravado completely vanished as he weakly protested. I wouldn't dare. Weren't you out shopping? Since you went shopping, you think you can act all high and mighty? You're not allowed to have dinner tonight. All your allowance is confiscated. The store manager extended her hand, palm up in front of Hinoya Uncle. With a glum face, he obediently retrieved the money he had saved for drinks, surrendering it. The store manager took the money, shot a glare at Hinoya Uncle, and placed the cash into Hinoya Yuma's pocket. She then donned a gentle smile. You and Akiyama go have fun. Use this money for anything you need, and if it's not enough, just ask Mom. Okay. Hinoya Yuma wiped her red eyes and nodded. Thank you, Mom. All right, Akiyama. Take Yuma out to play, and have a great time. The store manager smiled, ushering Akiyama and Hinoya Yuma out the door. Once they were gone, she firmly shut the door behind them. Akiyama, still shaken, glanced back, horrified by the store manager's sudden change in demeanor. "Hey, Yuma, did you hear any screams?" "Huh? Was there? I didn't hear anything. Perhaps I misheard." Meanwhile, the unfortunate Hinoya uncle, having had his allowance confiscated, was being dragged upstairs by the store manager by his ear. The forests near Nibi City are also part of the Judo Forest. However, being close to the city, many powerful Pokémon have long been cleared out by the League, either captured or driven deeper into the woods. Upon arriving, Hinoya Yuma felt liberated, leading Akiyama through the forest, observing the surroundings. Hinoya Yuma's melodious voice echoed in Akiyama's ears as sunlight danced through the trees, and the gentle breeze lifted spirits, creating a delightful atmosphere. "Akiyama, come take a picture for me." Hinoya Yuma handed Akiyama a delicate little camera. Giggling as she ran to a protruding rock, perched atop it, striking a cute pose. Akiyama inspected the camera in his hands, realizing it was another Devon product, quite pricey. The basic operation was not much different from the camera he had used before, so he adjusted the focus and clicked the shutter. Hinoya Yuma bounced over, "Quick. Let me see." As Akiyama was about to hand the camera to Hinoya Yuma, he noticed the rock she had been sitting on began to stir. "Yuma, look behind you." He pointed. Hinoya Yuma turned to see the previously exposed rock slowly rising, arms made of small stones extending outwards. The awakened Geodude cracked its knuckles, glaring fiercely at Akiyama and Yuma. Upon witnessing the scene, Kairu Lien soared gracefully to the front of Sayano Yuma, emanating a subtle, yet palpable pressure. Prior to their entrance into the forest, Akamoto had released Kairu Lien to ensure the safety of Sayano Yuma. Sensing the formidable aura from Kairu Lien, the small Onyx swiftly retreated, for even though such Pokémon are often brash, it does not imply they lack intelligence. After emitting a few grunts towards Kairu Lien, the small Onyx returned to its original spot and resumed its slumber. Having not utilized the detection feature for quite some time, Akamoto, in a moment of boredom, glanced at it and discovered it was merely a level 6 Onyx with white aptitude, and he chose to disregard it thereafter. Chapter 7. My Dilemma. Akiyama and Sino Yumo followed Kairurian to a nearby river. The banks of the small river were dotted with footprints of various sizes, including trails left by serpentine Pokémon. Akiyama bent down for a cursory glance, but he did not spot any footprints belonging to the small quadrupedal Pokémon, Eevee. Just as he was about to continue along the riverbank, he noticed that Yumo was already bouncing ahead, shaking his head to himself. Akiyama realized that finding any trace of Eevee was not going to be an easy task. He quickly caught up to Yumo, who was kneeling on a small stone slab by the river, her hands propping her up as she watched the swirling goldfish in the water with great interest. The goldfish seemed to be playing joyfully with the little girl, darting around her hands as she stirred the water. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Akiyama's large face, the goldfish was startled and shot a stream of water at him before hastily diving into the depths. "What are you doing, brother Akiyama? You scared it away." Yumo chided him. Akiyama flicked the water off his hair and gazed forlornly at the spot where the goldfish had been, mumbling, "If the flesh of the goldfish weren't so unappetizing, I would have cooked it right here." "Oh, brother Akiyama, don't say such things," Yumo exclaimed. "But once we catch a Pokémon, we mustn't let Andy cook it." "How could that be? You're just being silly," Yumo retorted, exasperated. In the world of Pokémon, most meat resembles artificial meat made from soybean extracts, offering decent nutritional value, though lacking in texture. There are also meats cultivated from the cellular reproduction of Pokémon, albeit at a higher price and with superior taste. The meats served at Ling Ling's barbecue restaurant typically consist of these two types. In general, people in civilized regions do not choose to kill for meat. While it is common for Pokémon to prey upon one another, humanity has ceased such practices for consumption since advancing technologically. The most infamous example is the leek duck, which has nearly become extinct due to its delectable meat. Reflecting on this thought felt somewhat grim. Akiyama smacked his lips, reminiscing about the first time he savored the taste of roasted leek duck, before rising to continue his search for Eevee's traces. With the goldfish frightened away, Yumo was now looking for another place to play. Just as she stood up, Akiyama casually glanced at the dirt by the edge of the stone slab and spotted a line of small footprints. Bending down, he compared the footprints to those of Eevee in his mind, and to his delight, they bore a striking resemblance. Moreover, within this row of footprints, there were various sizes, which elated Akiyama further, suggesting he might have stumbled upon a nest of Eevees. Following the intermittent footprints, Akiyama noticed that one was missing, while the others appeared to be deeper, raising a question about the situation. What is going on? Akiyama pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Although he possessed a wealth of knowledge about Eevees, this scenario was bewildering for someone without practical experience. As he trailed the footprints deeper into the forest, they vanished before a patch of grass. "Brother Akiyama, come eat some fruit," Yumo called out, having found a few pristine blue-orange fruits from an unknown source, and offered them to Akiyama, who was lost in thought over the disappearing footprints. Taking the blue-orange fruit from her, Akiyama took a bite, finding it quite pleasant, sweet, and invigorating. Yet, this was not the time for invigorating snacks. He had finally located the traces of Eevee, only for the trail to go cold, which was quite frustrating. Is it delicious, brother? Yumo asked with a cheerful smile. Yes, it's good, Akiyama replied, hastily finishing the fruit while mumbling incoherently. Hearing Akiyama's response made Yumo happy. Then let us go pick some more. There are plenty over there. Gazing at the sky, estimating that evening was approaching, Akiyama decided not to dwell on the Eevee matter any longer. He resolved to spend the remainder of the day playing with Yumo and would search for Eevee's traces again tomorrow. Following her to a small depression where blue-orange trees grew, he noticed the nearby river was unobstructed by tall trees, allowing the fruits to flourish in vibrant colors and excellent quality. Adopting a mindset akin to that of an elder, Akiyama, having made up his mind to wrap things up for the day, casually picked a dozen blue-orange fruits, washed them in the water, and settled down on the grass to enjoy the fruits while watching Yumo and Kairurian energetically gather more. Feeling bored, Akiyama decided to call upon the system, realizing he hadn't thoroughly explored its capabilities in recent days. Hey, system, are you there? Ding. What questions do you have, host? You see, in novels, other systems provide amazing tools and instant rewards, yet yours seems rather underwhelming. Isn't that a disgrace to your system family? Please distinguish the system prefix. The system you described is intended for show-off purposes. Moreover, remind the foolish host that you have a novice gift pack that has remained unopened. Do not shift the blame onto the system. The system's intelligence was evidently intact, directly referring to Akiyama as a foolish host. However, it seemed he truly was somewhat forgetful, having neglected the presence of the novice gift pack in the system's repository for several days. This. Akiyama awkwardly chuckled. It's my oversight. Mentally accessing the system's repository, he indeed discovered a red gift box quietly resting on the ground. So even my realm holds such divine artifacts. It was my negligence, Akiyama thought dramatically, attempting to mask the reality of his elder-like memory. How does one open this? Is it simply a matter of concentrating? The system offered no response. Feeling somewhat guilty, Akiyama faced the novice gift pack and mentally uttered the command to open it. The pack vanished, replaced by several items on the ground. The first item was a small pouch. Upon opening it, Akiyama found 10 ordinary Pokeballs in an unactivated state. He recalled that the detection ability might also apply to Pokémon items. Surely, the novice gift pack could not merely contain 10 ordinary Pokeballs, could it? He mentally commanded the system to scan. Item information: name, Pokeball quality, yellow purpose, capture Pokémon description, a low-grade Pokeball produced by the system, boasting over an 80% capture rate for wild Pokémon whose level does not exceed that of the user's main battle Pokémon and whose aptitude is below green. A 50% capture rate for those of green aptitude. Captured Pokemon's intimacy automatically increases by 50. Ding. The intimacy function is now active, with a minimum value of -45 and a maximum of 255. An intimacy below 0 indicates hostility, -45 signifies an unending feud, 0 to 75 denotes indifference. 75 to 150 indicates friendliness. 150 to 225 represents enthusiasm. 225 to 254 suggests loyalty, and 255 signifies unwavering devotion. Intimacy detection applies only to the host. Human intimacy can also be detected. Akiyama raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the quality of this item. The Pokeballs produced by the system were indeed superior to others. Most wild Pokémon possessed white aptitude, while yellow represented an excellent individual. The mainstream Pokémon available on the market were predominantly yellow, with only a few exceptional breeders managing to produce green aptitude Pokémon, which could fetch a handsome price. Additionally, this intimacy function would undoubtedly facilitate Akiyama's future endeavors as a breeder, as many Pokémon required intimacy to evolve. In human society, intimacy is manifested through the affection that Pokémon hold for their trainers or caregivers, while in the wild, it is expressed as the bond between Pokémon and their parents or mates. Curiously, upon utilizing the skill of investigation on Cerulean, Okamoto was taken aback. Cerulean LV, 23 Intimacy, 228, Loyal, Type, Psychic Fairy Aptitude, Blue Nature, Gentle Gender, Female Ability, Synchronize Inherited Skills, Destiny Bond, Heal Pulse Taught Skills, Hypnosis, Telekinesis, Light Screen, Teleport TM Skills, None Held Items, None. For a Pokémon that has spent merely a few days in my company, the elusive Psychic type Cerulean. Achieving such a level of intimacy as loyalty is quite remarkable. While it can be largely attributed to the influence of Shalabi, perhaps in these few days, she has indeed been touched by our unwavering character. Chapter 8. Deceiving my emotions. Item information. Name. Item exchange voucher quality. Blue purpose. To redeem corresponding quality items for free in the system mall. Description. System item. System. Why have I never heard of this system mall before? After reading the information on the second item, Akiyama expressed his utter confusion regarding the mentioned system store. Beep. The system level has not reached the requirements to maintain the system mall's opening. Please diligently complete the main quest to enhance the system level. What? The system mall cannot be opened? Does that mean my novice gift pack is half useless? Akiyama felt exasperated. The item exchange voucher can directly redeem items without the need to maintain the system mall's opening, thus the host can use it normally. Would you like to view the redeemable items? View. As Akiyama silently thought the word view, a menu-like list of items unfolded before him, with an array of dazzling items that nearly overwhelmed his senses. Aside from common machines, numerous rare fruits and precious skill discs that are hard to find outside could also be redeemed here. Various evolution stones required for Pokémon evolution were all available. Yet the absence of Mega Evolution Stones left Akiyama puzzled, prompting him to inquire about it. The host is viewing blue-quality items. Mega Evolution Stones, Z-Crystals, and Wish Stars, which can transcend Pokémon life stages, are classified as purple-quality items. Transcending Pokémon life stages? Akiyama pondered. Theoretically, Evolution Stones could also enable Pokémon to surpass life stages. Are there higher-grade Evolution Stones above the blue-quality ones? The purple-quality Evolution Stones sold in the system mall can elevate the Pokémon S species to the level of quasi-divine beasts. Blue quality is regarded as the highest quality recognized in this world. Now, it was Akiyama's turn to be astonished. Although the knowledge of Pokémon breeding rewarded by the system mentioned that Evolution Stones of different qualities could somewhat enhance Pokémon qualifications, stones capable of breaking species limits seemed excessively powerful. The most evident differences in Pokémon evolved using different quality Evolution Stones lay in their outward appearances. The higher the quality of the Evolution Stone, the more lustrous the Pokémon's fur and the more natural and robust their physique. Meanwhile, Yumasino, who had been gathering fruits with Cerulean, grew weary. After stowing away the fruits in her backpack, she approached Akiyama, only to find him with his eyes closed. Curiously, she peered at him, oblivious to his actions, while Cerulean fluttered gracefully in front of him, scrutinizing him intently. Feeling the footsteps nearby, Akiyama opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of Cerulean swaying before him. Can you really fall asleep while sitting, big brother Akiyama? Yuma giggled, covering her mouth. Gently brushing Cerulean aside, Akiyama stood up and dusted off his clothes. I was merely resting. How could I possibly sleep while sitting? He added, the sky is darkening. Let us head back. The little girl nodded eagerly. Thank you, big brother Akiyama. I had so much fun today. Akiyama smiled and retraced their steps homeward. Yuma followed closely, with Cerulean using telekinesis to levitate her small backpack, making it bob up and down in the air. The sunset was exceptionally beautiful. Upon returning to the barbecue restaurant, they found several patrons already present. Akiyama quickly donned his work uniform and took over the duties from Uncle Sino. Yuma placed her backpack beneath the counter and returned to her own tasks. It was said that this barbecue restaurant belonged to Uncle Sino's family, but after his father's passing, he could only maintain the business without inheriting the culinary skills. It wasn't until he fell in love with the manager that he discovered she excelled at barbecuing, surpassing even his late father's expertise. Naturally, the title of manager was bestowed upon her, after completing an order for a table of customers. And while waiting for new patrons to arrive, the manager cheerfully asked Yuma, Did you have fun today, Yuma? The little girl counted the money while replying yes. I had a wonderful time. Big brother Akiyama took me into the forest, and I even greeted the goldfish in the river. Plus, I picked a lot of delicious fruits. The manager listened with a warm smile, occasionally nodding in agreement, creating a heartwarming scene of mother and daughter. On the other side of the restaurant, Uncle Sino and Akiyama were skewering meat. After finishing a skewer, Uncle Sino shot Akiyama a glare filled with resentment. But sadly, the manager's aura provided a protective buffer that prevented Akiyama from being affected. However, being scrutinized like this was a bit unnerving, prompting Akiyama to subtly shift closer to the manager, exchanging an ambiguous glance with Uncle Sino. Uncle Sino ignored him, continuing to cast his judgmental looks. After all, this brat had caused him to miss out on drinking today. Akiyama protested. This is unfair. It wasn't me. Blame the manager if you must. Uncle Sino retorted. If you dare to complain to her, you'd be out of here already. Their eyes exchanged unspoken words. As the bustling work came to an end, Akiyama shed his slightly greasy work uniform and tossed it into the washing machine, returning to his small room. The rare clear night sky captivated him as he lay on his bed, gazing at the stars. With a blue quality item exchange voucher in hand, Akiyama could redeem blue quality evolution stones, equivalent to the finest evolution stones in this world. He could even select from rarer varieties such as the Sunstone and Moonstone, with prices several times higher than other evolution stones of the same quality, not to mention the elusive awakening stones. The cheapest exquisite fire stones were priced over 100,000, while a recently auctioned exquisite moonstone sold for an astonishing 6 million. It was safe to say that Akiyama could become a millionaire at any moment. Yet, the thought of simply using the exchange voucher felt wasteful to him. The classification of Pokémon qualifications indicated the rarity of the blue quality voucher, and it was uncertain if he would acquire something similar in the future. Sigh. Why dwell on such matters? Let's complete Yuma's task first, and then consider everything else. Outside, a green quality Pokémon egg could fetch tens of thousands. To capture a green quality Pokémon for the little girl warranted a mere 10,000 reward. How miserly. Shaking his head in resignation, he realized that while he initially aimed to complete the task as a means of repaying the Sinnoh family's kindness, he had grown fond of this adorable little sister through their interactions. In every aspect, Akiyama was determined to assist her in capturing a beloved Eevee, even if the task's deadline had passed. Suddenly, a small gap opened in the door, revealing Yuma's eye as she peeked in, spotting Akiyama lounging on the bed. Big brother Akiyama, the bathroom is free now. You can take a shower. All right, I'll go shortly, Akiyama replied as he sat up, retrieving the clothes gifted to him by the forest ranger from the wardrobe. Currently, he owned only 2 outfits, his dinosaur pajamas and the ones that Sinnoh had bought for him. Descending to the bathroom, he was greeted by a steamy atmosphere. The bathtub was filled with clean, warm water, likely prepared by the little girl, which touched Akiyama's heart. Setting his clothes outside, he removed his slightly sweat-stained garments. Suddenly, with a swift motion, his shorts tore apart. Embarrassment washed over him as he silently cursed the vendor of those undergarments, having promised quality at a reasonable price. It felt like a betrayal of trust, leaving him questioning the very foundation of human relationships. Fortunately, at 50 yuan apiece, he still possesses 4 more. Chapter 9. There should be chili trees here. The following morning, Akiyama exercised in the yard, struggling to perform push-ups under the telekinetic pressure of Cerulean. Although he had previously been a homebody, he maintained a daily exercise routine, albeit within the confines of his home. Upon entering the world of Pokémon, Akiyama lamentably discovered that his physical fitness was nearly inferior to some athletic girls. Thus, he intensified his training. Perhaps it was due to the Pokémon world's abundance of natural elements and the superior nutritional value of its inhabitants' diets that people's physical conditions were generally remarkable. This also explains the scarcity of sickly characters in anime. By frequently enjoying meals at the Sinnoh family's table, Akiyama found that his workout efficiency significantly improved. This further confirmed his hypothesis. The food in the Pokémon world was exceptionally nourishing. After pushing himself to the limit, Akiyama requested Cerulean to cease its telekinetic influence. Standing up to catch his breath, wiping the sweat with a towel, he noticed Sinnoh Yuma running towards him, her face radiant with joy. What has brought you such happiness? Akiyama inquired. Looking up with a grin, Sinnoh Yuma replied, Guess, Akiyama Naiken. Let me think, have you found a boyfriend? He mused, striking a thoughtful pose. Oh no, not at all. The little girl's cheeks flushed as she continued, Mom is visiting her friend in Kinwang City for a few days, and Dad is going too. Which means the shop will be closed. Mom said I could go out and play with you, and I even got a lot of pocket money. Anything we can do well. Your mother certainly is quite trusting, isn't she? Akiyama thought to himself with quiet sarcasm. Come on, Akiyama Naiken. Let us eat breakfast quickly. Then take me to the forest to play with Pokémon. Sinnoh Yuma exclaimed, tugging at Akiyama's arm, her big, sparkling eyes pleading with him. Feeling somewhat exasperated by her enthusiasm, Akiyama replied, You don't need to pull me like that. Of course, I'll take you. Giggling, Sinnoh Yuma headed upstairs to prepare for their outing, while Akiyama returned to the dining area, where Uncle Sinnoh and the shop owner had already left. A steaming bowl of ramen awaited him. Noticing that no one was around, Akiyama chuckled softly to himself and decided to indulge in something he had previously found embarrassing. He clasped his hands together, gazing at the ramen before exclaiming, I shall begin. He then dove into the bowl, relishing the meal. After rapidly finishing breakfast, he wiped his mouth and felt a surge of delight. This slightly eccentric behavior was enjoyable as long as no one was watching. Having polished off a bottle of soda, Akiyama prepared to check on Sinnoh Yuma's progress. Opening the door to her sister's room, he found it empty. However, he heard rummaging sounds coming from the room on his right. Wasn't he at a storage room? Why would she be rummaging through it for a day out? Muttering to himself, Akiyama closed the door and walked towards the storage room. The door was ajar, but Sino Yuma was nowhere to be seen inside. Puzzled, he stepped in. A tall ladder leaned against the wall, and as he glanced up, an incident unfolded. Sino Yuma, dressed in a little skirt, was perched atop the ladder, rummaging through a cabinet on the wall. From Akiyama's perspective, it was a perfect view when she noticed someone below and looked down. Her face flushed a deep red as she instinctively covered her skirt with her hand. The old ladder, lacking support, began to wobble precariously. Realizing the danger, Sino Yuma shouted in a panic, "Get out of the way, you smelly brother." Akiyama finally registered what was happening and turned to leave. However, just as he stepped forward, the rickety ladder could no longer bear the weight, and the middle rung snapped. Sino Yuma screamed as she fell from the top of the ladder with a thud. The sound of her landing echoed in the room, followed by Akiyama's sharp intake of breath. The decrepit ladder collapsed into pieces on the ground. Miraculously, Sino Yuma landed squarely on Akiyama's back, cushioning her fall. Akiyama rolled his eyes, feeling as though he might faint from the impact. Thankfully, Sino Yuma was unscathed, and to her surprise, she found the incident rather amusing. Quickly getting off Akiyama, she looked at him with concern. "Akiyama-oniakan, are you okay?" Opening his eyes, Akiyama revealed only the whites of his eyes, his tongue slowly protruding from his mouth as he trembled. "Little girl, I'm in dire straits." Sino Yuma, not falling for his act, laughed. "You're just fine. That is not scary at all. Even the neighbor, Little Bo, wouldn't he be frightened by such antics?" Akiyama was speechless. Little Bo was that daft Psyduck, wasn't he? "I don't think I can go out today." Given his current state, Akiyama decided to tease Sino Yuma by suggesting they could not go out. However, Sino Yuma dashed outside, calling for Cerulean, who used its telekinesis to whisk Akiyama away to the Pokémon Center. After being treated by Chansey and receiving a reassuring response from Nurse Joy, Sino Yuma beamed with delight once more. "All right, Akiyama-oniakan, you're all better now. Let us go out to play. I've packed everything." Akiyama thought to himself, "Oh, the irony in the forest." Sino Yuma hummed a tune while joyfully skipping through the grass in search of Pokémon. Strangely, these creatures seemed drawn to her, even those with a hint of aggression. With an attitude of acceptance towards fate, Akiyama wandered nearby, unconcerned about the little girl who had already run far ahead. At the forest's edge, there were few Pokémon that could threaten Cerulean. As he aimlessly roamed, he stumbled upon a rather intriguing plant. Resembling a small tree, it rooted itself in the ground, bearing bright red, round fruits. This plant was undocumented in the Pokémon world, but Akiyama recognized it from his basic breeding knowledge, which mentioned tree fruits and plants. This plant was yet to be named. The small red fruits were inedible, inducing hallucinations in both humans and Pokémon, yet could be crafted into a substance that enhanced psychic Pokémon's control over their abilities. The slightly curled leaves possessed a spicy aroma, akin to chili peppers, which thrilled Akiyama. As a Hunan native raised on spicy cuisine, he had not encountered authentic spiciness in the Pokémon world until now. Despite the mildly spicy tomato berry, it was unsuitable as a seasoning for human food. Finally, he could fulfill that craving. Plucking a leaf, Akiyama tasted it, nodding in satisfaction. Since no one had named it yet, he decided to call it the chili tree, whimsically. The system's storage space was infinite, but it could only accept or retrieve 500 cubic decimeters at a time, conveniently allowing him to collect them with the soil intact. A total of 7 chili trees were stored in the system's warehouse. With their removal, the ground appeared quite bare. As the saying goes, one who intends to plant flowers may find them not, while one who casually inserts will find willows thriving. Without the cover of the chili trees, Akiyama once again spotted the footprints of an Eevee. Chapter 10. Only 2 left. Akiyama cautiously pushed aside the ground vegetation, following the scattered footprints ahead. Although he had yet to catch a glimpse of Eevee, only encountering a few green caterpillars and sparrows along the way. The terrain perfectly aligned with his speculations about Eevee's habitat. As long as he relied on these tracks, he was certain to locate Eevee nearby. After searching for a while, Akiyama began to feel parched, so he found a clear patch of ground to sit down. He procured 2 larger leaves and retrieved a few blue-orange fruits from his system space to place upon them. "Oh, I hope to find Eevee today. A quick 10,000 bucks in hand, then I can work to buy a ticket, fly to Mier for the exam, obtain my breeding license, and achieve wealth and prosperity." Leaning against the tree trunk, Akiyama tilted his head back, resembling a weary soul. With his eyes closed, he reached for a fruit and took a delightful bite, quickly finishing another. Where's my fruit? Is it all gone? Confused, he reached out only to find emptiness, bewildered at how he had consumed them so swiftly. He took out 8 more fruits, arranged them neatly, and resumed his idle posture. After a minute, Akiyama stared blankly at the ground, then gazed up at the sky. What is going on? What does this mean? Why are there only 2 left? He had taken out 8, eaten 2. And now only 2 remained. Just as Akiyama was in a state of confusion, a brown figure darted past him, snatching the 2 blue-orange fruits from the leaves. Though it moved swiftly, Akiyama discerned that it was none other than the Eevee he had been searching for. He hurriedly chased after it, instinctively reaching for his belt. It was then that he realized he had no other Pokémon with him. His only companion, Cerulean, was off playing with Yoshino Yuma. Never mind. I'll find its dwelling first and capture it later. Akiyama closely followed the fleeing Eevee, noticing that the speed was somewhat hindered by the 2 fruits it held in its mouth. Suddenly, a thicket of tall bushes appeared ahead, and without hesitation, Eevee leaped into them. When Akiyama laboriously pushed through the tangled underbrush, he found no trace of Eevee. The ground was strewn with scattered stones, and Eevee must have escaped by stepping on them, leaving no footprints behind, leaving Akiyama with no clues to pursue. Sighing in defeat, Akiyama retraced his steps to find Cerulean and the others. Meanwhile, Yoshino Yuma was sitting by a small river, her feet splashing in the water, holding a beautifully crafted fishing rod, though she seemed to be doing anything but fishing. Cerulean was happily frolicking, playing tag with a few Pidgeys in the air. When Akiyama finally caught up with them, their carefree demeanor made him feel as if he alone was toiling while both humans and Pokémon were enjoying themselves. Sigh. This is tough. Akiyama silently lamented. He approached Yuma and asked her to put away the fishing rod. Yuma, please pack up. I spotted Eevee. Cerulean too. Stop playing and follow me. Upon hearing the news of Eevee, Yuma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly packed her rod. Brimming with energy, I'm ready. Let us go. Cerulean bid farewell to the Pidgeys and swooped down to join them. Navigating through the forest, Akiyama led Yuma to the stony area where he had last seen Eevee. The little girl curiously inquired, is Eevee really living in a place like this? No. When I saw Eevee, it was moving too quickly, and I lost sight of it right here, Akiyama explained, then turned to Cerulean. Cerulean, could you fly up and search for Eevee's trail? I'd appreciate it. Cerulean nodded and gracefully ascended into the sky to search. Let us look around nearby as well, Akiyama suggested to Yuma. She nodded and chose a direction opposite to Akiyama's. Akiyama scoured the forest, centering his search around the stony area, yet he found no trace of Eevee, not even a single footprint. Just when he felt like a headless chicken floundering about, Cerulean returned to him. Akiyama looked at her. Did you find anything? Cerulean nodded and turned to lead the way. As they passed the original stony area, Yoshino Yuma returned just in time to follow Cerulean. Cerulean flew to the base of a small hill and halted, looking back at Akiyama while pointing towards the summit. Are you saying Eevee is up there? Akiyama furrowed his brow, examining the hill and indeed spotting a moderately sized cave nestled within. But how do we get up there? Yuma asked. Although the hill wasn't very steep, there was no clear path, only some protruding ledges suitable for Eevee's nimble jumps. Upon hearing Yuma's question, Cerulean's ears glimmered with a faint light, and soon Akiyama and Yuma were lifted by telekinesis, soaring to the cave entrance. Akiyama marveled, though the entrance wasn't too grand. Passing through it revealed a surprisingly spacious interior. It was about 2 meters high, far more accommodating than the entrance they had squeezed through. The ground was scattered with small stones and plenty of dry grass. Hey! Yuma cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted excitedly, only to hear an echo of the same voice in return. Hey! How fun! The little girl was thoroughly entertained. Akiyama patted her head and placed a finger to his lips. Shh, quiet. We don't want to scare them. Yuma giggled and mimicked Akiyama's gesture, playfully repeating, shh, quiet. We don't want to scare them. Such a mischievous child. Don't be silly, Akiyama chided with a smile. The passage wound downwards, and Akiyama estimated they must be below ground level now. As they traversed the winding path, they finally caught sight of the Eevee they had long sought. Yet the scene before them was entirely unexpected. Eevee. A slightly larger Eevee stood with its forelegs bent, baring its teeth, while behind it was another Eevee of a similar size. 3 smaller Eevees, still in their juvenile stage, wobbled unsteadily yet attempted to appear fierce, despite their adorably innocent appearances. The 5 Eevees formed a protective circle around the center, where Akiyama's blue-orange fruits lay quietly. Most astonishing of all were the 2 Pokémon they were safeguarding. One was a Vulpix, typically found near volcanoes, while the other was a Happiny, which generally appeared only in the Joy family's breeding center. From their demeanor, it appeared the Vulpix was injured, its fur appeared dull, its 4 little paws scraped and bruised, with visible signs of having fallen. Happiny clutched the weak Vulpix close, anxiously patting it as it whimpered in pain, yet utterly powerless to help. Before evolving into Blissey, Happiny could only charm with its cuteness. It had yet to learn any healing abilities. The pouch on its belly contained only pebbles, not the restorative eggs necessary for recovering a Pokémon's strength. Ding! Random task issued. As a host aspiring to become a top-tier breeder, you must harbor a kind and compassionate heart. The system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Yet Akamoto's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. It was not that he lacked the desire to save. Rather, the perilous condition of the six tails rendered the situation exceedingly dire. With injuries of such severity, it was accurate to assert that life hung by a thread. The remaining time allocated for the system's task further underscored this critical urgency. Chapter 11. Embrace the Newborn. Vulpix. If Little Luck Egg evolves into a Chansey, there remains a glimmer of hope, but alas. Sighing softly. The joy that had surged within Akamoto upon discovering Eevee dissipated, leaving his heart heavy. He stepped closer, yearning to examine Vulpix's condition up close. The leading Eevee immediately let out 2 low growls, raking its claws across the ground to leave several scratches, signaling Akamoto to keep his distance. With a sense of resignation, Akamoto turned to Chikorita. Chikorita, could you kindly convey to them that I wish to assess Vulpix's injuries and see if I can assist? Chikorita nodded and flew before Eevee. Chiku. Greetings, Eevee. Eevee remained fierce. Eevee, get away. Do not come closer. Chikorita waved its hand reassuringly. Chiku, we mean you no harm. Eevee questioned Eevee. Eevee, really? What is your purpose here? Chiku, our master can heal Vulpix's wounds. Chikorita patted its chest confidently. Eevee responded skeptically. Eevee, is that true? I do not trust humans, shaking its head vigorously. Chiku, please believe us. Its condition is dire. Faced with Eevee's intense distrust, Chikorita felt helpless and activated its abilities, soothing Eevee's emotions and conveying goodwill. As Eevee felt the calming energy emanating from Chikorita, that pure and serene sensation gradually quelled its agitation. The leading Eevee finally stepped aside. And upon witnessing this, Akamoto hurried to Vulpix's side, crouching down to examine its wounds closely. The weakened Vulpix lacked the strength to resist. Nearly gazing up at Akamoto with dim eyes, Little Luck Egg retreated, worry etched across its face. Akamoto gently touched Vulpix's forelimb, carefully massaging it. But Vulpix immediately cried out in pain. Reminder, the host can exchange items in the system store that can aid Vulpix. Upon hearing this, Akamoto inquired within his mind, what items can aid Vulpix? Previously, he had searched the list for items redeemable with blue exchange tickets and found no potions. The system explained that the highest tier of healing potions was green, while revival herbs and vitality blocks belonged to the more advanced purple items. For clarification, in this context, healing potions restore stamina, but Vulpix, being injured, can only be treated at a Pokémon Center or with legendary items such as revival herbs and vitality blocks. Truth be told, Akamoto felt deeply moved upon hearing this. The system indicated that he could redeem an item to heal Vulpix, and without hesitation, he decided to exchange. He had often rescued stray kittens and puppies and had once witnessed a mistreated puppy die on the way to the veterinary clinic. So he never wished to endure such a tragedy again. A blue-quality Firestone can evolve Vulpix into Ninetales, elevating its life tier to the highest level below demigod status. And the evolution process will automatically heal its injuries. The system's calm voice ignited a wave of excitement within Akamoto. He quickly opened the exchange list, located the Firestone, and without a moment's hesitation, used his ticket to redeem it. Beep. Successfully exchanged Firestone, blue, consuming 1 blue item exchange ticket. The brilliant yellow gem lay quietly in the corner of the system's repository, a flicker of bright crimson sparks dancing within it. Akamoto reached into his pocket and retrieved the Firestone as if he had taken it from there. Exposed to the air, the Firestone radiated pure elemental energy. And feeling this power, Vulpix, with its eyelids drooping, forced its eyes open. Vulpix. Akamoto gazed at it earnestly, placing the Firestone beside its forelimb. You will recover. Embrace your new life. Vulpix let out a low whine, gazing at Akamoto with gratitude, as if etching his image into its memory. Go on. You can do it. Akamoto gently moved the round stone away from Vulpix, exchanging it for Little Luck Egg, urging everyone to step back. Though he felt a pang of regret for using his blue item exchange ticket like this, he deemed it a small price to pay as long as Vulpix could recover. Slowly, Vulpix raised its forelimb, its battered paw gently resting upon the Firestone. A radiant light of evolution enveloped Vulpix, concealing it in a dazzling glow. Suddenly, Akamoto comprehended the final tier of the system's classification, the colorful spectrum, signifying a miracle of life. After a long moment, the blinding light of evolution faded, revealing a majestic, magnificent Ninetales before them. With no hint of discoloration, its noble golden fur gleamed, and its 9 tails flowed gracefully, the red tips adding an alluring charm. Its crimson eyes regarded Akamoto with serene composure. Beep. Random task. Heal the injured Vulpix. Completed. Task rewards have been distributed. ignoring the system's notification. Akamoto gazed excitedly at Vulpix, now transformed into Ninetales. Ninetales suddenly leaped lightly, toppling Akamoto to the ground, affectionately nuzzling his cheek before extending its tongue to lick his palm like a beloved pet. Ninetales, typically regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, has been the subject of many tales depicting its vengeance against humanity. Its current gentle demeanor attested to its complete acceptance of Akamoto. As he stroked Ninetales' silky fur, Akamoto felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Ninetales nudged Akamoto's right hand aside, seizing a Pokeball hanging from his waist. This Pokeball had been gifted by the system, and Akamoto had 6 hanging at his side, while Chikorita's Pokeball had already been exchanged. It gently placed the Pokeball on the ground, letting out a soft call to Akamoto, and with its paw, pressed the button, transforming into a red light as it was drawn into the Pokeball. The Pokeball wobbled briefly upon the ground before settling peacefully. Akamoto picked it up and released Ninetales, as a companion who had followed Ninetales to this point. Little Luck Egg watched the interaction with envy, yearning for a moment to bond. Now witnessing Ninetales being captured, Little Luck Egg, usually timid, suddenly found courage. Stumbling a few steps to Akamoto's side, tiptoeing to retrieve a Pokeball from his waist and pressing the button, successfully capturing itself as well. A bemused smile spread across Akamoto's face. He had come with the intent of capturing Eevee, yet ended up using his exchange ticket to save Vulpix and capturing it instead. Though Vulpix was comprehensible, saving its life was rewarding. What was Little Luck Egg's situation? A bittersweet smile crossed Akamoto's face, amused by the irony of his fortune. Capturing the mysterious Ninetales was one thing, but also acquiring a Little Luck Egg, a Pokémon monopolized by the Joy family, was remarkable. For other trainers, the rarity of these two Pokémon rivaled that of Chikorita. As he released Little Luck Egg, it clutched its small stone, adorably bowing to Akamoto in gratitude before pulling Ninetales aside for a cheerful chatter. Seeing Little Luck Egg so animated, Akamoto allowed them to converse. His friends had finally recovered and surely had much to share. Turning his attention back to the 5 Eevee, Akamoto aimed to fulfill his original objective for the day. Using his scanning skill, he exhaled in relief. The leading Eevee appeared to be male, likely the father of the 3 younger Eevee, exhibiting remarkable green genetics. The slightly larger Eevee could be the mother of the little ones, exhibiting yellow genetics. Among the 3 young Eevee, 2 were yellow, while one astonishingly displayed green genetics, successfully inheriting its father's admirable traits. Zhu, I wish to capture one of your 3 children as my Pokémon. Would that be permissible? Akiyama endeavored to soften her tone, addressing the illustrious Eevee with warmth. Please grant us this request. I assure you that I will take excellent care of this little one. You also clasped her hands together, earnestly expressing her affection for these adorable creatures. Eevee shook its head, calling out to Akiyama twice. Is that a no? The young girl murmured, her spirits sinking. A voice resonated in Akiyama's mind, that of Sharim. It states that to capture them, you must first defeat it. Akiyama nodded in understanding. In that case, as a sign of respect, I shall endeavor to triumph over you in a fair battle. Chapter 12. Capturing Eevee. On the grassy expanse outside the cave, a female Eevee cheered for its mate, accompanied by 3 adorable Eevee pups. Meanwhile, a small Togepi perched atop a Ninetales' back, clutching its pebble, excitedly wriggling about, unsure of which side to support. One side was Eevee, and the other was the Chikorita sent by Akiyama. Yumasino took on the role of referee with exaggerated seriousness. The battle commenced. Chikorita appeared calm and collected, patiently awaiting Akiyama's command, knowing that it didn't need to exert much effort. To Akiyama, normal-type Pokémon were rather lackluster, incapable of inflicting type advantages, and their damage output significantly diminished when facing rock and steel-type Pokémon. However, the advantage of the normal type was that it was only countered by fighting types, making it popular among many trainers, as it lowered the skill requirements for the trainers themselves. To enhance its combat prowess, Eevee's best and only option was to evolve through friendship or an evolution stone. In its unevolved state, Eevee ranked among the weakest Pokémon, yet post-evolution, it could rival the meticulously bred starters of the Pokémon League. This served as a form of compensation from the creator for its lineage. Returning to the battle, Akiyama meticulously examined the information on the opposing Eevee, having previously only glanced at its qualifications. Eevee LV, 20 Friendship. Type, Normal Potential, Green Nature, Serious Gender, Male Ability, Adaptability Inherited Skills, Helping Hand Learn Skills, Growl, Tackle, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave TM Skills, None Held Item. Oranberry Eevee let out a loud cry, its eyes gleaming with a subtle light, channeling a mental force towards Chikorita, utilizing 2 weakening moves at the onset of the battle. Unfortunately, for the more adept Chikorita, the normal type Eevee posed little challenge. The faint glow of its horns dissipated the power. Chikorita, use Elemental Impact. Elemental Impact was a move conceived by Akiyama after encountering various divergences from the game and anime rules within the Pokémon world. All special moves were executed through the Pokémon's mastery over corresponding elemental forces, and Chikorita, proficient in psychic abilities, wielded formidable mental strength. Akiyama instructed Chikorita to sense the elemental powers around her and gather them through her abilities to launch like a projectile. As it was her first experiment, Chikorita managed to condense only a small portion of elemental energy, coalescing into a visible, black sphere the size of a marble. This elemental force, given form by Chikorita, could be propelled through telekinesis, and with the added power of thought, the sphere erupted forth with incredible speed, creating a crater with a radius of 50 centimeters in the Sinnoh family's backyard. It was remarkable that a mere marble-sized elemental sphere could wield such power. Were it larger, one could consider demolishing a school. Delighted by the name he created for his new move, Elemental Impact, Akiyama found Elemental Sphere too simplistic and unremarkable. In the heat of battle, Chikorita's horns glowed, and a black elemental sphere gradually expanded before halting at the size of a baseball. Chico, be careful. With a warning to Eevee, Chikorita unleashed the elemental sphere, which crashed in front of the larger Eevee, producing a thunderous sound akin to a lightning strike, enveloping the area in smoke and debris. Eevee. Eevee. The little Eevee spun around in a panic, calling out amidst the smoke. The Ninetales observing nearby was startled, leaping to its feet and forgetting about the Togepi on its back, causing the Togepi to roll around on the ground with its pebble. Apologizing to Togepi, Ninetales resumed its serious watch over the battle. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust and revealing the larger Eevee once more. Despite Chikorita's warning, the larger Eevee underestimated the attack's potency and, while attempting to evade, was struck by flying debris, sustaining several injuries. The aftershocks left the larger Eevee teetering, demonstrating the boundless potential of elemental impact. Struggling, the larger Eevee approached Akiyama, raising its head to let out a cry. Eevee, Eevee. Chikorita dutifully translated, saying it was willing to follow Akiyama and his family. Akiyama was elated. He had prepared to take only one Eevee to give to Sinnoh, but now, the entire family was eager to accompany him, far exceeding his expectations. He instructed the little girl to retrieve some healing spray from her backpack, applying it to the larger Eevee's wounds. Such superficial injuries could be remedied with her prepared medicine. Are you all willing to join me? Akiyama asked the remaining Eevees. With the family head already determined, they naturally had no objections. Akiyama knelt before the green potential Eevee, gently stroking its head, and softly said, "Though this request may seem unfair to you, I wish for you to grow alongside her. Would you be willing?" Though unaware of Akiyama's intentions, the larger Eevee chose to trust this individual who would soon become its master. Wild Pokémon possess a strong sense of independence. Although parting from family was heart-wrenching, it was a necessary step in growth. The little Eevee blinked innocently, gazing at its approaching father. The larger Eevee affectionately nudged its forehead against the little Eevee's, and the little Eevee in turn licked its neck. Eevee, Eevee, Eevee. The little Eevee questioned, perplexed. The larger Eevee, with seriousness, replied, Eevee. At that moment, the little Eevee finally comprehended what its father intended, shaking its head vigorously. Eevee, Eevee. The larger Eevee, filled with reluctance, gritted its teeth, tensed its muscles, and with all its might, let out a resounding cry. Eevee, Eevee. The little Eevee's ears drooped, calling out pitifully. Akiyama glanced at Chikorita beside him, asking, "What did they say? Could you translate?" The larger Eevee conveyed, "To protect my family like he does, I must learn to be strong and grow alongside my trainer." Akiyama nodded in silence. Ultimately, the larger Eevee slowly approached Sinnoh, biting gently at the girl's shoelaces in a display of distress. Sinnoh felt like the villain causing their separation, her heart aching. Akiyama, why not take it with you? That way, it won't have to be apart from its family. What nonsense. If you feel guilty, then strive to train it into a powerful Pokémon. Akiyama reassured her. If I take it, what will happen to the mission? I have only one day left to find another Eevee for you. Upon hearing Akiyama's words, the little girl still felt guilty. However, her love for the Eevee ultimately prevailed, and she solemnly addressed the little Eevee, "I promise to train you into a strong Pokémon. Please, grow alongside me." Unbeknownst to Akiyama, his actions prompted this fragile girl to embark on the same path as her sister, a journey that would lead to her becoming a trainer. For this, the shopkeeper and Uncle Sinnoh joined forces to give him a thorough beating. The little Eevee, sensing the heartfelt determination in Sinnoh's words, responded with a joyful cry. Eevee, Eevee. Shinya Yumo produced a luxurious Pokeball and, After capturing a small Eevee, gently addressed it within the confines of the ball, stating, "From now on, you shall be called Jojo. I look forward to your companionship." The luxurious ball responded with a slight tremor, as if acknowledging her words. Akiyama, observing from the side, felt his eyes widen in astonishment. Where did this luxurious ball come from? How had he missed it while sorting through that box? It must be worth nearly 200,000. The opulent Pokeball, famously dubbed the Pokémon Villa Ball, reserved for the affluent. He stored 4 EVs in his ordinary Pokeballs, shrinking them down to fit back into his waist pouch, and couldn't help but sigh at the stark contrast between his humble means and those of the wealthy. As the boy and girl walked beneath the setting sun, accompanied by a majestic Ninetales, a happily perched atop the Ninetales, they ventured beyond the forest. Chapter 13, accompanying the wicked Akiyama. Upon returning from a visit with her friends, the store manager and Mr. Hosino learned that Akiyama had successfully befriended a charming Eevee. Initially, they were quite pleased. However, their expressions soured dramatically when they heard the fervent declaration from Hosino Yuma. "Mom and Dad, I've made my decision. I will take responsibility for this little one and nurture it into an exceptionally powerful Pokémon. So please grant me permission to travel, together with my Choo-Choo. I will become an even greater Pokémon trainer than my sister." Akiyama felt a wave of dread wash over him as he observed the store manager and Mr. Hosino's expressions darkening, especially when the young girl mentioned him. "Oh, is that so? How wonderful, isn't it?" The store manager spoke with a forced cheerfulness, casting a piercing glance at Akiyama. "Did Akiyama encourage you to become a trainer?" Unaware of the precariousness of her words, the girl innocently replied, "Yes. Thank you, Akiyama." "Thank me? I should be thanking you, little girl," Akiyama thought, feeling the midday sun dim ominously. "Now, Akiyama, please come with me," the store manager said, her tone deceptively sweet. Yet, her strained smile filled Akiyama with an ominous premonition. Steeling himself, he followed her into the living room, clutching a steaming cup of tea with a firm grip, too fearful to let go. "Akiyama, our family treats you well, don't we?" the store manager inquired blandly. "Why, yes. Very well," Akiyama stammered, feeling uneasy. "Then why would you let Yuma aspire to be a trainer?" The store manager's gaze bore down on him. Akiyama faltered, unsure of how to respond, realizing he was merely a delivery person. No. A Pokémon courier, how could he be blamed for her aspirations? "Speak." The store manager pressed, her eyes unyielding. Akiyama hesitated, unable to contain her frustration. The store manager seized Akiyama by the ear and bellowed, "Did Yuma tell you about her sister? Do you wish for her to end up like her sister? To leave us alone in our old age?" The scathing tirade continued unabated. "You wretched little brat. If it weren't for that silly Cerulean, I would never have let you work in my home. Is this how you repay our kindness?" Akiyama's ears burned with humiliation. Initially, he felt no guilt, but now he felt as though he had transformed into the villain. Humph. After unleashing her fury, the store manager's anger began to dissipate. "Here. Take this 20,000 yen for your flight, and an additional 30,000 yen. You are to take my daughter to that city, whatever it is called. If you fail to look after her properly, I will hunt you down and give you a good beating. You heard that, right? If this brat doesn't do her part, we'll make sure she cries." The store manager, her fury fading, placed a neatly prepared 50,000 yen on the coffee table. A plump purple Pokémon materialized from behind the store manager. "Is that Gengar?" Akiyama gasped, astonished. He had suspected the Hosino family was extraordinary, but he never imagined the store manager possessed such a rare and hard-to-capture Pokémon. Gengar grinned mischievously, casting a knowing glance at Akiyama. "Did you hear that? You wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" Akiyama shook his head vigorously. No. I will take good care of Yuma." The store manager nodded in satisfaction. "Yuma has a kind heart. She has always admired her sister's travels. She chose to stay behind to keep us company because she didn't want us to feel lonely. She is still young, and you must protect her from any harm." "Still young? She's 12, while Ash is eternally 10, traversing the world." Akiyama thought to himself. "She sees you as a brother, and you must fulfill that role." The store manager paused. "Do not squander this 30,000 yen. 30,000 yen. Can I not express that I'm not interested? All right, take the money and go. Wait by the entrance. We will head to the Golden City to buy your tickets." As Nibi City lacks an airport, after dismissing Akiyama, the store manager went to fetch Hosino Yuma, silently pocketing the total of 50,000 yen. Akiyama walked out of the living room and squatted by the front door. After a while, Hosino Yuma emerged with her backpack, and upon seeing Akiyama waiting by the door, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Akiyama, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm counting on you from now on," the girl cheerfully said, handing Akiyama a pink backpack. "This backpack is a gift for you." Akiyama stared blankly at the pink backpack adorned with a bow. "You want me, a manly man, to carry this on our journey? with a resigned smile. Akiyama accepted the backpack, holding it in hand. It wasn't entirely unacceptable. Thank you, Yuma. Thank you, store manager and Mr. Hosino. After expressing his gratitude for the backpack, Akiyama turned to the store manager and the stern-faced Mr. Hosino. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. The little girl waved cheerfully to her parents. And Akiyama noted there was no hint of sadness in her farewell, only affection for the Eevee nestled in her arms. At that moment, the store manager felt a twinge of moisture in her eyes. The journey of a Pokémon trainer rarely allows for visits home every few months, and Yuma's departure would likely see her away for a long time. Furthermore, her eldest daughter, enamored only with Pokémon, may not return for even longer. With only the two of them at home, earning money felt rather meaningless. Watching Akiyama and Yuma leave for the Nibi City station, the store manager closed the door with a hint of melancholy, locking it behind her. Meanwhile, Mr. Hosino exuded his own charm, squinting at the distant road, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been locked out. As a few white clouds drifted across the sky, Mr. Hosino gazed at the setting sun, sighed sadly, and turned the doorknob. Hey, wife, why did you lock the door? I'm still out here. Open up. I'm still out here. Simultaneously, Akiyama had arrived at the Nibi City station and successfully boarded the train to Golden City. For the first time aboard the Pokémon train, Akiyama looked around, ultimately realizing it was quite similar to the high-speed trains he had previously ridden. However, the rotund body and cheerful orange paint added a touch of whimsy to the heavy train, giving it an endearing quality. Having spent most of her time at home, either helping at the barbecue restaurant or playing with her mother's Pokémon, Hosino Yuma was brimming with excitement at the prospect of traveling. Seated by the window, her little face almost pressed against the glass, she pointed at the various cloud shapes in the sky and tugged at Akiyama to look at the passing villages. You've been looking at clouds for 12 years, Yuma? Aren't you tired of them? Oh, but they are different. The clouds here are unique. And the clouds in Nibi City are different. Akiyama was left bewildered by her words, and before he could respond, Yuma was already exclaiming excitedly. Akiyama, look, it's Beedrill. They're chasing a Rattata. Akiyama, it's Oddish. They're dancing in a circle. So cute. Wow, is that Geodude? A post on the doctoral forum mentioned that Geodudes engage in mutual grappling, and it turns out to be true. Onyx, oh Onyx, someone is riding on its back. It appears to be quite enjoyable. Akamoto, dear Akamoto. Akamoto shot her a glance. Your Akamoto is no more. Chapter 14. Innate abilities as night fell. The train moved through the mountainous forest like a solitary dragon. Fino Yumo, cradling a pillow shaped like a Bulbasaur, slept peacefully on the small table of the train, her serene expression a stark contrast to the wild girl from earlier. Akiyama leaned against the back of his seat, retrieving the Pokeballs of Ninetales and Happiny. Placing them on the table, he had discovered that the inspection feature could be utilized even through the Pokeballs, a serendipitous revelation. Ninetales, enhanced by a premium Firestone, had achieved a blue aptitude. Its skill acquisition was not restricted by evolution, meaning the abilities it could learn before evolving remained accessible afterward. Ninetales, a Pokémon not classified as a legendary creature yet frequently appearing in various legends, possessed a powerful genetic memory. For Ninetales, skill acquisition was akin to an imprint etched in its mind. As its power grew, it could gradually unlock these seals and effortlessly master new skills. Concerned about premature evolution stunting a Pokémon's development, Akiyama inquired with the system and learned that the premium Firestone could remedy this issue, allowing him to dismiss his worries. However, the lively and endearing Happiny, who had captured the hearts of many, possessed only a yellow aptitude, despite her carefree demeanor. The growing disparity between her and Ninetales, her close companion, would inevitably widen over time. Ah well, he thought, he would find a way later. Ninetales level, 15 affection, 255, unwavering, type, fire aptitude, blue nature, calm gender, female ability, flash fire innate abilities, telepathy, insight inherited skills, telepathy, dazzling gleam taught skills, ember, quick attack, grudge, flame burst TM skills, none held item, none Happiny level, 12 affection, 127, friendly, type, normal aptitude, yellow nature, innocent gender, female ability, serene grace innate abilities, none inherited skills, copycat taught skills, pound, rollout TM skills, none held item, oval stone recently completed random tasks, aside from the indicated rewards, also carried hidden rewards, including enhancements to the inspection feature, resulting in an additional innate ability for Ninetales. Its innate ability, insight, was akin to the telepathy of Kirlia. However, unlike Kirlia, Ninetales could distinctly comprehend spoken words and perceive the emotions and thoughts of others, while Kirlia could directly converse through telepathy. Putting away the Pokeballs, Akiyama closed his eyes. immersing his mind in the system's repository. A cross-shaped crystal shimmering with prismatic hues floated effortlessly in the air, evoking an overwhelming desire within him. He recalled his conversation with the system the previous night. System, what is this life core? It looks rather appealing. Beat. The life core is an exclusive item for the host, capable of activating the host's innate abilities. Me? Innate abilities? Am I some chosen one? Akiyama chuckled. This thing is colorful, yet it is merely a blue item? The host may understand that this life core is a low-tier version, only able to guide the host in activating their innate abilities. Do I have these abilities inherently? Indeed, and the life core was originally intended for the host. Though I neglected to mention it earlier. Was it meant for me all along? You treat it like a task reward? That's a bit excessive. Task compensation has been issued. Please check, host. System is now on standby. The system left behind a small package, promptly using its escape technique. Akiyama rubbed his hands together, opening the small package. Item information name, ordinary fishing rod quality, green purpose, to catch Pokémon residing in water description, system produced. With a 70 chance of catching regular Pokémon and a 30 chance for rare ones, equipped with bait. Akiyama was not greedy. He was simply pleased to receive something from the system. He thought to himself that on a leisurely day, he could try fishing. Freed from his reverie, Akiyama silently mused. My innate abilities. I find myself rather eager to discover them. Alas, I have yet to find an opportunity to use them. Should I create a stir? I fear I might be subjected to dissection for research. Drifting into a slumber, the train was illuminated only by dim indicator lights. The rhythmic sound of human breathing resonating clearly in the stillness. Morning arrived, and both Akiyama and Yumo awakened in succession. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Akiyama blinked, still transitioning from dreams. Yumo released her Piplup and took out a special Pokémon food she had prepared for Eevee days prior, playfully teasing the little creature. Akiyama summoned Curlia and Happiny for breakfast. Prior to boarding, he had already stored food for the other Pokémon in their Pokeballs, being considerate of Akiyama's modest means. Yumo had accompanied him in purchasing an ordinary ticket for 3,000 yen, which provided a single chair and a small table. The premium tickets offered a private room, albeit small, allowing for passenger privacy, but the price was exorbitant, only slightly less than an airplane ticket. Pip, Pip, as Happiny emerged from her Pokeball. She spotted Akiyama and leaped into his arms, wrapping her tiny arms around his neck while her little feet playfully patted his chest. Akiyama smiled, supporting her adorable bottom and presenting a pink, cream puff-like Pokémon food for her to enjoy. Happiny devoured it in moments, eagerly calling for more. Pip, Pip, you want more? Akiyama laughed. Happiny nodded enthusiastically, but he replied, but there are none left. You've eaten them all. Happiny gasped in disbelief, clinging tightly to Akiyama's neck. Her little head shaking against his chin, tickling him. Akiyama erupted in laughter, retrieving a small jar from his pocket and pouring out several pieces of Happiny's favorite food. Upon seeing her beloved treats, Happiny abandoned Akiyama, bouncing onto the table to relish her breakfast. Akiyama playfully patted Happiny's head, feigning displeasure. Curlia sat gracefully at the edge of the table, holding a plate from which purple Pokémon food levitated before her, which she promptly devoured in a single bite. Having finished breakfast, Piplup hopped from Yumo's table to Akiyama's, curiously observing Happiny as she enjoyed her meal. Eevee, why does she eat something different from me? Piplup's small head brimmed with curiosity. Happiny glanced up at Piplup before returning to her culinary delight, observing her insatiable appetite. Piplup began to wonder what made that food so delectable, rendering her own breakfast less appealing. Cautiously extending her little paw, Piplup seized a pink morsel from Happiny at the opportune moment. What? You call this stealing? No, it cannot be stealing, in the realm of Pokémon. Can it truly be called theft? Delighted with the pink morsel in her grasp, Piplup was about to indulge when suddenly, fate intervened, locking her throat in a vice. Indeed, it was truly locked. Akiyama grasped Piplup by the neck, lifting her up to meet his gaze, and asked, Are you stealing? Piplup hastily concealed her paw behind her back, shaking her head vigorously in denial. At that moment, the little Fudan, having devoured every morsel on the plate, noticed Jojo clutching its food behind its back, and an immediate surge of indignation welled up within. What is the matter with you, little brother? How dare you touch my belongings? No wonder I felt unsatisfied. Fudan pouted, displaying a look of discontent as it waddled over to Chiou-Yuan, its round belly swaying with each step. With tiny hands, it pointed accusatorily at Jojo, who was being hoisted by Chiou-Yuan. Boca. Boca. Master. It's this one that caused my hunger. Chiou-Yuan chuckled at the sight of Fudan, playfully ruffling its little head, causing Fudan to tumble onto the table, rolling a few times. You've already eaten to your heart's content. Don't come here to stir up trouble, or I shall withhold your meals in the future. Lying on the table, Fudan quickly waved its hands, signaling that it would no longer eat. no longer eat. Chapter 15. A hypothesis sparked by food in a comical turn of events. Chi Yun held Gigi aloft, its tiny feet flailing desperately in an attempt to escape. This scene nearly melted Yam's heart, unable to suppress a smile that danced upon her lips. Ultimately, after Gigi's valiant struggle against submission, Chi Yun gently set it down, shoving a small delicacy, painstakingly pried from Gigi's tiny claws, into its mouth. I must inform you, this is not tailored for your palate. You may not find it to your liking, Chi Yun remarked just as Gigi devoured the morsel with fervor, an expression of pure delight adorning its cherubic face. With a gasp, Chi Yun's gaze fell upon the soothing bell around Gigi's neck, igniting a spark of inspiration. This enchanting Pokémon food was concocted by Chi Yun, drawing from her recollections of various berries, designed to enhance the small creature's sensitivity to fairy elements. Gigi's innate potential was somewhat lacking, which explained why it had yet to evolve into a Chansey despite possessing an oval stone. However, this particular Eevee exhibited a remarkable affinity for fairy elements, thus increasing the likelihood of its evolution into a Sylveon, a Pokémon that Ym particularly adored. Contemplating this, Chi Yun resolved to refine her concoction of Pokémon food further, aspiring to reach a level worthy of market introduction. The reason Eevee could only evolve through various evolution stones lies not only in its diverse evolutionary factors, but also in the potent elemental energies embedded within these stones, allowing Eevee to absorb elemental power without relying on its own sensitivity. Likewise, other Pokémon requiring evolution stones share this trait. Different qualities of evolution stones harbor distinct elemental energies. Consequently, Pokémon evolving via evolution stones will possess varying degrees of sensitivity to these elemental forces. This led Chi Yun into a bold hypothesis. If it were possible to enhance a Pokémon's sensitivity to elemental powers and increase the capacity for elemental accumulation within their bodies, might evolution stones become unnecessary? Moreover, certain Pokémon endowed with a natural aptitude for sensing elemental energies might even be able to condense these energies into solid forms, creating artificial evolution stones. Many Pokémon evolutions are contingent upon friendship levels, likely influenced by the bonds of companionship. In a sense, bond strength can enhance the connection between Pokémon, as well as between Pokémon and trainers. Chi Yun surmised that the effects of bond strength might indeed augment a Pokémon's sensitivity to elemental energies. Once a certain level of friendship is attained, the bond's influence might be sufficient for evolution, allowing the Pokémon's sensitivity to support the accumulation of the necessary elemental power for evolution. If Chi Yun could cultivate Pokémon capable of guiding elemental forces into liquid or solid forms, the friendship requirements for such Pokémon might be reduced, rendering evolution comparatively easier. It must be said, the most unique advantage of a traveler is their perspective. Chi Yun's ability to contemplate various issues from outside the Pokémon world often grants her a creativity that surpasses that of the locals. Whether her hypotheses will hold true remains to be seen through her forthcoming experiments. With a cheerful demeanor, Chi Yun poured an entire plate of small delicacies before Gigi, who glared indignantly, hands on hips, utterly infuriated. Perhaps it was Chi Yun's sudden, eerie smile that startled Gigi into retreating a few steps, casting wary glances between Chi Yun and the plate of food. Still grinning, Chi Yun encouraged. Come on, since you enjoy eating, feel free to indulge. At that moment, the ever-watchful Ym scooped Gigi into her arms, exclaiming, all right, no more teasing Gigi. I don't want it to become chubby. Upon witnessing Gigi being whisked away by Ym, the small Chansey dashed over, forming a protective circle around her exclusive treats with her tiny hands, carefully transporting them back to her jar before scampering off to hide. Attention, passengers! This train's final destination, Golden City, has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly fashion from the right-hand door, echoed the announcement, prompting passengers to rise and gather their belongings, forming a queue to exit. Chi Yun collected the Chansey and Chikorita into their Pokeballs, though the Chansey was taken along with her jar. Ym, stay close. Don't wander off. It's quite crowded here, Chi Yun urged. Understood. Ym replied, following the flow of the crowd as they exited the station. What a bother. A few people were jostling me, and now my hair is a mess, she grumbled, pulling out her comb to tidy her locks. All right. Lend me your pager for a moment. I need to check the map. After borrowing Ym's pager, Chi Yun opened the electronic map of Golden City, searching for the nearest airport. At that moment, a modestly dressed gentleman approached, inquiring, where are you two headed? Do you require transportation? The rates are quite reasonable. Setting the pager aside, Chi Yun noted that, regardless of the transportation hub, enthusiastic drivers were always eager to attract passengers. We need to reach the Golden City airport for two. How much will that be? She asked, recalling that the taxi fare for two was 800 yuan. The gentleman replied, for two, would 700 yuan be acceptable? although this price was a mere 100 yuan less than the taxi fare. Shi Yuan was not particularly concerned about the money. The taxi stand was a fair distance away, and she preferred not to walk. "YM, are you ready? Let us take this gentleman's car to the airport." "I'm coming," YM exclaimed, having finished with her hair, and followed closely behind. They followed the gentleman out of the exit and into an old-fashioned red sedan. Buckling her seatbelt in the passenger seat, Shi Yuan playfully remarked, "This car has quite the collectible charm, doesn't it?" The gentleman, shifting gears and starting the engine, chuckled, "Indeed. This car was purchased when my wife and I got married. Though its design may be dated, I take great care of it." The journey was filled with lively conversation between Shi Yuan and the gentleman, while YM released Gigi, playfully shaking its tiny paws as if they were dancing. Upon arriving at the airport, situated far from the city, they found it was nearly noon. After paying the fare, Shi Yuan rushed toward the ticket counter. "Could I please book 2 tickets for the next flight to Miele City? Economy class will suffice," she requested briskly at the counter. "Miele City? Please hold on a moment," the attendant replied, typing on her computer. "There is a flight departing from Miele City in half an hour. Due to its cross-regional nature, this flight operates weekly." "Wait, won't we miss lunch then?" Shi Yuan grimaced. YM chimed in, "Is this flight still available for ticket purchase?" The attendant smiled. "Yes. Tickets are still available. After purchasing, you may proceed directly to boarding. We have 3 luxury tickets left. Would you like to buy one for 50,000 each?" Shi Yuan was taken aback. What a coincidence. Just as it's about to take off, only luxury tickets remain? And they cost exactly 50,000? Reluctantly, she emptied her entire savings, having acquired 50,000 yuan from the store manager. In stark contrast, the affluent YM effortlessly paid the sum through her pager, her eyes betraying no hesitation. With tickets in hand, Akamoto and the young girl successfully boarded the last train for ticket inspection and made their way onto the plane. Each found their respective luxurious cabins and tidied up a bit. Yumoku threw her backpack onto the bed and hurriedly ran to knock on Akamoto's door. As Akamoto opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of the excited girl embracing her toy while peering around with uncontainable enthusiasm. Upon seeing Akamoto, Yumoku dashed to the window, gazing at the scenery outside, even though they had yet to take off. Akamoto and I. Look, there are several planes over there. Well, we're taking off. This is so much fun. Clouds. Look at the colorful clouds. I'm as high as the clouds in the sky now. Akamoto and I. Look at that mountain. Below is a forest, and above is snow. How strange. Just like when they first boarded the train, Yumoku stood by the window, her eyes fixated on the view, occasionally flailing her arms with excitement and chattering incessantly. Exhausted from their journey, Akamoto longed for a restful sleep, unwilling to waste the luxury of the 5,000 yen bed. However, with Yumoku beside him, slumber eluded him. All right, go back to your room and enjoy the view. Let me have some rest, hurry now." Akamoto felt that without a good sleep, he might just vanish. He gently ushered Yumoku back to her room, closed the door, and, without removing his shoes, collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 16. The Power of Life in the Dreamy Dumpling. Stretching comfortably, Akiyama sat up in bed, wrapped in a quilt, squinting with a silly expression. After a while of daydreaming, Akiyama finally regained a semblance of clarity, dressed, washed up, and glanced at the clock, noting it was precisely 9 in the morning. This meant Akiyama had indulged in over 10 hours of slumber. Pressing the food delivery button on the side of the cabinet, Akiyama waited a moment before a small box containing ramen slowly emerged from the transport device. Quite sophisticated. I had expected a manual delivery. Utilizing this transport device truly exemplifies capitalism at its finest. With delight, Akiyama opened the lid and savored the ramen with gusto. After tossing the empty box into the trash, Akiyama contentedly let out a burp. With nothing else to occupy the time, and in this private space, it seemed the perfect moment to utilize the life core. Resolute, Akiyama focused his thoughts and retrieved the life core from the System-S repository. Gazing at the life core in his hand, Akiyama inquired, "System, how should this be used?" Beep. The host is advised to guide the energy within the life core into their body using mental power. What does that mean? Beep. Literally, that is the meaning. But I have no idea how to use mental power. I am not a Kairulian. Is there no alternative? The system fell silent for a moment before continuing. The host may ingest it directly. The effect will be the same. Akiyama squeezed the walnut-sized life core, pondering its hardness. This thing, you want me to swallow it? Is there truly no other option? If I consume it like this, will I explode? The system remained silent, implying there were no other options. With a sense of dread, Akiyama glanced at the life core again, gritting his teeth. He seized it and shoved it into his mouth, clamping his upper and lower teeth together with force. Akiyama felt as if his old teeth might shatter before he finally managed to bite through it. Well, how to describe it? Sweet. Like eating rock candy, but exceedingly hard. After a struggle, the life core was swallowed, and upon entering Akiyama's body, it transformed into a warm current washing over him, awakening another force within. Information about this newfound power flooded Akiyama's mind, revealing that it was called the power of life. From a distance, a green mist continuously emanated from Akiyama, faintly glowing, with dark impurities occasionally oozing from his pores. As the warm current dissipated, Akiyama found himself covered in filthy black grime. Beep. The host has successfully activated a latent ability, acquiring the ability, Power of Life. Please check the personal information panel. Neglecting the dirt on his body, Akiyama silently summoned his personal information panel. Host information name, Akiyama age, 17 identity, resident of the Pokémon League innate ability, Power of Life, one of Arceus's original powers, background, orphan. Raised in an orphanage Pokémon owned, Kyrillian, Happy Egg, Ninetales, Eevee, etc. Assets, a set of ordinary clothing. A pair of simple cloth shoes system items, 7 Pokémon balls, mission, main quest 2. Pass the Pokémon League's Junior Breeder Assessment Reward. Ownership of 2 square kilometers of land in any wild area. Wow, is it truly this powerful? I really possess Arceus's power? It seems Kyrillian mentioned that the power of life within her was bestowed by Celebi, meaning I am now akin to a humanoid divine beast? With excitement, Akiyama swiftly shed his clothes and entered the bathroom, turning on the water while joyfully bouncing around. Not to mention, the ability to bathe on a plane makes that 50,000 yen quite a bargain. The newly awakened power of life endowed Akiyama with the ability to communicate with Pokémon, allowing him to clearly understand their expressions. Furthermore, he gained healing capabilities, able to mend ordinary injuries and, with prolonged use, even improve the physical condition of living beings, not limited to Pokémon. The greatest advantage the power of life imparted to Akiyama was the amiable energy it radiated. This power, derived from Arceus and sharing a source with Celebi, would easily foster trust from Pokémon, facilitating closer relationships. To become an exceptional breeder, it is imperative that various Pokémon trust him. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if other trainers entrusted their Pokémon to him, only for chaos to ensue. After bathing, Akiyama donned a fresh short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, feeling refreshed and clean. He approached the door of Yuma Hoshino's room and knocked. Shortly, the little girl appeared, her hair in disarray, rubbing her eyes as she opened the door. Akiyama and you look more handsome after your nap, Yuma Hoshino exclaimed, blinking as she rubbed her eyes again. Is that so? I think so too, ha ha ha. Akiyama replied, displaying a rather shameless sense of self-admiration. Did you have breakfast? Yes. I didn't expect the pastries on the plane to be so delicious. Closing the door behind her, Yuma Hoshino sat at the table in her room, fiddling with several miniature Pokémon dolls while Chuchu napped on the table. From his backpack, Akiyama retrieved a selection of berries he had chosen the previous day and began mixing them in proportions according to his thoughts. These berries could heal mental ailments and enhance a Pokémon's special attack attributes. Akiyama contemplated that these berries were all aimed at influencing mental energy. Fairy and psychic types heavily rely on the strength of mental energy by using these berries to stimulate mental power and combining them with the Dreamy Flower. He could create Pokémon food that enhances their sensitivity to fairy elements. The Dreamy Flower emits a sweet fragrance as its pollen calms the mind, making it a popular choice for various incense preparations. However, the flower's efficacy is due to its rich fairy element content, a fact Akiyama learned only after acquiring basic breeding knowledge. Observing the mixture, which exuded an alluring aroma, Akiyama concentrated and subtly infused it with a touch of life power. The light green energy flowed from Akiyama's palm into the food mixture, causing it to shimmer slightly. Molding the mixture into small balls with a mold, Akiyama released Kyrillian. As soon as Kyrillian emerged from the Pokeball, she sensed the abundant life power enveloping Akiyama and was momentarily taken aback. Why do you possess so much life power? Guess? Akiyama thought, engaging in a mental dialogue with Kyrillian. You can communicate telepathically now? Kyrillian expressed her surprise at Akiyama's newfound ability. Akiyama beamed with pride. This isn't mere telepathy. This is a superior form. Kyrillian rolled her eyes, amused by Akiyama's playful nature. Did you call me out just to show off? Akiyama ceased his boastful antics and returned to the matter at hand. I want you to help me assess this. You can't eat it, right? There is definitely no poison, but I'm uncertain about its effects. Kyrillian, also a fairy type, was brought in to test the concoction. However, she curiously levitated a small ball with her psychic power and took a bite. How is it? Does it enhance your fairy element power? Akiyama inquired eagerly, watching Kyrillian's reaction. Kyra squinted her eyes. It's quite tasty. Better than what you prepared for me before. I can definitely feel it working. The fairy elements around me are more vibrant. And I think I can sense the life power. Really? That is fantastic. Although it was a successful creation on the first attempt. Okamoto had previously envisioned countless formulations in his mind before arriving at the optimal ratio. Excited, he named it the Dreamy Dumpling and eagerly released Shokufuku, allowing both Giorgio and Shokufuku to savor the Dreamy Dumpling. Ding! Congratulations, the host has independently created the Pokémon food, Dreamy Dumpling Green, Reward, Formula Optimization. Dreamy Dumpling Formula Blue has been deposited into the system warehouse. Okamoto was overjoyed. The Dreamy Dumpling he had spontaneously created unexpectedly triggered a system reward, which was truly a delightful surprise. In the system warehouse, he discovered a blue sheet and examined it carefully. The system had fine-tuned the ratios of various berries, allowing them to blend more harmoniously, and had introduced a new ingredient, the common blue citrus berry. The blue citrus berry restores Pokémon stamina and, according to the system's explanation, possesses the ability to harness life energy. Previously, most of the life energy Okamoto had infused dissipated into the air. Now, by incorporating the blue citrus berry, he could contain the life energy within the Dreamy Dumpling, enhancing its potency. After sharing the freshly made Dreamy Dumpling with Shokufuku and Giorgio, Okamoto took out the blue citrus berry and recreated the Dreamy Dumpling. With the affection of Kairu and the affirmation from the system, Okamoto officially crafted the blue-quality fairy-type Pokémon food, Dreamy Dumpling. Without the inclusion of life energy, the highest quality he could achieve for the Dreamy Dumpling would be green, which meant that Okamoto could not mass-produce high-quality Dreamy Dumplings. To profit from it, he would have to settle for the green quality. Observing the three Pokémon relishing their meal, a smile inevitably graced Okamoto's lips. Chapter 17, The Morning of Dorimian as the novelty of flying faded. In the remaining 3 days of the journey, Sino Yumo busied herself with playful antics alongside Shio Yuan, interspersed with browsing intriguing information on her pager. Okamoto, nestled in his room, delved into the study of the peculiar cuisine designed for normal-type Pokémon. Although normal-type Pokémon occupy an awkward position, they are, apart from bug types, the most commonly utilized creatures. Their ease of capture, straightforward training, and rapid growth are shared traits with bug types and normal types, leading many underprivileged trainers to adopt these species. Ultimately, Okamoto finalized his production plan before the airplane landed in Miarii City, eagerly anticipating the quest for materials post-arrival. The airport was vast, allowing Okamoto and Sino Yumo to leisurely make their way to the taxi stand without jostling with the crowd. Embarking towards the hotel they had reserved via the pager during the flight, the upcoming breeder assessment in Miarii City was set to commence in 3 days, spanning a week and consisting of 3 distinct phases. The first phase involved simulated test questions crafted by the Joy family, where examinees would undergo a written examination, achieving a passing score of 90 out of 100. The difficulty of the Pokémon breeder assessment is largely attributed to the unique nature of the profession, with even novice breeders being exceedingly rare. To become a Pokémon breeder, one must possess a profound understanding of the properties and uses of berries, as well as a familiarity with Pokémon behavior, including knowledge of genetic breeding. Should an individual lacking the requisite capabilities associated with a breeder pass the assessment, the potential for Pokémon casualties due to insufficient knowledge in their future endeavors becomes a grave concern. The extensive knowledge requirements and stringent assessment criteria inadvertently result in the majority of candidates being middle-aged or even elderly individuals. The second phase entails a psychic evaluation involving psychic-type Pokémon, filtering out those harboring malicious or cruel emotions. This step is designed to prevent illegal organizations from acquiring breeder certifications for nefarious purposes. The third phase involves the Alliance providing a group of wild Pokémon, exhibiting similar growth conditions to those who have successfully passed the first 2 rounds. Candidates will be given a selection of berries and other natural materials. Under the supervision of the Alliance, they will interact with the Pokémon for a week without any artificial tools for training. Afterward, the Alliance will assess the growth status of each Pokémon, with only the top 10% receiving breeder certification. Given the rigorous selection process for candidates from various regions, it is evident how challenging the breeder assessment truly is. Typically, the Pokémon involved in the third phase are predominantly water, fire, and grass types. Albeit of lower evolutionary stages, exceptional Pokémon such as the starter trio are not utilized for assessment purposes. With 3 days remaining before the assessment commences, Okamoto resolved to prepare himself by revising the relevant knowledge stored in his mind. However, before delving into that, he was persuaded by Sino Yumo to explore this bustling tourist city. After checking into their hotel, Sino Yumo eagerly urged Okamoto to accompany her on a shopping spree. embodying the immutable law that girls must shop whenever they venture out. Unable to resist, Akamoto relented. Grateful that he had rested well on the flight and was now brimming with energy. As they strolled side by side along the southern boulevard, Sino Yumo spotted a large dog adorned with an eccentric hairstyle, its fur a delightful blend of pink and blue. Akamoto and I, what Pokémon is that? It looks so peculiar, she exclaimed. Following her gaze, Akamoto replied uncertainly, that should be a Dorimian, a Pokémon from the Kalos region, known for its unwavering loyalty. Is every Dorimian like that? Sino Yumo inquired. While Dorimian typically boast fluffy white coats, this one has likely been to a Pokémon grooming salon, Akamoto remarked. However, he found the grooming quite unappealing. Feeling that the Dorimian from the Kalos region, under human grooming, resembled a member of the Pokémon world's morning family. Intrigued, Sino Yumo approached the Dorimian's owner, asking, "Hello, sister. Your Dorimian is so beautiful. Could you tell me where you had it groomed?" The unfortunate Dorimian of Miarii City, reliant on its owner's aesthetic preferences, basked in the praise from Sino Yumo, leading the woman to feel validated in her choices as they engaged in lively conversation. Numerous pedestrians strolled nearby with their own Dorimian, the bizarre appearances nearly overwhelming Akamoto's senses. Observing the plethora of normal-type Dorimian in Miarii City, Akamoto pondered the promising prospects of selling cuisine tailored for normal-type Pokémon. Those who could afford to pamper Dorimian with grooming services surely possessed wealth, and by incorporating ingredients that enhance fur luster into his Pokémon food, he was confident of achieving substantial profits. Just as Akamoto entertained these thoughts, Sino Yumo broke the spell, thanking the woman before dragging him towards the address they had just learned. 50 meters straight, right turn, then another right. Sino Yumo, unfamiliar with the path yet brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly found herself at a crossroads, lost alongside Akamoto. Exasperated, he remarked, "You don't even have a Dorimian. Why are you so eager to visit a grooming salon? Now look, we're lost. I just wanted to see how they groom them." Sino Yumo bit her finger, her eyes lighting up. Look, isn't that a grooming salon over there? From afar, Akamoto spotted a shop filled with Dorimians sporting various hairstyles. It should be. If you want to go ahead. I need to purchase some cranberry berries and pear powder. Upon reaching the grooming salon, Akamoto exchanged pleasantries with Sino Yumo and instructed her to wait while he visited the Pokémon store. Cranberry berries are excellent for enhancing a Pokémon's appearance, improving fur quality and shine. Pear powder, a unique ingredient from Kalos, is favored by many normal-type Pokémon. These two items were essential components of Akamoto's normal-type Pokémon food recipe and were readily available at the Pokémon store. Besides the 50,000 yen gifted by the shopkeeper, Akamoto had accumulated 800 yen in tips and 3,000 yen from his part-time job, totaling 3,800 yen. Though Sino Yumo carried an abundance of berries, cranberry berries and pear powder were unavailable in the Kanto region. After some searching, he located a Pokémon store characterized by its blue dome-roofed architecture, spending 2,500 yen on materials sufficient to create 10 portions of Pokémon food. Just as he prepared to return to the grooming salon to find Sino Yumo, a sudden commotion caught his attention. A Rampardos burst forth from a flower bed, charging towards a beautiful woman beside her Riolu, colliding into the creature in an attempt to snatch away its ice cream. Riolu quickly concealed the ice cream behind its back, refraining from retaliating. Before Akamoto could intervene, Rampardos launched another attack, its sharp claws raking across Riolu, which had not been trained as a combat Pokémon and lacked even the basic reflexes to evade. Seizing the moment, Rampardos snatched the ice cream and vanished into the underbrush. The frightened woman hurriedly scooped up Riolu just as Akamoto arrived on the scene. Riolu's plump body bore several deep scars, and its fragile tail trailed along the ground for a distance, presenting a dire situation. A woman cradled Riolu and hurried toward the Pokémon Center, yet a considerable distance remained. Unable to bear the sight of Riolu's suffering expression, Akiyama stepped forward, inquired, "May I take a look at this creature? I am here to participate in the Pokémon breeder assessment and possess some healing techniques. Allow me to treat it first." The woman, visibly anxious about Riolu's injuries, nodded fervently upon hearing Akiyama's words and implored, "Is that true? I would greatly appreciate your assistance in treating Riolu." Akiyama nodded, instructing the woman to gently place Riolu by the edge of a flower bed, from which he retrieved several items from his backpack. He commenced by cleansing the wounds with saline solution, meticulously removing debris from the injuries. Afterward, he delicately sprayed on a healing ointment and temporarily secured Riolu's wounds with a bandage. Despite these efforts, Riolu remained in evident distress. Akiyama mimicked the act of massaging Riolu while quietly channeling a modicum of life energy to facilitate its healing. Akiyama intended to suggest that the woman retrieve Riolu with a Pokeball, but to his surprise, She revealed that this Riolu was not her Pokémon and that she did not possess a Pokeball for it. The road was restricted to vehicular traffic, leaving little room for hesitation. After expressing her gratitude to Akiyama, the woman anxiously continued her hurried journey to the Pokémon Center, clutching Riolu. Akiyama pondered for a moment before following suit, curious to observe the effects of the life energy treatment. Chapter 18. The Tsundere Panda. Miss Sachi, your Mariel has fully recovered, Ms. Joy announced as she and a chubby Snorlax wheeled a small cart out of the treatment room, with the revitalized Mariel waving from atop the cart. Sachi. The woman in question hurriedly scooped up Mariel, exclaiming, I was so worried about you, Mariel. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Ms. Joy smiled gently, replying, no need for thanks. The Snorlax beside her chimed in with a couple of cheerful sounds. Mariel's recovery was surprisingly swift, far quicker than Okamoto had anticipated. Prior to administering treatment, Mariel had been gravely injured. Okamoto had estimated a need for 30 minutes of care at the Pokémon Center, yet here they were, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. It seemed that the restorative power of life energy was indeed formidable. With merely a touch of it, Mariel's injuries had been largely mended. Mariel's wounds have been treated exceptionally well, allowing us to proceed with ease, Ms. Joy remarked. Upon hearing this, Sachi quickly turned to Okamoto, expressing her gratitude once more. I truly owe you one. Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. Okamoto waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied. I simply couldn't bear to see Mariel in pain. My name is Okamoto, hailing from the city of Tokiwa in the Kanto region. Sachi introduced herself formally. I am Sachi from the town of Chaosiang, and I warmly welcome you to visit. Chaosiang? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Okamoto, though he couldn't quite place it. Sachi, assuming Okamoto was unfamiliar with it, elaborated, Chaosiang is a small town south of Kalos, with very few residents. So it's understandable if you haven't heard of it. A small town south of Kalos with scant inhabitants? Wait a moment, Chaosiang, Sachi, could it be the mother of Selena? Thinking of Selena, Okamoto couldn't help but recall the infuriatingly straightforward Ash Ketchum. How could someone as charming as Selena be so evidently pursuing him while he remained oblivious? I believe I've heard of Chaosiang. Doesn't it have numerous ride-on? I must visit there someday, he said, preparing to take his leave. Since Mariel has recovered, I should be on my way. Others are waiting for me. Sachi quickly stopped him. Okamoto, let's exchange pager numbers so you can contact me when you arrive. Okamoto paused, pondering the concept of a pager. I can't afford one, he thought, but eventually decided to share the pager number of Yuma Hoshi, planning to acquire one for himself when finances allowed. After bidding farewell to Sachi, Okamoto made his way to the beauty salon where Yuma Hoshi was working, lost in thought. He had yet to encounter any of the main characters associated with Pokémon. He had learned much about various elements of the anime online that had not been introduced in earlier episodes, leading him to believe that the era of Ash Ketchum was far behind. However, upon meeting Sachi, doubts crept in. She appeared far too youthful to fit his timeline, as she should have been at least 35 by his estimates, yet she seemed to be in her 20s. Lost in contemplation, Okamoto arrived at the beauty salon. Upon entering, he spotted Yuma Hoshi clad in a beautician's outfit, assisting a young man with scissors and a comb. Observing her enthusiasm, Okamoto chose to remain silent, watching as she groomed a Drifloon. After half an hour, Yuma Hoshi completed the grooming, her face lighting up with joy as she finally noticed Okamoto, who had been dozing off on the sofa. Ah, big brother Okamoto, you're back from shopping. He roused from his semi-conscious state. I've been back for a while. Did you enjoy grooming Drifloon? Yuma Hoshi nodded eagerly. Yes. It was so much fun. I'm about to go have dinner. Are you joining me? If not, you can stay here and be a beautician. Okamoto chuckled. Oh dear, I'm hungry too. Where shall we dine? Yuma Hoshi waved her hands dismissively, expressing her desire not to stay behind, while patting her stomach to convey her hunger. After bidding farewell to the salon's owner, the young man who had assisted Yuma Hoshi, they set off to a bamboo rice restaurant that Okamoto had discovered. Once the 2 servings of bamboo leaf-wrapped rice arrived at their table, the sweet fragrance of bamboo wafted toward them, igniting their appetites. Each serving consisted of 6 rice balls, with the rice steamed in fresh bamboo tubes, sealed with small openings. The resulting white rice absorbed the delicate bamboo aroma, complemented by a hint of sweetness, and was wrapped in tender bamboo leaves to form a rice ball. Yuma Hoshi relished the meal, devouring her entire serving in record time, which was quite astonishing given her usual appetite. Noticing her eagerness, Okamoto smiled and ordered 2 more servings. Soon, a playful panda Pokémon, donned in a waiter-s attire, arrived with 2 additional servings of bamboo leaf-wrapped rice for them. Observing the disgruntled expression on the panda-s face, Okamoto was inspired to reach out and gently pat its head, though the panda generally exuded an air of arrogance. A gentle touch would elicit a shy smile. This particular panda was no exception. Upon receiving Akamoto's unexpected affection, it blushed and smiled, prompting Yumahoshi to join in and pet its head as well. Perhaps this was why the panda, despite its apparent impatience as a waiter, persevered in its role, after all. It adored being petted by others. Unbeknownst to Yumahoshi, who inquired, "Big brother Akamoto, this Pokémon is so much fun. What is its name?" Akamoto replied, "This is a Piplup. I've heard that the owner of this establishment was once a formidable trainer who resided among the bamboo forest with the Piplup's kin. In truth, Piplup were known for their mischievous nature, making them unsuitable for novice trainers, and they were typically elusive when alone. To capture one would need to defeat the leader of their pack, the rebellious pandas." Yumahoshi was captivated by Akamoto's tales of Pokémon, nodding vigorously as she stuffed rice balls into her mouth. "All right, let's eat quickly. We need to secure good seats at Prism Tower for tonight's light show." He playfully tousled her hair, reminiscent of how he had petted the Piplup. Swatting Akamoto's hand away, Yumahoshi shot him a glare before swiftly finishing the remaining rice balls. Akamoto laughed heartily as he settled the bill. The total for the 4 servings of bamboo leaf-wrapped rice was 1,200 yen, leaving him with just 100 yen, his last bit of money. Determined to create Akamoto brand dumplings suitable for Drifloon and other similar Pokémon, he resolved to spend his last funds. By the time Akamoto and Yumahoshi reached Prism Tower, they found a throng of people eagerly awaiting the light show. Had they delayed even slightly, they would have missed out on prime seating. Indeed, Maera City was the most populous city in the entire league. At 7 o'clock, a yellow beam of light danced around the Prism Tower like a dragon, followed by a kaleidoscope of colors illuminating the buildings surrounding the tower, evoking a sense of boundless romance. Regrettably, the only companion to share this enchanting spectacle with was the underage Yumahoshi. Sighing, Akamoto gazed up at the sky, lamenting his lack of a girlfriend, while stealing a glance at Yumahoshi, who was intently engrossed in the light show. What was it, about 3 years? Alas, I cannot recall. Chapter 19. Festival Pear Dumplings. Last night, I accompanied the little girl to watch the light show. Initially, it was quite entertaining. Yet as the hours dragged on, Akamoto found himself growing somewhat bored. He tugged at the sleeve of the still engaged Yukino, and they departed. I heard that there was almost a stampede when the event concluded at 11, but fortunately, they slipped away early, after rising and enjoying breakfast. Akamoto sequestered himself in his room to experiment with crafting Pokémon food. If he failed, he would be left to sleep on the streets tomorrow, unable to afford the lodging fees. The ratio of cranberry to festival pear flower is 2:1:3:4, with a hint of blue-orange fruit and perhaps a touch of spicy tomato. That doesn't seem quite right. Sitting at his makeshift workstation, Akamoto muttered to himself, his hands smeared with fruit puree made from crushed berries, gazing at the reddish-gray concoction before him. He felt confident that this was the correct approach. After all, he had failed twice before, and his first attempt at creating fairy-type food had been a success. Using molds, he shaped the reddish-gray dumplings and called his 4 Eevees to his side, feeding them one by one. Is it delicious? How does it taste? Akamoto watched them with eager anticipation. 2 of the little Eevees chirped joyfully, "Eevee, Eevee, Eevee. Delicious. More please." The female Eevee savored the delightful flavor, noting that this batch was far superior to the previous 2 attempts. The male Eevee, more composed, conveyed his thoughts, "Eevee, Eevee, Eevee. Very tasty. I feel my strength has increased slightly, and my ability to harness energy seems enhanced." The large Eevee demonstrated a charging pose, proving through its own experience the success of Akamoto's latest creation. There were no issues with the enhancement of elemental power, and the taste was commendable. As for the cosmetic effects of the cranberries, they were certainly beyond testing. Akamoto nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Now let us transform the remaining 7 portions into finished products. I shall name them Festival Pear Dumplings." Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully inventing Pokémon food. Festival Pear Dumplings Green. Accumulate 5 inventions of green quality or above in Pokémon items and food. Or cultivate Pokémon eggs of green quality or above to receive achievement rewards. Please continue your efforts. Current achievement progress. 2-5. Akamoto felt a hint of disappointment, having anticipated an immediate reward. The process of inventing Pokémon items truly drained his mental faculties. He had spent every spare moment in recent days devising formulas, all based on a comprehensive foundation of basic breeding knowledge. Yet he had failed twice. Having fed the freshly made festival pear dumplings to the Eevees, he sought to compensate for their earlier misadventures. Throughout the morning, Akamoto diligently prepared the dumplings, striving to maximize the efficacy of the berries, which required continual pressing and stirring, an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. Considering the market price for white-quality Pokémon food as assessed by the system, his festival pear dumplings would undoubtedly belong to a premium brand. However, The current obstacle was their lack of recognition and credibility. White-quality Pokémon food in the Pokémon shop was priced at 200 yuan per can, universally applicable, merely sufficient to satiate hunger. Yellow-quality Pokémon food began to reflect corresponding types, offering better taste, crafted by breeders and sold in Pokémon shops, priced at 2,000 yuan per can, tenfold the cost. This illustrates the immense profits associated with the breeder title. Those certified by the Alliance inherently serve as a draw. Theoretically, Akamoto's green-quality festival pear dumplings could also command a tenfold price, and considering their unique ability to enhance elemental power and the vitality he infused, selling for 50,000 yuan per can would be quite reasonable. Each set of materials could yield 3 cans of the finished product. After accounting for the portions consumed by the Eevees, Akamoto had produced a total of 18 cans of festival pear dumplings in a single morning. If sold at 50,000 yuan each, that would amount to a staggering 900,000 yuan. Unfortunately, there was no guarantee anyone would buy them. With a sigh, Akamoto packed away the dumplings and prepared to visit the beauty salon from the previous day. He emptied the Pokémon food previously purchased by Yukino from its jar, replacing it with the festival pear dumplings. He even tore off the paper label, scribbling the name Festival Pear Dumplings in an unrefined scrawl. "Hello, is anyone here?" Akamoto pushed open the salon door, peeking inside. The door to a small room on the left opened, and the young shopkeeper from yesterday stepped out. "You must be the brother of that lovely young lady from yesterday. How may I assist you?" "Please, have a seat. I will be with you shortly." Akamoto remained silent and inquired, "Are you giving Dorimia a makeover again?" The shopkeeper smiled. "Indeed. If you're interested, you may come in and take a look." Following the shopkeeper into the beauty room, Akamoto observed a flamboyantly dressed young man, quite artistic in appearance, seated at the central table where a Dorimia awaited its grooming. "Thank you for your patience, sir. Let us continue with the grooming of your Dorimia." The shopkeeper addressed the young man while Akamoto took a seat beside him, distractedly scanning the room rather than focusing on the grooming process. The young man, curious about Akamoto, asked, "Are you here for a Pokémon makeover as well?" At that moment, Akamoto was engrossed in examining the various grooming tools on the shelf. Upon hearing the question, he casually replied, "Not really. Not really? If you're at a Pokémon salon, what else could you possibly be here for?" The young man pressed, "What brings you here?" Akamoto shot him a strange look, and the young man, realizing he had not introduced himself, said, "My apologies. I'm Macaulay. I was just curious as to why you would come to a Pokémon salon if not for a makeover." "Macaulay?" Akamoto scrutinized this Macaulay fellow. Surely he couldn't be the same one he knew, and given his outlandish appearance, he scarcely seemed to possess the potential to be a client of mine. "If you are indeed the champion Macaulay, then I would be more than happy to enlighten you." Macaulay grinned, his pride swelling. "Yes, it is I, the champion Macaulay. Now, may I learn your name?" "I am Akamoto. But really, do not jest. The Macaulay I speak of is not only a champion but also a top-tier coordinating trainer." How could he possibly dress like that? Dress like what? Macaulay blurted, momentarily taken aback. Though he was unfamiliar with the term chamate, Akamoto's tone conveyed disapproval, indicating it was certainly not a compliment. Challenged by Akamoto's skepticism, Macaulay's stubbornness flared. He retrieved a meticulously designed backpack, rummaging through it while muttering, "This insolent young man does not believe in the esteemed Macaulay. I shall leave you utterly astonished." Akamoto was perplexed by his reaction and could not quite catch what he was mumbling. Suddenly, Macaulay brandished a shiny medal, nearly thrusting it into Akamoto's face. "Behold, this is the Alliance's exclusive insignia. You should understand what this medal signifies." Upon seeing Akamoto take the medal, Macaulay wore a smug expression, reminiscent of a mischievous panda. "Ah, this medal." Akamoto scrutinized it, while Macaulay's eager demeanor suggested it practically bore the inscription, "I am the illustrious Macaulay." "Oh, this medal," Akamoto exclaimed. "At last. You believe I am Macaulay?" Macaulay thought happily. "Wait a moment. Why should I be happy about proving my own identity?" Akamoto remarked, studying the medal further. "I do not recognize this medal." Akamoto no longer kept Macaulay in suspense, smoothly finishing his words. Although he was unfamiliar with the medal, the expression on his face suggested it truly belonged to Macaulay. However, we chose to feign ignorance, wanting to provoke this haughty character, who had always been perceived as elegant and refined, yet now resembled a petulant child. Macaulay, taken aback by the sudden twist, struggled to catch his breath. His face flushed as he slammed his fist onto the sofa, exclaiming, "How could you possibly not recognize this medal? Humph, who wouldn't know about your trivial award? Such a self-important little brat." Akamoto chuckled mockingly, his pride evident. Finally realizing he had been toyed with by Akamoto, Macaulay abandoned all semblance of grace and lunged at him. Enraged, "How dare you call me a child? Your insufferable face is truly exasperating." Chapter 20. Who Suffers Loss? The store manager was diligently grooming Macauley's Dormia when, to his astonishment, the two individuals seated on the sofa suddenly erupted into a brawl. After considerable effort, they were finally separated. The manager looked on with a wry smile at the disheveled figures of Akiyama and Macauley, and then at the toppled flower pot. "You're a dog. How dare you bite?" Macauley shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Akiyama. Akiyama, with a haughty expression, retorted, "If only I could defeat you, you little brat." Initially, Macauley had no intention of continuing the altercation, but Akiyama's taunt ignited his fury. "Who are you calling a little brat? You infuriate me." Hey. There's no need for that. Let's refrain from physical confrontation," the manager interjected hastily, restraining Macauley with a look of exasperation. "Did I neglect to check the lunar calendar before opening shop today? Wait, what even is a lunar calendar?" Akiyama was about to deliver another sarcastic remark when the manager turned to him with a serious demeanor. "You have entered my establishment not only to groom Pokémon but also to injure my customer and topple my flower pot. What exactly is your purpose here?" Akiyama, sensing the manager's growing displeasure, quickly apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. I initially came to recommend a particular Pokémon food for Dormia, but I was incensed when this person impersonated my idol, Macauley, and thus, we got into a scuffle." Macauley was incensed by Akiyama's nonsense. "Does this person take me for a fool? I'm Macauley." Akiyama feigned surprise, his expression exaggerated. "Oh, is it truly you, my idol? I am deeply sorry. I hope I did not injure you." With that, he insincerely began to poke and prod at Macauley. Disgusted, Macauley swatted Akiyama's hand away and retreated to a corner. Unfazed, Akiyama boldly produced a special food item from his spatial backpack, presenting it to the manager. "This is a culinary creation from my esteemed teacher, specifically designed for normal-type Pokémon. It remarkably enhances a Pokémon's mastery and power of normal-type abilities and ensures their coat remains lustrous and smooth with long-term consumption." Macauley interjected skeptically, "You claim it maintains a shiny coat, but enhancing ability mastery and power through mere Pokémon food? How is that even possible?" At 20 years of age, Macauley was not only the champion of the Hoenn region, but also a top coordinator and an advanced breeder. With only the elite breeders above him, he had experimented extensively with various Pokémon foods and energy cubes, and the idea of a Pokémon food possessing the ability to enhance skill mastery and power seemed implausible. Akiyama shrugged dismissively. "You've never encountered my Pokémon food before. It didn't exist previously, but now it does. Why not let your Dormia give it a try? Why should I let my Dormia sample your Pokémon food? Who knows if it has any side effects?" Akiyama remained unconcerned. "How about a wager? If your Dormia consumes my food and experiences no effect, I will publicly apologize on television. Conversely, if it does, you must purchase all of my food. Do you dare to wager?" Macauley crossed his arms defiantly. "I accept the challenge. Today, I shall expose you as the fraud you are." Akiyama smirked, not engaging in further argument, as he intended to rely on this foolish individual to bolster his small fortune. "Then let the store manager serve as our witness, shall we?" Intrigued, the manager agreed and led Akiyama and Macauley down the staircase to the basement. "This is my workspace for researching various styles. It's quite spacious. We can experiment here." Eager to unveil Akiyama's deceit, Macauley interrupted. "How do you intend to conduct this experiment?" Ignoring him, Akiyama rummaged through a corner of the basement and found several thick wooden boards. Although he was unsure why the manager had kept such items, they were ideal for testing Dormia. Can your Dormia perform the Hebut move? Although a collision will suffice, the effect will be less pronounced due to the low base power, resulting in a smaller enhancement. Macauley replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" Akiyama carefully positioned one of the wooden boards atop two others and commanded Dormia, "Unleash your full strength and strike the center of the wooden board with Hebut." Dormia looked bewilderedly at Macauley, who mirrored the confusion. "Come on, hurry up and do it." "Listen to me," Akiyama urged. Uncertain whether to heed Akiyama, Dormia sought Macaulay's approval, which he granted. After gathering strength, a faint gray aura enveloped Dormia's forehead. Finally, fully charged, Dormia delivered a powerful headbutt to the center of the board, shattering it instantly. Akiyama stepped forward to set up another board, placing the broken piece aside. "This is merely a level 16 Dormia, likely newly captured by you. Its destructive capability is indeed limited. After it digests the food, have it use Hebut again with all its might." He fed Dormia several of the best quality food pieces, patting its head. The manager and Macauley observed Akiyama's confident demeanor, puzzled about what he was attempting to achieve. Can the difference in power be discerned from just a few wooden boards? Upon consuming the food, Dormia found it exceptionally delicious, far superior to its usual Pokémon food. To its astonishment, it felt a slight increase in strength, and the air felt more pleasant. As the time approached, Akiyama issued another attack command to Dormiya. With a familiar sound, the board cracked cleanly in two. Akiyama grinned confidently. Well, Mikoli, you've lost. Despite observing that Dormiya had relished the food, Mikoli protested. You think you can declare me defeated based on just two boards? The breaking sounds were similar. There is no proof to support your claims. Akiyama presented the two boards to Mikoli, pointing at the cracks. The initial fracture shows longer splinters compared to the second. This indicates an increase in strength, which accelerated the time it took for the board to break. Dormiya nodded in agreement, though it was unclear if it understood the explanation. Is that true? Mikoli asked skeptically, inspecting the boards. Upon closer examination, he noticed that Akiyama's assertion seemed accurate. He placed another board and instructed Dormiya to use head, but once more. This time, the fractures were indeed significantly shorter than the first. All right, you win. I can see that your teacher's creation is an impressive Pokémon food. Is your teacher a top breeder? May I know their name? Mikoli, ever gracious in defeat, acknowledged the efficacy of the food, yet he remained skeptical that Akiyama could produce it himself, thus assuming he had a mentor. Akiyama raised an eyebrow. I taught myself? He then produced the remaining 17 jars of the food and pushed them toward Mikoli. The jar I just gave to Dormiya is complimentary. Each jar is 80,000, totaling 1.36 million. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via bank transfer? After all, Dormiya's family was quite affluent. Akiyama had initially planned to sell them to the manager for 50,000 each, but now he was selling them for 80,000. He chuckled to himself. As Akiyama pondered with a sly grin, Mikoli exclaimed with delight, so inexpensive. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I shall purchase them all. What is the matter? My young friend? Is 80,000 too costly to be considered a bargain? Am I merely impoverished and lacking in experience, or is there something else at play? Little did he know that in Mikoli's eyes, such potent Pokémon nourishment, crafted by a top-tier breeder of national renown, was indeed a remarkable deal at 80,000 per can. Just moments ago, he had observed that Dormiya's power from the head but had remained unchanged after 2 uses, which attested to the enduring effects of the pear dumpling. Although the initial impact might be impressive, it could gradually diminish over time. The price remained exceptionally reasonable. Thus, Mikoli acquired all the pear dumplings, and since Akiyama lacked a pager, Mikoli simply handed him a nameless bank card worth 1 million. One believed he had made a small profit, while the other felt he had not suffered a loss. But in the end, who truly bore the loss? Was it the author who suffered? Chapter 21. Do you disdain the elderly? With a sense of satisfaction, Akamoto carefully stored the bank card given by Mikoli, jotting down his pager number with the promise to notify him when there were goods in stock. Mikoli, equally elated, acknowledged that although Akamoto had a somewhat abrasive personality, the quality of the goods was undeniably impressive. He patted Akamoto on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Keep up the good work, little brother. Make sure to procure more from your master. I've got your back." Akamoto, with a hint of disdain, brushed off his hand, retorting, "Go away. Who asked your little brother? No chance of climbing the social ladder with me." Mikoli chose not to argue, merely securing the festival pear dumplings, planning to share some with his master and sister, perhaps one can each. After bidding farewell to the store manager and Mikoli, Akamoto made his way to the Pokémon shop, purchasing over 50 packets of festival pear powder and cranberry fruit. Despite the abundance of cranberries, the festival pear powder, typically used as fertilizer, was in limited supply, and he bought every last bit. Excitedly, he rushed back to the inn, extending his stay for another 10 days and even covering the rent for the young girl. Hoshino Yumamo, upon hearing that there was a Pokémon school nearby, took the opportunity to sneak out early in the morning to attend classes during the breeder examinations. With all materials prepared and the fruits mashed into a paste, Akamoto hastily consumed a cup of noodles before starting to make the festival pear dumplings. Hours slipped by, and after 3 hours of labor, he produced 6 batches of green-quality festival pear dumplings. However, to his dismay, the quality of the 7th batch dropped to yellow. System? Do you have any insight into this? Akamoto pondered for a long time without reaching an understanding. Thus, he turned to the system for assistance. Ding! The recipe for the festival pear dumplings created by the host originally only possessed yellow quality. The enhancement to green quality was due to life force. Life force is consumable. Given the host's current capacity to restore life force, a maximum of 2 batches can be produced per day, with no upper limit on life force recovery. What? So I've exhausted my life force? Akamoto grimaced as the system confirmed succinctly, yes, with a sigh. He quietly organized the remaining materials, reflecting, I thought I could become a billionaire with this. I was clearly overestimating. Life force automatically absorbs energy for recovery, and the denser the biological environment, the quicker the restoration. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 4:30 p.m. So he tidied up his room and ventured out to purchase necessities. At the Pokémon shop, he indulged in luxury, acquiring the latest Devon pager and several well-crafted sooth bells. He also selected a few stylish clothing items, replacing his 50-yen underwear with high-end pieces worth 2,000. Later, he dined lavishly at the restaurant he and Hoshino Yumamo visited the previous day, enjoying a playful encounter with some mischievous pandas. Okamoto was thoroughly delighted with his day. It wasn't until after 7 that Hoshino Yumamo returned to the inn, her face beaming with joy, occasionally blushing as she walked, leaving Okamoto perplexed. With little activity planned for the evening, he spent the night organizing his Pokémon breeding knowledge in preparation for the examination the following day. After a full day of preparation, the breeder examination was set to commence at 10 in the morning, sponsored by Devon Corporation in one of their buildings. The presence of Devon was ubiquitous, stirring up criticism from Okamoto as he collected his number and entered the designated room for the written test. The provided room resembled a private voting booth, featuring a desk and a chair, with a sealed interior to prevent cheating. This examination saw participation from 30,000 individuals across various regions, with many hoping to ride on luck for a chance at success, while the rest, seemingly more confident, were mostly middle-aged individuals who had failed repeatedly over the years. Before entering the room, participants were required to temporarily surrender their backpacks and electronic devices to the staff. Once inside, the test papers were distributed through a small opening in the desk, with a 2-hour timer for the written exam. After just 1 hour, Okamoto completed all questions. As he was well-versed in the fundamental knowledge of Pokémon, the subsequent situational judgment questions presented scenarios involving unexpected events during breeding or battles. Although the system did not provide direct answers, Okamoto was familiar with various solutions to these situations, which were clearly outlined in the test. He filled the paper densely with his responses and, with a triumphant shout, submitted it through the small opening. The paper traveled via a conveyor belt to a spacious office where several elderly individuals and 2 middle-aged women from the Joy family were seated. "Wow, someone finished the exam in just an hour this year," exclaimed a bespectacled elder as he retrieved Okamoto's paper, adjusting his glasses while casually scanning it. "Huh. In all these years, those who submitted their papers in an hour, aside from that 1 year when Macaulay achieved a perfect score, were usually those who realized they had no hope and gave up," remarked another elder, puffing on a pipe. "Do you really think there is another Macaulay?" Ignoring his comment, the first elder's demeanor shifted from casual to serious, ultimately transforming into astonishment. Observing the change in expression, the 2 Joys leaned in closer, spreading Okamoto's paper across the table. The elder addressed the Joys, Xiaojing, "Xiaoli, take a look at this paper. It seems we have an exceptional talent this year." "What do you mean, Oldswa? At your age, you shouldn't be so surprised," commented one of the elders. "I'm not the one overreacting. Heji, you should see for yourself," Oldswa replied. Calling over 2 more elders who were chatting, "Chongli, Shiv, come take a look." Curious, Chongli and Shiv approached, and soon all 6 individuals gathered around Okamoto's test paper. Oldswa, with a hint of excitement, remarked, "How did he manage to address a Pokémon's burn without using any artificial tools? The common choice would be to use berries. However, this paper suggests applying a mixture of cocoa fruit and blue-orange fruit to the burn, then rinsing the wound with the juice from berry leaves. The ideal answer for that question merely required the order of rinsing the wound with water and applying berries. Yet he proposed a novel approach. The other 5, intrigued, began to ponder. Shiv recalled, "I remember that Professor Oak in Kanto researched the enhancement effects of blue-orange fruit on other berries. The conclusion was that mixing blue-orange fruit with others indeed boosts their efficacy. However, he never completed his paper, meaning this discovery has been published yet." Chongli nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The blue-orange fruit possesses mild properties, and when combined with the more potent cocoa fruit, it treats burns without aggravating the Pokémon." "What a bold and brilliant solution," Joyly added. "Rinsing a burn with plain water without prior treatment can severely irritate the Pokémon. However, using the juice from berry leaves, which has some healing properties, resolves this issue perfectly. What a genius idea." Joyjing and Heji, slower to grasp, could only nod in agreement. "Moreover, what about this? Indeed, how did I not think of it? Ah, look at this. What kind of fruit is this? This Okamoto is rather splendid. I sincerely hope he is not a middle-aged individual," Joying exclaimed. "Are you expressing disdain for the elderly?" He, Shiwu, Changli, and Zhuliang all turned their gazes towards her in unison. Joying hurriedly waved her hands, awkwardly responding, "No, that is not the case at all." At this moment, our protagonist, Okamoto, was resting his head on the table, awaiting the conclusion of the written examination. Chapter 22. Jiang Liya. As the announcement echoed through the air, the assessors in the room began to emerge, those who had not completed their questions dejectedly submitting their papers. After leaving the room, Chiu Yuan made a beeline for a nearby restaurant. It was just past 11, and the lunch hour was fast approaching. The eateries in the vicinity would soon be overflowing, and Qiuyuan wished to avoid the hassle of searching far and wide for a seat. The Alliance had dispatched 200 staff members to review the objective questions, while 6 examiners would oversee the practical assessments. Historically, the number of papers reaching these 6 evaluators rarely exceeded 500, prompting the Alliance to announce that results would be revealed at 2 in the afternoon. Qiuyuan leisurely sipped on seaweed soup, devouring a curry fishball, while observing the disappointed faces of those who entered the restaurant only to find no available seats. At that moment, a girl with exquisite features and short brown hair walked in, her expression mirroring the disappointment of the others. Suddenly, she noticed an empty seat directly across from Qiuyuan, who was calmly enjoying his soup in a corner, and quickly made her way toward him. Qiuyuan, engrossed in his battle with the curry fishball, felt the presence of someone at his table and looked up to see a beautiful young lady. Wasn't it a norm in the Pokémon world for people to shun sharing tables? "Hello, may I sit here?" she inquired. "Suit yourself. I'm nearly done," Qiuyuan replied casually. "Are you here for the assessment as well?" "It's my first time here," the girl said, ordering a beef rice bowl but feeling a bit awkward as she waited. "Yes, it's my first time too," Qiuyuan said, nonchalantly picking up another curry fishball. "Really? You must be quite talented, judging by your age," she remarked. I'm not that impressive." Qiuyuan hastily swallowed his food, thinking she assumed he was being modest, only to follow with, "I came here today to dominate the competition." The girl raised an eyebrow at his boastfulness. "Oh, is that so? You're quite confident. I wish you success." Qiuyuan, unfazed by his own arrogance, took another sip of soup. "Thanks. I'm full now, goodbye." Despite the beauty before him, Qiuyuan had no intention of prolonging the conversation. He would rather devote his time to drafting his Pokémon thesis. Indeed, with an hour to spare after submitting his assessment, he began to conceptualize his paper, titled The Existence of Elemental Power. This was prompted by the recent Alliance-sponsored thesis competition, judged by prominent figures such as Professor Okito, Professor Serrano, Professor Oda, Professor Akatsuki, and Professor Buratano, who would rank the papers of non-doctorate participants based on their influence. The paper deemed to have the most significant impact on the Alliance would secure the first prize, the opportunity for doctoral advancement and an Alolan Vulpix Pokémon egg. Qiuyuan was particularly drawn to the Vulpix egg. Although the Fire-type Ninetales was undeniably beautiful, the Ice-type Ninetales held a unique allure. Presently, the Alliance was still negotiating with the Alolan region and had yet to incorporate it under its jurisdiction, thus Qiuyuan could not venture to Alola to capture an Ice Vulpix. The existence of this thesis competition was fortuitous for him. He planned to substantiate the presence of elemental power through the performance of various Pokémon techniques, with the crucial aspect being to manifest elemental power through Kyrolean. While mulling over these details, Qiuyuan was momentarily distracted by passers-by discussing the results of the assessments being released early. "Is that so? Let's hurry, we might miss out on a seat," one exclaimed. Glancing at his watch, Qiuyuan was surprised to see it was only a little past 1 o'clock. When had the Alliance become so efficient? With little else to ponder, he decided to follow the 2 individuals towards the venue. Wow, so many people, Qiuyuan gasped at the crowd, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Earlier that morning, he hadn't noticed the throngs of people, but now, the masses gathered before the announcement board triggered a sense of claustrophobia. "Kyrolean, could you fly over and see where I rank on the board?" he requested, as the list hung on a wall, making it impossible to squeeze in. Kyrolean nodded and floated gracefully to the board, scanning it from top to bottom before returning. "How did it go?" "Master, you ranked first." Kyrolean beamed with a smile. Qiuyuan let out a satisfied, elongated note. "As expected, just as I predicted. In this year's breeder assessment, I am undoubtedly the brightest star." Kyrolean chuckled at his unabashed confidence. Zhuoliang had been lingering below the board, approaching those who exhibited confident expressions to inquire about their names. Unfortunately, he had been eager to discover Qiuyuan's appearance, yet Qiuyuan stood 100 meters away, out of reach. However, he did stumble upon a remarkable find: the girl who secured second place in the written exam, scoring an impressive 99 points, was merely 16 years old, a rare prodigy he hoped to recruit. Yet, he wished even more to entice Qiuyuan, hoping he was not an older candidate. In the written assessment, 300 out of 30,000 participants achieved scores of 90 or above, resulting in a pass rate of just 1%. At last, the clock struck 2, and the venue doors swung open once more, allowing the 300 successful candidates to form 3 lines for Hudi's psychic evaluation. After a young girl submitted her identification, the Alliance staff member responsible for verifying identities expressed surprise. "You are Zhonglia? But you are only 16. Zhonglia beamed. "Yes, can we begin the evaluation?" The staff member nodded, and Hudi raised its spoon, initiating the psychic connection. Is she truly the second-place candidate? A genius at such a young age. Indeed. I am 35 years old, and I have participated in the breeder assessment every 2 years, yet I have only reached 56th place, another remarked. Not only is she a genius, but she is also quite beautiful, another added. Upon hearing the discussions from those ahead in line, Zhou Yuan perked up, intrigued. A 16-year-old girl in second place? Impressive. After Jiang Liye completed her evaluation and collected her identification card, she entered the central ecological garden to receive her third Pokémon. As she turned, Zhou Yuan caught sight of her and recognized her as the beautiful girl from earlier that day. Wow. Only 16, and she scored 99 points on her first assessment? If I hadn't flunked, I would have been in first place, he thought. Watching Jiang Liye disappear into the ecological garden. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Yuan continued to wait in line until he was finally next, presenting his identification card. He took a moment to scrutinize Hoodie. Not bad. This Hoodie has been well trained, he mused, inspecting its data. Upon discovering Hoodie's information, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. What? A purple quality? King-level Hoodie? Here for my psychic evaluation? Hey, system, come out. Ding. What can I assist you with? Didn't you say that purple quality is a unique trait of quasi-divine Pokémon? Why is this Hoodie classified as purple quality? The purple qualification in the system description signifies a quasi-divine Pokémon, indicating a life level that has transcended that of ordinary Pokémon. This particular alakazam has surpassed the life tier typical for its species, reaching the quasi-divine status. There exist numerous methods through which Pokémon can elevate their life levels. The most quintessential being the utilization of exceptionally high-quality evolution stones. In the case of the host, when their life force attains a certain magnitude, it can be consumed to facilitate the transcendence of a Pokémon's life level. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Akamoto seemed to have an epiphany. The life force could be likened to Nagi's psychic abilities. However, while Nagi can only induce a temporary evolution in psychic-type Pokémon, Akamoto's life force possesses the capacity to permanently transcend a Pokémon's life level, or its species classification. It can be understood that the creative divine power inherent within each Pokémon varies, leading to disparities in species. In contrast, the life force bestowed upon Akamoto by Arceus serves to compensate for the deficiencies in a Pokémon's power, enabling it to surpass its species limitations. Having grasped this concept, Akamoto appeared to envision a path to prosperity and invincibility in the world. Chapter 23. The Mounting Sheep. Upon scanning Akamoto's identity, the staff could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "You are Akamoto? How can you be so youthful?" The individuals queued behind Akamoto instantly erupted in whispers, casting envious glances in his direction. Akamoto raised his hands in a modest gesture, chuckling, "Oh, it's nothing special, just keeping a low profile." Meanwhile, Shermu and Changli, observing from the second floor, couldn't suppress their laughter. This young lad certainly had a charming wit. Those Will Young was taken aback by Akamoto's tender age and felt quite exhilarated. He wondered if such a cheeky demeanor would ever land him in trouble. As the crowd marveled, Akamoto tucked away his identity card and strode confidently into the ecological park. Is this adorable mounting sheep my designated Pokémon? How splendid. He glanced at the Pokeball in his hand, then at the other trainers who had received Pokémon such as the Jumpluff and Oddish. And a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. The privilege of being first? Quite delightful. I relish such special treatment. Stepping aside, Akamoto released the mounting sheep. Observing this charming creature that barely reached his knees with great interest, gently stroking its back with a hand imbued with life energy. The mounting sheep responded with a couple of contented bleats, nuzzling its head against Akamoto's arm. Unlike the other Pokémon collected by the trainers in the hall, the mounting sheep was friendly and gentle, making it an ideal choice. In contrast, Pokémon like Oddish or Jumpluff, although non-aggressive, were often difficult to gain the trust of in the short term. However, after Akamoto used his life energy to massage the mounting sheep, it quickly warmed up to him. The Pokeballs belonging to Kyubi and her companions had already been entrusted to Yuma, while other solo candidates could store their Pokeballs at the Pokémon Center. For the next 7 days, let us enjoy ourselves, Akamoto said, tenderly stroking the soft fur under the mounting sheep's chin. The mounting sheep affectionately licked Akamoto's hand with its tongue. At that moment, other trainers had also completed their assessments and entered the ecological park to collect their Pokémon. Standing on a platform above the park, Joy Lee addressed the candidates with a microphone. Attention, candidates. For the next 7 days, you may utilize the free fruits provided within the ecological park to nurture your Pokémon meticulously. Ultimately, you will be ranked based on your Pokémon's health. The top 30 candidates will receive a junior breeder certification, so do your best. The ecological park would remain open for the next 7 days, allowing candidates to challenge one another in training battles upon mutual agreement, while malicious competition was strictly prohibited. Each individual had an independent lounge, corresponding to the numbers of the Pokeballs just issued. However, Joyly did not mention a crucial detail. Those who successfully passed the assessment could take home the Pokemon they nurtured over the week. The top 3 candidates would gain access to purchase Pokemon eggs from the Pokemon Alliance Breeding Center, with quantities based on their rankings, 30, 20, and 10 eggs, respectively. Typically, breeders who obtained the certification would purchase a batch of Pokemon eggs from other breeding houses as initial stock. And the quality of these eggs would significantly influence the breeding house's development. The quality of Pokemon eggs sold by common breeding houses was highly uncertain. Without current technology to assess quality, eggs purchased from these establishments could range from ordinary to exceptional, akin to a gamble. In contrast, the eggs sold by the Alliance Breeding Center were exclusive to the top 3 breeders, serving as a privilege granted to foster talent. Through the expertise of various esteemed breeders, the quality of eggs from the Alliance Breeding Center was consistently superior, generally classified as green, providing a higher starting point for breeding houses. Yet, Okamoto remained oblivious to all this. He merely thought that since he would be living with the mounting sheep for 7 days, he ought to care for it well, holding a nonchalant attitude towards rankings. After all, the system's task only required him to pass the Alliance Breeder Assessment, without specifying a rank. Ding! As the host of the Breeder System, if you cannot even secure first place in the Junior Breeder Assessment, what use are you? Main Quest 2, Additional Condition, pass the Breeder Assessment with the top score. Extra reward for success, 1 Pokemon egg, free construction opportunity for breeding house. Failure, host separation. Goodness, even a slacker is deemed unworthy. It threatens to sever my connection as the host. Do I appear to be the type to yield? Aha, I must secure first place. How enticing. However, what does it mean to receive 1 Pokemon egg? What about its quality? Its species? Unknown. Okamoto was once again baffled by the system. Unknown? What does that even mean? You provide rewards but know nothing about them? Sigh. It seems this system has its quirks. Not only in temperament but also in functionality. After concluding her announcements, Joyly departed, leaving the prospective breeders to their own devices. Okamoto leisurely strolled through the ecological park with the mounting sheep, glancing at its profile. Mounting sheep level, 12 friendliness, 140, friendly, type, grass quality, green nature, cheerful gender, male ability, herbivore innate ability, none inherited skills, photosynthesis, growth taught skills, tackle, leech seed, vine whip disc skills, none held item, none if it weren't for the mounting sheep's somewhat frail appearance. Okamoto would genuinely believe it to be a Pokemon bred by the Alliance. Not to mention, the size of this building was truly immense. With the ecological park space alone comparable to several football fields, surrounded by towering structures. From above, it must resemble a vast basin. As Okamoto meandered towards a small pond within the ecological park, he spotted Jiang Liya perched on a rock, observing her mischievous panda. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of privilege. Although Joyly did not explicitly state that successful candidates could take their Pokemon home, this tradition was widely known. However, the detail about the top 3 candidates gaining access to purchase eggs from the Alliance Breeding Center had yet to circulate. The mischievous panda, once evolved, possessed formidable abilities, and its playful demeanor endeared it to many who appreciated aesthetics. Okamoto himself was one such admirer. While he found the mischievous panda to be more adorable, the mounting sheep's value was evidently far greater. Why? Because the mounting sheep's base stats surpassed those of the mischievous panda, and Okamoto's mounting sheep bore green quality, whereas Jiang Liya's mischievous panda was merely of yellow quality. Though he noticed Jiang Liya, they were not well acquainted, and Okamoto had no intention of initiating a conversation. Yet, Jiang Liya spotted him and waved in greeting. Unable to pretend he hadn't seen her, Okamoto approached and sat down on a rock beside her. Jiang Liya seemed to be having a bit of trouble. Her mischievous panda appeared to retain some wild instincts, showing indifference toward her. For the time being, the mischievous panda's predicament remained unresolved. Jiang Liya gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and greeted Qiu Yuan. Hello there. I didn't expect you to pass the assessment. I still don't know your name. Qiu Yuan smiled. What do you mean by didn't expect? Does the second-ranked Jiang Liya truly believe I couldn't pass the assessment? Jiang Liya playfully stuck out her tongue. Well, you did ignore me at the restaurant, and I never said you couldn't pass. She then inquired. But how did you know my name? With a hearty laugh, Qiu Yuan replied, I'm just a few ranks behind you, the beautiful and youthful 16-year-old genius, Jiang Liya. Rolling her eyes at Qiu Yuan, Jiang Liya retorted, Since you recognize me as a beautiful and youthful genius, why did you pretend not to see me just now? Caught off guard, Qiu Yuan awkwardly explained, Well, I didn't notice you at first, but I did see you afterward. You understand, right? Suppressing a giggle, Jiang Liya covered her mouth and said, After all that, you still haven't told me your name. Ah, I'm Qiu Yuan, a dashing and youthful genius boy, slightly surpassing you. The genius girl, Qiu Yuan, grinned mischievously. Well, it seems one must act playfully in front of a beauty. No wonder you've been single for 17 years. Jiang Liya responded with a mix of shyness and indignation. So you have been teasing me all along, reveling in your amusement? Haven't you? Qiu Yuan quickly waved his hands in denial. Not at all. I truly admire you. By the way, it appears you have encountered some trouble? With cleverness. Qiu Yuan shifted the conversation to the mischievous panda, who was busily tugging at the grass nearby. Chapter 24. Evolutionary Therapy. Jiang Liya furrowed her brow and remarked, Indeed. This child has quite the stubborn temperament and is rather reluctant to heed my words. There are no bamboo shoots available in the ecological garden for it to consume. Observe closely, Akiyama said with a confident smile, gathering a small amount of life force in the palm of his hand. He beckoned to the mischievous panda, Come here. Little one. Sensing the irresistible aroma emanating from Akiyama's hand, the playful panda sniffed the air and ambled over, aligning its head with Akiyama's palm. Seizing the opportunity, Akiyama flipped his hand and gently placed it upon the panda's head, playfully tousling its 2 tufts of fur. Witnessing the once indifferent panda now eagerly fawning over Akiyama with a look of sheer bliss, Jiang Liya exclaimed in surprise, What have you done? Akiyama chuckled, A secret. I cannot divulge. He then lifted the panda by its neck and presented it to Jiang Liya, squinting his eyes playfully as he said, If this little fellow cooperates well in the coming days, rewards shall be bestowed upon you. The panda, taken aback by Akiyama's expression, plopped down on Jiang Liya's pristine lap. Its tiny paws clambering at her shoulders, nuzzling against her. Giggling, Don't be a nuisance. Jiang Liya tenderly held the mischievous panda, her smile radiant as she patted its head. Akiyama, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Who would have thought you possessed such skills? Yet I remain curious about your secret. It seems you merely waved at it, Jiang Liya remarked. Want to know? Akiyama leaned in, his tone dripping with mystery. Indeed, Jiang Liya blinked innocently. I shan't tell you. Akiyama laughed mischievously and swiftly made his exit with his mount, a small sheep. Jiang Liya watched him depart, muttering, at 17, still engaging in such childish antics. The mount. A small sheep could absorb sunlight through the grass mat on its back for nourishment, thus eliminating the need for specialized Pokémon food. However, the sheep appeared feeble, indicating that something was amiss with its grass mat. Akiyama located his room using the Pokémon ball marked with 205 and conducted a thorough examination of the sheep. It became evident that the grass mat had sustained injuries, significantly impairing its ability to absorb sunlight and hampering its growth. Akiyama had attempted to heal it with life force, but the injury had persisted for too long, rendering the treatment minimally effective. What shall I do? Akiyama sighed, glancing occasionally at the sheep. Theoretically, enhancing the evolutionary life level could rectify the defect, but the sheep was merely at level 12, far from the required level 36. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Akiyama's mind. He conceived a highly plausible method. If lesser abilities could temporarily evolve psychic Pokémon, then perhaps even his rudimentary life force could induce a brief evolutionary state. The compatibility of grass-type elemental power with Akiyama's life force was undeniable. And with no other alternatives at hand, he resolved to treat the sheep at noon the following day. After learning about the sheep's condition, Akiyama formulated a suitable Pokémon food for it, ensuring basic nutrition, yet lacking in enhancing elemental power. After savoring dinner brought by the staff and accompanying the sheep on a couple of strolls in the ecological garden, Akiyama retired to his room for the night. The sheep curled up beside him, its soft breathing a gentle lullaby as they prepared to share 7 days and nights together. As dawn broke, Akiyama woke to find the sheep adorably nestled against his face. No wonder I feel so weighed down, he chuckled, patting the sheep before rising to wash up. Following a simple breakfast, Akiyama devoted the morning to devising a nurturing plan for the sheep. To achieve optimal results, preparing grass-type Pokémon food was the best option, though Akiyama found himself at a loss for ideas. In truth, given the sheep's innate talent, it could develop splendidly on its own once the grass mat was healed. However, the challenge lay in the healing process. A Pokémon breeder must possess not only breeding knowledge but also a modicum of medical expertise. Feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of preparing grass-type Pokémon food, Akiyama relinquished his fixation. Observing the increasingly intense sunlight, he brought the sheep to the windowsill. Now, absorb as much sunlight as you can. Soon, I shall assist in your healing. The sheep nodded, standing atop the table Akiyama had moved, its grass mat emitting a faint glow. Though Akiyama had never encountered other sheep or goats before, it was evident that this sheep bore some deficiencies. Placing his hand upon the sheep's back, Akiyama steadily infused the life force he had gathered over the past 2 days into its body. The life force permeated the sheep's cells, stimulating the evolutionary factors within, which became increasingly active as the sheep absorbed energy from sunlight. As Akiyama sensed his life force nearing depletion, the sheep suddenly radiated a kaleidoscope of evolution light. Through this luminous display, he could see the sheep's form gradually enlarging. Yet he felt his life force dwindling. Gritting his teeth, Akiyama focused intently, directing the life force to stimulate the evolutionary factors without wasting it elsewhere. Finally, with a sigh of relief, the sheep completed its evolution, transforming into a mountain goat, while Akiyama's life force was entirely expended. Quickly, try utilizing photosynthesis, Akiyama urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The mountain goat, equally exhilarated, had sensed its enhanced capabilities during the evolution process, and gazed at Akiyama with profound admiration. With a triumphant bleat, the mountain goat emitted a brilliant green light from its back, far more intense than before. Observing this, Akiyama felt a swell of joy. It appeared that his improvised evolutionary ability bore no adverse effects, and the mountain goat's powers had indeed been augmented. Basking in the warm sunlight, the mountain goat exuberantly leaped off the table and bounded towards Akiyama. "Whoa, be gentle. You're not the little one you used to be. You're quite heavy now," he laughed, catching it and playfully pinching its ear. The mountain goat bleated joyfully, only to suddenly transform back into the small sheep amidst a flash of white light. Confused, it gazed at its diminutive form, anxiously circling the ground, tears welling in its eyes. "Fear not. It was merely a temporary evolution to resolve the grass mat issue. In time, you will evolve through your own abilities," Akiyama reassured it, hastily offering comfort. Once the sheep returned to its original form, Akiyama had it attempt photosynthesis again, confirming that the treatment had genuinely succeeded, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The subsequent task involved helping the sheep gradually adapt to its restored abilities and preparing suitable Pokémon food. Typically, Akiyama's recipes for Pokémon food consisted of basic ingredients to enhance nutrient absorption, combined with plants or fruits rich in elemental power. Occasionally, he would include fruits that improved the Pokémon's appearance when necessary. For instance, when preparing food for Dormia, he added berries that enhanced the luster of its fur. This time, Akiyama intended to acquire some wangly fruit from the ecological garden to help the sheep gain strength. Although this fruit was unique to the Hoenn region, it had also been introduced to Kalos. In the Funyuan region, berries are typically utilized to craft energy cubes. Unlike the Pokémon food that satisfies the appetites and nutritional needs of Pokémon, energy cubes place greater emphasis on enhancing their appearance, while also providing substantial satiety. The Kalos region is home to numerous Pokémon coordinators, making the production of energy cubes quite popular there as well. After retrieving some berries from the berry zone, Akiyama instructed his steed, a small lamb, to take a run, while he embarked on a quest to discover objects imbued with the essence of grass-type elemental strength. Chapter 25, The Return of the Little Round One. When it comes to the powers of the grass-type elements, it seems that nearly every plant embodies a considerable amount of it. This is a classic case of quantity over quality, which is why grass-type Pokémon are generally easier to cultivate, yet challenging to strengthen significantly. A commendable choice for allowing Pokémon to absorb the power of grass-type moves is the Ruozi fruit, which possesses a passive capacity to store grass-type elemental energy within its cellular structure. By infusing the Ruozi fruit with a substantial amount of grass-type Pokémon energy, Akiyama can utilize it as a primary ingredient in crafting Pokémon food. However, being artificially produced, its efficacy pales in comparison to naturally enriched materials. Thus, Akiyama aspires to create Pokémon food of blue quality. As evening approached, Akiyama descended to the ecological garden in search of his mount, the little sheep. He meandered along the pebble path of the garden, occasionally glancing for the silhouette of his companion. Suddenly, something clung to his calf, and upon looking down, he chuckled. "What are you up to, little one?" The mischievous panda grinned widely, pointing at Akiyama's hand. "Do you still want that thing?" "If I refuse," Akiyama teased. Upon hearing this, the playful panda grew anxious, scrambling up Akiyama's leg and, taking advantage of his distraction, clambered atop his head. Akiyama's eyes widened as the little creature's claws tugged at his hair. He gently removed the mischievous panda from his head and lifted it into the air. Giving its rear a playful pat, the panda let out a startled yelp, momentarily considering a protest, but fearing it would jeopardize its chances at that evening's delicacy. It softened and pouted in response. Amused, Akiyama cradled it with one arm, gathering a modicum of life energy he had just regained earlier in the afternoon. While Akiyama could have directly bestowed the life energy upon the playful panda, it seemed to particularly enjoy absorbing it through licking. Resisting the itch in his palm, Akiyama scanned the vicinity for Zhang Liyue. As expected, she emerged from the underbrush, spotting the panda nestled against Akiyama. "Panda, don't wander off," she called out, irate, as she had only stepped away for a moment to use the restroom. I owe you my thanks once again, Akiyama. He pinched the panda's tail playfully before returning it to Jiang Liyue, who received it with a grimace. I merely stumbled upon it. It appears to have been well fed. Quite rotund indeed. Naturally, it relishes my specially concocted formula. To replicate the taste of bamboo leaves, I even added some short mustard grass. Jiang Liyue remarked casually while scratching the panda's head. Short mustard grass? Akiyama pondered thoughtfully. How did I not think of that? It's also rich in grass-type elemental energy and bears a flavor reminiscent of bamboo, albeit a tad expensive. Thus, Jiang Liyue found herself inexplicably thanked by Akiyama. Even as they parted ways. Upon locating his mount, Akiyama discovered it entangled in an affectionate display with Doria Mia, a staff member responsible for maintaining the ecological garden. In the twilight, Akiyama's solitary figure appeared exceedingly forlorn. For the sake of Doria Mia's well-being, he led his mount away, ensuring it would no longer be beguiled by the enchanting Doria Mia. Surely, this was not jealousy. How could one possibly feel envious of a Pokémon? Ignoring the mournful gaze of his mount, Akiyama returned it to the room. The poor little sheep had barely had the chance to nuzzle Doria Mia before being whisked away by Akiyama, and now faced the unfortunate fate of a taste-testing ordeal. Fortunately, the ecological garden's fruit area also contained materials beyond just fruits, which would be better referred to as a materials zone. After gathering an ample supply of short mustard grass, Akiyama ground it into a fine powder and proportionately mixed it into the previously prepared coarse food paste. Since he had exhausted his life energy for the day, he decided against adding any, planning to incorporate it once the formula took shape. True to his routine, Akiyama, lacking inspiration for a name, dubbed it short mustard dumplings. Observing the green dumpling exuding a subtle fragrance of grass and bamboo, Akiyama felt confident in its quality, thus presenting it to his mount for tasting. Oh, no, for sampling. Without hesitation, the little sheep swallowed the short mustard dumpling, initially unaware of its flavor, but upon biting down, its face contorted in dismay. It's too sweet. A sweet murder of my dear sheep. Seeing the expression on his mount's face, Akiyama realized the attempt had failed, as the system's notification remained silent. Rubbing the sheep's head, he sheepishly admitted, "Oh dear, my apologies, that was my oversight." The little sheep responded with a forlorn gaze. "Did something seem off just now?" "Bah, it's too sweet. Way too sweet. Too sweet." Akiyama frowned, suspecting he had perhaps overdone the sweetness. He had intended to add just a hint of sweetness to suit his mount's taste, but had inadvertently added too much. After slightly adjusting the recipe, Akiyama produced a second batch of short mustard dumplings. Before he could offer a taste to his mount, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have created short mustard dumplings, Yellow." And then there was silence. This was likely due to the absence of life energy, resulting in the lower quality of Yellow. However, the ability to produce yellow-quality Pokémon food without relying on life energy placed Akiyama on par with many advanced breeders. Tomorrow, by adding some life energy to the short mustard dumplings, he should be able to elevate their quality to green, thus completing more than half of the task of crafting 5 green-quality Pokémon items. Hesitating for a moment, the little sheep cautiously consumed the new batch of short mustard dumplings, gingerly scraping off the outer layer with its teeth, seemingly finding the flavor acceptable. Once the little sheep fully devoured the dumpling, it became enraptured by the delightful taste. Akiyama, witnessing its reaction, chuckled heartily. Placing the remaining 6 dumplings before his mount before retreating to wash up and prepare for bed. After a long day, he was finally ready to indulge in a well-deserved rest. With the short mustard dumplings, the little sheep's grass pad had also been restored, barring any unforeseen complications. The first place in this assessment was practically assured. With a green quality mount and the upcoming green quality short mustard dumplings, Akiyama felt confident of his unassailable position. Chapter 26. Assessment and verification. On the morning following the second day of the week-long assessment, Akiyama prepared a special short mustard ball for his steed, the little sheep. The subsequent days followed a similar pattern. Akiyama accompanied the little sheep on leisurely strolls around the ecological garden, observing the various breeders demonstrating their remarkable skills. On another occasion, the little sheep spotted the elusive Dormia and, seizing an opportunity when the staff were distracted, lured the Dormia into a secluded corner to engage in some undisclosed antics. Having previously intervened to separate them, Akiyama refrained from playing the villain once more and quietly withdrew to observe from a distance. Under the nurturing guidance of Jiang Liyue, the mischievous panda had grown quite robust, thanks in part to Akiyama's occasional provision of life force. When Akiyama was absent, the panda would nestle comfortably in Jiang Liyue's embrace, but upon his arrival, it would scamper eagerly towards him. This behavior displeased Jiang Liyue, who expressed her desire not to see Akiyama again. Akiyama could do little but feel aggrieved by the situation. The 7 days of the assessment swiftly passed, marking the 9th day since Akiyama's participation began. Early in the morning, the staff gathered over 300 participants in the ecological garden, directing their attention towards a small chamber ahead. Participants were called in numerical order, from 1 to 303, to present their Pokémon for evaluation by 5 esteemed assessors. The 5 assessors, Zhuoliang, Heji, Changli, Shiwu, and Xiaoyijing, awaited the candidates inside, while Xiaoyijing maintained order outside. The scores for participants numbered from 1 to 45 hovered around the 60 to 70 range, although none were disqualified. Such scores were insufficient for anyone to establish a breeding house. Historical data indicated that a minimum score of 90 was required to stand out among the remaining candidates. Unbeknownst to Akiyama and the others awaiting their turn, the final judgment awaited them through a side entrance into a grand conference room. The remaining 200 participants exhibited a spectrum of emotions, with some appearing anxious while others, including Akiyama and Zhonglia's, exuded confidence. Zhonglia's assurance stemmed from her meticulous preparation and dedication in nurturing the mischievous panda, while Akiyama's confidence was rather unwarranted, attributable solely to his carefree nature. 194. A staff member called from a raised platform. Zhonglia waved her Pokémon ball at Akiyama, signaling her turn. It's my turn now. I shall proceed. Indeed. Will you not wish me luck? Zhonglia queried, somewhat vexed by Akiyama's nonchalance. Akiyama chuckled. I have tended to the little panda, after all. If you do not succeed, would it not reflect poorly on my abilities? Zhonglia pouted, clutching the Pokémon ball containing the mischievous panda as she entered the room. Upon encountering the 5 assessors, she politely bowed. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Zhonglia, number 194. Hello, Zhonglia. Xiaoyijing responded with a smile. We eagerly anticipate your results, especially given your commendable second place in the first round. Chongli added, Indeed, had it not been for your mentor's reluctance, I would have gladly taken you under my wing. Zhonglia, now at ease, responded warmly. Thank you for your encouragement. I hold each of you in high regard. Pressing the button on her Pokémon ball, the exuberant mischievous panda materialized on the floor. Upon its appearance, it immediately clung to Zhonglia's leg, burying its head against her. After lifting the little creature for the assessors to examine, Zhonglia patiently awaited the outcome. Initially anxious, the mischievous panda calmed down after being soothed by Heji, and soon began to play with the assessors. When Shiwu attempted to stroke the panda's chin, the little one turned its back to him and wiggled playfully, its tail wagging. Zhonglia watched, her eyelids twitching, while the assessors appeared thoroughly entertained. After several minutes, Chongli returned the panda to Zhonglia and proclaimed, Following our deliberation, we have awarded you a final score of 98. Coat luster, 100. Physical health, 100. Psychological health, 100. Developmental level, 92. Your average score stands at 98, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are likely to claim the first place. Of course, provided Akiyama does not engage in any underhanded tactics, he added discreetly. Elated, Zhonglia returned the mischievous panda to its ball, expressed her gratitude to the assessors, and exited the room. Approximately 20 minutes later, Akiyama entered, surveying the 5 assessors, who sat with stern expressions. He mirrored their seriousness, clearing his throat. Ahem. Good day. Esteemed judges. I am Akiyama, a novice breeder with 2.5 years of training. Oh, no, I mean an apprentice breeder. Almost letting slip a casual greeting, Akiyama quickly composed himself and proceeded to present his steed, the little sheep. The creature stood where the panda had previously been, seemingly unfazed, blinking curiously at the 5 assessors. Impressive. This must be the injured little sheep, Chongli remarked to his colleagues. Yes, I was responsible for its examination. Due to its injuries, its development has been subpar, Zhuoliang replied. However, it appears to have made a full recovery now, added Xiaoyijing. Akiyama placed the little sheep on the table and stepped aside. The assessors intermittently examined the creature, offering murmurs of approval, and engaged in serious discussion for several minutes. Sufficient to evaluate 3 or 4 ordinary candidates. Akiyama, number 205, we have concluded our evaluation and awarded you a final score of 101. Coat luster, 100. Physical health, 108. Psychological health, 100. Developmental level, 96. Your average score is 101. Congratulations on breaking the breeder assessment record. Akiyama was taken aback. 101. But isn't the maximum score 100? Indeed, the maximum is 100, Zhuoliang clarified, but you accomplished a breeding task beyond the capabilities of a novice breeder. The grass mat, which the little sheep relies on for energy, was damaged and had sealed itself. This is an issue that novice breeders cannot resolve. Since you successfully addressed this problem, we have awarded you an additional 8 points. Akiyama had not anticipated that the assessors were aware of the little sheep's injury. He had assumed the staff had mistakenly included it among the candidates due to its perceived low potential. Sensing Akiyama's concern, Zhuoliang reassured him. Regardless of how you treated the injury, the Alliance will not inquire further, as long as the outcome justifies your score. Xiao Yijing nodded in agreement. Everyone has their secrets. And you are a talent we hold in high esteem. Shortly, we will report to the Alliance regarding your record-breaking performance and the associated rewards. Wait, what? Akiyama was bewildered. Are you saying I can receive 3 rewards? Indeed, Xiao Yijing affirmed. With your score, you will receive the first-place reward, the record-breaking reward, and an additional reward for exceeding the maximum score. Overjoyed, Akiyama bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed seniors. May you live long and be blessed with prosperity. Zhuoliang, somewhat bemused, thought to himself, can this young man truly bear our expectations? His flippant demeanor is hardly reassuring. Until he arrived at the conference room through the side door, Akamoto wore a smug smile on his face that seemed to invite a slap. Chapter 27. Announcement of results. Over 300 individuals sat in the conference room, engaged in hushed conversations, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Joy Jing raised the microphone and declared, May I kindly ask everyone to settle down, as we will soon announce the results of this year's junior breeder assessment. Instantly, the crowd ceased their activities, their eyes fixed on Joy Jing with eager anticipation. As the large screen illuminated, a list of 30 names appeared. Ashin, I passed. 27th. A plainly dressed middle-aged man exclaimed to his companion. Indeed, congratulations. I also succeeded. 28th. Ha! Wonderful. Upon returning home, I shall open a breeding house. You must join me in managing it. Ashin beamed with excitement. Yes. After more than 20 years of effort, today is our day. Let us strive onward. Yet, amidst the joy, there were those who wept. Many, having faced repeated failures, found themselves disheartened once more at the final hurdle. This will be my last attempt. I never expected to fail again. Yinji, we must seek work elsewhere. Our family can no longer afford to support us. Witnessing this, Qiu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, reality often proves harsh. Without innate talent, no amount of effort would yield rewards, particularly in the domain of Pokémon breeding. The times are ever advancing, and knowledge of Pokémon is expanding exponentially. In the face of diverse challenges, rote memorization proves futile. Joy Jing did not hasten to announce the results, instead observing the array of emotions gradually settle among the attendees. Without uttering any words of consolation, she understood the inevitable nature of the results. Everyone must prepare for the possibility of failure. Now, I shall call forth the 30 individuals who have successfully passed the assessment and received their breeder certification. Upon hearing your name, please proceed to the stage to collect your certificate. Following her words, a staff member began to read the names from the list. Mu Chuanfu, Zeping Ji, Xian Chopping, Lai Yining. Next came the top 3 scorers. Upon hearing their names, they were to wait backstage. Third place, Murakami Shihong, 97 points. Second place, Jiang Liya, 98 points. First place, Qiu Yuan, 101 points. Though the crowd had already seen the list, hearing Qiu Yuan's name invoked a different reaction. Is he truly that first-place kid? He doesn't even seem older than my son. Remarkable. He scored full marks in the first phase and now has achieved 101 points. Indeed, I have participated in assessments for 18 years and never heard of anyone scoring 101 points. The previous champion trainer, Mr. Macaulay, only scored 99 points. While many expressed admiration for Qiu Yuan's achievement, his unexpected 101 points sparked considerable skepticism. A disgruntled man with stubble immediately voiced his discontent, asserting that there must be foul play involved. How is this possible? You must have made a mistake. There is surely some insider information. I refuse to accept this. Upon hearing accusations of misconduct, Qiu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to face the stubbled man. You believe I do not deserve this 101 points? You think I am unworthy? Before Joy Jing could intervene, Qiu Yuan fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man. The stubbled man, defiantly raising his chin, retorted. No one has ever scored 101 points. This blatant cheating is undeniable. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Indeed, I have never heard of a score of 101 points. Why should this young boy be more skilled than Macaulay? With a cold stare, Qiu Yuan confronted the troublemaker. If you believe I cheated, please enlighten us. What score did you achieve? The stubbled man faltered, his bravado diminishing. Speak up. Qiu Yuan pressed. The staff member, armed with the score sheets, located the man's information and gleefully revealed, Yang Lai Jinan, 61 points. As the staff member folded the list, he couldn't help but chuckle. Qiu Yuan joined in the laughter, as did many others present. Is this the so-called angry youth combined with a contrarian? You, with your 61 points, dare to teach me? Joy Jing, growing impatient, interjected. Every decision we make is reported to the Alliance, and we will only announce results after obtaining permission. Are you questioning the credibility of the Alliance? Security, please escort him out. The disgruntled man, no longer daring to challenge the Alliance, was unceremoniously dragged from the conference room by two burly security guards. With the contrarian removed, the atmosphere returned to calm, as Joy Jing's invocation of the Alliance had indeed been intimidating. Joy Jing addressed the remaining attendees. Xiu Yuan's case was a collective decision made by the 5 elders of the Breeder Association. He addressed issues beyond the scope of a junior breeder's abilities during the assessment, warranting additional points. While I cannot disclose the specific details, the results have been reported to the Alliance. Implied in her words was a warning. Any further dissent would equate to opposing both the Breeder Association and the Alliance. The audience, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further objections and exited as per Joy Jing's instructions. Zhou Yuan, Jiang Liya, and Murakami Shihong followed Joy Jing backstage. After greeting the 4 seated dignitaries, they stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do next. Murakami Shihong, this is your additional reward for achieving 3rd place in the assessment. Joy Jing presented a red and white certificate. With this, you may purchase 10 Pokémon eggs from the Alliance Breeding Center as initial capital for your breeding house. Additionally, with your breeder certification, you may apply for an annual subsidy of 100,000 yuan from the Alliance. Having heard from a friend about the additional rewards for the top 3 scorers, Murakami had opted to retake the assessment despite passing previously, solely for this incentive. Pokémon eggs from the Alliance Breeding Center. Even if it took me 4 years to retake the assessment, I would gladly wait for a few more years. Once these 10 eggs hatch, they could serve as breeding stock, giving me a head start of nearly a decade over breeders without accolades. Thank you, esteemed elders. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Murakami departed at Joy Jing's nod. Jiang Liye received a certificate for purchasing 20 Pokémon eggs. Joy Jing added, as for you, Little Yi, you can apply for an annual subsidy of 500,000 yuan from the Alliance. Jiang Liye was taken aback, as was Qi Yuan. Was the disparity between 2nd and 3rd place so vast? Joy Jing chuckled. Due to your teacher's connections, the Alliance has granted an additional 200,000 yuan subsidy. It was originally only 300,000. Xiu Yuan, your subsidy will be 500,000 as well. What? If that's the case, doesn't it make 1st place seem rather unremarkable? Xiu Yuan lamented. At least grant me 1,000,000. 1,000,000? You sure have lofty aspirations. The others in attendance exchanged glances, their expressions darkened at Xiu Yuan's audacity. Joy Jing, her patience waning, playfully tapped Xiu Yuan on the head. You still have 2 other rewards awaiting you. Upon hearing this, Xiu Yuan rubbed his hands together, grinning. Ah, I almost forgot. Where are they? Let me see. Jiang Liya, intrigued, chimed in. You have 2 other rewards? Of course. Who do you think I am? A prodigy. Xiu Yuan boasted proudly. Joy Jing, now exasperated with Xiu Yuan's antics, ultimately presented the remaining rewards to him. The 2nd reward consists of breeding rights for the 3 renowned Pokémon from any region. You may select 5 individuals each from 2 distinct species of these Pokémon. It sounds rather appealing, Akamoto remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Akamoto, Joy continued. The 3rd reward is a complete set of Pokémon breeding machines, including a berry mixer, an energy cube creator, a healing machine, and more. Akamoto's eyes sparkled. What a timely boon. It was fortunate that he lacked the funds to purchase such machines, and now the League has graciously presented them to him. Chapter 28. Departure and selecting from the 10 starter Pokémon. Akiyama resolved to choose 5 forest lizards and 5 Frocus. For adult Pokémon capable of breeding, those with 3 evolutionary stages must reach their 2nd form and adulthood before they can mate. In contrast, Pokémon with 1 or 2 evolutionary stages may breed from their initial forms, provided they have reached maturity. These 2 resilient and industrious species of Pokémon not only serve as excellent primary choices for trainers but also possess the potential for mega evolution, particularly the forest lizard. Furthermore, Akiyama's affinity for the proud and strong forest lizard, nurtured during his childhood while watching the Pokémon anime, coupled with his admiration for the legendary Greninja, well regarded among internet communities, influenced his decision. If the owner of a breeding facility captures starter Pokémon in the wild, it is mandatory to report to the League. However, if a trainer captures them, the League does not intervene. Conversely, if the breeding facility intends to cultivate starters for sale to trainers, they must acquire a permit from the League. Akiyama has now obtained this license, signifying that he may raise and sell other starter Pokémon he captures in the future. This is akin to a tobacco license. While personal use is permissible, selling without the requisite permit is illegal. Joy informed Akiyama that once the breeding facility is established, he can proceed to the Pokémon Center to collect his chosen 10 Pokémon simply by notifying the local Joy and awaiting their transfer. As for the Pokémon machine, Akiyama can contact Joy's pager, and she will arrange for its delivery. Jotting down Joy's pager number with delight, Akiyama felt elated. Thank you all for your kindness. I shall take my leave now. Upon seeing Akiyama preparing to exit, Will could no longer sit idly, as he had matters to discuss. Wait a moment, I still need to speak with you. Huh? Oh, all right. Akiyama returned. At this moment, Jianglia, uncertain whether to leave, stood awkwardly to the side. Will, beaming, warmly invited, come, sit over here. Changli, please shift your seat. Changli silently complied, moving to leave space besides Will for Akiyama. Old chap, today you're the one taking on a disciple, so I'll grant you this favor. Akiyama felt a twinge of unease, as Will sudden display of cordiality was both disconcerting and somewhat terrifying. The elderly man couldn't possibly be planning something peculiar, after all. Akiyama was merely a boy. Forcing a smile, he sat down, subtly shifting his chair slightly away. Is there something you need? Oh, well, I was thinking. Will began to articulate his intentions but was interrupted by He-Ji and Shi-Wu, who leaned in. We wish to take you on as a disciple. Have you considered which of us you would like to apprentice under? Akiyama responded. I am but a mere novice. Do I need to become your disciple? However, I wouldn't mind being a student. Being a disciple would mean acquiring additional paternal figures. Moreover, given their high-ranking positions in the league, disciples would be expected to assist their masters with various tasks, always on call. Though becoming their disciple would undoubtedly facilitate Akiyama's future aspirations within the league, such prospects were inconsequential to his laid-back attitude. A master and a teacher are entirely different concepts. I sincerely apologize, but I already have a master who taught me all I know about breeding. Will, He-Ji, and Shi-Wu were taken aback, then realized that someone so talented must have a mentor. Could you tell us who your master is? My master is called Kyujimiya. Kyujimiya? All three were momentarily dumbfounded. A breeder capable of nurturing such a prodigy was certainly well known. He has been residing in the evergreen forest, so it is understandable that the elders are unaware. Akiyama kindly explained. Will sighed. I had hoped to take you as my disciple, but it seems I was mistaken. I had not anticipated you already had a master. He-Ji also expressed his regret, saying, in that case, we have no further business with you. If it is convenient, please extend our invitation to your master to visit the league for discussions on breeding knowledge. Akiyama nodded earnestly. Thank you, esteemed seniors. I will certainly convey your message. He understood their intentions, chuckling inwardly. The three men were not in want of students, but rather sought a worthy successor to their legacies. Since Akiyama already had a master, their ambitions were effectively quelled. After exchanging farewells, Akiyama departed, and Jianglia finally felt free to converse. May I leave now? Joy replied, amused. You could have left long ago. I thought you were waiting for Akiyama. Jianglia awkwardly bid farewell to the others and hurriedly exited. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Akiyama leisurely walking with his mount, a small sheep, and quickly caught up to him. Akiyama, thank you for your help these past few days. Akiyama smiled. No need for thanks. I have taken quite a liking to that little creature. Jianglia inquired. Now that the assessment is over, what are your plans? Akiyama pondered, uncertain where to establish his breeding facility. He replied candidly, I am not sure where to go. For now, I will remain in Kalos, as the environment here is quite pleasant. Once your breeding facility is established, remember to let me know. Do you have my pager number saved? Of course. I have it stored safely. Jianglia suddenly blushed and slowly added, my home is in Verdant Turf Town in the Hoenn region. If you have the chance, you are welcome to visit. Akiyama looked at Jianglia in confusion, unable to comprehend her sudden shyness. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit. Verdant Turf Town is a lovely place. Yes. Well then, goodbye, Akiyama. A playful pancham leaped from Jianglia's pokeball, clinging to Akiyama's arm with tearful eyes. Gently patting its rear, Akiyama infused it with a surge of vitality. As he pried the pancham off, he chuckled, you simply cannot resist tasty treats, can you? Don't think I don't know. Goodbye. Akiyama set off with his sheep mount, while Jianglia, accompanied by the pancham, headed in the opposite direction. After a moment, Akiyama realized. Wait, why am I heading this way? I need to return to the inn. He quickly turned around, retracing his steps toward the inn, precisely in the direction Jianglia had just departed. Chapter 29. The Pig That Grabs Cabbage. Upon returning to the inn after lunch, Akiyama did not see Yumasino, which meant he could not retrieve his pokeball. After spending some time playing with his mount, a little lamb, and feeling a bit bored, Akiyama decided to venture out for a stroll. However, there was little to explore. So he located the address of an arcade on his pager and made his way there. As he entered through the door, he was greeted by a vast array of arcade machines. The games were intriguing, allowing players to control Pokémon in combat, transforming their special moves into digitized, fixed techniques. It reminded him somewhat of King of Fighters, but Akiyama had always been a novice at fighting games. At that moment, he found himself engrossed in a Pokémon battle competition. On one side sat a muscular man in a martial arts uniform, and on the other, a robust fire monkey. The fire monkey appeared to be exceptionally skilled, outmaneuvering the muscular man's controlled Pokémon, Aberrang, and dodging numerous attacks. When the muscular man attempted a close-range dash, the fire monkey deftly leaped to Aberrang's left, causing the latter to miss a series of punches and ultimately knock itself out. Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, inadvertently drawing the attention of the muscular man, who had just suffered a loss. His patience waned as he rose to his towering height of 1.9 meters, making Akiyama, at 1.77 meters, appear diminutive. "Were you laughing at me, you little brat?" he bellowed. Akiyama, startled, frantically waved his hands in denial. "What were you laughing at then? You think it's funny to mock me?" the muscular man demanded, clearly not ready to let it slide. "I was just thinking of something amusing." "Truly, you played splendidly," Akiyama admitted, conceding with sincerity. He felt intimidated, realizing that the man's physique could easily overpower him with a single blow. "Humph, I know I'm good," the muscular man retorted angrily. "You, come and fight me, or I'll give you a beating." No thanks, I'm not good at this." The muscular man glared at Akiyama. "All right, you win," Akiyama resigned, taking a seat where the fire monkey had been. The muscular man settled back down as well. "I'll let you choose first. I'll pick Aberrang." "Let me? Then you let me go, too." "I'll take Lemon Ding," Akiyama replied, maneuvering the joystick to select Elekid, simply choosing what seemed visually appealing, knowing his gaming skills were no match for Yumasino. As the game commenced, the muscular man let out a thunderous cheer, nearly deafening Akiyama. The surrounding patrons appeared unfazed, accustomed to such outbursts. The fire monkey let out playful sounds and lightly tapped Akiyama's back, offering encouragement. "You two make quite the odd pair. The trainer is peculiar. And the Pokémon is, too," cheering for the opponent, Akiyama mused, feeling the pressure as he clumsily controlled Elekid. He executed a teleportation move right in front of Aberrang. But the muscular man's shaky hands unleashed a powerful attack, resulting in Akiyama losing a significant portion of his health. In the end, another swift maneuver led to his defeat, with the muscular man triumphantly exclaiming, "Not bad, kid, just a tad worse than me." He playfully put an arm around Akiyama, who felt embarrassed, realizing that their skill levels were rather comparable. Since the game is over, can I go now?" Akiyama inquired. "Of course. You're a formidable opponent. I hope to battle you again," the muscular man replied cheerfully. "Yeah, right? You're infuriating," Akiyama muttered as he hurriedly ascended to the second floor of the arcade. As he sought out the renowned slot machines, he spotted a figure clad in a blue jumpsuit with striking yellow hair and an amusing tuft standing atop his head. Just as he was pondering why this individual seemed familiar, he heard Yumasino's voice exclaiming, "This game is so much fun. Haha. You're doing great. Quickly. Catch that Magikarp." "Wow, got it. Brother Hytron is amazing." "Wait a moment, Hytron? Why is this guy with Yumasino?" Holding her hand while teaching her to play a fishing game, Akiyama stealthily approached them. Witnessing the joy radiating from Yumasino's face and the lecherous grin hidden behind Hytron's thick glasses, to Akiyama, it was undeniably a lecherous smile. Yumasino sat on a stool while Hytron leaned over, grasping her hand. Their posture resembled a tender embrace. Akiyama's expression turned scrutinous, now filled with malice. "How dare this blue-clad pig attempt to steal my adorable sister away?" Akiyama was fully immersed in a protective older brother mentality, perceiving Hytron as a despicable intruder. He had never entertained any romantic thoughts towards the 12-year-old girl, as his earthly upbringing had conditioned him against such notions. However, in the world of Pokémon, the norms were different. Hadn't Ash's mother given birth to him at 14? The legal marriage age was 15. Yet, over the past 20 days, Akiyama had come to regard Yumasino as his own sister. Now, Hytron had suddenly emerged, intent on whisking her away. This was unacceptable. Wasn't Hytron known for having no interest in girls? Akiyama recalled how his sister had been frantically seeking a sister-in-law for him. This was outrageous. At that moment, Hytron released Yumasino's hand, and the two made their way downstairs. Akiyama cautiously followed, feeling like a thief in the night. "What do you mean, thief? This is more like a detective mission." Hytron and Yumasino exchanged their game tokens for a Pikachu plushie, walking out of the arcade while laughing and chatting. In an effort to better tell them, no, to investigate the situation, Akiyama purchased a black cap. When he saw Hytron leading Yumasino into a restaurant, Akiyama followed suit. settling into a solitary corner table and ordering a fried rice dish. Soon enough, Hytron and Yumasino exited the restaurant, making their way into a ramen shop across the street. After barely taking a bite of the fried rice, Akiyama begrudgingly paid and followed them into the ramen shop. Chapter 30. Decision. Akiyama suffered through the evening without a morsel, trailing behind Hytron and Yoshino Yuma, following them from the ramen shop to the cinema. And from the cinema to the clothing store, Akiyama nearly succumbed to the urge to confront Hytron and seize him by the collar. At 9 o'clock, Yoshino Yuma finally returned to the inn, and Akiyama, arriving just before her, awaited her in the corridor. When she returned, a smile graced her face, as if her mind had momentarily blanked upon seeing him. "Ah, Akiyama Naikin is back," she exclaimed joyfully. "Did you pass the assessment?" Akiyama managed a slight smile. "Yes, I passed. But what were you up to this afternoon and evening?" "I didn't see you when I returned at noon." Yoshino Yuma flustered. "I went out shopping." She raised the bag of clothes in her hand. Akiyama chuckled. "Shopping with a boy in blue?" Yoshino Yuma gasped. "How did you know?" Then she quickly backtracked. That is not true. Don't try to lie. I saw you this afternoon. Are you sure you don't want me to tell Auntie?" No. She insisted 3 times in a row. It felt as if he were intimidating a minor. Akiyama feigned seriousness. "But for something this significant, I must inform Auntie." He merely intended to frighten her as retribution for her neglect in fetching him all day. Yet, unexpectedly, she defiantly raised her chin. "Then tell my mother. I'm going on a trip with Hytron Naikin. He promised to help me become a formidable trainer." "Wait, what? You're supposed to be begging me not to tell your mother, and I, in a moment of weakness, would relent. How did you end up confessing?" Akiyama lamented. "Oh, Akiyama-san, you're an adult now. You can take care of yourself," she replied, though she felt a twinge of reluctance to leave him behind. Yet, she was now lost in a world adorned with pink bubbles. Akiyama sighed, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. After dismissing Yoshino Yuma with a bemused smile, Akiyama resolved to seek out Hytron the following day, hoping to ascertain his intentions, as this would aid him in explaining matters to Auntie. However, as a young gym trainer with a Pokémon of elite caliber, Hytron indeed possessed far greater prowess and training than Akiyama at present. With the assessment finally behind him, Akiyama had spent the day as a private investigator, nearly dozing off in the bath. Lying on his bed like a lethargic fish, he quietly summoned the system. Mainline tasks required active submission, and he had yet to do so that day. Murmuring the submission for Mainline Task 2, he received the notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing Mainline Task 2, pass the Alliance Junior Pokémon Breeder Assessment. Additional requirement. Achieve first place. Mainline Task Reward. Ownership of 1 square kilometer of unclaimed land in the wilderness, granted. Can be utilized upon confirmation of boundaries. Additional condition reward. Unknown Pokémon Egg. 1 free breeding house construction opportunity, granted," excitedly rubbing his hands together. Akiyama opened the system inventory and discovered a Pokémon egg, pearlescent white with strawberry floral patterns. After casting an appraisal spell, he was momentarily taken aback, then wore a blissful grin. With a heart full of anticipation, he glanced at 2 small cards, one for land ownership and the other for construction. Land ownership card, 1 square kilometer, quality, white purpose. Acquire ownership of 1 square kilometer of land description. Use upon confirming land boundaries to gain ownership of the specified area. Breeding house construction card, quality, yellow purpose. Construct or renovate a breeding house description. Use upon confirming boundaries to build a breeding house and ecological park within a maximum area of 2 square kilometers. Upon seeing the construction card, Akiyama gasped. This meant that although he possessed ownership of only 1 square kilometer, he could construct a breeding house and ecological park within a 2 square kilometer radius. If no one came to verify the ownership of the remaining square kilometer, he could continuously benefit from that area without consequence. Oh dear. Initially, he refrained from selecting Charizard, fearing 1 square kilometer would be insufficient for the post-evolution Fire Dragon's activities. Of course, another reason was that while Charizard possessed fire and flying attributes, it was still a dragon. The appetite of Charizard, considering Akiyama's current financial capabilities, would be unsustainable. Now, with a sufficiently spacious ecological park, Akiyama could aspire to house powerful and magnificent Pokémon. His Pokémon entrusted to Yoshino Yuma were being well cared for, with the Eevees lively and playful. Kirlia and Ninetales remained stunning. Kirlia exuded elegance while Ninetales embodied nobility. As for Happiny, she was adorably clumsy. Upon releasing her in his room, Happiny stumbled and rolled around on the floor. The others gathered around the Mount Sheep Pokémon, who appeared a bit intimidated by the attention. "Don't be nervous. These will be your future companions," Akiyama reassured, patting its head. As the elder Kirlia set an example, she floated over to gently touch the Mount Sheep Pokémon's head. Ninetales followed suit, affectionately stroking its wool. The male and female Eevees were more composed, wagging their tails in welcome. Meanwhile, the two younger Eevees and Happiny had already climbed onto the back of the Mount Sheep Pokémon, playing joyfully. Happiny bounced happily on its back, content with her new mount, while Ninetales found it too slender for comfort. Soon, the two Eevees and Happiny engaged in a spirited competition over who could ride the Mount Sheep Pokémon. Akiyama retrieved a high-grade incubator purchased from the Pokémon shop, delicately placing the Pokémon egg inside. After setting the temperature and lighting, he prepared food for his Pokémon for the following morning before retiring for the night. Now that he held the identity of a breeder and had funds from Makuri, he pondered where to establish the breeding house with the remaining 120,000. The environment needed to be pristine, with forests and mountains, and ideally, a less populated area. Determined to construct a larger ecological park, he felt it prudent to avoid attracting the attention of the Alliance until he was more capable, should his unauthorized use of the land be discovered. It could lead to dire consequences. As for the potential impact on his business, Akiyama was confident that once his vision materialized, success would follow. After all, have you ever known someone who cheats but still fails to surpass others? In the Kalos region, the area that matched Akiyama's criteria was none other than Azalea Town. The flowers, nourished by the morning dew, bloomed vibrantly, promising a radiant future for this quaint little town. How exhilarating it would be to witness. Chapter 31. Shouldn't you say something? Early in the morning, Akamoto knocked on the grand door of the Mier gym. He was greeted by a robot that glimmered with a mechanical sheen. However, it did not initiate the customary badge check as one might expect from an anime. It appeared that the robots in Hitron had yet to reach such eccentricities. Are you here to challenge the gym? The robot inquired with a stiff voice. Akamoto replied, I am here to visit the gym leader. The robot paused for a moment, its signal light illuminating as it relayed the message to Hitron. At that moment, Hitron was engrossed in his inventions within the laboratory, surprised that someone was visiting him rather than challenging the gym. Through the imagery transmitted by the robot, he saw an unfamiliar youth, which piqued his curiosity, yet he allowed Akamoto to enter. The robot inclined slightly. Please follow me. Akamoto nodded and followed the robot down a long corridor adorned with metallic paint, the atmosphere rendering it somewhat chilly. As he walked, he observed numerous technological marvels, walking mechanical rabbits, floating plates, and an array of unfinished products and waste. The robot led him to a towering door, where a red light activated, and the door swung open. Hitron, clad in a jumpsuit, appeared before Akamoto, while the robot departed to oversee challenges from other trainers. With a puzzled expression, Hitron asked, What brings you to me? Akamoto smiled, somewhat apprehensive. I am curious about your relationship with Yumasino. Hitron stammered. How do you know about my connection with Yuma? He floundered. No, I mean, you. Wait, that's not right. Akamoto remained silent, observing Hitron's flustered demeanor, questioning whether he was truly fit to be Yuma's boyfriend. I am her brother. Her parents entrusted me with her care. Akamoto paused, having heard that someone had taken her out for an entire afternoon at the arcade just yesterday. You are her brother? So, her parents are your parents as well? Noticing Hitron's skeptical expression, Akamoto continued. We are not blood related. She chose to travel with me, so her parents asked me to look after her. Akamoto shifted his tone suddenly. But I want to take a breeding assessment, and what did you do? Nothing. I just took her out for some fun. We are merely friends. Hitron, who spent most of his days in the lab, was startled by Akamoto's intensity, and he stammered. Just friends? So, you've started a relationship? I never expected you, Hitron, to possess the qualities of a cat. Just friends, really? If you are lying, you shall face the consequences. Faced with Akamoto's fearsome expression, Hitron gulped nervously. I do quite like Yuma. Oh, I see. Satisfied with Hitron's admission, Akamoto nodded approvingly and patted him on the shoulder. Yuma seems to like you too. She even mentioned wanting to travel with you. Shouldn't you express something for that? Why, yes. Hitron nodded vigorously. He hurried to his workbench and retrieved a small box-like device. This is my latest invention, a learning device inspired by the third-generation model from the German company, designed to allow Pokémon to gain significant experience without battling. In the Pokémon world, the concept of experience had always existed, but the level classification remained rudimentary, ordinary, elite, master, champion, and so forth, rather than a detailed scale of 100 levels. Pokémon from levels 1 to 16 were considered ordinary, 16 to 36 as elite, 36 to 50 as master level, 60 to 80 as champion level, and those from 90 to 100 as champions. Moreover, between master level and champion level Pokémon, there existed a transitional phase known as quasi-champion, encompassing levels 50 to 59. The transition to quasi-champion represented a significant metamorphosis in life stages. necessitating the accumulation of energy during this period. However, the question arose, didn't this German company's learning device serve the same purpose as your new invention? Akamoto scrutinized Hitron, as if demanding a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he might as well forget about his device. Hitron awkwardly waved his hands, continuing. My learning device differs from the German company's product in that it allows Pokémon to gain both leveling and battle experience. However, I cannot divulge the underlying principles. Akamoto was taken aback. While experience for leveling could be acquired through various means, battle experience provided Pokémon with greater mastery of their skills. Leveling corresponded to sheer strength, while battle experience enabled Pokémon to refine their abilities and unleash their full potential. Taking the learning device into his hands, Akamoto examined it closely but found nothing amiss. Never mind, we are not researchers, after all. Contentedly stowing the learning device away, Akamoto enthusiastically clapped Hitron on the shoulder. You are a promising young man. Hitron cautiously inquired. And what about my relationship with Yuma? Akamoto casually replied. What can I do? The young lady has decided to accompany you, and I cannot stop her. However, if you mistreat her, you shall face the wrath of 3 individuals. Which 3? 3 individuals whom you cannot afford to provoke, Akamoto said, casting a sidelong glance at Hitron. Ah, I cannot afford to provoke them, Hitron replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. With a courteous farewell, Hitron watched the audacious Akamoto depart, sitting down in contemplation for a while. Meanwhile, Akamoto, with the learning device acquired through his dealings with Yuma Sino, strolled back to the inn, cheerfully relishing his fortune. The Togepi was not suited for battles. Although there was the exception of Brock's immensely powerful specimen, Akamoto had no intention of sending his adorable Togepi into combat. With the learning device and his future care, he was confident that Togepi would evolve. Having a Chansey in the breeding house would greatly ease Akamoto's management tasks. In high spirits, he returned to his room, just in time to see Yuma Sino preparing to head out. With a beaming smile, Yuma greeted, Good morning, Akamoto and Aiken. Noticing the time, he realized that after his back and forth at the Mier gym, it was already past 10. All dressed up so beautifully. Are you off on a date? Little Yuma? Akamoto teased. Yuma's face flushed slightly, but she feigned composure. No, this is just a normal outfit. It seemed Hitron had yet to inform Yuma about the recent events, and Akamoto chuckled. Well, I wish you a delightful outing. Yuma nodded happily, twirling her skirt as she departed. Chapter 32. Farewells and emotions. Upon returning to his room, Akiyama retrieved his pager and dialed the number of the store manager. Although informing parents is generally deemed inappropriate, it was imperative to notify the manager, especially since Yuma would not be accompanying him henceforth. Moshi Moshi, this is Ring Ring Barbecue. How may I assist you? Akiyama replied with a smile. Auntie, it's me, Akiyama. A surprised voice came from the other end. Akiyama. What brings you to call? Akiyama organized his thoughts. It's about Yuma. She has met a rather remarkable young man in Mirror City, the owner of the local dojo. And then, clearing his throat, Akiyama continued. It seems Yuma has developed a fondness for him and has decided to embark on her journey as a trainer alongside him. What? The manager exclaimed. Just as Akiyama anticipated her disapproval, she added, That's wonderful. Yuma has always enjoyed playing with boys from around our neighborhood. I thought she might like you. Akiyama chuckled nervously, relieved that she did not harbor feelings for him. Fortunately, she doesn't. I have no interest in young girls. By the way, what is the boy's name, and what is his character like? Akiyama, you must ensure he is suitable. He has called Hitron. And I assure you his character is impeccable. He rarely interacts with girls and is an officially recognized dojo trainer and an inventor. I've already assessed him. Yuma's training journey with him should be fine. Though the manager was quite open-minded, a hint of concern lingered. Why not ask Yuma to bring Hitron home during the annual meeting, so we can meet him? Akiyama paused. You want me to tell Yuma? I hope I want to be silenced. However, since the manager had already spoken, Akiyama reluctantly agreed to inform Yuma closer to the date of the annual meeting. They continued to converse about recent happenings until noon approached, prompting the manager to prepare for business, thus concluding the call. With everything in place, Akiyama prepared to depart for Choka Town. He purchased a train ticket to Meisui Town, which would depart in 3 hours. Due to Choka Town's sparse population and underdeveloped economy, there was no train station. He would have to walk from Meisui Town to Choka Town. After releasing several Pokémon to revel in delightful and boisterous playtime, Akiyama heard a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found Yuma and Hitron standing at the threshold. Yuma has brought her boyfriend home. Akiyama teased with a playful grin. Yuma shot him a glare, clearly aware of his antics, yet feigning ignorance earlier that morning. Noticing the silence between Yuma and Hitron, Akiyama prompted, So, what brings you both here? With newfound courage, Hitron stepped forward, Eevee come to bid you farewell. I will be taking Yuma on a journey across the country to help her become a formidable trainer. And then you'll marry her, right? Akiyama chuckled. Yes. Hitron replied awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. At this moment, Yuma chimed in, Akiyama and Aiken, Eevee made our decision. We'll depart tomorrow. Akiyama turned to Hitron. What about your dojo? Hitron scratched his head. I've arranged for my robotic butler to manage the dojo. It should handle everything well. Let us hope your robot doesn't throw you out someday. Huh? Why would you say that? Hitron responded, perplexed. It's nothing, Akiyama waved dismissively. Before Yuma could inquire about Akiyama's plans, she asked, So, where are you headed, Akiyama and Aiken? Akiyama smiled. I plan to establish my breeding facility in Choka Town and reside there. Have you become a breeder already? Hitron asked, astonished. Recalling their conversation that morning when Akiyama mentioned taking the breeder's examination, he assumed Akiyama had not passed. Indeed, and the League has also provided financial assistance, Akiyama nodded. I shall be departing in 2 hours. After saying this, he looked at the little girl. By the way, remember to feed Choo-Choo on time. Yuma nodded enthusiastically yes. I will take good care of it. When we meet again, I will surely be a powerful trainer. Akiyama chuckled. Is that so? I look forward to watching you compete in the League tournament on television. The little girl's eyes glistened as she realized she would miss Akiyama, leading to a heartfelt farewell. Ultimately, it was time for Akiyama to head to the train station. He slung the small backpack Yuma had gifted him over his shoulder and smiled brightly at the sky. Choka Town, here I come. Upon arriving at Maceway Town by train, Akiyama confirmed his direction and released his riding Pokémon, a small sheep. For this little creature, spending all day in a Pokeball was rather dull. It preferred the sensation of solid ground beneath its feet. The other Pokémon were content to rest in their specially designed Pokeballs, which were quite comfortable. Cradling a hatching device containing a Pokémon egg, Akiyama meandered leisurely. The sky was darkening. Upon arriving in Maceway Town, it was already 6:30. A mountain range separated Maceway Town from Choka Town, making transportation rather inconvenient. However, crossing the mountains would reveal a vast plain adorned with various beautiful flowers. And in the distance, a few scattered houses could be seen. Choka Town boasted expansive plains, blooming flowers, and a multitude of Pokémon species. To the south lay a wild forest, while the east featured both snow-capped peaks and volcanoes, where rare Pokémon could be discovered. However, due to its remote location, the League had not invested heavily in its development. After drawing some water from a small river and washing up, Akiyama set up an impressively luxurious tent by the riverbank. After feeding his Pokémon, he sat on a large exposed rock with the giggling Happiny, gazing at the moon. Truth be told, he had been there for quite a while. Having never traveled far before, he was now experiencing a sense of wandering, grateful for the friends he had made. He hoped they could all continue to live joyfully together. Since arriving in this world, Akiyama had been preparing for the breeder's examination, unaware of the consequences of missing it. Now that he had passed, he had several adorable companions, leading a simple yet joyful life. Happiny suddenly widened her eyes, tilting her head curiously at Akiyama. Struggling to escape his embrace, she retrieved a pebble from her pouch and rubbed it against Akiyama's stomach. Wah wah, master. Cheer up. Akiyama smiled, touched, accepting the pebble, gently ruffling her head before placing the stone back into Happany's pouch. Happiny beamed, looking down as she giggled happily. Suddenly, a radiant light of evolution enveloped the scene, and before Akiyama's eyes, Happiny transformed into a plump Chansey. Chapter 33, The Culinary Dream of Happiny. Huh? Happiny gazed at her hands in confusion, then turned to look at Akiyama. Akiyama grinned as he carefully lifted Happiny off his lap, finally feeling relieved. Now that you've evolved into Happiny, I can hardly hold you. Huh? Happiny squinted with a smile, moving closer to Akiyama and reaching out her hands, attempting to lift him. Unfortunately, she lacked the immense strength of Brock's Happiny and was unable to budge Akiyama at all. After some playful banter, the night deepened, and Akiyama gently patted her head, returning Happiny to her Pokeball. He then gathered the other Pokémon frolicking around the campfire and retreated into his tent for the night. The next morning, the spirited mount, Mareep, dashed out of its Pokeball, frolicking around the tent. 2 Eevee joined in the merriment, playing joyfully with Mareep. Akiyama rubbed his eyes and washed up by the river before preparing breakfast for them. After distributing their Pokémon food, he took out a pot to saute the previously discovered chili peppers and chopped meat, followed by boiling a serving of ramen. Yoshi, chili stir-fried noodles, here I go. Akiyama exclaimed, relishing his creation with delight. Huh. Happiny trotted over, presenting an egg. Akiyama slurped back a noodle, staring at Happiny in bewilderment. Ha. Happiny offered the egg to Akiyama, pointing at his noodles. Akiyama, slightly surprised, asked, You want me to eat this? Happiny nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Akiyama said warmly. affectionately patting her head. He then boiled water in the same pot and placed the egg inside. Happiny was puzzled by Akiyama's method when she was still a swablu. She had always eaten the eggs of other Happiny raw. After a while, Akiyama checked the egg, believing it was now cooked, and fished it out. He set it aside to cool, then cracked the shell open. The pristine egg white emitted an alluring aroma that wafted into Akiyama's nostrils. He scooped a piece of egg white with a spoon and tasted it, instantly transported to a realm of bliss. So delicious. Thank you, Happiny. Happiny gazed at Akiyama with a beaming smile. Seeing Akiyama in such ecstasy piqued her curiosity about the flavor of this cooked delicacy. Noticing Happiny's inquisitive gaze, Akiyama offered her a piece of egg white. Ha. Happiny closed her eyes in sheer happiness. It was simply delectable. From that day forth, Happiny developed a fondness for human culinary methods. Beyond cooking her own eggs daily to share with other Pokémon, she eagerly urged Akiyama to teach her how to cook. After packing up the tent and cooking utensils, Akiyama returned the other Pokémon to their Pokeballs, leaving only the playful Mareep and the two Eevee. Had she still been Swablu, she would have undoubtedly joined in the fun, but now, as Happiny, she needed to be cautious with her precious egg. Bah! Eevee! The three little ones playfully tussled in front of Akiyama, their spirits high. As Akiyama approached the quaint town of Chaosiang, a wave of happiness washed over him. The intoxicating fragrance of unknown flowers enveloped him, instilling a sense of tranquility and bliss. While strolling, Akiyama suddenly spotted a unique flower. The Gracidia flower, with its white stamen and 6 pink petals, is commonly used to express gratitude. At that moment, Akiyama beheld a field filled with Gracidia flowers, which astonished him. Typically, wild Gracidia blooms do not grow in clusters unless influenced by a certain factor. That factor is the mythical grass-type Pokémon, Shaymin. Shaymin is an adorable Pokémon found worldwide, perpetually migrating and creating breathtaking floral landscapes. When Shaymin is in its sky form amidst a field of Gracidia flowers, it possesses the ability to fly. Akiyama felt a glimmer of anticipation, hoping to encounter this enigmatic Pokémon. Hey, Akiyama? Is that you? A voice calling his name reached his ears, prompting him to look up and spot Saki riding atop a Rhydon. Ah, yes. Hello, Saki. Akiyama waved from a distance. Saki skillfully guided Rhydon over and dismounted gracefully before Akiyama. You must be here to visit me, right? It has to be. Saki teased. Akiyama chuckled. Indeed. I didn't expect to run into you before visiting. Then let's head to my place. Saki smiled. I didn't realize you had become a breeder. Welcome to establish your breeding house in Chaosiang. Akiyama nodded, following Saki as they walked toward her home, along a quaint path through the plains. It wasn't long before Saki brought Akiyama to a charming villa-style house. Norris, I'm back. Saki called out, unlocking the door and ushering Akiyama inside. A man who appeared to be of a similar age to Saki emerged from the entrance. Saki introduced, Norris, let me introduce you to my friend Akiyama, whom I met in Mier City. He helped me treat Anri's Merrill. Norris turned to Akiyama, expressing gratitude. Thank you so much, Akiyama-san. You've been a tremendous help. I'm Saki's husband. If it's not a bother, feel free to call me Brother Norris. Not at all. I merely lent a hand, Akiyama replied politely, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. But is it all right for me to call you brother? Norris chuckled. Haha. Aren't you 17? I'm only 27. There's no issue with that. Akiyama joined in the laughter. Brother Norris. At that moment, Saki ascended the stairs, and her voice echoed down. Serena, hurry and get dressed. We have a guest. Akiyama felt a flutter of excitement. Soon, he would meet the most beautiful princess of Kalos, Serena. However, considering the ages of Saki and Norris, Serena must be around 10 years old now. Surely she still held a fondness for Ash. Moreover, it seemed that he had inadvertently become Serena's uncle. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. Chapter 34. Preparations. With a light-hearted skip, Serena descended the staircase, her long hair dancing gracefully in the air. Serena, this is Uncle Akiyama. Norris introduced her. Uncle Akiyama? Both Serena and Akiyama were momentarily bewildered. Serena gazed at the young man before her and found it difficult to utter the term uncle. Akiyama, too, was taken aback. Was he truly to be addressed as uncle by Serena? What is the matter? Are you being disobedient? Norris frowned. Very well, Uncle Akiyama. Serena replied reluctantly. Beside them, Saki stifled a laugh, saying, All right, Norris, don't frighten Serena. Let us each speak our minds. Indeed. Both Akiyama and Serena nodded vigorously. Norris chuckled heartily. Ha, true enough. Then let us each express ourselves freely. It's nearly noon. Why don't you join us for lunch, Akiyama? Saki suggested. Akiyama readily accepted. In the world of Pokémon, it was customary to graciously accept invitations. Saki nodded and headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. As Norris had plans to work in Ingshuo City that afternoon, He instructed Serena to entertain Akiyama before retreating to the storage room. Serena invited Akiyama to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of tea. Sitting across from him on the opposite sofa, she rested her chin on her hand and blinked her eyes, saying, "So, you are Akiyama. Thank you for saving Maril. She is my dear friend." Akiyama smiled. It was a mere trifling. Healing injured Pokémon is something every breeder should do. "So, you are a breeder then?" Serena inquired eagerly. "Yes, I passed this year's assessment and am preparing to establish a breeding house in Chaosiang Town." Serena exclaimed with excitement. "You're going to establish a breeding house? May I help out there?" Akiyama looked at her curiously. "Why do you wish to assist in my breeding house?" "Because I've heard there are many adorable Pokémon there." Serena's eyes sparkled at the thought, but her expression soon turned glum. "But Mama always wants me to be a Rhyhorn rider, which I don't like at all." She quickly added, "It's not that I dislike Rhyhorn. I just don't like Rhyhorn racing." Akiyama chuckled, surprised at how much Saki's aspirations troubled Serena. "Then you are welcome to help in my breeding house. Once it is established, I will let you know." "Yay, but do I need to get your mother's permission?" Serena's enthusiasm waned again. "Ah, yes. Mama will definitely want me to train as a Rhyhorn rider." The kitchen was not far from the living room, and Akiyama and Serena's conversation was sufficiently loud for Saki to catch on. She knocked a spatula against a frying pan and called out, "If you want to help." "That's fine, but you can't just play around." I want to just play." With her mother's approval, Serena perked up once more. As Akiyama and Serena discussed various Pokémon topics, he noticed that she shared a keen interest similar to that of Yuma Hyano. Soon, Saki finished preparing lunch, and Akiyama and Serena washed their hands before sitting at the table. When Norris arrived, the four of them began their meal. Thankfully, no overly dramatic eating rituals were necessary. "This curry rice is delicious," Akiyama exclaimed, indulging heartily. Saki, smiling, replied, "If you find it tasty, then do eat it all." "It seems I made a bit too much today." Akiyama's expression fell. "Oh, really? How can I possibly finish it all?" "Well, let us see you try," Saki teased. After lunch, Akiyama bid farewell to Saki and her family, preparing to choose a suitable and spacious location nearby to construct the breeding house. Prior to his arrival, he had already identified a promising site, but had not had the chance to thoroughly examine it before encountering Saki, riding his little sheep. He returned to the location he had discovered and spent over an hour exploring the area. It was a fascinating terrain, reminiscent of the pocket-shaped landforms discussed in middle school geography, surrounded by towering mountains. Akiyama surveyed the site and ultimately decided this would be the perfect spot for the breeding house. Apart from the narrow entrance of a few meters, the rest of the area was inaccessible, and climbing the steep slopes from the outside was impractical. "System, I have selected the location. How do I use the land ownership card?" Ding. Opening land simulation view. Opening completed. A three-dimensional model appeared in Akiyama's mind, allowing him to clearly see the boundaries and terrain of the land. "Wow, this is quite advanced. Please confirm the land boundaries." Once confirmed, simply whisper submit to obtain land ownership. "Ah, I want it all," Akiyama mused, gazing at the nearly 2 square kilometers of land. However, he realized he could only encompass this entire area within the breeding house's limits. In the Pokémon world, land was indeed vast and sparsely populated. In the southern region of Kalos, it was so desolate that one could walk for a day without encountering another soul. The land prices were also remarkably low, which meant he could always acquire more later on. He selected all the land around the entrance, then chose a bit further inside. After confirming the area, Akiyama chose to submit the selection. The system notification chimed in. "Submission successful. Land ownership card has been consumed. Land ownership certificate has been issued." Yosh. Step 1 is complete. Akiyama looked at the land ownership certificate resting in the system's inventory, embossed with the League's seal. How marvelous, this system. Next, he pondered how to utilize the breeding house construction card. Please design the building plan in the three-dimensional model. Once submitted, construction will commence. Do I have to design it myself? Akiyama wondered, feeling slightly perplexed, as he was not adept at spatial design. The host may choose from several provided design schemes or modify existing options. Akiyama brightened. "Oh, this one looks great." He adapted several schemes in the three-dimensional model and ultimately selected a plan that satisfied him. He decided to enclose the surrounding mountains of the basin with an electric fence and to construct his residence, reception area, storage room, and workshop at the entrance, ensuring that anyone wishing to enter would require his permission. The central area of the basin, just under 2 square kilometers, would be transformed into a suitable ecological park for Pokémon habitation, topped with a massive skylight made of new materials provided by the system. Sunlight would stream through the glass, illuminating the ecological park, while the Pokémon within could gaze upon the sky outside. Yet, from the outside, nothing would be visible. This design would also effectively protect Akiyama's privacy, and he appreciated the service provided by the system. The ecological park's control system, supplied by the system, would autonomously regulate the environment, including temperature, humidity, and oxygen levels. After making numerous adjustments and finalizing his plan, Akiyama submitted it. Submission successful. Breeding house construction card has been consumed. Construction request has been submitted. Building will commence shortly, with an estimated duration of 5 days. Chapter 35. The little carriers under the astonished gaze of Akiyama. A dark portal suddenly materialized, followed by a procession of trucks emerging from within. System. What is the situation with these vehicles and the individuals inside? Ding. The host need not concern themselves. These are construction workers arranged by the system. They will return once the project is completed. Return? Where did they come from? No comment. The system replied coldly with those 4 words. Akiyama pouted and fell silent. The construction would take a full 5 days, and since Akiyama had no desire to camp in a tent, he decided to construct a small wooden cabin instead. Kyrulian, could you please take them to gather some lumber? Akiyama instructed as he released Kyrulian and several other Pokémon. Kyrulian nodded and led Ninetales, Chansey, and 2 Eevees to the task of felling trees. As for the little sheep and 2 Eevees, Akiyama deemed them too inexperienced for such labor. He instructed them to gather some hay while he went to borrow tools from Saki. Upon returning with the borrowed tools, Akiyama was greeted by a rather peculiar scene. 3 little carriers were laboriously carrying logs alongside Akiyama's Pokémon, diligently placing the wood at the designated spot. What is happening here? Akiyama inquired of Kyrulian, the eldest among them. Kyrulian responded telepathically, we encountered these 3 on the way, and they offered to assist us in transporting the logs. Is that so? Akiyama expressed his curiosity. There are even little carriers here. Just then, Saki rode over on her ride-on, bringing a basket of freshly picked fruits, and she happened to witness this amusing scene. Here you go, Akiyama. These are fruits just picked from the nearby area. Saki handed the basket to Akiyama and looked at the busy little carriers, saying, these youngsters live nearby and often help the townsfolk with moving things. She added, moreover, most of the houses in our town have had their construction assisted by them, along with the ironclad and the old builders. Is that so? Once Kyrulian evolves into Galade, we shall see about taking this family into the breeding house. Little carriers are quite popular among the workers. Akiyama mused. Although the workers typically had limited purchasing power, affluent families often required assistance with construction, making it inconvenient to hire outside help while also protecting their privacy. In such cases, a little carrier or even an ironclad would be invaluable, capable, and loyal. Scratching his head and smiling, Akiyama accepted the fruits Saki offered. Thank you, Saki. It is my first encounter with such a Pokémon. I've heard that the method for making concrete was taught to humans by the old builders. Saki nodded. Indeed, they are incredibly industrious Pokémon and very diligent. But hasn't anyone in the town tried to capture them? Akiyama wondered. Logically, such useful Pokémon should have been caught long ago. Some have tried, but it seems no one can contend with the old builder. It is a very powerful Pokémon and fiercely protective of its kin, Saki explained. While there have been attempts to capture them, none have succeeded in defeating the old builder. The residents of Chasha Town were known for their kindness and simplicity, and even trainers were a rarity. Though their relationship with Pokémon was amicable, capturing Pokémon held little utility for those who made their living through agriculture. Naturally, some practical Pokémon were captured, such as the armored rhinoceros, which could assist with plowing and serve as a means of transportation. Furthermore, competitions involving the armored rhinoceros were a significant source of joy in the town. Norris had also challenged the old builder, but his cheerful Kappa seemed to pose no threat to it. Norris remarked that the old builder was likely a quasi-elite level Pokémon. Saki recalled her experience accompanying Norris in that challenge, noting that even the novice master-level Kappa stood no chance against the old builder. Consequently, the townsfolk ceased their attempts to capture it, as the old builder would frequently come to aid them, and they would offer it lavish meals in gratitude. Speaking of which, Saki smiled at Akiyama. Once your cabin is completed, don't forget to treat them to a grand feast. Of course, that's only natural, Akiyama chuckled. The interactions between these Pokémon and the residents of Chasha Town were indeed fascinating. However, facing a quasi-elite level old builder, it seemed he would have to wait until Kyrulian evolved into Galade and reached level 40 before attempting a challenge. This was contingent upon Galad's psychic type encountering the fighting type of the old builder and possessing the elemental impact move as a powerful asset. During this period, Kyrulian had been diligently training, consuming specially prepared Pokémon food from Akiyama, and occasionally absorbing life energy. It had now reached level 29, nearing the level required for evolution. The elevation of a Pokémon's level did not always necessitate combat. Specific Pokémon had unique training methodologies. For instance, Kyrulian, being a psychic and fairy type. Required meditation to enhance its mental strength and absorb elemental power to bolster its capabilities. Such training could also yield experience points, thereby increasing levels. Conversely, the little carriers evolved into ironclads when they could lift heavier and thicker logs, having strengthened their physical prowess through continuous labor, thus gaining experience and meeting the evolution criteria. The reason wild Pokémon do not generally resist capture by powerful trainers lies in this ability of humans to devise tailored training approaches for different Pokémon species, facilitating a more rapid enhancement of their abilities. Returning to the matter at hand, after Saki departed on her ride-on, Akiyama joined the team constructing the wooden cabin. The three little carriers displayed neither surprise nor fear at Akiyama's presence. Instead, they eagerly accepted the logs he carried and called out to him. "Hey, hey," one little carrier exclaimed, showcasing its robust biceps. Akiyama understood its message. "Your strength is insufficient. Let me handle it." "All right. Today I've been silently mocked by a Pokémon," Akiyama conceded. Thus, he refrained from moving logs further and summoned a little carrier to assist in laying the foundation for the cabin. After the foundation was completed, the construction proceeded through the standard process. Akiyama was not a professional architect, and this was merely a temporary wooden cabin. However, it appeared that the little carriers were more adept than Akiyama. Observing their skilled and efficient techniques, he realized they required no intervention from him to erect a charming little cabin. "Okay, I admit defeat in this area," Akiyama sighed, once again feeling humbled by the prowess of Pokémon. "Hey, hey, hey." One little carrier bounded over, patting Akiyama on the shoulder before landing on the ground, arms crossed over its chest. "Well, you all are impressive," Akiyama chuckled. "I'm not disheartened. I'll treat you to a feast later." "Hey, hey, hey," the three little carriers exclaimed in unison, appearing quite delighted. Do you know what the little carriers communicated to Akiyama? It said, "Young man, it would be beneficial for you to engage in more exercise and not succumb to despondency. Look at how impressive we are." Chapter 36, Astonishing. The 17-year-old engaged in such activities. Akamoto retrieved his cooking utensils from the system warehouse, along with the tools necessary for preparing food for his Pokémon, and began to prepare dinner for himself and his beloved creatures. However, it seemed the transporters showed little interest in the Pokémon food, instead displaying a keen fascination for the cooked dishes Akamoto had prepared. Consequently, the dinner was divided into two grand tables. One table was occupied by Curlia, Ninetales, for Eevees, and the little sheep Mount, all of whom relished their respective Pokémon meals with gusto. The other table was shared by the transporters, who savored rib soup and fish balls alongside Akamoto, while a Chansey nibbled on a round egg. Once satiated, the transporters contentedly patted their bellies, reminiscent of humans. They took turns expressing their gratitude to Akamoto before carrying their training logs back into the forest. After ensuring his Pokémon had also finished their meals, Akamoto tidied up and retreated to his room to prepare his thesis. Currently, he had completed 2 papers, each spanning over a dozen pages. One was a treatise on the existence of elemental power, which he had been refining during the breeding assessment. Following the conclusion of the assessment, he and Curlia resolved the final critical proof together. The other paper examined the hidden factors behind Eevee's evolution, which was intricately linked to the elemental power thesis. The ability to absorb sufficient elemental power through alternative means to trigger Eevee's evolution would significantly alter the conditions for various evolutions within the Pokémon world. However, Akamoto's thesis on Eevee's evolution merely proposed a theory and demonstrated its feasibility. Successfully applying this theoretical framework to alter Eevee's evolutionary conditions would likely require him to pen a third paper on the materialization of elemental power. Although Akamoto had never attended university or authored a thesis before, his frequent literary endeavors fueled by passion allowed him to manage adequately. After carefully reviewing his work for errors and ensuring the coherence of his sentences, Akamoto entered the doctoral forum and registered a new account using his identification. He opted to participate in a thesis competition and subsequently uploaded both papers. With everything in order, he awaited the announcement of the competition results in 2 months. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Akamoto called back the Pokémon that were either training or frolicking outside, and then he retired to bed. While Akamoto enjoyed a restful sleep, others were destined for a sleepless night. George Wei, an externally hired forum administrator for the Alliance, was responsible for overseeing the posts on the doctoral forum, reviewing and reporting those of significant merit. As the end of his workday approached, George Wei noted that there were no posts left to review and prepared to shut down his computer. However, just as he moved the mouse to the power icon, the notification sound of a new post echoed in his ears. Initially, George Wei contemplated ignoring it, considering he was ready to leave for the day. Yet, after a moment's reflection, He chose to click on the post for review, deciding to apply stricter standards as a form of self-punishment for delaying his departure. However, upon opening the post, he was captivated by the bold title, and after perusing its contents, he was left in a daze. What was this? Elemental power? And it had been substantiated? This was a groundbreaking assertion. Hastily, he clicked on the author's profile, only to discover that it belonged to a newcomer registered under the name Akihiko Wuxi. Upon accessing the back-end information about the registrant, his astonishment deepened. A 17-year-old had authored such an impressive thesis? Indeed, while he would not claim to be a polymath, George Wei was left utterly flabbergasted by the brilliance of this young mind. At this moment, he lamented his own limited reading and could only mutter in disbelief. He briefly entertained the notion that this could be a paper submitted by a disciple of an esteemed scholar, but quickly dismissed it. Such a pivotal thesis could hardly be entrusted to another for publication. Moreover, the author Akamoto appeared to have an unblemished background, merely a novice breeder hailing from an orphanage. Yet, it seemed even more astonishing that someone from such humble beginnings could produce a work of this caliber. George Wei felt as though he had wasted over 30 years of his life. He soon noticed that Akamoto had also published a second paper, The Hidden Factors of Eevee's Evolution. Compared to the groundbreaking first paper, the second did not evoke the same sense of shock. Nevertheless, it still left George Wei profoundly impressed. After reviewing Akamoto's work, he promptly approved it and retracted a previously pinned paper by another doctoral student concerning Pokémon genetics, elevating Akamoto's papers to a featured topic. In a flurry of activity, he forwarded Akamoto's work to various prominent scholars and reported it directly to the Alliance Science Center. In no time, the entire Science Center and the scholarly community buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing Akamoto's two papers. For them, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Akamoto remained blissfully unaware, cocooned in his blanket, dreaming of rib soup and fish balls. The following morning, Akamoto was roused by his little mount sheep, which had come to fetch him. All right, you go wait outside for me. Reluctantly crawling out of bed, he rubbed his face and groggily began to dress and wash up. Since their time together during the breeding assessment, his mount sheep had developed a habit of demanding morning runs with him. Thus, every morning, Akamoto was awakened by his mount sheep's insistence to join him for a jog. Dressed in fresh, tidy sports attire, Akamoto released his two Eevees as well. Circle, Round, come join me for a run. The names he had given to the two Eevees were Circle for the male and Round for the female. True to their youthful vigor, the two small Eevees, even in the early morning, were brimming with energy, darting ahead with the mount sheep, leaving Akamoto far behind. The elderly Akamoto jogged leisurely, resembling a sloth. Before long, the mount sheep returned with Circle and Round, and upon reaching Akamoto's side, they turned to race ahead once more. The mount sheep, unable to match Akamoto's pace, would always run ahead, then return to his side before continuing onward. Chapter 37. Axid Dragon Chiao Yuan jogged leisurely, only to realize that his mount, the little sheep, had not returned. He felt a twinge of confusion, pondering whether the little sheep and its companions had frolicked too joyfully and lost their way. Just as he contemplated this, Yuan suddenly appeared in his line of sight, looking exceedingly anxious as it rushed toward him. What's the matter, Yuan? Where are the little sheep and Quan? Chiao Yuan inquired as he picked up Yuan and gently scratched its head. Ibu. Yuan shook its head vigorously, wriggling free from Chiao Yuan's embrace, calling out urgently. Chiao Yuan was taken aback. Are you saying that yesterday's little porters were battling a powerful Pokémon and got injured? Yuan nodded emphatically and tugged at Chiao Yuan's trousers, leading the way ahead. Chiao Yuan quickened his pace, following Yuan to the edge of the forest. There lay the three little porters from yesterday, two of whom were injured and lying on the ground, while the remaining one, the highest in level among them, was also in poor condition. The one who had injured them was a level 38 Axid Dragon. Chiao Yuan gazed at the Axid Dragon in utter astonishment, pondering how it had come to be in the southern region of Kalos. However, he soon considered that the southern region was rife with mountains and rich in mineral resources. It was not unlikely for an Axid Dragon to settle here from elsewhere. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the little porters furiously attacking the Axid Dragon, swinging their stout wooden clubs at it. Yet, the Axid Dragon appeared relatively non-hostile, merely evading their attacks, and ultimately knocked down the last of the little porters when the opportunity arose. Chiao Yuan hurried over to catch the little porter, retrieving some healing ointment from his backpack to tend to its wounds. Fortunately, the Axid Dragon had not struck with full force. It had only incapacitated them without inflicting severe injuries. As Chiao Yuan applied medicine to a porter with a bruised rear, it winced in pain. How did you end up clashing with this Axid Dragon? It has a gentle temperament. Did you provoke it? Initially, the little porters wore expressions of anger, But upon hearing Qiu Yuan's question, they awkwardly scratched their heads. One of the little porters explained, "Hey, we just wanted to challenge it because it looked so formidable. But it seems it didn't appreciate our intrusion into its territory." "Ah, I thought as much. You really did stir up trouble," Qiu Yuan sighed, patting the little porter's backside. "All right, go rest a bit, and you'll recover. In the future, refrain from challenging Pokémon significantly stronger than yourselves." Though the little porters were enthusiastic, they were also quite combative, relishing the opportunity to enhance their strength through training and battles. Thus, upon encountering the Axedragon, they felt compelled to challenge it. Although the Axedragon typically exhibited a mild disposition and rarely lost its temper, it despised intruders, be they humans or Pokémon, treading upon its territory. To defend its domain, it would drive away any invaders. The fact that this Axedragon had not left the little porters severely battered spoke volumes about its restrained temperament. The three little porters lowered their heads, looking dejected as they whimpered. "It's not that you're too weak, it's that it is too powerful, you know?" Qiu Yuan consoled them. Then, he rose to his feet and turned his gaze toward the Axedragon. While he did not aspire to become an exceptionally powerful trainer, possessing formidable Pokémon in the world of Pokémon provided a sense of security, regardless of the perspective. Dragon-type Pokémon were synonymous with strength, and there were hardly any weak among them, save for a certain dragon type that was rather disappointing. Upon encountering the Axedragon, Qiu Yuan could not overlook the implications. Although his most powerful Pokémon, Kirlia, was only level 29, 9 levels beneath the Axedragon, it bore the Fairy type. Before the Fairy type was discovered, Ice types were considered the natural counter to dragons. However, with the emergence of Fairy types, they supplanted Ice types as the true counter to Dragon types. Moves infused with Dragon-type energy were ineffective against Fairy types, while Fairy-type moves inflicted double damage on Dragon types. At that moment, Qiu Yuan's eyes gleamed with mischief as he looked at the Axedragon. "Axedragon, I now challenge you. Should you lose, you shall become my Pokémon." As he spoke, he initiated an inquiry into the Pokémon's details. Axedragon LV, 38 affinity. Type, Dragon potential, blue nature, brave gender, male ability, unyielding innate skills, none inherited skills, Dragon tail taught skills, endure, taunt, Dragon claw, scary face, bite, Dragon dance, dual chop. Dragon Pulse TM skills, none held item. None. Upon seeing the details of the Axedragon, Qiu Yuan was initially stunned, followed by elation. A blue potential Dragon-type Pokémon. This was a Pokémon with champion-level potential. Moreover, it had inherited the move Dragon Tail, which meant that, with its current strength, it could easily overpower any Pokémon not of Ice or Fairy type, soon to be on the brink of champion status. However, Qiu Yuan soon felt a twinge of melancholy. They were pursuing the Fairy-type route, and if he were to present himself as a trainer, he ought to become a Fairy-type master. Yet now, an Axedragon with champion-level potential had appeared, leading Qiu Yuan into a spiral of indecision. To the Axedragon, however, Qiu Yuan's demeanor was nothing short of an insult. "Axu! Axu!" The Axedragon's roar disrupted Qiu Yuan's thoughts, startling him into quickly releasing Kirlia from its Pokeball. "No way, we cannot withstand even one swipe from you, Kirlia." Upon its emergence, Kirlia was momentarily taken aback by the Axedragon's roar, looking at Qiu Yuan in confusion. "Come fight alongside me. Defeat this Axedragon. I wish to capture it." Qiu Yuan gestured a fist toward Kirlia. "Axu! Axu! Axu! What is going on? Are we fighting or not?" The Axedragon was rapidly losing patience with Qiu Yuan's antics, roaring repeatedly. "Here we go. Kirlia, be careful not to let it get close. Use elemental shock from a distance." Kirlia focused intently on the Axedragon, beginning to gather elemental energy. The Axedragon remained stationary, unleashing Dragon Dance, while a peculiar energy coalesced around its face, rendering it fierce and terrifying. Chapter 38. Conquest and Harvest. The spectral visage skill of Axa caused Kyrolian's speed to diminish slightly, while it amplified its own power and velocity significantly through Dragon Dance. With a furious roar, Axu lunged towards Kyrolian at an astonishing speed, leaping fiercely to deliver a powerful Dragon Claw attack. Caught off guard by the spectral visage, Kyrolian barely managed to react to Axe's swift onslaught. "Kyrolian, evade quickly. Use your psychic abilities to control Axe's body," Akamoto commanded urgently. Just in time, Kyrolian dodged Axe's attack, activating its psychic powers to send Axu crashing downwards. However, due to the vast disparity in levels, the impact of the psychic powers on Axu was negligible, and it landed with little damage. "Now, unleash elemental impact while Axu is still unsteady." Axa propelled itself off the ground, utilizing the recoil to spring into the air, only to be struck down heavily by the elemental impact that Kyrolian had gathered. This elemental strike, predominantly composed of Fairy-type energy, inflicted considerable damage on Axu. yet it persevered through sheer willpower. Subsequently, Axu concentrated its strength in its claws and struck the ground forcefully, kicking up a cloud of dust. Akamoto was astounded by Axu's combat experience, skillfully leveraging the terrain to turn the battle in its favor. Kyrolean, beware of its ambush from the dust. Kyrolean focused intently on the swirling dust, and suddenly, Axu surged forth from it, colliding violently with Kyrolean. In a moment of desperation, Kyrolean concentrated its psychic energy to retaliate against Axu, while simultaneously preparing a second elemental impact. Axu roared, its momentum surging after the successful hit, charging once more at Kyrolean. This time, without the cover of dust, Akamoto felt assured that Kyrolean could not evade, prompting him to issue another attack command. Release elemental impact while it is in the air. Unbeknownst to Akamoto, having already suffered, Axu was not foolish enough to allow itself to be struck by elemental impact again. Just as Kyrolean was about to unleash its elemental sphere, Axu erupted in a display of immense power. Its reverse scales glimmering as it unleashed the strength of its draconic essence. In an instant, Axu executed two formidable moves, Reverse Scale and Dragon Pulse. Taken by surprise, Kyrolean was sent flying by Axu's attack, yet simultaneously, the elemental impact struck Axu, causing both to crash to the ground. Overwhelmed by the tremendous fairy-type energy within Kyrolean's impact, Axu succumbed to unconsciousness. The might of Reverse Scale and Dragon Pulse primarily stemmed from Axu's draconic power, thus Kyrolean only sustained damage from Axu's physical attack. Acknowledging Axu's strength, Akamoto utilized a specially crafted Pokeball to capture Axu. Upon successful capture, Akamoto released Axu once more, though it remained in a state of unconsciousness. Kyrolean and Jigglypuff, please assist in its healing. During their time together, both Kyrolean and Jigglypuff had made varying degrees of progress. They had both learned a practical move. Not of the fairy type, but nonetheless useful, Life Drop. Although the healing effect of Life Drop was not particularly pronounced, the damage Axu had sustained from Kyrolean's attack was merely superficial. After Akamoto tended to the wounds, Kyrolean and Jigglypuff successfully restored Axu's health with their Life Drops. As Axu opened its eyes, it cast a complex glance at Akamoto. From the perspective of Pokémon, the act of humans capturing wild creatures is inherently selfish, as it forces them to abandon their natural way of life to strive for the aspirations of their trainers. Akamoto placed Axu's claw upon his hand, channeling life energy to it while expressing his goodwill. Axu, feeling the life force, appeared astonished. In its ancestral memories, there had been vague descriptions of such power, believed to be derived from the legendary creator Arceus, now embodied by a mere human. Perhaps, it thought, he is a being recognized by the creator. Withdrawing its claw, Axu let out a low growl towards Akamoto, signaling for him to follow. Since Akamoto had become Axu's trainer, it implied his departure from its home, and there were certain treasures to retrieve. Following Axu, Akamoto arrived at a secluded cave entrance, obscured by brush, with only a narrow passage for Axu to pass through. Upon clearing the foliage, Akamoto was greeted by a trove of gemstones, delicate, pinkish dragonstones. Axu. Axu pointed to the scattered gems on the ground, indicating that Akamoto should collect them. Without hesitation, Akamoto gathered all the gemstones, knowing that even if they were to be used later, they would ultimately benefit Axu, allowing him to feel justified in his actions. Then, Axu leaped onto a natural stone ledge, revealing a small space behind it. From the depths of the cave, Axu emerged cradling a blue Pokémon egg, carefully traversing the rocky steps to present it to Akamoto. Axu, please take good care of this egg. Axu handed the egg to Akamoto before retreating deeper into the cave to retrieve a rounded, amber-like stone featuring an orange spiral pattern. Axu, this evolution stone belongs to it. Please do not lose it. Overwhelmed with happiness, Akamoto was in disbelief, first capturing the blue qualified Axu with potential for greatness, discovering a plethora of dragonstones, and now receiving a Pokémon egg. Unlike the previous unidentifiable egg awarded by the system, Akamoto recognized this as a round shark egg. Furthermore, Axu had also produced a precious Mega Evolution Stone for the fierce shark. Yet, questions plagued Akamoto. Why did Axu possess a round shark egg and retain such a valuable Mega Evolution Stone? Perplexed, Akamoto inquired of Axu regarding the matter. Upon hearing Akamoto's words, Axu's expression shifted to one of intense anger. Axu. It furiously pointed at Akamoto and then at the round shark egg, growling and gesturing animatedly. Possessing the ability to comprehend Pokémon language, Akamoto was no stranger to Axu's tongue. As Axu continued to express itself, Akamoto's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Chapter 39. The Plasma Team. From the tale of Axu, Akiyama learned that this round shark Pokémon egg belonged to its sister and a fierce land shark. It had previously lived a tranquil life in the Unova region until one fateful day when its sister, gravely injured, fled into its cave with the roundshark egg. She implored Axu to escape with the egg, but soon after, a group of mysterious individuals invaded the cave, commanding their Pokémon to attack Axu without hesitation. Despite her severe injuries, Axu's sister fought valiantly but was ultimately captured by these enigmatic figures using a Pokeball, and they then turned their sights on the roundshark egg. Even after evolving into a dual-axe dragon, Axu's sister proved no match for the mysterious team, leaving Axu powerless against them. At that moment, 2 Dragonites from the Kanto region, now residing in the Land of Dragons, arrived to rescue Axu. One of them, a champion-level Pokémon, ensnared the intruders, while the other, a near-champion, carried Axu away until they reached the outskirts of Kalos. Exhausted, the Dragonite could no longer maintain flight, leaving Axu to dash with the roundshark egg until the mysterious threat dissipated. Finally, Axu settled in the cave, awaiting the hatching of the roundshark. Akiyama speculated that this group of mysterious individuals was none other than the Plasma Team, an evil organization seeking to control the Unova region through the legendary Pokémon of its founding myth. Their true goal was likely the roundshark egg and the evolution stone of the fierce land shark. The power of Mega Evolution was a coveted force, one that could empower the Plasma Team to harness the might of legendary Pokémon. Fear not, for this is the Kalos region. Those villains will not venture here. Should they do so, I will protect you, Akiyama assured. As for whether the Plasma Team would pursue them to Kalos, he deemed it improbable unless they had grown to a size that could rival both the Kalos League and the local evil organization, Flare Team. If that were the case, he would retract his statement. If you remain uneasy, allow me to aid you in acquiring the strength to vanquish them, Akiyama declared, extending his fist resolutely. Axa hesitated for a moment, but ultimately met Akiyama's gesture with a determined clawed fist. After capturing Axu in a Pokeball, Akiyama returned to his quaint wooden cabin. He retrieved a high-grade incubator and placed the roundshark egg within, subsequently activating the scanning skill on this quasi-legendary Pokémon egg. Roundshark LV, 0 type, Dragon. Ground potential, Purple gender, Male ability, Sandvale innate skill, Dragon Rage for Pokémon yet to hatch. The scanning function reveals only such information, leaving characteristics and other details undetermined. However, encountering a Pokémon with purple potential was a first for Akiyama. When he had previously learned about potential classifications, the system had explained that purple potential was unique to quasi-legendary Pokémon. This indicated that only when a Pokémon's life level reached the quasi-legendary tier could it attain purple potential, meaning a base stat total exceeding 600, referring to the level achievable upon final evolution. However, not all quasi-legendary Pokémon necessarily possess purple potential. Lacking in any aspect of talent could result in a blue potential instead. The minimum potential for quasi-legendary Pokémon is blue. Akiyama's roundshark, still unborn, was destined to inherit a superb skill like Dragon Rage, ensuring rapid progression in its early levels. After a moment of excitement, Akiyama lamented, 2 Dragon-type Pokémon at once? They will certainly require a substantial amount of sustenance. It seemed necessary to venture to the nearby city to procure materials for crafting specialized Dragon-type Pokémon food. Not to mention, the energy contained in such food would be several times that of ordinary Pokémon fare, preventing Axu and the roundshark from going hungry. Next, he would need to gather materials to stimulate Dragon-type elemental powers, which would require thorough investigation. Having dealt with Axu's situation, it was already past 11, and Akiyama had yet to eat breakfast. Following the routine, he released all his Pokémon to introduce them to their new companion, Axu. Having lived cautiously in the cave, Axu was initially overwhelmed by the enthusiastic presence of Jigglypuff. Akiyama watched with amusement as he sent out the mischievous duo of Swirlix and his mount, Buniri, to gather berries for dessert. The treats prepared for Jigglypuff and Sharim were still the same mochi dumplings, while Buniri received shortbread dumplings. The Eevee couple and Swirlix were served pear dumplings. Only Ninetales had yet to enjoy the rated Pokémon food, as Akiyama could not find suitable materials rich in psychic energy, so he had to settle for a modified version of the mochi dumplings for Ninetales. It was customary for Akiyama and his Pokémon to share meals joyfully. Although Axu was initially unaccustomed to this warm atmosphere, it eventually blended into the cozy circle with the gentle companionship of Jigglypuff and Swirlix. After the meal, the afternoon was designated for training. Akiyama remained in his room, refining the recipes for the various dumplings and searching for Dragon-type materials to serve as primary ingredients. Meanwhile, Buniri and Swirlix frolicked energetically, releasing their vitality while simultaneously strengthening their physical prowess, while General-type Pokémon needed to train their physical strength to enhance their abilities. Ninetales and Jigglypuff engaged in meditation exercises under the guidance of Sharim. Although Jigglypuff was also a General-type, her primary abilities stemmed from various Fairy-type skills. thus differing from the training methods of Buniri and Swirlix. Though neither Ninetales nor Jigglypuff had mastered meditation skills, under Cherrim's mental guidance, they gradually found a meditative state, allowing them to learn the skill. In truth, Akiyama could purchase technical discs to teach his Pokémon skills, but such skills would lack the depth of personal understanding, hindering further mastery. Thus, Akiyama hoped to facilitate skill acquisition through the mutual teaching among Pokémon. As for Axu's training plan, Akiyama had yet to devise one, allowing it to explore freely. The day swiftly passed, and in this affectionate atmosphere, Axu finally laid to rest the tension that had long troubled it, joyfully mingling with its newfound companions. Chapter 40, The Battle of the Alliance regarding the food materials for the Axu, Akamoto, after 2 days of contemplation and deduction, arrived at a conclusion. He adhered to a production theory akin to that of the Momin dumpling, utilizing the characteristics of the berry fruit to absorb the elemental powers of dragon-type Pokémon, thereby preserving a substantial amount of dragon elemental energy. The material capable of providing elemental power is a fruit known as the dragon fruit. This fruit has not been mentioned in any games or anime, yet it is recorded in Akamoto's memory. The dragon fruit naturally grows on trees in areas where dragon-type Pokémon congregate and possesses the ability to enhance the powers of dragon-type Pokémon. The berry fruit can be purchased at any Pokémon store in the cities, but the dragon fruit is exclusively available at the Kalos League. The Champions Road in the Kalos region is the area with the highest distribution of dragon-type Pokémon, and it is overseen by the Pokémon League located at the back of the Champions Road. Having made up his mind, Akamoto set out for the Kalos League with Chespin and Axu. He boarded the Pokémon train in Namishui Town, traversed through the Sandalwood Forest, and transferred in Sandalwood City to reach the Kalos League, finally arriving around 3 in the afternoon. As he exited the station, he could see the majestic League Center in the distance. Adjacent to the Kalos League stood several apartment buildings and structures resembling research facilities. The area was not only populated by long-term staff working at the League, but also by numerous scientists and ordinary residents, resembling a small town. Impressed, Akamoto headed towards the League store. Trainers aiming to challenge the Elite Four and the regional champion must traverse the Champions Road to reach the Kalos League. However, for those merely visiting or shopping, a direct train ride to the Kalos League is available, convenient, swift, and environmentally friendly. Upon entering the League store, Akamoto indulged in a shopping spree. With ample funds at his disposal, he decided to purchase several high-end incubators and Pokémon care items, as well as stock up on various Pokémon food materials. The price of berry fruits and other special tree fruits remained consistent at 1,000 yen each. Yet the dragon fruit was rather exorbitant at 20,000 yen per piece. Akamoto dared to buy only around 20, amounting to roughly 10 finished products. After this shopping excursion, he spent over 600,000 yen, leaving his savings reduced to a mere 5-digit sum. Hey, Emily, where are you going? To the public battle arena at the League. Today, my idol, the esteemed Dorlicina, is battling. Really? I want to go see too. Hearing the conversation beside him, Akamoto was taken aback. Dorlicina is the dragon-type elite of the Kalos region, reportedly hailing from the Sinnoh region, who chose to become a dragon-type specialist to explore the legends of Dialga and Palkia. Although Akamoto possessed abilities rivaling that of an intermediate breeder, he acknowledged that Dorlicina's understanding of dragon-type Pokémon far surpassed his own. With Dorlicina's battle taking place, Akamoto resolved to witness it. Following the 2 young trainers, he made his way to the public battle arena. Upon entering through the League's grand entrance, he passed through the lobby and entered the arena via the left corridor. The enormous screens hovering above the center of the battle arena instantly captured his attention, followed by the rows of elevated spectator seating and the commentary booth directly in front of him. Was this the venue for the League's grand tournament? Dorlicina's challenges were indeed held in such grandeur? While lost in thought, a staff member called out to him, "Hey, you there. Please quickly vacate the battle area and proceed to the spectator seating. Dorlicina's battle is about to commence." All right. Sorry for the trouble," Akamoto responded hurriedly, ascending the stairs on the right side to find a vantage point from which to observe the battle. The surrounding industries of the Kalos League were predominantly hotels, where many aspiring trainers chose to stay nearby for the opportunity to witness the elite's challenges. For trainers with dreams, spending a bit more on accommodation was a small price to pay for the chance to glean even a modicum of the elite's battle strategies. After approximately 5 minutes of anticipation, Dorlicina, clad in a brown dress and adorned with a dragon tooth necklace, gracefully entered the arena. Observing her poised and regal presence, Akamoto silently marveled. Truly, she embodies the essence of a duchess, exuding elegance effortlessly. The challenger had been waiting in the arena, and, upon seeing Dorlicina arrive, politely bowed before gripping his Pokeball with determination. Thank you, Dorlicina, for accepting the challenge from me. Griffin, please give it your all in this battle. Dorlicina smiled, covering her mouth playfully as she replied to the enthusiastic youth. Then I expect you to give it your all as well. Of course. Griffin nodded earnestly, and as both prepared, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. I shall send out my Pokémon first. Go, Charizard. As the elite, Dorlicina released her Pokémon first. Okamoto, upon inspection, realized that this was a Charizard that had just reached elite level with a blue aptitude. Griffin then unleashed his own Pokémon, a 55 level, blue aptitude Beartic. When did blue aptitude Pokémon become so undervalued? While it was understandable that Dorlicina's Charizard was blue aptitude, Griffin's Beartic being of the same caliber, especially as the first Pokémon in the battle, made Okamoto feel that his Chase-Spin lacked prestige. Muttering to himself, Okamoto continued to observe the battle. Dorlicina playfully sighed. Another Ice-type Pokémon. They truly lack appreciation for the beauty of the battle. Griffin sincerely replied, after all, battling against Dorlicina requires me to give my utmost effort. Indeed, you appear quite earnest. Now, let your Beartic make its move. Griffin showed no hesitation, recognizing the vast disparity in strength between a quasi-elite and an elite. Even though Beartic had a type advantage over Charizard, he could not afford to be complacent. Beartic, use Blizzard and transform the arena into your domain. Okamoto nearly fell from his seat at Griffin's dramatic command. However, despite the theatricality, the initial call was undeniably astute. In terms of physical prowess, both Beartic and Charizard were formidable Pokémon, with the only disadvantage being Charizard's stamina. Speed was a shared shortcoming for both Pokémon, and Griffin's choice to unleash Blizzard to fill the arena with ice elemental energy was a strategic move to limit Charizard's performance. Charizard, hindered by the omnipresent ice elemental energy in the air, growled fiercely, glaring at Beartic. Unyielding, Beartic met the challenge, clashing its fists together and roaring with great might. Chapter 41. Counterattack. The Crimson-Faced Dragon, considered one of the least pure-blooded members of the dragon lineage, was unable to awaken its ancestral memory and master the formidable move known as Dragon Dive. At this moment, it was struck by a fierce blizzard, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Frosty Bear, unleash Ice Pillar Drop. Griffin commanded, observing the Crimson-Faced Dragon falter. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Dorlicina. Even a Pokémon as remarkable as the Crimson-Faced Dragon could not be underestimated under her training. The trajectory of Absolute Zero was still too sluggish. Although the Crimson-Faced Dragon was not particularly swift, its speed had been further diminished by the blizzard. However, its ample stamina allowed it to evade Absolute Zero, prompting Griffin to refrain from utilizing this powerful move. With Frosty Bear's special attack not particularly robust, he had but one opportunity to unleash Absolute Zero and needed to find the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Dorlicina promptly issued a command to the Crimson-Faced Dragon. Crimson-Faced Dragon, shatter those ice pillars. The Crimson-Faced Dragon received the directive to resist. Yet Dorlicina seemed to have no intention of launching a counterattack. Roar. Frosty Bear continued to conjure robust ice pillars, hurling them at the Crimson-Faced Dragon with remarkable speed. The dragon's claws shimmered with a silvery light, and it raised them high, shattering the incoming ice pillars. Frosty Bear, keep unleashing Ice Pillar Drop. Noticing that Dorlicina had not commanded a counter, Griffin resolved to deplete the Crimson-Faced Dragon's stamina until an opportunity for a fatal blow arose. Gradually, as Frosty Bear persistently wore it down, the Crimson-Faced Dragon began to pant heavily, displaying signs of exhaustion. From the onset of the battle, Frosty Bear had been in a favorable position, causing Griffin to inadvertently lower his guard. Frosty Bear, gather your utmost strength. Absolute Zero. Roar. Frosty Bear clapped its paws together in response, swiftly channeling immense ice elemental power, launching it toward the Crimson-Faced Dragon. The dragon shattered the thick ice beneath it. Dodge that strike. Dorlicina reacted just in time. The Crimson-Faced Dragon's sturdy claws shattered the solid ice that Frosty Bear continually produced, sending shards flying in all directions, while the dragon vanished behind a curtain of ice. Where is it? Frosty Bear, be alert. Griffin observed the battlefield with growing concern as Frosty Bear turned cautiously to scan its surroundings. Brute force. Suddenly, the Crimson-Faced Dragon burst forth from the ice veil, executing its charge move, Brute Force, and struck Frosty Bear squarely. Despite bracing itself with caution, Frosty Bear was sent hurtling backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Griffin found it hard to accept the sudden defeat, having been confident of his advantage moments ago. As the sole fighting type move mastered by the Crimson-Faced Dragon, Brute Force dealt double damage to Frosty Bear on an elemental level. Yet, Griffin could not fathom why Frosty Bear, with its impressive stamina and physical defense, was felled in one blow. While Griffin remained perplexed, Akiyama, who had been watching closely, understood the situation clearly. From the beginning, the crimson-faced dragon had employed a move that was not what Doricina had instructed. She had not explicitly commanded it to use Slash, but merely told it to split the ice pillars. The dragon had consistently utilized Metal Claw to achieve this. After using Metal Claw over 20 times, the crimson-faced dragon's attack power had reached an astonishing level. With a significant boost in strength, it successfully executed a counterattack with brute force, defeating Frosty Bear. Doricina then smiled at Griffin, sharing her insight, which garnered admiration from numerous spectators. As challengers are not permitted to voluntarily substitute their Pokémon, and with the crimson-faced dragon's attack power now at an insurmountable level, Griffin was left with no choice but to send forth his second Pokémon, Double-Eyed Mamoswine, which possessed aerial combat capabilities despite the crimson-faced dragon having wings. It could not fly. Upon its entrance, Double-Eyed Mamoswine summoned a hailstorm, leaving the already beleaguered crimson-faced dragon in distress once more. Feeling aggrieved, it turned to Doricina for comfort, who reassured it that a delectable reward awaited after the battle, prompting the dragon to resume its focus. Roar. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can eat. The crimson-faced dragon bellowed at Double-Eyed Mamoswine, exuding a fierce spirit. Ice. What is wrong with it? Double-Eyed Mamoswine regarded the crimson-faced dragon with a condescending tilt of its head. Akiyama, observing Double-Eyed Mamoswine, couldn't help but lament the disparity in power. This particular Pokémon was clearly Griffin's key asset, boasting level 64 in blue aptitude. Its base stats exceeded those of the crimson-faced dragon by around 50. With type advantages and a level that further suppressed the dragon, Akiyama found it hard to conceive how the crimson-faced dragon could prevail, especially after being worn down by Frosty Bear. Indeed, the ensuing battle proved unremarkable. Double-Eyed Mamoswine initiated with Blizzard, and the already weakened crimson-faced dragon, still reeling from Frosty Bear's earlier assault, could not evade the subsequent ice beam, becoming encased in ice. The arena staff, accustomed to such outcomes, dispatched a long-tailed Vulpix to liberate the crimson-faced dragon from its icy prison while announcing its defeat. Released from the ice, the crimson-faced dragon lay motionless on the ground, its body temperature having plummeted, rendering it incapable of movement as it awaited assistance from long-tailed Vulpix to regain warmth. Griffin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and regretted allowing Frosty Bear to use physical ice pillar drops. After over 20 attacks, even a flurry of snow would have surely defeated the crimson-faced dragon. Akiyama looked at Griffin with disdain, questioning how he could enter a challenge without understanding Doricina's Pokémon and their abilities. In addition to its coarse skin and brute strength, the crimson-faced dragon possessed a built-in debuff characteristic. Once its body temperature dropped to a certain point, it could no longer move, forced to lie on the ground and wait. Its wings were intended to bask in the sun and absorb heat, not for flight. However, picturing the crimson-faced dragon attempting to fly with those wings, only to be struck by a gust of wind that caused a sudden drop in temperature, leading to a fall from the sky, was rather amusing. Akiyama chuckled at the thought. Your Double-Eyed Mamoswine is exceptionally well-trained. Therefore, I shall now send forth my next Pokémon. Doricina remarked with a smile as she recalled the now-warmed crimson-faced dragon. At that moment, a level 70 Toxapex emerged onto the battlefield. Chapter 42. A regretful exit in a battle between the level 70 Toxic Algae Dragon and the level 64 Double Multiscale Ice, both possessing blue aptitude. The Toxic and Dragon types faced off against the Ice type. Within the realm of elite trainers, it proved a challenge for the Toxic Algae Dragon to overcome its disadvantage in attribute against a slightly lower-level opponent. However, should the trainer be an experienced elite, the outcome might still hold a glimmer of suspense. The Toxic Algae Dragon's potent toxins posed a significant threat if it managed to close the distance. The battle could sway unexpectedly. As the Toxic Algae Dragon entered the fray, its focus sharpened for the impending confrontation. Seizing the initiative, Griffin commanded the Double Multiscale Ice to unleash a blizzard to diminish the Toxic Algae Dragon's stamina. Autumn couldn't help but wonder at Griffin's predictable tactics. Did he truly underestimate Doricina's capabilities? The Toxic Algae Dragon retaliated with a water cannon while simultaneously employing Water Tail. Its gaze intensified, and a powerful stream of water erupted from its mouth, its tail spinning vigorously to create a swirling vortex of water. The blizzard, laden with hail, was completely countered by the watery whirlpool. Observing this, Griffin promptly ordered, Double Multiscale Ice, seize the moment. Use Ice Beam to attack that vortex and freeze it along with the Toxic Algae Dragon. The Double Multiscale Ice swiftly concentrated its elemental energy, launching an ice beam towards the vortex conjured by the Toxic Algae Dragon. Anticipating the attack, the Toxic Algae Dragon evaded the strike without waiting for further instructions from Doricina. The ice beam collided with the water vortex, forming a colossal icy turbine in the air. Autumn, watching from the stands, found the display impressive, though he mused that this was hardly the time for showmanship. Meanwhile, having evaded the ice beam, the toxic algae dragon, under Dora Serena's command, unleashed a massive water cannon aimed directly at the double multi-scale ice. Quick dodge. Griffin reacted swiftly, instructing the double multi-scale ice to evade the incoming attack. A water cannon of such magnitude could not be countered with ice. Solidifying the water into icicles would only inflict greater harm upon the double multi-scale ice, and Griffin was not foolish enough to make that mistake. Yet, it was perplexing that, despite knowing the airborne double multi-scale ice would be challenging to hit, Dora Serena insisted on using the fixed trajectory of the water cannon. Toxic algae dragon, now. Use dissolving toxic bomb, she commanded. What on earth was a dissolving toxic bomb? As Autumn pondered this, the toxic algae dragon, having stealthily infiltrated the water cannon, surged forth from the water, expelling a mass of dark sludge that splattered onto the double multi-scale ice, followed by a powerful water tail strike. Upon impact, the concoction of toxic, dissolving fluid and sludge detonated, unleashing a surge of corrosive and poisonous energy that incapacitated the double multi-scale ice, which fell heavily to the ground after being struck by the water tail. Autumn winced at the sight. The potency of that dissolving toxic bomb was indeed astonishing. But Dora Serena's command in battle seemed excessively ruthless. Double multi-scale ice. Are you all right? Griffin anxiously gazed at the unconscious form of his Pokémon, hesitant to approach. With gritted teeth, he ultimately withdrew the double multi-scale ice into its Pokeball, turning to Dora Serena. Lady Dora Serena, I concede. I must urgently take double multi-scale ice for treatment. Dora Serena herself had not anticipated that the toxic algae dragon would follow up with the water tail, resulting in such dire consequences for the double multi-scale ice. Initially, she believed the power of the dissolving toxic bomb would merely incapacitate it, not inflict such severe damage. However, the toxic algae dragon had instinctively added a finishing blow. Now, the injury sustained by the double multi-scale ice could not be swiftly remedied by the League's medical facilities. It required immediate attention at the Pokémon Center, situated 2 kilometers away. Griffin had essentially been rendered unable to pursue his challenge by Dora Serena. To challenge the elite trainers, League trainers must first pass the trials of the Champion S path, which only occurs once a year. Otherwise, it would undermine the dignity of the elite if challengers appeared daily. With this opportunity lost, Griffin would have to wait another year. While he could have arranged for staff to take the double multi-scale ice for treatment, it was clear that Griffin shared a profound bond with his Pokémon and was determined to accompany it himself. Sighing, Dora Serena expressed her apologies. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that the toxic algae dragon would strike so hard. It is its nature, and I neglected to remind it. Griffin held no resentment towards Dora Serena or the toxic algae dragon. He merely bowed in farewell. Lady Dora Serena, there is no need for apologies. Our strength was insufficient. I hope to challenge you again next time. I must take double multi-scale ice for treatment now. Autumn quietly observed as Griffin hurriedly exited the battlefield with the double multi-scale ice, feeling a twinge of emotion. Though he perceived flaws in Griffin's strategy, the insights of an observer often emerge only in hindsight. Autumn held a deep respect for Griffin, who displayed the prowess of an elite trainer. Fortune, skill, and determination shaped Griffin, and his willingness to forego a rare opportunity for the sake of his Pokémon earned Autumn's admiration. The only regret lingered in not witnessing Dora Serena unleash more of her Pokémon and showcase greater techniques. Yet, having learned about the fusion technique, the experience was not in vain. Every move executed comprises a fixed ratio of elemental energy should different moves be fused at once. It could lead to chaos or cancellation of elemental forces, resulting in a failed or weakened fusion. This presented an opportunity for further study in the future. When trainers entrusted their Pokémon to the breeding house, perhaps simple fusion techniques could be taught, yielding greater rewards upon their retrieval. The primary operations of the breeding house encompass several categories. First, accepting Pokémon entrusted by trainers for nurturing according to specified requirements, which might include learning a particular skill, evolving, or enhancing physical condition. This aspect currently dominates the majority of breeding houses, charging fees based on the duration of care, with additional charges upon meeting specific criteria. Second, breeding Pokémon and selling Pokémon eggs or young Pokémon. Some ordinary breeding houses may only offer the first service or sell common Pokémon. Certain specialized breeding houses, aiming to establish their brand, meticulously cultivate Pokémon with distinct advantages, employing the knowledge of breeders to selectively reproduce, yielding Pokémon with enhanced traits or more striking appearances. Selling the produced eggs or further nurturing the hatchlings typically garners favorable reviews from trainers, leading to increased business as word spreads. Autumn currently intends to focus on the second breeding project, especially since he has yet to claim 10 high-quality starters. and nurturing them diligently will guarantee a market. However, when it comes to finances, the more, the better. Every opportunity for profit is worth pursuing. It is also worth mentioning that in the Pokémon world, if a trainer's Pokémon lays eggs while under the care of a breeding house, the eggs will belong to the breeding house, though trainers may purchase them. This aspect can be quite disadvantageous for trainers. Yet the costs of nurturing pregnant Pokémon are relatively high, leading the league to classify the resulting eggs as the breeding house's property. Chapter 43. A thief in the house. This trip to the Alliance not only allowed me to procure the materials I needed, but also granted me the pleasure of witnessing an exhilarating battle. However, glancing at the time, I realized it was already past 7 in the evening, prompting me to decide to return the following day. After all, I still had over 70,000 in my pocket. Surely, a single night's stay at a hotel would not be exorbitantly priced. Alas, I was mistaken. Upon arriving at a hotel near the Alliance, I discovered that all the standard rooms had been booked for the month, leaving only the luxurious suites available at a staggering price of 100,000 for a night. With a heavy heart, I traversed every hotel in the vicinity, only to find that none offered any vacant standard rooms. Unable to afford a hotel, I resolved to seek shelter at the Pokémon Center instead. Starving, I sprinted 2 kilometers to the Pokémon Center. Hello, Nurse Joy. May I inquire if there are any rooms available for lodging? Nurse Joy, busy at the front desk, looked up and replied, I'm terribly sorry, but the Pokémon Center is fully booked. What? I felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Thank you, Nurse Joy. The southern region of the Kalos Alliance is renowned for its champion S-Path, and the surrounding forests are teeming with formidable Pokémon, making camping out in the wild a perilous endeavor. Nevertheless, I found myself with no other option. The Pokémon train runs from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening, and I had just missed the last train when I left the venue. With 2 Pokémon by my side, I ventured into a nearby forest. Kyrulean, be cautious and scout ahead for any dangerous Pokémon we should avoid, I whispered to my companion. Kyrulean nodded and gracefully floated ahead of me in Axu. Do not ask why I chose not to camp in the city. I felt that would be exceedingly foolish. After walking for a few minutes, I stumbled upon a flat clearing about 500 meters from the Pokémon Center. Phew. I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, I can take a breather. I hastily set up my tent, cooking utensils, and a fire pit, collapsing onto the ground in sheer fatigue. After resting for a while, I began preparing a belated dinner. It was astonishing that a prominent Pokémon League had no affordable dining options, with decent meals available only in hotels. I sighed as I rummaged through my pockets, continuing to prepare my meal. Kyrulean and Axu had already eaten their Pokémon food earlier, with Kyrulean meditating on the grass while Axu retreated back into its Pokeball. Alone, I savored my specially prepared miso soup, relishing the deliciousness with a satisfied burp. However, after finishing my soup, I felt the urge to relieve myself. As I skirted around a large boulder, I unexpectedly encountered a remarkably robust tree. What on earth? This tree is rather excessive. I patted the sturdy trunk before watering some nearby plants and returning to the tree. Leaning against it, I closed my eyes for a comfortable nap. Suddenly, a small circular hole appeared in the trunk, and a diminutive figure darted out. It stealthily crept past me and into my temporary campsite, snatching the snacks I had left on the blanket before swiftly retreating, disappearing in an instant. Before long, the creature emerged from the tree again, scampering towards my campsite, repeating this behavior until it had pilfered all the food, desserts, and fruits from my blanket. Awakening from my nap, I stretched and returned to my campsite. To my astonishment, I was met with an empty blanket. What on earth happened? Where did my food go? I exclaimed, turning to Kyrulean, who was still meditating. Kyrulean? Do you have any idea? Kyrulean, looking puzzled, responded, How should I know? I was meditating. Oh dear, it seems we have been robbed. I lamented. I hadn't even finished my beloved curry fish balls. A thief in the night, and I was none the wiser. Suddenly, a hand rested on my shoulder, accompanied by a peculiar sound. Who is it? Kyrulean, are you no longer meditating? I said casually while tidying up the dishes on the blanket. Wahahaha. The hand patted my shoulder again. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Kyrulean would never make such strange noises. Slowly turning my head, I was met with a large, dark mass plastered across my face. I reached out to grasp it, and was promptly knocked back. What the heck? Scrambling to my feet, I realized the dark mass was none other than a chubby Jengar. I had just joked about a ghost, and now one had truly appeared. In that instant, I thought of the profound wisdom of the Heart Sutra, observing the myriad expressions on my face. Jengar burst into exaggerated laughter, clutching its belly. Wahaha! Wahaha! Encountering a Jengar in the wild poses no lethal danger as long as one does not provoke it. It merely serves to surprise. Seeing Jengar in such a jovial mood, I felt reassured and asked, Jengar, what brings you here? Upon hearing my inquiry, Jengar danced about exuberantly, its rotund body and exaggerated expressions reminding me of the comedic Jengar trio from episode 23 of the Unmarked series. Wahaha, we still want to eat those delicious things you had. Do you have any left? I pondered, realizing the food it swiped was indeed taken by this playful spirit. But there was only a small figure. Wahaha, there are more Pokémon. Hurry and give me more food. Jengar gestured animatedly. It did not realize I could understand its speech, so it attempted to convey its message through lively movements. Intrigued, I replied, since my food is gone, I'll need to prepare more. How about you take me to where you all reside? Jengar pondered for a moment before agreeing. Wahaha. Kyrillian, having awakened upon Jengar's arrival, felt uneasy due to its presence but refrained from intervening, sensing Jengar meant no harm. Unaware of Jengar's abilities, I had already utilized my scanning feature upon its appearance, discovering it was a level 56 Jengar with blue potential, which left me quite astonished. I packed up my cooking utensils and turned to Kyrillian, asking Kyrillian, would you like to join me? Only then did Jengar notice the hidden presence of Kyrillian, its excitement uncontrollably escalating. Chapter 44. The Peach Blossoms Spring. Uha uha. Gung-Gue whispered into Chiyuen's ear, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chiyuen cast a peculiar glance at Gung-Gue, then at Kyrillian. Are you certain? Uha. Hee hee. Gung-Gue rubbed his plump hands together, chuckling softly. Kyrillian, we are heading to Gung-Gue's dwelling. Will you accompany us? Chiyuen inquired. Kyrillian, puzzled by Chiyuen's odd expression, felt a sense of unease, yet decided to follow, fearing that if Chiyuen were to encounter any misfortune, Lord Shira would hold him accountable. Nodding, Kyrillian trailed behind Chiyuen as Gung-Gue floated ahead, guiding the way. The darkness rendered Gung-Gue nearly invisible, compelling Chiyuen to stay close. Although the air around Gung-Gue felt uncomfortably frigid. As they walked, Gung-Gue led them to the very spot where he had previously rested, beneath an exceptionally tall tree. You reside within this? Chiyuen exclaimed, astonished as he followed Gung-Gue's gesture towards the towering trunk. Ahaha. Gung-Gue nodded vigorously. How do we gain entry? Uha uha, hee hee. Gung-Gue rubbed his hands, then pressed his palm against the tree trunk, channeling a peculiar energy. A small black hole emerged at the center of the stout trunk, gradually expanding to accommodate Gung-Gue's passage. Uha. Gung-Gue pointed at the aperture, then stepped inside. Chiyuen gazed at the opening, feeling somewhat exasperated. Could you make it a bit larger? How am I supposed to fit through? Crawl, perhaps? Ultimately, Chiyuen squeezed through the narrow entrance, while Kyrillian elegantly soared in. Upon entering, Chiyuen was awestruck by the vastness that lay beyond the threshold. The tree, which could barely shelter 5 individuals, was merely a fade for the expansive space concealed within the trunk. Chiyuen stood at the entrance, peering into an endless abyss. Initially, when Gung-Gue created the entrance, Chiyuen speculated that the interior might be a realm conjured by Gung-Gue's secret power, aware that Gung-Gue possessed this ability, though he remained unsure of its origins. However, now he began to question his assumptions. The space he beheld was far beyond what a level 56 Gung-Gue could conjure. It resembled the size of a mid-sized city. This power was nearly akin to that of a deity, and what was the small sun doing suspended above them? Pock pock? Just as Chiyuen pondered this, a stumbling Bakubi, encased in an eggshell, approached Gung-Gue, blinking curiously at Chiyuen while munching on curry fish balls. Chiyuen halted his thoughts, immediately noticing the curry fish balls in Bakubi's grasp. Gung-Gue, did you bring these? Uha? What? Gung-Gue blinked in surprise, then shook his head. Uha, uha, hee hee. No, Bakubi brought them. Otherwise, I would have no idea. Chiyuen shot a piercing glance at Bakubi. What's the matter, little buddy? Is the shell filled with bile? Bakubi met Chiyuen's gaze, squeaked in alarm, and scurried behind Gung-Gue. Chiyuen assessed Bakubi's attributes, noting its remarkable blue quality. Having learned secret power at level 14, were all the Pokémon near the alliance of such high caliber? Once Kyrillian grew stronger, he would return here to capture a brood. Uha? Gung-Gue, unaware of the silent exchange between Chiyuen and Bakubi, assumed Bakubi was merely shy. Uhoa, do not fret. He is here to prepare our meal. Gung-Gue affectionately patted Bakubi's head, reminiscing about the delectable flavors, his expression blissful. Bakubi cautiously peeked out, surveying Chiyuen. It then approached, tugging at Chiyuen's pant leg, blinking eagerly while offering the curry fish ball. Chiyuen initially thought Bakubi intended to return it, but as he bent down, Bakubi quickly retreated, concealing the treat. What do you want? Chiyuen exclaimed in frustration, holding the curry fish ball in its right hand. Bakubi pointed at it with its left, then took a bite, savoring the taste. Pock pock, Bakubi? Understanding dawned upon Chiyuen. Bakubi had merely wanted him to make more curry fish balls for its enjoyment. At that moment, Gung-Gue lifted Bakubi onto his head, supporting it with both hands, and cheerfully led the way while rhythmically singing. The tune was something like, Uha, duha, kiki, Uha, duha, kiki, pak, pak, Bakubi. At this juncture, Qiu Yuan confirmed his suspicion that Gung-Gue possessed a whimsical nature akin to the ghostly trio of the Haunted Tower. Additionally, he found himself pondering two perplexing questions. First was the peculiar relationship between ghost-type and psychic-type Pokémon, which typically did not intermingle, yet Gung-Gue seemed to harbor an affection for his own Cerulean. It appeared as though Gung-Gue had fallen head over heels for Cerulean. Both belonged to the amorphous category, making breeding theoretically possible. Yet Qiu Yuan suspected that Gung-Gue's pursuit might end in vain. He maintained a hands-off approach regarding the unions of Pokémon, confident that the quality of those in his breeding facility would be well regulated. As long as the quality remained intact, he would let them be, after all. He had no intention of allowing high-quality Pokémon to serve merely as studs. Love should be free, let them court as they wish. The second question pertained to the nature of this space. It was an expanse the size of a city, replete with a miniature sun, flowing water, hills, and meadows, resembling a self-contained ecological haven. During his time following Gung-Gue, Qiu Yuan encountered the starter Pokémon of the Kalos region, along with many rare Pokémon typically found outside. In summary, this space housed Pokémon of every type, with qualities ranging from yellow to blue, predominantly green. The fairy-type Pokémon constituted half of the creatures Qiu Yuan discovered, even spotting 2 Sylveons. The most intriguing aspect was witnessing several Ghastly and Haunter frolicking with Clefairy, making various silly and comical faces that sent Clefairy into fits of laughter. Even the typically adversarial Poison-type and Fairy-type Pokémon seemed to coexist harmoniously, with the notoriously irritable Gyarados allowing Psyduck to play atop its head. This place radiated tranquility, harmony, and warmth. Immersed in this realm, Qiu Yuan felt an undeniable lift in his spirits. It was akin to a peach blossom spring within the Pokémon world. Chapter 45, Preparations. As they traversed the terrain, Gung-Gue suddenly halted. Following Gung-Gue's gaze, Akamoto was astonished to behold a colossal double-axe dragon. Beside this magnificent creature stood a female Bangelis, suggesting that they were a pair of mates. Moreover, they were both formidable beings. The double-axe dragon boasted an impressive level 68 with blue aptitude, while the Bangelis reached level 75 with purple aptitude. Akamoto marveled at the extraordinary nature of this place, teeming with powerful Pokémon. Even if others were to discover this location, breaching its sanctum would not be a trivial endeavor. One would need a team of champion Pokémon at the very least. Throughout his journey, Akamoto had encountered over 20 Pokémon of the elite level, and now he stood before a semi-divine Bangelis in the throes of a life-level transcendence. He surmised that there might be more semi-divine creatures lurking in the shadows, perhaps even champion-level Pokémon. Surrounding the double-axe dragon and Bangelis were 2 Axu and a Yaya, all gathered around a Pokémon egg on the verge of hatching. With a flicker of inspiration, Akamoto released an Axu from its Pokeball. Axu, go greet them. Axu hesitated, feeling timid. In its kind, Axu were not permitted to intrude upon others' territories without familial ties. It's all right. Look at them. They appear very friendly. The Pokémon here are quite gentle. Akamoto encouraged Axu to approach the others. Axu's predicament bore resemblance to that of a young lamb injured while riding, possessing certain psychological shortcomings. Akamoto hoped that the enigmatic powers of this realm would aid Axu in overcoming its emotional barriers through interaction with its kin. Cautiously, Axu approached the double-axe dragon. The double-axe dragon, sensing the movement behind it, turned to face Axu, while Bangelis and the 2 Axu, along with Yaya, also turned their gaze toward Akamoto's Axu. I really ought to give Axu a name. Yaya curiously examined Akamoto's Axu before glancing back at its 2 Axu brothers. Yaya. As Axu beheld the inquisitive Yaya now bouncing before it, it was reminded of its own past as a Yaya, when its sister had already evolved into Axu and had always protected it. Since hatching from its egg, Axu had never laid eyes on its parents, having lived solely with its sister. Tragically, that sister had been captured by villains, leaving an indelible pain in Axu's heart. Noticing Axu lost in thought, Yaya waved its tiny hands, leaping to capture Axu's attention. Axu. The innocence radiating from Yaya eased some of Axu's internal turmoil. Roar. Bangelis approached Axu, inquiring about its well-being. Axu, momentarily taken aback, eventually responded to Bangelis. They began conversing, though Akamoto was too far to hear their exchange. He observed, however, as Bangelis led Axu to patiently await the hatching of the Yaya egg. It appeared they were getting along splendidly. Let us continue our journey, Gung-Gue. As they moved on, Gung-Gue guided them along, leading the way. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing various Pokémon congregations, Gung-Gue halted at a quaint garden. Uha! Gung-Gue called out into the garden. In response, two ghost-type Pokémon emerged, accompanied by a flurry of chattering little creatures. Pocky. Pocky. Akamoto was astonished to witness 5 identical blue aptitude Pocky, alongside 3 green aptitude Jigglypuffs and 1 blue aptitude Jigglypuff. Then, to Akamoto's amazement, a majestic Porygon-Z emerged, boasting an astonishing level of 93. This was Akamoto's first encounter with a champion-level Pokémon, and one as rare as Porygon-Z at that. What shocked Akamoto even more was its aptitude, purple. Typically, a Porygon-Z would not possess such a trait. This extraordinary specimen had undoubtedly transcended its life level, achieving both purple aptitude and champion status. Akamoto's curiosity about this realm deepened. He could not fathom that Porygon-Z's existence was unrelated to this extraordinary place. A group of little creatures gathered around Akamoto and Gung-Gue, chattering excitedly. Porygon-Z, with a friendly demeanor, approached Akamoto. Porygon-Z, Porygon-Z. Welcome, dear human. Might you create some of those delightful treats again? Known for sharing blessings and care, Porygon-Z shunned conflict, preferring to nurture Pokémon and dwell in peaceful surroundings. It was said that Porygon-Z appeared in places where humans coexisted harmoniously, bestowing blessings upon them. However, Akamoto remained skeptical about the veracity of this legend, at least for now. Porygon-Z's charming presence was undeniable. Its plump form was cloaked in fluffy white fur when its wings were folded. It resembled a white egg adorned with triangular patterns, exceedingly amiable in appearance. As Akamoto lingered beside Porygon-Z, a serene and tranquil feeling enveloped him, prompting him to smile and say, "Of course I can. Right here? Porygon-Z, follow me." With Akamoto's affirmative reply, Porygon-Z joyfully responded. Previously, the snacks brought by Pocky had been shared with the little ones, with Porygon-Z only having a modest taste. Reflecting on it now, it was a delightful memory. Thus, Porygon-Z led the way, flanked by Pocky and the Jigglypuffs, as they all accompanied Akamoto. Porygon. Porygon. Wait, the formation is all wrong. Finally, Porygon-Z guided Akamoto to a clearing adjacent to a small pond, slightly distanced from the garden. Amidst the eager gazes of the adorable creatures, Akamoto laid out his cooking utensils and arranged the ingredients upon a blanket spread across the ground. "Could anyone assist me in washing these items?" Akamoto called as he began to chop vegetables. "I'll do it. I can help," chimed 4 Jigglypuffs, each displaying a keen interest in cooking. The 4 Jigglypuffs collaborated to wash the necessary ingredients one by one. The Pocky, not wishing to be left out, rushed over to inquire how they could assist Akamoto. A bemused Akamoto reluctantly handed over the plates he had already cleaned to the enthusiastic Pocky, allowing them to joyfully wash at the pond's edge. Chapter 46. Xerneas and Yveltal. The Pokémon lay on their sides, their round bellies protruding, with adorable expressions of satisfaction adorning their small faces. The Jigglypuffs, however, appeared insatiable, eagerly devouring the remnants of food on the blanket. Among them, a particularly clever blue Jigglypuff climbed onto the cooking table where Akiyama was preparing, pointing at the iron pot and spatula, chattering animatedly, requesting Akiyama to teach it how to cook. It was surprising to see how passionately this pink little creature was devoted to food. Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle, recalling his own Chansey. The Jigglypuff clung to Akiyama's arm, swaying and acting coyly. "All right, I'll teach you." Akiyama, unable to resist the charm, gently moved the Jigglypuff's small hand away. "Which dish do you wish to learn?" The Jigglypuff tilted its head, pondering, then jumped off the table, running to the blanket, pointing at the curry fish balls, then the miso soup, cream puffs, and milk pudding. Amused, Akiyama remarked, "You little glutton, how will you learn all of this?" The Jigglypuff's small hand drew a large circle in the air, then pointed to its own head, its mouth opening and closing. Subsequently, it mimicked Akiyama's cooking actions, picking up a stick from the ground as a spatula, pretending to stir, and patting its chest, as if proclaiming, "I can do it. I believe you can." "But I must leave shortly," Akiyama replied. In a moment of panic, the Jigglypuff began to spin in circles, its tiny hands flailing. Finally, it seemed to come to a decision, calling out to Akiyama, pointing at the Sylveon, then at itself, and finally at Akiyama. "Then I shall follow you like her." Hearing the Jigglypuff's declaration, Akiyama felt a twinge of temptation, yet he hesitated to agree outright. In this place, a wild Pokémon might emerge at any moment, potentially endangering both him and the Sylveon. If he were to take the Jigglypuff away, he wondered if it might breach some unspoken rule, inciting the local Pokémon's ire. Seeing Akiyama deep in thought, the Jigglypuff's eyes darted about, as if understanding his concerns, before it scampered off. "Hey, where are you going?" Akiyama snapped back to reality, noticing the Jigglypuff bouncing away, slightly puzzled. However, it soon returned, accompanied by a Togekiss that had been nearby with a Jengar and a Ghastly. The Togekiss approached Akiyama, curiosity evident in its expression. "Human, I sense a presence within you akin to that of an adult. An adult? Akiyama questioned, bewildered. Indeed, the creator of this realm, Xerneas. The Togekiss clarified, observing Akiyama's perplexity. Upon hearing Xerneas' name, the Jigglypuff clasped its hands together in admiration, chirping joyfully. Xerneas? That name sounds familiar, Akiyama mused, struggling to recall its significance. Follow me, the Togekiss beckoned, taking flight. And bring the Sylveon, she carries a similar essence. Oh, right, Akiyama called to the Sylveon. And together they followed the Togekiss. The entity capable of creating this space must be a legendary or mythical Pokémon. Yet Akiyama's mind raced to remember who Xerneas truly was. The Togekiss led them to an ancient altar where a pink rune illuminated on its forehead, resonating with the stone tablet of the altar. Subsequently, the runes at the altar's center glowed in succession, forming a pink circular portal. What is going on? This portal resembles the one that transported me here. As he pondered, the Togekiss summoned Akiyama to the portal's entrance. Release your life force, or you shall not pass. It instructed. Okay, Akiyama complied, stepping to the portal and channeling his life energy, condensing it within his hands. Just like that, proceed, the Togekiss urged, leading the Jigglypuff and Sylveon into the portal. Curiously, Akiyama wondered why the Sylveon did not need to channel life energy. Murmuring to himself, he followed them through the portal. Traversing through a lengthy stone corridor, Akiyama entered a room adorned with murals under the guidance of the Togekiss. The circular walls enclosed a small altar at the center, and from the left entrance to the right, 8 elongated murals were displayed. Akiyama began observing the first mural. It depicted numerous Pokémon of various species coexisting joyfully, their expressions captured in a scene filled with harmony and bliss. The second mural continued with the same Pokémon from the first, orderly seated upon the grass, with a gigantic stone pillar standing tall in the center. A blue-black deer-like Pokémon, adorned with 8 antlers, each pair displaying a distinct color, orange, red, purple, and blue. Suddenly, Akiyama recalled the information about Xerneas. It was a Pokémon endowed with the power to create life. The third mural illustrated the Pokémon gathered around Xerneas. Having undergone transformations, some had grown in size, while others had evolved. They gazed at Xerneas with reverence, akin to devoted followers. Akiyama was taken aback by the fourth mural. The restored blue Xerneas frolicked with a shaman amidst a flourishing landscape, surrounded by blooming flowers and lush vegetation. Previously, Akiyama had speculated whether Xerneas' life-giving ability was linked to Shaman's restorative powers. It appeared his suspicions were indeed true. The fifth mural took a dramatic turn, showcasing a Pokémon with immense wings and a broad tail, its wings and tail tips adorned with 5 terrifying claws, cloaked in red and black. Akiyama recognized this as Yveltal, one of the legendary Pokémon of Kalos. With its wings fully spread, it unleashed a terrifying dark energy from its maw, devastating the once beautiful prairie, transforming Pokémon into stone statues, rendering them eternally slumbering. Chapter 47, The Tale of the Origin. In the sixth mural, to defend their homeland, Xerneas and Yveltal engaged in a fierce battle. Although both were legendary Pokémon, the elemental advantages allowed Xerneas to gain the upper hand, ultimately inflicting severe wounds on Yveltal and driving it away from the land. However, by that time, Xerneas' homeland had been completely ravaged by Yveltal, and countless Pokémon had lost their lives, transformed into statues, to atone for the tragic consequences of its momentary negligence. Xerneas chose to exhaust its own power to restore life to the fallen Pokémon, sacrificing itself to be sealed within a statue. In the seventh mural, the arrival of Zygarde is depicted. The guardian of order in Kalos, Zygarde, had to take time to combine its cells until it reached its complete form to confront Yveltal. Zygarde caught up with Yveltal and sealed its dark essence, subsequently summoning Dialga. However, the mural reveals that Dialga was unable to fully rescue Xerneas. It merely granted it a brief moment to arrange matters. The eighth mural, The Final Tale, shows Xerneas assimilating Yveltal's dark essence into fairy-type power as it departed from the southern region of Kalos, its original home. Dialga assisted Xerneas in creating a new space within a tree, while Zygarde, feeling remorse for its late arrival that led to Xerneas bearing the consequences of disorder, created land and waterways for this new realm. Dialga nurtured various plants on the land, and Xerneas, using its last reserves of strength, created small suns and moons for the space before ultimately sealing itself within an altar. Merely observing these murals could not provide such intricate details. Throughout the experience, a gentle force influenced Akamoto's mind, vividly forming detailed images in his consciousness. Thus, Akamoto finally deciphered the origins of this place, including the ever-present gentle energy that continuously affects both humans and Pokémon, which undoubtedly emanated from the core power of Xerneas, transformed into a fairy aura. However, who was the artist behind these murals? Akamoto posed this question to Porygon. With Porygon's explanations, Akamoto untangled the events. The story unfolded as depicted in the 8 murals. After creating this world, the initial group of Pokémon that followed Xerneas from their homeland settled here. Before this, there was a remarkably powerful Porygon, representing Xerneas among Pokémon, inheriting the last remnants of Xerneas' power to guard this realm. This Porygon was the grandfather of the one Akamoto now observed, and he speculated that this Porygon might have already attained a divine level of existence. After all, Xerneas was among the strongest of the legendary Pokémon, and absorbing Xerneas' residual power, Porygon could have become a divine being in its own right. It was no surprise that the Porygon Akamoto saw possessed a purple quality, being a descendant of a legendary Pokémon. Another unexpected revelation was that Xerneas' original homeland was indeed the southern region of Kalos, specifically around Chaoxiang Town. This explains why Chaoxiang Town emanated a serene and peaceful energy, earning its reputation as a land full of hope and beginnings. But why did Porygon want him to see all this? Noticing the bewildered expression on Akamoto's face, Porygon gently set Jigglypuff down and led Akamoto to a small altar. Porygon. Before Xerneas was sealed, it left a prophecy. It told my grandfather that its second-generation descendant would encounter a human with powers akin to its own. Porygon. Initially, I was uncertain if you were the prophesied one, but I just now recognized the power emanating from you. Porygon. You possess a power similar to Xerneas', yet even more advanced. This power could free it from its seal. At this point, Porygon paused, displaying a pleading expression. Porygon, I beseech you to assist us. Rescuing Lord Xerneas is the cherished wish of the Pokémon of our origin. Of course, I am willing to assist you, Akamoto replied, gazing curiously at the small altar. But how should I proceed? Porygon. Thank you. Truly. Thank you. Porygon looked at Akamoto with gratitude, and then a pink rune began to glow on its forehead, causing numerous symbols to light up in response within the altar. As Porygon activated the altar, a long-forgotten voice resonated in Akamoto's mind. Beep. Hidden task released. Rescue the sealed Xerneas. Completing the task will render most abilities of life energy dormant, leaving only the power of mental perception. Akamoto widened his eyes in disbelief. The system's sudden appearance was startling. It had been useless until now, and to add insult to injury, even his fundamental ability, the life energy, was now nearly rendered obsolete. Who could accept that? Please allow me to finish speaking, host. Go ahead. Task completion reward. All fairy-type Pokémon present will have their potential elevated by 1 level, and the host will receive a gift from Xerneas. What? Akamoto was momentarily taken aback. All fairy-type Pokémon present would have their potential raised by 1 level? It seemed he wasn't gaining anything substantial, as only Kirlia belonged to him among the 3 fairy-type Pokémon present. However, since Porygon already possessed a purple quality, if he completed the task, would he not witness the resurrection of a legendary Pokémon and the birth of a new one? What could Xerneas' gift entail? The final reward was directed at him, yet it provided no clarification. Who knew what kind of reward it might be? What if, after saving Xerneas, it simply expressed verbal gratitude? He couldn't dare to ask for something in return. I also do not know, it depends on its mood. Great, another vague response. Akamoto sighed in exasperation. He intended to help. He had already promised Porygon, and he dared not renege on his word, lest dire consequences ensue. After all, he felt a connection to Xerneas, a legendary Pokémon. Although he had received Arceus' recognition, he was still unsure of what that truly entailed. The abilities of life energy will merely be dormant rather than disappear. When a higher-level life core is obtained, the abilities can be reactivated. The system remained silent for a moment before providing a more reliable response. Chapter 48. The liberation of Xerneas as Akiyama engaged in conversation with the system. A significant transformation unfolded within the altar. The altar, activated by Pokekis, witnessed the 4 stone pillars surrounding it slowly descend, while a statue of Xerneas gradually ascended. Enveloped in a mysterious and sacred radiance, the statue of Xerneas evoked a profound sense of reverence within Pokekis' gaze. Is this truly Xerneas? Observing Xerneas from such proximity, albeit in statue form, left Akiyama utterly astonished. The 3-meter-tall statue stood solemn and majestic. A powerful aura emanated faintly from the statue, instilling an irresistible allure in the Pokémon present, devoid of any fear. Instead, as the statue rose from the ground, an energy far more potent and pure than the fairy elements in the air filled the entire altar space. Akiyama astutely discerned that this energy originated from the inverted V-shaped emblem on Xerneas' chest, which, originally yellow and white, now shimmered in a translucent pink. subtly revealing the darkness encapsulated within. Undoubtedly, the essence of Xerneas's core lay within this emblem, and the indistinct blackness represented the malevolent core of Yveltal, sealed by Xerneas itself. What shall I do? Akiyama inquired, glancing at Pokikis. At this moment, Pokikis was overwhelmed with excitement, for the hope of fulfilling the Pock family's 3-generation mission was at hand. Pokikis, just channel your power into the core of Lord Xerneas. The consciousness of Lord Xerneas will guide your energy to expel the malevolent essence and restore itself. Understood. Akiyama nodded, calming his mind and channeling all his life energy into the palm of his right hand, subsequently directing it towards the core of Xerneas. Like this, right? As he felt the life energy rush forth upon contact with the core, Akiyama could not help but feel a pang of regret. Pokikis. Pokikis watched Akiyama with eager anticipation. With the continuous infusion of life energy, Xerneas's innate consciousness guided it, replacing the fairy-type energy within the core and enveloping the malevolent essence. The malevolent energy unraveled like threads, forming an energy conduit that gradually coalesced outside Xerneas, ultimately manifesting as a crystal the size of a thumb. At that moment, Akiyama, having exhausted all his accumulated life energy, found himself collapsing onto the ground. Xerneas assimilated the remaining life energy, transforming it into its own fairy-type elemental energy, thus completing the core. Under the watchful gaze of Akiyama and Pokikis, the core of the Xerneas statue began to shed its stone exterior, which subsequently crumbled away like an avalanche. The unsealing of Xerneas brought no expressions of excitement. Instead, it regarded Akiyama, Pokikis, and the inquisitive Chilling and Jigglypuff with a calm demeanor. Akiyama found himself at a loss for words, while Pokikis, overwhelmed by the sight of the legendary Xerneas, was rendered speechless. The altar was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was Xerneas who finally broke the silence. Its voice resonated directly within the minds of Akiyama and the 3 Pokémon, enveloping them in pure fairy-type energy. What is your name? Akiyama glanced at Pokikis, then at Xerneas. Are you asking about me? Xerneas nodded slightly. I am Akiyama. Akiyama. After a moment of contemplation, Xerneas inquired. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions just now? Huh. What consequences? Akiyama was taken aback, fearing that Xerneas's serious tone might imply a catastrophic outcome for the world. You will lose the power you possess, and I am uncertain how you might regain it. Xerneas's expression bore a hint of guilt. Such is the nature of the pure-hearted and benevolent fairy-type deity, Xerneas, always considering the well-being of others. Oh, I thought it would be something grave. If I lose it, then so be it, Akiyama replied nonchalantly. It's only temporary, who knows? I might reactivate the life core someday, and that would be even better. Akiyama silently reassured himself. However, Xerneas remained unaware of this, feeling increasingly guilty. Do you know from whom your power originates? Arceus, of course. I'm not oblivious to that, Akiyama chuckled. Yet, feigning ignorance, he replied, I don't know. Your power derives from Arceus, the creator of this world, Xerneas stated quietly. What you possess is the life essence of Arceus. Though I do not know why it has dwindled. There is, in fact, a story behind it. The life essence was initially entrusted to the leader of the Celebi clan by Arceus. However, due to a battle between Dialga and Palkia, a multitude of asteroids fell, resulting in numerous Pokémon casualties witnessed by the Celebi leader. In an effort to aid the injured Pokémon and restore the damaged world, the Celebi leader utilized the life essence. My friend Celebi and I both possess life energy, yet it is not the life essence. The life essence belongs solely to the leader of the Celebi clan. Unlike the destruction wrought by Yveltal, the conflict between Dialga and Palkia indirectly resulted in the devastation of nearly half the region. Consequently, the Celebi leader exhausted the life essence, leading to their demise. Rather than being sealed as I was, when the life essence was depleted by the Celebi leader, it returned to Arceus, which is how Arceus learned of the Celebi leader's death. Arceus, in alliance with Palkia, succeeded in heavily wounding Dialga, but the life essence that returned to Arceus was far too feeble, and the life of the Celebi leader could not be salvaged. At this juncture, Xerneas paused, gazing intently at Akiyama. Under Xerneas's penetrating gaze, Akiyama felt an overwhelming weight, prompting him to speak first. So, your unwavering resolve to save the primordial land was influenced by the Celebi leader? Xerneas hesitated momentarily before nodding. Indeed. Both I and the Celebi clan share a steadfast belief in upholding the peace and beauty of this world. What a noble and arduous belief. Akiyama marveled. Chapter 49. The gift of Xerneas. It seems you truly have no regrets about losing your life force, Xerneas remarked. Akiyama touched his nose and replied, there are some regrets, but I believe its purpose has already been fulfilled, don't you think? Indeed, you are quite an intriguing individual, Xerneas chuckled. In that case, shall I take my leave? Huh? You're leaving? Akiyama stared at Xerneas in bewilderment. Shouldn't you give something before you go? Well, I shall bestow upon you this essence of darkness. Xerneas said, handing Akiyama a crystalline shard of Yveltal's dark essence, which possesses the ability to enhance the potential of dark-type Pokémon. The specifics of its usage lie in your hands. Akiyama carefully accepted the essence and expressed his gratitude. But what if this dark essence creates a second Yveltal? At Akiyama's words, Xerneas couldn't help but chuckle. Most of Yveltal's primal energy has already been assimilated by me, so this essence lacks the power to generate a second Yveltal. Besides, I have another gift for you. As he spoke, Xerneas conjured another crystalline entity, a blend of emerald green and shimmering pink, and handed it to Akiyama. As compensation for your lost life force, this is a portion of my own life force and fairy essence. The capabilities it holds are for you to discover. Oh, thank you so much, Xerneas. Akiyama beamed as he received the crystal. No need for thanks. You have liberated me, Xerneas replied. With that, Xerneas shifted his attention to Togekiss, who was filled with anticipation. Lord Xerneas! Togekiss exclaimed with excitement and respect. Sighing, Xerneas acknowledged, I am grateful to the Togekiss family for safeguarding the origin place. Your efforts are commendable. There is no need for such gratitude. It is our duty and belief. Togekiss responded promptly. Without further ado, Xerneas drew forth a vast and pure source of energy from his core, enveloping Togekiss in its embrace. As the rich fairy essence surrounded Togekiss, it comfortably closed its eyes and transformed into a pink cocoon. And for you too, Jigglypuff, you shall join as well, Xerneas remarked, directing his gaze towards the dazed Jigglypuff nearby, wrapping it in a similar, yet lesser amount of fairy essence. Bully bully. Jigglypuff let out a contented sound before gradually drifting into slumber. What is this? A source sauna? Akiyama pondered, observing Togekiss and Jigglypuff. This is the reward for enhancing qualifications. What do you mean? Why is the reward for the task issued by Xerneas? The system's functionality is not yet perfected. Please do not concern yourself with such details. The task is designed to facilitate your correct choices. Akiyama was flabbergasted. How can I not be concerned with these details? When will your functionality be perfected? Why must my system be so utterly useless? The system, recognizing its shortcomings, chose not to engage Akiyama further, opting instead to retreat into silence. At that moment, Xerneas turned his attention to Chikorita. Chikorita, are you the emissary of Celebi? Yes, Chikorita replied respectfully. Such a legendary Pokémon could only be treated with casualness by Akiyama. Where do you hail from? The Jada region from the Ilex Forest. Xerneas nodded. I share a good relationship with Celebi from Ilex Forest. In that case, allow me to present you with a small gift as well. Following the same process, Chikorita too succumbed to slumber. When will they awaken? Akiyama inquired of Xerneas. They should awaken in about a day. For now, let us step outside and wait for them to regain consciousness before bringing them out, Xerneas replied. Thus, Xerneas made his way toward the passage, activating the altar that would return them to the origin place. Akiyama followed him, standing atop the altar as they awaited the portal to open. Crossing through the portal, Akiyama and Xerneas reappeared in the origin place. Savoring the familiar air of the long-forgotten location, Xerneas let out a joyous call and soared into the sky, vanishing from Akiyama's sight. Akiyama, perplexed, wondered about Xerneas' sudden departure. Meanwhile, Xerneas, re-entering the origin place, was filled with exuberance and joy, soaring through the skies and relishing the long-missed surroundings, observing the myriad of new life. At this moment, many flying Pokémon immediately recognized Xerneas, erupting with excitement and joy. They rushed to inform all Pokémon in the origin place of the significant news. Their deity, Xerneas, had returned. Upon hearing this, many aged Pokémon shed tears of joy, demonstrating their deep affection for Xerneas. With Togekiss absent, other Togekiss rallied the Pokémon of the origin place, gathering beneath a towering stone pillar. This pillar had been reconstructed by the elder Pokémon of the origin place after Xerneas was sealed, intended for the day they could welcome Xerneas back. Though many Pokémon from that time had already passed on, the jubilant Xerneas had shed his form, transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors. He flew back to Akiyama, and a surge of energy lifted Akiyama onto his back as he ascended once more. Wait, slow down. Brother, you're my big brother. Slow down. Akiyama exclaimed in a flurry, grasping Xerneas' neck as the rushing wind whipped against his face. Gradually acclimating to Xerneas' pace, Akiyama found himself reveling in the experience. Now, he had a grand tale to share. He had ridden a legendary Pokémon, a creature of the highest caliber. As Akiyama soared through the skies on Xerneas, he caught the attention of all the gathered Pokémon below, igniting a flurry of speculation. Bully bully? Who is this human? Why is he riding on Lord Xerneas? Quack. Isn't that the human brought in by Jengar? Roar. Roar. Jengar, come out and explain. Ugh-ha. Ugh-ha. What is going on? Not my problem. Togekiss. Quiet down, everyone. Chapter 50. Secret Arts. Zygarde descended upon the stone pillar, accompanied by Okamoto, casting its gaze upon the assembly of Pokémon gathered below. A distinguished Togekiss, unsure of its lineage, reverently and excitedly approached the base of the pillar. Lord Zygarde, we welcome your return. The gathering of Pokémon erupted into a resounding cheer, celebrating Zygarde's homecoming. Overwhelmed by the warmth of their affection, Zygarde felt a profound sense of gratitude, which even touched Okamoto standing beside it. Indeed, I have returned. In that moment, Zygarde found an unexpected tranquility. Setting aside its previous melancholy, its voice laced with both awe and joy. The crowd cheered once more. For the Pokémon present, the anticipation of Zygarde's return had become a shared aspiration, a wish passed down from generations of Pokémon from the beginning of time. Now, they had finally welcomed the deity they revered and adored. How could they not feel exhilarated? It was the humans beside me who rescued me, Zygarde remarked. At this, the Pokémon gazed at Okamoto in astonishment. Jengar, too, wore a look of surprise. Huh? What? He saved Lord Zygarde? Does that mean I also played a significant role? What is your name? Zygarde inquired, directing its attention to the Togekiss below. Lord Zygarde, I am called Taguri, the Togekiss answered with utmost respect. Very well, Taguri. There is no need to be so apprehensive. Relax a bit. Am I truly that fearsome? Perhaps due to the fact that most of the Pokémon had never encountered Zygarde before and had only longed for its return. They were filled with reverence upon finally meeting the legendary deity. However, Zygarde had always maintained a more amicable relationship with Pokémon prior to its sealing, making the current reaction somewhat disconcerting. Zygarde's antlers shimmered, emanating waves of calming energy that eased the tension among the Pokémon. Yes, Lord Zygarde, Taguri replied, visibly more at ease. Do you still practice the secret arts from the beginning place? Zygarde asked. Okamoto, puzzled, wondered, you possess unique training techniques? Without hesitation, Taguri replied, indeed. My lord, every newborn Pokémon is taught the secret arts upon meeting certain conditions, all in anticipation of your return. Zygarde smiled upon hearing this. Then please lead them in the secret arts. Certainly, Taguri responded, turning to address all the Pokémon. Following its guidance, the Togekiss stepped out of formation. Directing a portion of the Pokémon, they sat down in an orderly manner, slowly closing their eyes, entering a meditative state. Are you ready, Okamoto? Zygarde queried. Ready for what? Okamoto responded, bewildered. What does your training with the secret arts have to do with me? I am not a Pokémon. Zygarde chose not to elaborate further, as all the Pokémon had entered a state of readiness. The 8 antlers atop Zygarde's head began to glow, a formless energy radiating from within, while the core of its being shone brightly. In harmony with Zygarde, the Pokémon in the vicinity emitted glimmers of light, both bright and dim. It suddenly dawned on Okamoto. This resembled the mural depicting Zygarde training with Pokémon. From the Pokémon below the stone pillar, pure white threads of energy began to emerge, enveloped by Zygarde's power, slowly coalescing in midair. Okamoto, feel this energy and merge it with the core I have given you. Zygarde's voice resonated within Okamoto's mind. Initially oblivious, Okamoto thought the instructions did not pertain to him, leaving him somewhat flustered. How do I feel it? I'm not a Pokémon. Hold the core and use it to sense. Zygarde's voice soothed Okamoto's anxious heart. As instructed, Okamoto grasped the core, focusing on the energy gathering in the air. Following Zygarde's mental guidance, he successfully integrated the gathered power of the Pokémon into the core given to him. In that moment of successful fusion, Okamoto distinctly felt a gentle vibration emanating from his chest. The dormant life force within him seemed to awaken. Filled with curiosity, Okamoto asked, Zygarde, what is this power? I feel a stirring of life energy. After a brief silence, Zygarde contemplated, I am uncertain of the nature of this power. I have possessed the secret art since my inception, and it allows me to enhance and purify my core energy. My request for you to merge it with your core was to grant you the ability to wield it. Without your guidance in merging, the core would not recognize you. As for the stirring of life energy, I cannot explain it. Perhaps one day you will encounter Arceus awakened from slumber, and then you may find your answer, Zygarde explained, revealing its limited knowledge of Arceus life force, which surpassed its own understanding. All right, thank you. Though Okamoto did not receive a satisfactory answer, he remained optimistic. As long as the system existed, there would be ample opportunities to restore life energy in the future. By the way, you might as well learn this secret art too. Me? I can learn as well? Okamoto exclaimed in surprise, pointing to himself. As long as you can harness natural energy, you may learn it. In time, you will also be able to use this secret art alongside your Pokémon in training. That sounds wonderful. Please teach me. Akamoto rejoiced, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected opportunity. Subsequently, Zygarde directly guided Akamoto through mental connection, enabling him to swiftly grasp the method of utilizing the secret art. Meanwhile, as Akamoto practiced, the Pokémon in the arena underwent various transformations. The Togekiss, the divine messengers of Zygarde, saw many of the younger Togekiss evolve into Togekiss Giga during this training, while those who had already evolved became even stronger and more handsome. Notably, Gengar, who had accompanied Akamoto, was now enjoying energy feedback from Zygarde, having grown considerably in size. Chapter 51. Blushing like a peach. After Akamoto mastered the secret techniques of Xerneas, the welcome ceremony for Xerneas' return had nearly come to a close. At Xerneas' command, the gathered crowd was dispersed by the Valley's guardian. Subsequently, Xerneas instructed Akamoto to explore the origin place, while it departed in search of the mythical Celebi and Kalos. However, before that, could you please let me down? Akamoto exclaimed in despair, glancing at the distant Xerneas and then at the ground below, which was over 30 meters down. I'm no novice. Falling from this height could be lethal. Eventually, Akamoto spotted Gengar in the distance and called out, managing to summon it to assist him in descending. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Gengar exclaimed as it set Akamoto down. Akamoto eyed Gengar suspiciously. What are you looking for her for? Hoo-ha. Hoo-ha. Hoo-hee-hee-hee. Gengar's expressions were quite animated. It first gave Akamoto a conspiratorial wink, then made a grand gesture towards the sky, feigning deep affection, and finally scratched its head, blushing. Wait a moment, you're blushing like a peach. Akamoto scoffed at Gengar's deep purple face, silently mocking it. Love-struck fools. She should be out by tomorrow. Let us discuss it then. Upon hearing this, Gengar chuckled merrily, its eyes narrowing in delight. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. One of its hands draped over Akamoto's shoulder as it surveyed the surroundings, bursting into laughter. Akamoto, unimpressed, thought, I can't even be bothered to translate your words. Let the readers decipher them. It was time to check on Axu. They had unwittingly spent an entire night at the altar, and now it was broad daylight. Considering the timeline, it seemed the breeding facility would be completed in just a day or two. Once I wrap up matters in the origin place, the breeding facility should be ready. Perhaps I can manage to bring a few Pokémon back with me. Speaking of Pokémon, Akamoto had developed a fondness for the little Jigglypuff and Buneary, although Buneary was certainly out of the question. There was still a glimmer of hope for Jigglypuff. I'll ask Xerneas when it returns and see if that's feasible. As Akamoto ambled leisurely through the origin place, enjoying the sight of Pokémon living joyfully, his spirits lifted considerably. Gengar trailed behind him, claiming it was concerned Akamoto might get lost, though Akamoto was well aware of Gengar's playful intentions. Upon reaching the habitat of Axu, Akamoto was pleased to see Axu looking quite content, with a newly hatched Axu perched on its shoulder, its eyes sparkling with vitality. Who would have thought Axu possessed such nurturing instincts? Too bad you lack maternal warmth, Akamoto quipped to himself, chuckling quietly, choosing not to interrupt their playtime. On his way back, he encountered a Buneary. To his surprise, he did not recognize it, yet it came bounding towards him with a cheerful demeanor. Buneary, Buneary. The Buneary exclaimed, affectionately leaping into Akamoto's arms and immediately seeking attention. Akamoto chuckled, gently lowering the Buneary, only to hear it plead, Buneary, Buneary, I want something delicious. Something tasty. It dawned on Akamoto that this was one of the Buneary from the previous night, now evolved. All right, I'll prepare something scrumptious for you. Reluctantly agreeing, Akamoto noticed the sky darkening, feeling a pang of hunger. It seemed they had indeed lingered at the altar for quite some time. It was nearly the following evening. Strange. I don't recall doing anything that would take so long, he pondered, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. Following the lively Buneary, with Gengar trailing behind, Akamoto returned to the flower garden where Buneary resided. As soon as he stepped into the garden, a group of adorable Buneary rushed towards him, eagerly leaping onto him. Akamoto's smile remained unwavering. These little creatures were simply too charming and entertaining. Their round little bodies and clumsy steps, paired with their innocent expressions, were enough to melt anyone's heart. It appeared that during today's training session, they had not successfully evolved. Yet their levels had noticeably increased from the previous 7 or 8 to around 13. Upon reflection, it seemed only the one he had encountered earlier had evolved. With a smile, Akamoto prepared a lavish dinner with the help of the clumsy Buneary. Watching them devour the food alongside the newly arrived Buneary filled him with satisfaction. A natural optimist, his joy rivaled that of the official cheerful Pokémon, Audino. I truly wish I could take a couple of you home. Humans, it seems, are creatures that dream after they've had their fill. As the night deepened, Akamoto played with the Buneary by the campfire, bidding them farewell as they were escorted away by Buneary. He then returned to his tent to sleep. The next morning, Akamoto awoke to find several round, plush cushions at the head of his bed. A few Buniri had stealthily snuck into his tent and lay in a row beside him, pretending to be asleep upon noticing he was awake. With a smile, Akamoto picked up the little ones and neatly placed them outside the tent. While he washed up, they gazed at him with eager eyes, their little bottoms raised in a clear display of hunger. Akamoto chuckled inwardly at their antics, deliberately slowing down his washing routine, rinsing his mouth multiple times. Buniri? Buniri? Why are you still not done? Buniri? Buniri? Yes, I'm so hungry. One Buniri pouted. Buniri? 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 I can't stand it anymore. I want something delicious. The only female Buniri rolled on the ground in despair. Akamoto took note of their pleas and decided not to tease them any longer. After putting away his toothpaste and toothbrush, he retrieved the ingredients and placed them on the table where he had prepared food for the Buniri the previous night. Once Akamoto finished making curry fish balls, the Buniri eagerly reached out with their little paws. Wash your hands before eating, Akamoto admonished, gently swatting their mischievous paws away and guiding them to the stream to ensure they cleaned their hands properly. The Buniri enthusiastically scrubbed their paws in the water, peering at them afterward, extending their little hands for Akamoto's inspection, their faces radiating anticipation. Let me see if they're clean enough. Akamoto scrutinized them seriously. The Buniri watched anxiously, fearful that if their hands weren't clean enough, Akamoto wouldn't allow them to eat the delicious food. All right, they're clean. Let us eat. Chapter 52. The Divine Beast Pokus. Having tidied up the little treasure's dining area, Akiyuki reclined in a lounge chair, basking in the sun with a few small Pokus perched on his lap. Do not inquire about the origin of the lounge chair. It was simply a purchase made long ago. At that moment, Xerneas descended from the distance. You seem to be doing well, it remarked. Indeed. I have grown quite fond of these little ones, Akiyuki replied casually. But you cannot take them away, haha, Xerneas teased, having discerned Akiyuki's thoughts. Akiyuki replied, somewhat disgruntled. I understand. However, if Jigglypuff wishes to accompany you, you may take them. Xerneas brought forth good news, explaining that Jigglypuff had only recently joined. Unlike the stubborn members of the Pokus family, while the Pokus clan was amicable and approachable, they would never permit Akiyuki to take away a Pokebi. Jigglypuff, on the other hand, was unbound by such constraints. Of course, if you can secure the majority of Pokus's consent, it is not impossible, Xerneas added. I have already inquired. Akiyuki interjected. Let's not pursue that. What if I am rejected? He grimaced, ultimately resigned to the idea of not being able to take a few small Pokus. However, he thought to himself that Jigglypuff would suffice. He would entertain them later. Speaking of which, he pondered, why had he not encountered Jigglypuff from yesterday to today? By the way, have Sharim and the others awakened? Akiyuki inquired. Yes, I have just called them out, Xerneas nodded. With a gentle glow from its antlers, a portal opened, through which Sharim, Pokus, and Jigglypuff emerged in succession. Why don't they need to pass through the altar anymore? Akiyuki asked, perplexed. Because I created the altar, Xerneas chuckled. Ah, I suppose that makes sense, Akiyuki admitted, somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Xerneas closed the portal, and Sharim gracefully flew to Akiyuki's side. He gazed at the three Pokémon. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Sharim and Jigglypuff, previously of blue quality, had now ascended to purple, exuding an indescribable aura. Meanwhile, Pokus had successfully transformed, attaining the Divine Beast level Golden. As for Xerneas, it undoubtedly possessed the most illustrious rainbow quality and was the first ultimate being Akiyuki had encountered. Why do I sense a divine essence emanating from Pokus? Akiyuki tentatively inquired. Xerneas smiled. According to your human classifications, it indeed qualifies as a divine beast. However, it lacks a divine position, thus it does not possess its own primordial power. It then added, nonetheless, its combat prowess far surpasses that of the three sacred beasts under Ho-Oh, and because it ascended through my primordial power, it carries a portion of my strength. Akiyuki nodded, deep in thought. It seemed that primordial power was indeed a wondrous and formidable force. Pokus's current state could be deemed pseudo-divine. But is it truly wise to draw comparisons with Ho-Oh? Surely, you do not harbor any grievances? He mused, acknowledging the shortcomings of the three sacred beasts. All right, Pokus, let us depart, Xerneas called to Pokus, preparing to leave. Before departing, it remarked, if you wish to leave, do so at your own discretion. Should you desire to return, simply come back. Understood. Once Xerneas had left, Akiyuki meticulously examined the information of Jigglypuff and Sharim. Jigglypuff level, 29 affection. Type, normal, fairy quality. Purple nature, lonely gender. Female ability, cute body innate skills. Misty terrain, magical shine taught skills. Sing, mimic, sweet kiss, charm. Disable, baby doll eyes. Echoed voice, charge, swallow, spit up, round, sleep TM skills, none held item, supermarker goodness. What an extraordinary combination of inherited skills, misty terrain, and magical shine. These are skills that the Jigglypuff lineage cannot acquire through leveling up. Akiyuki marveled. Misty terrain, for instance, envelopes the entire area in fairy-type energy, significantly enhancing fairy-type Pokémon while diminishing the elemental strength available to others. Thus, each terrain skill serves as a game-changer, if utilized effectively. Adversarial Pokémon would lack sources of power and be forced to rely solely on brute strength. However, if they chose not to engage in close combat, it could spell disaster. Magical Shine, a highly practical skill with considerable power, is among the few offensive abilities within the fairy type. In light of this, Jigglypuff's innate talents were indeed remarkable. However, a significant mystery lingered over Akiyuki and Sharam. Sharam had previously reached level 30 without triggering evolution. Akiyuki speculated that perhaps she had not accumulated enough experience to evolve, yet now Sharam had already attained level 35. Sharam, do you have any insight into what is happening with you? Cairo? Sharam responded, equally perplexed, as she examined her own body. After a brief moment, Sharam despondently shook her head, letting out a soft, defeated Cairo. Seeing Sharam's disheartened expression, Akiyuki felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured her, do not worry. This is not your fault. I will find a way to resolve it. Inwardly anxious, he called upon the system, eager to inquire if it had any solutions. System, come forth. Ding. What is the matter, host? Why is Sharam not evolved at level 35? Is there a problem? Akiyuki pressed, anxious. Ding. Scanning Sharam. No abnormalities detected. Analysis indicates that Sharam currently lacks sufficient energy for evolution. Insufficient energy? Akiyuki was taken aback. But her quality is excellent, now even purple. And she has reached level 35. How could she possibly lack energy? Sharam's life force requires a substantial amount of energy, and the remaining energy is inadequate to support evolution. How can we remedy this? You merely need to find a way to replenish Sharam's energy to meet the evolution requirements. Xerneas' secret technique can accomplish this. Thank you, system. Akiyuki expressed his gratitude. However, after delivering the answer, the system vanished, leaving Akiyuki feeling unappreciated. Why must you be so temperamental? He muttered. He then turned excitedly to Sharam. I have discovered a method. However, you will need to learn a secret technique, and then you will be able to evolve. Cairo, Sharam exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Just as Akiyuki prepared to teach Sharam the secret technique, Jengar hurriedly flew over, panting heavily, and interposed itself between Sharam and Akiyuki. Ugh, I can do it too. I will teach you. Chapter 53. The courtship journey of the licking ghost. Akiyama cast a sidelong glance at the licking ghost, a smirk playing on his lips, before turning his attention to Kyrian. I have only just mastered that secret technique. How about letting it teach you? He suggested. Little brother, here's your chance. Don't squander it. If Kyrian could manage to woo the licking ghost, it would make Akiyama's assistance worthwhile. A blue qualified level 56 licking ghost, now level 57. Quite a profitable endeavor, indeed. Kyrian hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Upon receiving Kyrian's consent, the licking ghost's pudgy face broke into a comically exaggerated grin, tinged with a hint of shyness. Shyness. Now that the goddess has agreed, could it be that there are opportunities for other matters in the future? The self-satisfied licking ghost eagerly approached Kyrian, confidently thumping its chest in assurance. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Indeed, whether it be a licking dog or licking ghost, such creatures are indiscriminate in their affections. How could a level 57 quasi-king, like you, be so eager before a level 35 Kyrian? Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle, sending the licking ghost away. The licking ghost called Kyrian aside, revealing a rather lewd grin as it rubbed its hands together, attempting to take her hand. However, Kyrian quickly dodged the licking ghost's unseemly advance with a flicker of her eyes. No worries, we won't lose heart. There will always be opportunities ahead. The licking ghost consoled itself, then adopted a serious demeanor. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, it exclaimed, suddenly transforming into a serious specter, which left Akiyama watching from a distance feeling quite out of sorts. It beckoned Kyrian to sit on the ground, closing its eyes as if it were a monk in a remote temple, removed from the mundane world, engaged in deep meditation, of course, disregarding its peculiar meditation posture. Akiyama couldn't help but facepalm. Why were its hands on its ears during meditation? Was it attempting to be cute? If this scene were portrayed in a comic, a dark line would certainly form across Kyrian's forehead, accompanied by a large question mark. She cast a questioning glance toward Akiyama, wondering whether this ghost was reliable. Akiyama himself was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated such an odd posture? At that moment, after a considerable duration of maintaining its position, The licking ghost opened its eyes, puzzled, having sensed no energy from Kyrian. Upon seeing her doubtful expression, it felt utterly disheartened. What is this? I am trying my best here. How could you make me question my ghostly existence? The licking ghost hastily explained. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. No, just sit down and meditate. Do you know how to do that? When it noticed Kyrian still wore a skeptical expression, the licking ghost began to spin in place, babbling incoherently. Akiyama, observing the spectacle with amusement, settled into a reclining chair, cradling the pudgy Pokémon while watching the show unfold. Seeing the licking ghost repeated assurances, Kyrian hesitated but ultimately chose to trust it, sitting on the ground to begin her meditation. Surely, it must be reliable. One wouldn't expect such a powerful creature to be foolish, right? If the licking ghost knew what Kyrian was contemplating, it would likely burst into tears. The little one was suffering in silence, but still managed to offer a wave of flattery. As Kyrian entered a meditative state, the licking ghost was elated, promptly adopting its own meditative posture. However, its stance appeared more playful than serious, lacking any semblance of true meditation. Bulai. The pudgy Pokémon blinked curiously, inquiring about their activities. They are learning the secret technique of Xerneas. Can little Jigglypuff do it too? Akiyama, enjoying the moment, affectionately scratched the little curls atop Jigglypuff's head. Though the delight of petting a cat paled in comparison to the joy of holding Jigglypuff, he was grateful to be the one to experience such a rare pleasure on Earth. Bulai, I can do it too. I'm very capable. Yes. You are the best. Akiyama, in high spirits, produced a few sleepy dumplings and the fragrant fruit juice he had prepared the night before for Jigglypuff. With eyes closed in bliss, Jigglypuff relinquished its grip on the microphone it had intended to retrieve, accepting the offered juice and dumplings instead. Unbeknownst to Akiyama, this seemingly innocuous gesture of sharing snacks would avert an impending disaster. Bulai, but why let Uncle Licking Ghost teach? I can do it too. Ah well. Akiyama chuckled. It's all about helping others achieve their desires. Oh, I mean, helping ghosts achieve their desires. Haha. Bulai? The little one's mind was filled with confusion. Upon noticing Jigglypuff's expression, Akiyama burst into laughter. Yet, soon after, he felt a pang of envy. If even ghosts had their romantic pursuits, what about himself? Who had yet to encounter someone special? Ever since arriving in the Pokémon world, Akiyama found his aesthetic standards significantly elevated. It was unavoidable. Every woman he encountered on the streets, barring those whose genes had been tampered with by Arceus, was stunningly beautiful. Consequently, Akiyama had become discerning. Seeking out a fairy among beauties, his standards were not too high. Simply someone resembling Jiang Liya would suffice. Wait, why was he comparing to that girl Jiang Liya? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and continued to observe the licking ghost and Kyrian. At that moment, both Kyrian and the licking ghost, now in a meditative state, began to sense the energies flowing between them. The prowess of the licking ghost was soon evident as it employed its immense psychic energy to guide Kyrian in her secret technique training, ensuring the entire process unfolded seamlessly. Kyrian, not one to be outdone, quickly grasped the technique under such favorable conditions, requiring significantly less time than when Xerneas had instructed Akiyama. It became evident that humans were ill-suited for learning the secrets of Pokémon. Akiyama silently reassured himself, it's not that I am slow-witted. Afterward, Kyrian rose gracefully, expressing her gratitude to the licking ghost with a gentle tone. Hoo-ha, hee. The licking ghost, elated to be acknowledged by the goddess, appeared almost disoriented in its joy, resembling a bumbling fool. Kyrian fluttered back to Akiyama's side, her gaze filled with unspoken anticipation. However, she was destined for disappointment, as Akiyama was still inept at skillfully utilizing the secret technique and would need to seek Xerneas' assistance later. Nevertheless, you can first learn the power of secrets from the licking ghost. That way, we can navigate this place together. Akiyama, unable to withstand Kyrian's forlorn gaze, quickly redirected the conversation toward the licking ghost. Upon hearing Akiyama's words, the licking ghost seemed to have an epiphany, casting a grateful look towards him before scampering back to Kyrian's side. Take your time teaching, little brother, if you go about it this way. How will you win her over? Akiyama mused silently. Chapter 54. The combat power of the pink demon this time. Gungawei cherished the opportunity to spend time with the goddess even more, imparting knowledge with utmost care, resulting in a significantly lengthened duration of their session. The secret arts of Xerneas, after all, are accessible to all Pokémon and do not present a high level of difficulty. However, the skill of secret power is rather contingent upon innate talent, even with Kyra Lillian's high aptitude. It took her over 2 hours to initially grasp the intricacies of secret power under Gungawei's patient tutelage. Once Kyra Lillian mastered the skill, her gaze toward Gingawei softened considerably. and her tone became much gentler. This delighted Ginguei, whose radiant smile lingered, as he followed Kyralilian like a lovesick puppy. Akiyama stowed away the lounge chair, placing Diglett upon his shoulder as he made his way to the residence of the Poke family. A few small Poke had already returned with the earlier arriving Togekiss, and Xerneas should be there as well. Once he located Xerneas, he would ask for assistance in replenishing Kyralilian's energy and inquire about the purpose of the origin core it had provided. After a day of study, Akiyama found himself at a loss regarding the usage of the origin core. Upon arriving at the flower bed of the Poke family's residence, he immediately spotted the towering Xerneas, upon whose back several small Poke played joyfully. Upon seeing Akiyama approach, the small Poke eagerly leapt down from Xerneas's back and scampered towards him with excitement. Poke poke, poke poke poke. The little ones surrounded Akiyama, chattering and playfully vying for his attention, which incited jealousy in Jigglypuff. Seizing the moment, Jigglypuff swiftly kicked one of the Poke that was clinging to Akiyama's chest, sending it tumbling to the ground. The startled Poke rolled twice before struggling to rise, its eyes wide with indignation as it glared at Jigglypuff. Unyielding, Jigglypuff met the gaze of the Poke, feeling wronged at having her man stolen by the pesky creature. Their stares were a battle of wills. Jigglypuff's beautiful eyes sparkled like two luminous gems, casting a formidable presence against the single Poke. However, the small Poke had the advantage of numbers. There were 4 of them. United, one of the Poke launched itself, propelled by its companions, and with a resounding thud, collided with Jigglypuff, knocking her off Akiyama's shoulder. In a fit of rage, Jigglypuff retrieved a super marker, uncapped it, and with swift strokes, adorned the faces of the Poke with comical doodles. The reputation of the pink demon was no idle boast, as the 4 small Poke stood frozen in shock, soon bursting into pitiful cries. Akiyama had been observing their antics, but as the situation escalated, he quickly scooped up Jigglypuff, feigning a reprimand. Don't bully them, all right? Look how close they are to tears. Jigglypuff protested. What do you mean bullying them? Did you not see it was 4 against 1? Feeling equally aggrieved, Jigglypuff lamented Akiyama's unfairness, as her quarrel with the Poke was merely sparked by him. Fine, fine, you are all innocent. It's my fault, Akiyama chuckled, scratching Jigglypuff's head in consolation. He then led the 4 small Poke to the stream, washing their flower-patterned faces clean. Xerneas observed the playful scuffle with a smile, recognizing it as mere fun rather than a true quarrel. As noon approached, spurred by the requests of the Poke and the amused interest of Xerneas, Akiyama prepared a grand feast. Ginguei, with a boldness that bordered on shamelessness, pulled Kyralilian to a corner of the table, eagerly presenting her with food as if to curry favor. Kyralilian, taken aback by Ginguei's attentions but intrigued by the novelty, accepted the offering, despite having consumed it countless times before. Seeing Kyralilian accept his gift only fueled Ginguei's enthusiasm as he continued to fetch more food for her, neglecting his own appetite. The allure of culinary delights paled in comparison to the goddess in his presence. Indeed, what is food compared to the divine? Only Akiyama and Xerneas noticed the scene unfolding in the corner, sharing a knowing smile before returning to their own endeavors. Xerneas considered the light-hearted nature of Ginguei's clan, understanding that accompanying Akiyama would pose no issue. Meanwhile, Akiyama harbored hopes of having Kyralilian entice Ginguei away, finding the prospect quite agreeable. Thus, the events unfolded naturally. The lunch was a delightful affair, with Xerneas praising Akiyama's culinary skills, insisting that he bring more next time. Akiyama, with a hint of mischief, proposed. If you let a Poke accompany me, I shall return with a Poke that can cook. Xerneas chuckled. I would love that. But it requires the consent of Togekiss and the others. Just then, Togekiss, who had flown in, found the idea appealing. If even Xerneas approved, and the food was truly delectable, it would be interesting to see which Poke would choose to leave. The crux of the matter was Xerneas' lack of opposition, not any gluttonous desires on their part. After all, Akiyama prepared dishes according to the appetites of the present Pokémon. And with Togekiss not joining in, the others could only watch enviously. Poke, Poke Poke. If they are willing to accompany you, then you may take 1 Poke with you. Really? Akiyama exclaimed with joy. Poke, Poke. Yes, but only 1. Akiyama grinned broadly. As long as I have 1, I can raise a whole group at my breeding facility. I only select the most beautiful Pokémon, so I need not worry about not finding a suitable Poke. But that was a matter for later. After finishing the meal, Akiyama tidied up the utensils and brought Kyralilian before Xerneas, with Ginguei eagerly watching from the side. This is simple. Shall we begin now? Has she learned the secret arts? Xerneas inquired casually. Yes, Ginguei taught her. Akiyama replied with a knowing smile. Xerneas casually glanced at Ginguei before addressing Kyralilian. Then you may start to unleash the secret arts. I will assist you. Indeed, the power of life demands a substantial amount of energy. However, the life force within her is that of the shalebi from the timeless forest, having already been replenished, along with the energy from Arceus that you provided. A brief period of practice in the secret arts should suffice to meet the standards for evolution. Akiyama nodded, retreating with Gunguei and Jigglypuff to the side. Chapter 55, Shinado. When Kirelian meditated and unleashed its secret technique, the 8 antlers of Xerneas transformed from a cerulean hue to a vibrant spectrum, while it closed its eyes. Pure energy in the air converged with the white energy emitted by Kirelian, subsequently entering its body. Amidst the anticipation of Akamoto and Gunguei, Xerneas ceased its incantation, and a dazzling light of evolution enveloped Kirelian. After a brief moment of waiting, a brand new, exquisite Pokémon appeared before everyone's eyes. Kirelian had finally evolved into Shinado. In the fleeting instant that the evolution light faded, Ganguei's eyes widened in awe. If Kirelian was like a budding maiden, then Shinado was the embodiment of a true goddess. So beautiful. Oh, how divine. Gunguei was utterly entranced by Shinado's beauty, becoming a veritable lecher. Ha ha ha. You are stunning, Shinado. Well, there was no pretense anymore. Upon hearing Ganguei's exclamation, Shinado's cheeks flushed slightly. She ignored him and instead bowed respectfully to Xerneas. Shauna. Thank you. Xerneas smiled and replied, it is nothing. Seeing your evolution brings me joy as well. Subsequently, Shinado flew to Akamoto's side to express her gratitude, acknowledging that without Akamoto's diligent efforts to find a solution for her, she would not know when she could evolve. Akamoto waved his hand dismissively, saying, you are my Pokémon. Helping you is only natural. Then, both Akamoto and Shinado shared a hearty laugh. However, Gunguei, who had been left aside, suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. I put in a lot of effort too. Must I always be overlooked? Noticing Gunguei's forlorn expression, Akamoto couldn't help but chuckle and nudge Shinado, signaling her to look at Gunguei. When Shinado turned her gaze towards him, Gunguei feigned indifference, putting on a face that said, I'm fine, as long as you're happy, which was quite comical. Shinado certainly did not forget Gunguei's assistance, though she felt a bit bashful. In the end, she floated over to Gunguei, gently grasped his hand, and whispered something into his ear, bringing him such joy that he nearly forgot who he was. Seeing this, Akamoto felt a twinge of envy, but he had a pressing question that remained unasked. Xerneas, may I inquire about the abilities of this origin core? Didn't I tell you to explore it yourself? Why come asking me again? Because I couldn't figure it out. Akamoto retorted, exasperated. Ha ha ha, Xerneas chuckled. This origin core possesses the ability to create fairy-type terrains and enhance the aptitude of fairy-type Pokémon, facilitating a stronger bond between them and you. Moreover, due to the minute essence of my life force contained within it, it can promote plant growth, albeit only marginally, limited to flora. However, plants nurtured by the origin core will bloom exceptionally beautifully. Is that so? Akamoto replied, twitching his lips. He had expected something extraordinary, especially since it was linked to the origin, but its functions were rather mundane, akin to life force. Enhancing aptitude and intimacy are things life force can achieve. While nurturing plants is even simpler, it was merely the ability to create fairy terrains that his life force did not encompass. However, the issue was that Little Pudding could already utilize misty terrain. Thus, the ability of fairy terrain seemed exceedingly superfluous, as the difference between misty terrain and fairy terrain lay only in the density of the fairy elements. Though he felt somewhat disdainful, he still expressed his gratitude, for this item had promptly addressed the issue of his temporarily unusable life force. Thank you, Xerneas. It's nothing. To me, it's merely a useless item. Xerneas replied nonchalantly. Akamoto, you really know how to hit hard. Silently, he stored the origin core away, not wishing to converse further with Xerneas. Perching Pudding on his shoulder, Akamoto gazed at several satisfied little Bakubi basking in the sun nearby. Is there anyone who wishes to accompany me? He asked with a warm smile. Pudding pouted in discontent, seemingly hoping Bakubi would not join. Bakubi. Me. Bakubi. I too. Take me out to play. Bakubi. Me too. I want to go. Bakubi. Take me with you. In a moment, it was as if they had descended into a bustling marketplace, with Bakubi clamoring to accompany Akamoto outside. They primarily desired to frolic in the open air and indulge in delicious food daily. However, the one who comes with me must learn to cook. Akamoto added. Seriously, you make me sound like a chef fresh from culinary school. New Akamoto Culinary School, Royal Cuisine. You can trust. Bakubi. At this, the 4 little creatures hesitated. They were indeed curious about cooking, but since they had fallen into the pot one after another, they harbored a profound fear of the culinary arts. It was far too daunting. One misstep could lead to their own demise. Think about it. If you learn to cook, you can prepare meals for other Pokémon, earning their admiration. Wouldn't that feel splendid? Akamoto began to engage in persuasive rhetoric. One Bakubi seemed tempted, but upon seeing the large pot not far away, it shook its head vigorously. Akamoto felt quite helpless in response. That evening, putting Lin a hand, and the Bakubi wished to join in. Initially, Akamoto only tasked them with washing dishes, but they completed the task too swiftly, finishing before the meal was even prepared. Seizing the opportunity while Akamoto was slicing meat, the Bakubi gathered around the large iron pot, poised to attempt cooking. However, in a moment of clumsiness, one Bakubi slipped and fell into the pot, inadvertently pulling another down with it. Thus, the second Bakubi dragged the third, and the third pulled the fourth. They all tumbled into the large pot in unison. When Akamoto returned with the sliced fish, he found them struggling in the pot, and he couldn't help but laugh while rescuing them. Fortunately, the fire was not lit. Otherwise, they might have become scrambled eggs. Chapter 56, System Upgrade. At the Kalos Alliance Station, Akiyama glanced at the neatly arranged 11 Pokeballs in the system's storage. Around 3 in the afternoon, he departed from his starting point, ultimately deciding to take a Togepi with him, but only after assuring that it wouldn't cook him alive. As for the other 10 Pokeballs, their presence warranted a lengthy explanation. Initially, Akiyama had intended to bring along only the Jigglypuff that had been his constant companion. However, after bidding it farewell to return to its group, the Jigglypuff summoned its entire family, even bringing along 2 Togepi eggs. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Now, Akiyama's ensemble of Pokémon included a level 35 shiny Gardevoir, a level 40 Axew, a level 29 Jigglypuff, a level 15 Togepi, 7 Jigglypuffs around level 20, and 3 Togepi. Notably, Gengar had also decided to accompany Akiyama, albeit hidden within his shadow, refusing to be captured. Akiyama paid it no mind, confident that in the end, it would have to stick by him. Upon arriving at the station, the train bound for Namashui Town was on the verge of departing. Akiyama hurried to the counter to collect his ticket and board. Due to time constraints, he was unable to secure a luxury ticket and thus found himself squeezed into the general carriage alongside other passengers. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes and began to visualize the trajectories of mystical energy in his mind, striving to reach a standard of execution. Just then, the system's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Breeding house construction complete. System upgrading. Completion expected in 4 hours. Upgrade? Are you finally awakening? Akiyama's eyes brimmed with tears at the sound of the system. Reflecting on the time he had spent with it, which had mostly involved task assignments with no substantial rewards, he hoped this time it would arrange something special, perhaps a few legendary Pokémon, or at least a bounty of Megastones would suffice. However, the promised 5 days for construction had yet to reach its designated time. Not hearing a response from the system, Akiyama resumed his practice of mystical arts. The train leisurely traversed through the city and forests. By 8 p.m., it arrived at Namashui Town. Upon stepping off the train and onto the dirt path, Gengar joyfully leapt from Akiyama's shadow, exuberantly bouncing along the trail while singing the Gengar song. As for the quality of its singing, one could gauge it by the nature of ghostly howls. Ding! System upgrade complete. New system shop feature activated. System upgrade rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. Main Quest 3, released. Now that the breeding house has been established, let its name resonate throughout Kalos. Advance to an intermediate breeder within a year, and make the breeding house a renowned establishment in Kalos. Reward: Life Core, Purple. Optional side quest released. An excellent breeder must not only possess abundant breeding knowledge, but also formidable strength. Prove yourself by establishing a beginner gym in Chaoqiang Town within 2 years, and become a gym trainer. Reward: Keystone X1. Designated Megastone X1. Optional side quest released. As a breeder dedicated to cultivating all fairy-type Pokémon, how can one remain unremarkable? Participate in the Kalos Gorgeous contest within 2 years and secure a top 3 finish. Reward for 3rd place: Blue Item Voucher X1. Reward for 2nd place: Blue Item Voucher X1. Wavestone X1. Reward for 1st place: Purple Item Voucher X1. Qualification Identification Device Crafting Technique. A cascade of system notifications left Akiyama momentarily bewildered as to where to begin. Disregarding everything else, he hastily entered the system storage to inspect his upgrade rewards, discovering a rolled-up piece of paper lying quietly beside the Pokeballs. Assuming the system had upgraded, he hoped the rewards would be generous. Item information: Name, Pokegg Cultivation Liquid Formula Quality, Blue Purpose, to enhance the potential of unhatched Pokemon eggs. Description: Placing a Pokemon egg that has been laid within 24 hours into the cultivation liquid will elevate its potential by 1 quality tier. White and yellow qualities will stabilize to green, while green qualities have a chance to elevate to blue. Blue quality is ineffective. Upon reading the description, Akiyama was overwhelmed with joy. With this item in hand, how could he possibly fail to complete main quest 3 within a year? Ridiculous. The renown of the breeding house hinges on its operational standards. This Pock egg cultivation liquid was akin to a cheat, allowing Akiyama to acquire low-quality eggs from a beginner breeding house, enhance their potential, hatch them, and subsequently sell them to trainers. Moreover, it could elevate Pokémon of green quality to blue quality. What does this imply? Pokémon of blue quality possess champion-level potential, barring any excessively low base stats. Trainers adhering to proper training methods will inevitably reach near champion status, with ascension to true champions depending solely on their training prowess. However, as he spread out the cultivation liquid formula, Akiyama's expression shifted dramatically. Wish powder, sweet honey, lost flower, and windflower. What on earth are these? Aside from sweet honey, he had never heard of the others. Having only glanced at the first half of the ingredients, he began to question his life choices. Continuing to read, he felt as if the system had led him into a trap. Grind blue quality awakening stones into powder and mix with corresponding attribute gemstone powder. Why not just use gold coins to create the cultivation liquid? Is this a scheme to extort money? System, you owe me a reasonable explanation for this. I couldn't care less. Your ignorance is amusing. Akiyama detected a tone of contempt and mockery in that response. Has the system become this humanized? The system has upgraded, and not only has the shop feature been activated, but the system's intelligence has also improved, so don't be overly surprised. What on earth are wish powder, lost flower, and windflower? Surely they must not be unfamiliar items in the Pokémon world? Akiyama had never heard of them. Wish powder and lost flower are products of the Galar region, while windflower hails from the Alola region. Your ignorance is quite evident. But I cannot travel to those regions. Does that mean this formula is utterly useless to me? Akiyama felt the urge to lash out. After finally receiving a benefit from the notoriously stingy system, it turned out to be something he could neither use nor access. It was akin to finally receiving a photo from the goddess you had long pursued, only to find it wouldn't load. Wish powder can be directly purchased in the system shop. Lost flower and windflower can only be obtained as seeds and are available solely through lottery draws. Please check for specific prices yourself. Chapter 57. Green Arrow Sugar-Free Gum. After the system delivered this statement, it vanished without a trace. Akiyama, however, paid it no mind and began examining the newly added system shop. As he silently invoked the word shop, a panel resembling an online game store appeared before his eyes. He observed that this shop was categorized into several sections based on the quality of items. In the lower left corner, there were 2 small boxes, one indicating system points, and the other surprisingly displaying the currency circulating in the market. Setting aside the mystery of the system points, Akiyama clicked on the currency section, which prompted the system to display currency 0, rechargeable. This felt somewhat reminiscent of a mobile game. It is said that joy is created with dedication. Without funds, one is left with nothing. He decided to recharge 1,000 yen for a trial. 1,000 yen deducted. Current currency, 1,000. After the recharge, Akiyama checked his wallet and confirmed the deduction was indeed accurate. Upon glancing at the shop, he discovered that items of green quality and above could not be purchased with currency. Only white and yellow items were available for currency exchange. Among the offerings, Akiyama's attention was drawn to an intriguing item, a mountain bike. While such a technologically advanced bicycle sells for 1 million outside, it was a mere 700,000 in the system shop, making Akiyama's desire grow. Various special and extraordinary Pokeballs could also be found in the yellow section of the system shop, priced significantly lower than in the outside world, leading Akiyama to exclaim in delight at the bargains. The white section was filled with ordinary items, such as berries, and he noticed several intriguing products that existed only on Earth, absent from the Pokémon world, all offered at remarkably low prices. Akiyama could not help but think that if he purchased these items and resold them, he would make a fortune. Please refrain from daydreaming. Any items purchased in the system shop are not permitted to be sold to others in any form. However, the outcomes of secondary value creation can be dealt with freely. For instance, if you purchase materials for cultivation liquid in the shop and subsequently produce the liquid, you may sell it at will. Fine, I knew it. How miserly. With a pout, yet another avenue for profit was blocked. As he directed his gaze toward the system points, he found an unadulterated 0. Just then, he noticed a sign-in box in the upper right corner of the shop panel. Curiously, he clicked on it. Sign-in successful, system points, 10, reward, 1 chance for a basic lottery draw. Basic lottery? Does this imply there are intermediate and advanced levels as well? Indeed, the lottery levels are divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and super categories. The basic lottery can randomly draw items of white to blue quality, while the intermediate lottery increases the probability of higher quality items based on the basic level. The advanced lottery randomly draws items of yellow to purple quality, and the super lottery enhances the probability of high-quality items even further, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining a rainbow quality item. Upon hearing this, Akiyama felt optimistic. Eagerly, he located the single chance for a basic lottery draw awarded to him on the left side of the sign-in interface and utilized it without hesitation. In an instant, a large spinning wheel materialized, divided into sections of white, yellow, green, and blue. As he beheld this wheel, Akiyama felt as if his heart had been struck by absolute zero, a critical blow at that. The wheel appeared predominantly white, with a slightly larger yellow segment, followed by green, which occupied about a tenth of the space, while blue was nearly imperceptible without a careful glance. I knew it. The system, just as I suspected. Tears streamed down Akiyama's face. At that moment, the wheel began to spin, and Akiyama could only pray that his first lottery draw would yield something encouraging. After all, in every game, one is often granted a desire to continue playing. Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, Guanyin, and all the celestial beings, grant me your blessings. The wheel continued to spin, gradually slowing down until, at last, the pointer came to rest on a minuscule blue segment. Akiyama exclaimed in excitement. It seems that prayer does hold some merit. I wonder which deity intervened. Surely my first draw will yield something good. Just as he reveled in his anticipation, the wheel, as if revitalized, gave a slight additional spin. Watching as the pointer landed within the white segment and hearing the system's notification of a successful draw, Akiyama gritted his teeth and called out to the system. System, come forth. What is it? Can you just go die? Feeling dejected, Akiyama ambled along the path back to Chaosiang Town, chewing on something. Indeed, this was the prize from the system lottery, Green Arrow sugar-free gum, lemon-flavored. A product that could be purchased for 5 yen in the system shop. This was the outcome of his draw. As he extracted the pack containing 5 pieces of gum, his heart felt heavy, as if it were about to burst. How poetic, indeed. Interestingly, Gungue relished the gum, devouring the remaining 4 pieces and even mastering the art of bubble blowing without any instruction. Thus, the duo, 1 human and 1 ghost, chewed gum and blew bubbles, returning to the small basin where they established their breeding house by 9:30. From a distance, they spotted the quaint wooden cabin constructed with his Pokémon and a campfire beside it. Oh, what a lively scene! Akiyama chuckled as he approached. Jigglypuff, currently cooking eggs over the fire for the other companions, turned upon seeing Akiyama and rushed toward him with excitement. Lie. Regardless of her current size and whether Akiyama could support her, she leapt into his arms. Fortunately, he was prepared for her enthusiastic embrace and swiftly caught her, albeit tumbling onto the grassy ground due to the impact. Lie. Jigglypuff excitedly nuzzled against Akiyama, who affectionately patted her head and said, All right, let us get up. I have some new friends to introduce to you. With that, Akiyama retrieved 11 Pokeballs from the system warehouse, alongside the Pokeballs for Axu and Shinado, releasing them all. Upon seeing Buniri, Jigglypuff's eyes sparkled with delight as she scooped Buniri into her pouch. Buniri, oh no, I can't breathe. Akiyama laughed heartily as he gently lifted Buniri's head from Jigglypuff's pouch. Were you all having a party just now? Lie. Jigglypuff nodded enthusiastically, then took Akiyama's hand, leading him to the campfire. In truth, Eevee, the riding sheep, and Ninetales were equally excited. However, Jigglypuff had dashed ahead, leaving them to wait in place. Chapter 58. The abandoned explosive monkey Lie. Jigglypuff, accompanied by Akiyama, strolled back to the campfire, glancing around as if searching for something. After inquiring with Ninetales, she ventured toward the small forest behind the wooden cabin, retrieving an explosive monkey from behind a tree. Initially, the monkey appeared timid and fearful, but under Jigglypuff's gentle encouragement, it cautiously emerged. Is this a new friend you know? Akiyama exclaimed, gazing at the explosive monkey in surprise. Lie. Jigglypuff grasped the monkey's hand and approached the gathering of Pokémon. The rideable sheep and others seemed familiar with the explosive monkey, surrounding it with warmth and camaraderie. From Jigglypuff's narrative, Akiyama learned that this particular explosive monkey was abandoned due to its timid nature, which hindered its performance in battles, leaving its trainer disappointed. When Jigglypuff and the others encountered the forlorn monkey in the forest while playing with the transport craftsman, the kind-hearted Jigglypuff consoled it, expressing a desire for friendship. Thus, during Akiyama's absence, the explosive monkey forged bonds with Jigglypuff and Eevee, though its fear of humans lingered, causing it to hide at the sight of Akiyama. Despite being known for their fiery temperament and boldness, this explosive monkey was exceptionally fearful of battling other Pokémon. Its initial trainer likely chose it for its inherent abilities and characteristics, only to be met with disappointment, leading to its abandonment. Nonetheless, trainers who forsake their Pokémon deserve condemnation. While the rationale behind such actions may be understood, Akiyama vehemently opposed them. Hello, explosive monkey. I am the trainer of Jigglypuff and others. It is a pleasure to meet you. If you wish, we can also become friends. Do not feel compelled to fight if it is not your inclination. The explosive monkey hesitated, eyeing Akiyama's outstretched hand, having lost faith in humans. Lai, Bleat, Eevee, Porygon. Just as the monkey wavered in fear, Akiyama's Pokémon rallied, encouraging it to embrace the kindness being offered. Akiyama remained silent, simply smiling gently. Though the essence of life had quieted, the gentle aura it left behind lingered. In everyday life, Akiyama appeared anything but gentle. He was lively and spontaneous, even prompting Macaulay to abandon his usual decorum for a playful tussle. Yet, in the presence of Pokémon, his heart found tranquility, revealing a gentle and serene side. Akiyama felt immense sorrow and empathy for the explosive monkey's plight, and wished to help restore its trust in humanity. After all, the few rotten apples should not spoil the entire garden. Roar, roar, roar. The explosive monkey still hesitated, but ultimately it sensed the comforting aura emanating from Akiyama. A gentle and inviting presence. Akiyama smiled warmly, clasping the monkey's hand, and soon Jigglypuff joined, placing its hand atop theirs. Ninetales contemplated for a moment before gently placing its paw on the pile. Buried within Jigglypuff's pocket, Porygon noticed the gathering and strained to pull its tiny hands out. Joining the circle, the four Eevees found their respective spots, all hands joined together. The rideable sheep felt somewhat awkward, unable to lift its forelegs high enough, resorting to resting its horns on top. However, this prompted the short and stout Jigglypuff to bounce into the mix, one after another, joining the hand-joined network. Akiyama chuckled, declaring, "Welcome our new partner, Explosive Monkey, Porygon, and Jigglypuff. And of course, the shadowy Jengar over there. Let us all rejoice together. Mwaha! Hee. Jengar floated in the air with a grin, playfully touching its ears. Shiny Gardevoir gracefully hovered beside Akiyama, observing quietly. Akiyama then counted. 1, 2, 3. Let us be joyful. Lai, bleat, roar. Everyone enthusiastically raised their hands toward the sky, causing Jigglypuff to soar into the air in a flurry. Porygon exclaimed, "Aw, I'm afraid of heights." Gardevoir stifled a laugh, catching them gently and placing them back on the ground. To celebrate, let us host a feast. Akiyama's suggestion was met with cheers from all present Pokémon, though the explosive monkey looked on in confusion. While our little gourmet had learned a dish or two from Akiyama before his departure, the execution left much to be desired. During its playful days with Jigglypuff, the monkey had been coaxed into tasting various dishes, but as long as there were sweets, it was content. Once Akiyama set up the cooking utensils, the Jigglypuffs hurried over, eager to learn culinary skills alongside Jigglypuff, who had progressed to an apprentice level. All right, let us cook together. Ha ha ha. Soon, Jigglypuff was assisting Akiyama, while the Jigglypuffs busily washed dishes, vegetables, chopped ingredients, and kneaded dough, thoroughly enjoying the process. During a lull, Akiyama glanced at the explosive monkey's information, noting it was a rare female with decent green aptitude, yet timid, making battles challenging. However, that was of little concern. After all, the breeding house was spacious enough for it to live happily among his Pokémon. Considering the monkey's preferences, Akiyama purchased some ingredients from the system store, preparing a generous bowl of sweet and sour ribs and a bowl of sweet braised pork. Do not debate dietary preferences. As long as it is not as pronounced as the rideable sheep-s, all are considered omnivorous. Thanks to the emergence of the system store, many dishes previously unachievable were now within reach. Akiyama indulged himself, spending all 1,000 credits stored in the system, acquiring an entire table filled with ingredients and ultimately preparing a feast. What feast would be complete without chili? To reward himself for the laborious task of cooking for his Pokémon, Akiyama delightfully prepared a pot of spicy crawfish, carrying the pot aside to enjoy. After some time, Jigglypuff, believing its egg should be ready, sought Akiyama to share it, only to find him in a corner, engrossed in eating and talking to himself. Curious, Jigglypuff imitated Akiyama, peeling and devouring the crawfish. Once it started, it couldn't stop until the entire pot was cleaned out by the two of them. Eventually, Jigglypuff could eat no more. Clutching its mouth, red from the spice, and shared its egg with the other Jigglypuffs. Chapter 59. The Breeding House. Everyone indulged in a delightful meal, and as Akiyama and his companions, including the rotund Jigglypuff, tidied up the dishes and utensils, the clock neared midnight. Realizing how late it had grown, Akiyama decided to postpone their visit to the breeding house until the following morning. Thus, he returned all the Pokémon to their Pokeballs, anticipating that they could create their nests in the ecological garden the next day. Notably, Akiyama had successfully captured the fragrant monkey as well. The next day at 6 o'clock, Akiyama glared resentfully at his mount, the little sheep, which was playfully tugging at his blanket. The sheep innocently flicked its ears and bleated, then scampered outside the cabin to await him. Akiyama had inquired with the system as to why his mount could escape from its Pokeball, and the system had explained that this was to provide Pokemon with a more comfortable living experience, allowing them free ingress and egress from the Pokeballs, albeit limited to those produced by the system. In that moment, Akiyama felt an urge to reprimand the system, but alas, it had no physical form. As the sun began to rise, Akiyama accompanied the little sheep and the round Pokemon on their morning jog, after which he led them into the small basin where he had established the breeding house. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a once spacious entrance now obstructed by an extensive iron fence. This barrier stretched from both ends of the entrance, winding around the perimeter of the basin's surrounding hills to form a complete enclosure. A tall iron gate sealed the entrance, and as Akiyama approached, he noticed a camera and a display screen. Having familiarized himself with the functions of this apparatus through the system's blueprints, he pressed the green button beside the display, causing the red light on the camera to flicker gently and the iron gate to open automatically. This gate served to verify the identity of individuals wishing to enter the breeding house. To gain access, one needed to press the green button, prompting the camera to scan their facial features. If the individual had been previously registered in the operating system, they would be granted passage. Otherwise, Akiyama would receive a notification from the system to confirm the person's identity before making a decision. Any attempt to forcibly breach the gate would trigger a near million-volt electric shock, especially since the fence was equipped with a no-angle automatic discharge feature. In the event of malicious vandalism, Akiyama could only expect to smell burnt flesh upon his arrival. Interestingly, this intelligent access system could discern disguises with remarkable accuracy, capable of identifying even a Ditto transformed into a human mask. With the security measure in place, Akiyama felt reassured that no one could infiltrate the breeding house by land. As for aerial or subterranean intrusions, the entire basin was covered by a massive custom glass dome, rendering the interior invisible from the outside while allowing sunlight to pour in unobstructed. As a functional component of the breeding house system, the glass canopy efficiently absorbed solar energy, ensuring the smooth operation of the entire breeding house. Moreover, it was designed to withstand the explosive force of champion-level Pokémon, thus eliminating concerns about anyone breaking in. Regarding the excavation skills of Pokémon, Akiyama could not conceive of any technological measures to prevent such breaches. Although the system had preventive strategies, the provided construction voucher was insufficient to meet the requirements, leaving Akiyama powerless to implement safeguards. However, the entire breeding house, including the ecological garden, was equipped with a surveillance system that would immediately alert Akiyama should any unfamiliar creatures trespass. Additionally, the noise generated by tunneling was significant enough to draw attention. Upon passing through the iron gate, Akiyama encountered a building that blocked the basin's passageway, topped with the protective glass dome. In his design, this space served as a reception hall for guests, housing various items and Pokémon eggs available for sale. Adjacent to this room on the left was a storage area. Although Akiyama had his own system storage, he anticipated the need for supplies in the future, particularly for his culinary-inclined Pokémon, such as the cooking-loving Chansey and Jigglypuff. Continuing left from the storage room, Akiyama found a workshop, a place designated for crafting Pokémon food and other items. To the right of the hall were two rooms, one serving as a dining area, and the other, which Akiyama had yet to determine its purpose, was left intentionally vacant for symmetry. As for where Akiyama would reside now that the breeding house was completed, he certainly would not remain in the small cabin. This time, he would dwell in a treehouse. For a long time, Akiyama had fantasized about living in a grand treehouse, a sanctuary infused with the essence of nature, which he believed would be utterly perfect. Regrettably, living in a modern city had deprived him of such an opportunity. When he discovered an architectural option labeled Ancient Tree in the system's blueprints, excitement surged within him. Now, upon viewing the finished product, he felt immensely satisfied. The tree's robust trunk boasted a circumference of over 480 meters, with its roots sprawling across the ground, creating an expansive footprint. Gazing up from the base, the tree's canopy obscured a portion of the sky, towering at over 120 meters. Akiyama's room was nestled within the trunk of this ancient tree, not in a secret space like at the beginning, but rather a genuine living area carved out within the tree itself. After inquiring with the system, he learned that this ancient tree could thrive within the ecological garden and that creating space within its trunk would not compromise its survival. The system did not elaborate on the mechanism behind this, nor did Akiyama fully comprehend it. Nevertheless, as long as he knew the tree would not perish due to his actions, that was sufficient. Currently, the excavated tree hollow contained only a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Should further needs arise, he could always invest in additional space from the system or create it himself. Some of the furnishings still required Akiyama to procure them, but the renovations had been completed. The exterior buildings were designed in a modern style, while the interior of the treehouse aimed to preserve an ecological ambience, harmonizing with nature. Akiyama then took a leisurely stroll through the ecological garden. With such vast space, the little sheep's restless hooves finally had a place to roam. The entire garden was divided into 4 distinct areas, with the ancient tree at the center. Although the basin itself was not extensive, Akiyama had meticulously planned its layout. The northwestern section featured a protruding irregular mountain, which the system had transformed into an environment reminiscent of a small volcano. This area was populated with a variety of trees, including fruit-bearing and ornamental species, perfectly suited for the fragrant monkey and the axu. In the southwestern section lay a small plain, where a river that had naturally existed in the basin now formed a tranquil lake at the mountain's base. The southeastern area was a marine zone. Albeit not a true ocean, the system had excavated this region halfway, filling it with seawater and covering it with a thick layer of sand. The northeastern section, the largest, was specifically designated for Akiyama's numerous fairy-type Pokémon. Circling around the ancient tree revealed a breathtaking sea of flowers, a vibrant tapestry of blossoms swaying in the breeze. Here, one could find streams, ponds, and cherry blossom trees. In Akiyama's design, the living area for his fairy-type Pokémon was crafted to be as beautiful as possible. Chapter 60, Mud Knight. In a buoyant mood, Akiyama released all his Pokémon and conveniently transferred the remaining 60,000 yen into the system shop, allowing him to procure essential furniture and other items effortlessly. After depleting the shop's currency and acquiring the necessary furnishings, Akiyama prepared to set off for the Pokémon Center in Namewater Town to claim his rewards for the breeder assessment. However, before embarking on this journey, he decided to observe which area each Pokémon had chosen as their new abode. Jigglypuff and Pichu had previously resided in a flower garden, and Akiyama was pleasantly surprised to find that the grand floral expanse he had designed was perfect for their habitation. Before heading to the league, he had never imagined he would enter such a wondrous place. Shiny Gardevoir was equally pleased with the floral sea, moving in alongside Jigglypuff and Pichu, while Gengar naturally followed suit. However, Ninetale seemed to prefer the mountainous region in the northwest, prompting Blissey to join her in the woods. Akiyama designated 5 distinct areas within the ecological garden: prairie, forest, floral sea, shallow sea, and ancient tree. Once the Pokémon settled into their respective homes, Akiyama took stock. The prairie was home to Eevee and the riding sheep, while the forest housed Axu, Gengar, Simisear, Ninetales, and Blissey. The floral sea was occupied by 9 Jigglypuffs, including the one with purple aptitude, 2 Pichus, 1 Pichu, and Gardevoir. Gengar, seemingly uncomfortable in sunlight for extended periods, retreated to the forest, seeking a deeper cave. Had there been room within the ancient tree, it would have preferred to reside there. Strangely, Gengar discovered that its secret power had no effect on the ancient tree. Despite having opened a hole, it still collided with the unyielding wood. The shallow sea was the smallest area, and Akiyama retained it in anticipation of capturing high-aptitude aquatic Pokémon in the future. With these matters resolved, Akiyama was ready to head to the Pokémon Center in Namewater Town to claim his alliance reward of 10 starter Pokémon. It seemed that everyone was content with their new homes, so Akiyama only summoned his riding sheep and Gardevoir to accompany him to Namewater Town. He brought the riding sheep along because it relished outdoor excursions, making it a perfect companion for a little adventure. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Akiyama also took Gardevoir with him. After all, having Gardevoir was tantamount to having the Quasi-King Gengar along, who would undoubtedly follow. As they walked toward Namewater Town, Akiyama recalled that he had yet to check in for the day, so he opened the system shop. Check in, let us get something good. Check-in successful, reward, 12 points. 1 chance for a basic draw. Eh? Why didn't I get a ding today? Akiyama mused, intrigued yet somewhat bored. The system, evidently uninterested in his childish queries, remained silent. Finding his own musings dull, Akiyama glanced at his point balance of 22 and opened the points shop. Let us see what treasures await. Akiyama flipped through the blue shop and discovered an abundance of intriguing items, including potions that could directly enhance the aptitude of adult Pokémon. Additionally, there was a fascinating item called the Designated Pokémon Food Recipe, Blue, which, upon purchase, allowed him to select a Pokémon species and obtain its exclusive food recipe, or even choose attributes to create a recipe. Similar to this was the Energy Cube recipe, which was equally impressive. Feeling exhilarated, Akiyama considered purchasing everything in the shop. But upon noticing the prices, his expression fell. The blue food recipe cost 10,000 points. Come on, that's absurd. The system shop provided continuous check-ins, adding 2 points daily on top of the previous day's total. By his calculations, it would take an eternity to gather enough points for a Pokémon food recipe. Akiyama, who had never excelled in mathematics, struggled to compute the staggering number. Unable to bear the sight of the blue shop, he decided to peruse the green shop instead. However, upon inspection, he realized he couldn't afford a single item there either. The cheapest green item was a special calming bell, priced at 300 points. What a ripoff, he scoffed, silently closing the shop interface. Intending to try his luck with the basic draw, rubbing his hands together and muttering incantations, Akiyama initiated his prayer ritual. Despite yesterday's lack of divine favor, he held on to the belief that sincerity would yield results. The realm of mysticism was indeed curious. Perhaps one day, he would find himself the luckiest of all. Soon, the entire Pokémon community would be buzzing. Share this about Akiyama, and in the following days, you shall receive a grand piece of news. As he commenced the draw, the wheel began to spin slowly. With each increasing speed, Akiyama's heart raced, his eyes fixed on the wheel as he chanted aloud. Blue, blue, blue. It has to be blue this time. If it is, I promise to craft a magnificent golden statue for you, revered Buddha. Jengar floated out from Akiyama's shadow, regarding him with a bemused expression, much like a caretaker observing a child. What is this blue nonsense? And who is this Buddha? A new dish, perhaps? Seeing Akiyama in his eccentric state, Jengar shook its head, pondering if the boy had lost his mind. If he truly had, it might be time to seek out Xerneas for a remedy. At that moment, the colossal wheel before Akiyama began to decelerate. He gauged its speed and realized that if it continued on its current trajectory, it might just land on the thin blue segment he so desperately desired. Akiyama's heart soared with joy, envisioning the possibility of success. He thought to himself that if fortune smiled upon him, he could sell some festival rice dumplings to Macaulay for a bit of gold to construct a statue for worship. Yet, as if defying him, the wheel, which had seemingly stabilized, suddenly shifted, slowing its descent just enough to bypass the coveted blue. Mudnighta, unable to contain his frustration, Akiyama shut the draw interface, awaiting the results in resignation. I swear, if I ever trust this wheel again, I will be no better than a dog, an even more foolish one at that. Chapter 61. Oh my egg. With a glum expression, Akiyama entered the Pokémon Center, riding his little lamb. The unreliable system was unlikely to provide anything of value. This time, it had bestowed upon him 5 specially crafted white-quality Pokeballs. Nevertheless, they were still more useful than the previous green arrow chewing gum. Hello, Miss Joy. I would like to request the retrieval of my Pokémon from the Alliance. Here is the proof. Akiyama greeted Miss Joy at the counter, presenting the starter Pokémon retrieval certificate bearing the Alliance's seal. Joy smiled as she accepted the certificate, cross-referencing the serial number with the Alliance's information database. Upon confirming its validity, she cheerfully announced, the certificate is confirmed. Your request has been submitted to the Alliance. Now please select the Pokémon you wish to retrieve. You may choose 2 types, with 5 of each. Let us go with the forest lizard and the Froakie. Akiyama replied, having already made up his mind. Very well, your request has been sent. They are expected to be transmitted to you in about an hour. Please wait a moment, Joy said, her fingers tapping away at the keyboard before she pressed enter to send Akiyama's request to the Alliance Breeding Center. By the way, Miss Joy, I have one more question. Where is the Alliance Breeding Center located? Joy chuckled, covering her mouth. If you wish to purchase a Pokémon egg, you must submit a request online to the Breeding Center. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Once you select your desired Pokémon egg, the Breeding Center will deliver it to you. Delivery? Akiyama exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we now have a delivery service. The Alliance has established dedicated delivery train routes, and there are delivery stations in every town. That is wonderful. Thank you, Miss Joy. You're welcome, young man. Ignoring Joy's reference to him as young man, Akiyama hurried to a public computer in the Pokémon Center and searched for the Kalos Alliance Breeding Center. Numerous entries related to breeding centers appeared, mostly advertisements, with the first link being the URL for the Kalos Alliance Breeding Center. Upon clicking it, he discovered that he needed to log in to access the site. After retrieving his identification, he entered his ID number and registered a new account. Akiyama quickly noticed the prominent title Purchase Pokémon Eggs in the top right corner of the website. He clicked on it, revealing a well-organized table featuring various Pokémon eggs, complete with images for easy browsing. True to its reputation, the official Alliance Breeding Center showcased powerful and rare Pokémon offspring, categorized by the system's standards into yellow and green qualities. Regrettably, Akiyama found no fairy-type Pokémon eggs among the displayed options. The majority were from the starter types and general Pokémon, with a few psychic types included. He had the opportunity to select up to 30 Pokémon eggs, and decided to first choose some of the more popular Pokémon among trainers before considering the psychic types. Ultimately, he selected 10 Lotad eggs, primarily drawn to their gentle temperament, making them ideal for novice trainers as starter Pokémon. Next were the delightful surprises, 3 water monkey eggs and 2 flower monkey eggs, which Akiyama fortuitously stumbled upon while browsing the list. To prevent anyone from snatching the remaining eggs before he could purchase them, Akiyama hastily used up his remaining 15 selections. He chose 9 Swablu eggs and 6 Inkry eggs. Though Swablu may not be exceedingly common, they could still be found with some diligence in the forests. Akiyama selected them because the wild Swablu, highly sought after by trainers, had nearly all been captured, leaving only those of lower quality available in the wild. With their steadfast and courageous nature, Swablu were among the favored choices for trainers. The only way to acquire a high-quality Swablu was through purchasing from the breeding center, which guaranteed their quality. Thus, Akiyama swiftly bought the remaining 9 Swablu eggs. As for the Inkry, he chose them because they were relatively easy to raise psychic-type Pokémon. The breeding center ultimately aimed to sell Pokémon eggs or juvenile Pokémon to the public, and while general psychic-type Pokémon were popular, they were less likely to accept humans compared to Inkry. Additionally, there were no Pokémon in the shallow sea area, thus, Inkry fulfilled 2 of Akiyama's desires. Feeling thrifty, Akiyama confirmed his selections for purchase. Before proceeding to payment, he needed to verify his purchasing certificate, requiring the certificate number and the ID number of the certificate holder. In addition to obtaining a Pokémon egg purchasing certificate through breeder assessments, one could also become an elite trainer of the Alliance. Complete a series of tasks to earn Alliance points, and then exchange those points for a purchasing certificate. After successfully verifying his purchasing certificate, Akiyama clicked to make the payment. Opting for a loan payment option. I have no money, but I want to buy. What should I do? Loan payment. This was the answer Akiyama received from Joy after inquiring about the purchasing certificate. The Alliance supported trainers in the top 3 of breeder assessments not only by providing direct financial aid but also by offering low-interest loans. Knowing this, Akiyama felt emboldened to purchase Pokémon eggs even when he was essentially broke. With 30 Pokémon eggs, averaging at 200,000 each, Akiyama owed the Alliance a total of 6 million, with an annual interest of merely 200,000. Upon confirming the successful payment, Akiyama nodded in satisfaction at the Pokémon egg information displayed. He chose to have the delivery sent to Sachi's home, as his own breeding center had not yet registered a name and could not receive the delivery. Chapter 62. Joy Huixiang. After successfully arranging the acquisition of the Pokémon eggs, Akamoto dialed Joy Jing's pager number. While the call rang for nearly a minute without a response, Akamoto pondered whether she was preoccupied and was about to hang up when Joy's voice finally came through. "Oh, it's Akamoto. You finally remembered to call me. Well, your words sound rather peculiar," Akamoto replied. "What's peculiar? I feel quite well, thank you." "All right then. If you feel well, that is indeed splendid." Akamoto sighed. "I wanted to inquire about the batch of machines that were to reward me. Have you finalized the location for the breeding center?" "Yes, it's settled in Chaosiang Town." A moment of silence passed on the other end, followed by Joy Jing's voice laced with curiosity. "Why choose Chaosiang Town?" "The business prospects there seem rather bleak, as few people would venture there." Akamoto chuckled. "That is not a concern. As long as the quality is exceptional and the reputation is solid, customers will eventually find their way to my breeding center." "You are quite optimistic. I want to interfere then, but don't let the league down." Joy Jing replied. "When you confirm the address for those machines, just text me, and I'll send someone over." "All right. Thank you, Sister Jing." Akamoto quickly expressed his gratitude. "Don't call me sister. That is absurd. You should refer to me as Andy." "Okay, Sister Jing. I want to mislabel you. Ha ha ha." Joy Jing chuckled on the other end. "You're quite the smooth talker. Has that little girl, Jiang Liya, been deceived by you? Her master mentioned she often speaks of you." Akamoto froze momentarily, then feigned ignorance. "What? Sister Jing? What did you say?" "The signal isn't very clear. I'll send you the address shortly." "Ugh, this signal. I must hang up now, goodbye." He hastily ended the call. Joy Jing stared at her pager, her lips twitching. This little rascal dared to hang up on me. He has quite the audacity. Unbeknownst to Akamoto, the following day, Joy Jing approached Jiang Liya's master to discuss herself, humorously labeling herself as a smooth-talking, fickle man, urging her master to keep an eye on the young man. After drafting a message with the address of the Saki family, Akamoto pressed send and stowed away the pager. He could not comprehend why Jiang Liya made him feel flustered. Soon, Miss Joy called out Akamoto's name. Filled with joy, he promptly rose from his seat and hurried to the front desk. "Here are the Pokeballs for the forest lizard and the Froakie. Please take great care of them." Miss Joy smiled as she handed him 10 miniature Pokeballs, offering a gentle reminder. She was already aware of Okamoto's achievements, knowing he ranked first in this year's Pokémon Breeder Assessment, which put her at ease. I will, thank you, Miss Joy. Okamoto accepted the Pokeballs, placing them into his waist pouch, expressing his gratitude once more. Don't mention it, Miss Joy replied mysteriously. Can you guess who raised these forest lizards and Focus? Huh, I'm not sure why you're asking me this, but could it be that you, Miss Joy, were responsible for raising them? Oh no, it was Annie Jing who took care of them. Annie Jing? Okamoto exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently calling out Joy Jing's name. If Annie Jing hears you call her that, you're in trouble. Miss Joy giggled. Annie Jing previously worked at the Kalos League Breeding Center, and at that time, they were merely newborn Trico and Froakie. Is that so? But how do you know so much? Okamoto mused, realizing how attentive Joy Jing had been, even entrusting him with the Pokémon she had personally nurtured. It is noteworthy that an official breeding center of the league breeds various starter Pokémon from different regions, and the quantities are quite substantial. In this context, Joy Jing's decision to gift Okamoto with the Pokémon she had raised was a significant assurance. This thought led Okamoto to reconsider his earlier action of hanging up. Would he be reprimanded for that? Auntie Jing is my mother's sister. She often took me to the league breeding center to play when I was young. Oh, I see. Okamoto nodded, then felt something amiss. But wait, isn't entry to the league breeding center restricted to authorized personnel? You shouldn't have qualified as one back then. Joy mischuckled at Okamoto's comical expression. Why not? I have a connection with Annie Jing. Okamoto was speechless. Is that even a valid reason? As no one else arrived at the Pokémon Center, Joy continued to converse with Okamoto, discussing the nuances of breeding forest lizards and Focus, along with some lesser-known breeding techniques. Through their conversation, Okamoto learned her name was Joy Hui Xiong, a rather delightful name. However, upon returning to the breeding center from Mingshui Town, he could not fathom why Joy Hui Xiong had engaged him in such lengthy dialogue, ultimately attributing it to Joy Jing's influence. It must be because of my youthful charm and intellect. Indeed, that must be the case. Upon returning to the breeding center, Okamoto utilized the initial capital of 300,000 he received from Joy Jing to purchase numerous decorations from the system store, embellishing the front hall, storage, and kitchen, which cost him over 40,000 in total. He also specifically spent 2 points at the yellow shop to acquire an ordinary osmanthus incense, purely to enhance the indoor air with a refreshing fragrance. Speaking of osmanthus, it appeared that today was already September 24th. The Pokémon world indeed acknowledges the concept of seasons, yet truth be told, it should be autumn by now, but Okamoto felt no change in the climate. Nevertheless, the trees in the forest had begun shedding their leaves to varying degrees, and those near the breeding center had donned a yellow-green gradient. He opened his computer and logged into the League Breeding Network. This League Breeding Network was distinct from the League Breeding Center website Okamoto had accessed previously. The League Breeding Network is accessible to all League citizens across various regions, and the registration of breeding centers is conducted here. Breeders who have obtained a breeding certificate can register their breeding center name and address on the site using their certificate, allowing them to publish information under the guise of their breeding center. Those wishing to purchase unique breeding center items, Pokémon eggs, or juvenile Pokémon can browse the breeding center's information to find what they desire. The purchasing process on this site is generally similar to that of the League Breeding Center website. However, should any items or Pokémon eggs sold by a breeding center not match the published information, the League will promptly apprehend the breeding center owner and revoke their breeding certificate. The Pokémon League exercises stringent measures against fraud and deception, instilling confidence in the public when making purchases on the site, alleviating concerns of being scammed. Chapter 63, Little Milk Fairy. After Okamoto registered with the breeding house, he meticulously filled in the information for his breeding certification, entered his identification details, and finally specified the name and address of the breeding house. The address was straightforward. It simply read Number 1 Road, Chaosiang Town, in the southern region of Kalos, as his breeding house was indeed located on that road. However, naming proved to be a challenge for Okamoto, who had always been somewhat inept at it. Witness the 2 little Eevees, one named Circle and the other Round, a true testament to his struggles. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled on the name Autumn Leaf Breeding House. Promptly clicked to submit the registration to avoid further indecision. Upon completion, the League swiftly approved his registration, allowing Okamoto to publish information under the breeding house's name. However, he had no intention of doing so just yet. His breeding house had only just been established and could only offer the most basic Pokémon fostering services, leaving him with little to write. Once registered, Okamoto shut down his computer. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to organize his various items. After a thorough tidying up, Akamoto compiled a list of his possessions: 15 jars of dream sleep balls, 8 jars of pear balls, 12 jars of short mustard balls, 5 specially crafted Pok balls, 1 green quality fishing rod, 260,000 league coins, several berries, 16 soothing bells, and a few plants resembling peppers found in the Johto forest, though they were no longer needed. Additionally, there was a pink backpack gifted by the little girl Yama, and a so-called new invention learning device given by the foolish Hitron. Akamoto's personal information panel had undergone significant changes as well. Host information name: Akamoto identity: resident of the Pokémon League, owner of Autumn Leaf Breeding House, junior breeder of the League talent abilities: Fairy Power, Life Force, Life Source, Dormant, own Pokémon, several assets, 260,000 League coins, system items, 5 Pokeballs, 20 shop points, 1 special green fishing rod. The system had conveniently summarized the Pokémon ownership section as several, offering clarity yet revealing nothing. In the talent abilities section, Akamoto had newly acquired Fairy Power and Life Force, while the previously existing Life Force had entered a dormant state. Just as Akamoto was examining the system warehouse, he noticed a slight tremor from the incubator in the corner. He hurriedly retrieved it, placing it on the table, his excitement mounting as he gazed at the Pokémon egg adorned with a strawberry pattern. Initially, he had failed to recognize it due to his over-reliance on the basic breeding knowledge provided by the system, leading him to overlook its species during his mental comparison. However, as he observed the egg's hatching process, he increasingly felt a sense of familiarity. Eventually, he connected the dots with his memories and realized that this Pokémon egg was likely that of the unique Pokémon, Little Milk Fairy, from the Galar region, which had yet to be included in the League's managed areas. Rumor had it that the cream from the Little Milk Fairy was exceptionally delicious, and he could very well be the first in the League to taste it. What an exhilarating thought! As Akamoto fantasized about using the Little Milk Fairy's cream to bake a cake, the Pokémon egg wobbled once more. This time, he witnessed it shake with his own eyes, signaling that the Pokémon inside was about to hatch. Could it be the Little Milk Fairy? He gazed intently at the incubator, not daring to blink. At last, a tiny crack appeared on the egg, prompting Akamoto to swiftly open the incubator's lid and settle back onto his chair, fixated on the egg. With a crack, the egg split open, and a small, cream-colored creature emerged, pushing the shell aside as it flew upward. Little Milk Fairy! Akamoto exclaimed with joy. The Little Milk Fairy, momentarily blinded by the shell, struggled to lift it off before casting it aside. Upon seeing Akamoto, her eyes sparkled, and she chirped excitedly, flitting toward him. Akamoto extended his hand to catch her, cradling the little creature in his palms. What an adorable little one! He chuckled. He gently stroked the creamy substance atop her head, discovering it was not sticky, but rather pleasantly textured. Yay! Yay! The Little Milk Fairy bounced joyfully in Akamoto's hands, radiating happiness and lifting his spirits as well. Come, let's go play with Jigglypuff and the others. The Little Milk Fairy, unable to speak, could only chirp incessantly, curiously observing her surroundings while nestled in Akamoto's hands. He intended to take her to the Flower Sea to meet Jigglypuff and Pichu, confident they would surely become good friends, for who could resist such a charming creature? Pokémon were no exception. On their way to the Flower Sea, Akamoto curiously checked the Little Milk Fairy's information, as she had hatched from an egg rewarded by the system. Little Milk Fairy LV, 1 affection, 220, enthusiastic, type, fairy potential, blue nature, innocent gender, female ability, fragrance veil talent ability, none inherited skills, aromatic healing, dissolve taught skills, none TM skills, none held item, none. Quite impressive indeed, he mused, pondering the origins of this blue potential Pokémon egg. The Little Milk Fairy radiated a delightful sweet fragrance, evoking an almost irresistible urge to taste her. Thankfully, Akamoto resisted the temptation. Upon reaching the Flower Sea, Akamoto observed Jigglypuff and her family surrounded by 4 little Bubbledins at play. Puzzled, he recalled that he had only brought back 2 Bubbledins. Where had the others come from? Suddenly, it struck him. Jigglypuff had also brought back 2 Bubbledin eggs, meaning these 2 had just hatched. Seeing Jigglypuff and the Bubbledins dancing around, the Little Milk Fairy chirped joyfully and flew into their midst, joining in their playful antics. Jigglypuff and the Bubbledins, initially surprised by the adorable newcomer, quickly accepted her into their frolicsome circle. Not wishing to interrupt their merriment, Akamoto turned back to his workshop to prepare some dream sleep balls. However, once Jigglypuff spotted Akamoto, she insisted he join in the fun. With no choice but to comply, Akamoto spent the time celebrating the arrival of the Little Milk Fairy and the Bubbledins. Thus, in the Flower Sea of the breeding house, Akamoto, Jigglypuff, Pichu, the Bubbledins, and the Little Milk Fairy sang and danced together, drawing in Shinado. while even the more reserved Ninetales was coaxed over by the eager Chansey. Ninetales, with a gentle smile, settled nearby, allowing the Bubbledins to bounce atop her tails. Occasionally, she would flick her tail skyward, giving the Bubbledins a taste of bungee jumping, with Shinado always ready to catch them as they fell. Chapter 64. The egg-laying pattern. By the time Akiyama awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The exuberance of the morning party had enthused Jigglypuff to such an extent that it could not resist brandishing its super marker as a microphone and began to serenade with the Jigglypuff song. Akiyama, initially oblivious, was shielded from the melodious sounds by the laughter of the Pokémon. However, when he finally noticed Jigglypuff's performance, he found himself on the verge of slumber. With a wry smile, he retreated to the treehouse to wash away the chaotic doodles adorning his face. Grabbing a fresh towel, he ventured into the flower field to clean the faces of the other sleeping Pokémon. Who would have thought that Jigglypuff came equipped with a marker? It seemed there had been a mention of the super marker in Jigglypuff's information, but he had neglected to give it much thought at the time. Awakening fully, Akiyama dashed through the flower field and finally located Jigglypuff, who was sulking by the small lake with its cheeks puffed out. Jigglypuff? What are you doing here? Humph. Jigglypuff retorted, turning its head away. Akiyama chuckled at the sight, playfully poking its plump cheek. Why are you ignoring me? Humph. Jigglypuff shot a glare at him. Akiyama found it amusing and continued to poke its cheek, unable to stop. Puff, puff, puff. Jigglypuff could no longer contain itself, launching itself into Akiyama's embrace, wrapping its arms around his neck and shaking its head vigorously in a playful frenzy. Akiyama simply held it, waiting for it to tire before saying, "Why not sing again? This time, I promise I won't fall asleep." Humph. Jigglypuff regarded Akiyama with skepticism. He gave its rear a gentle pat, setting it down. "Go ahead, begin." With a disgruntled glare, Jigglypuff rubbed its little bottom and wobbled over to a stone by the lake, retrieving the marker. Holding the cap as a microphone, it immersed itself entirely in the performance. As time passed, Akiyama remained awake until Jigglypuff finished its song. Puff, puff. Jigglypuff leaped into Akiyama's arms, joyfully bouncing on his lap. "See? I was T-Lie." Akiyama beamed with pride, gently pinching Jigglypuff's ear and giving it a rub. Puff, puff. Jigglypuff nodded enthusiastically, thrilled. In truth, Akiyama had not anticipated that Jigglypuff's singing prowess in the real Pokémon world would rival that portrayed in the anime, which had caught him off guard the first time, resulting in his unintended slumber. However, this time, he was prepared. He had cleverly blocked his ears with fairy energy, preventing the magical elements of Jigglypuff's song from affecting him. Unbeknownst to Jigglypuff, Akiyama had employed a little trick. It only knew that Akiyama had listened to its song without dozing off, which made it immensely happy. Akiyama, grinning, lifted Jigglypuff and strolled into the flower field. "Dinner time. I'll prepare another meal for you today, but from now on, you'll be eating the dumplings on your own." In the afternoon, Akiyama experimented in the studio, blending fairy energy with life force to create Maimin dumplings. To his delight, the results surpassed those achieved solely with life essence, alleviating any concerns regarding his fairy-type Pokémon's food supply. Although they were intrigued by his culinary creations, these dishes were meant for humans and could only serve as snacks, not a substitute for the specially made dumplings Akiyama prepared for them. To cater to their tastes, Akiyama tailored various flavors of dumplings, including 3 types of Maimin dumplings: sweet, spicy, and salty. The sweet variant was the most abundant, as the majority of Jigglypuff had a penchant for sweets. Once the little fairy evolved, they would be in for a treat. Though the dumplings made with Xerneas's life energy were not as effective as those crafted from life essence, the difference was negligible. Consequently, Akiyama decided to use life energy to create food for his mounts, the little sheep and Eevee, for the time being. He still needed to prepare meals for the forest lizard and the frog Pokémon, realizing that while the forest lizard could enjoy the short mustard dumplings, the frog Pokémon would require a distinct recipe tailored to water-type Pokémon. Upon returning to the breeding house, Akiyama had released the forest lizard and the frog Pokémon, but they seemed somewhat disoriented in their new environment and did not greet the established members of the ecological park. Akiyama also planned to organize a large bonfire party in the future to foster their camaraderie. Both the forest lizard and the frog Pokémon possessed a cool exterior but were warm-hearted within. Once they acclimatized, they would undoubtedly make excellent companions, and Akiyama was confident they would thrive alongside his Pokémon. Among the forest lizards and frog Pokémon sent by Joy, 1 of each was female, while the remaining 8 were male. In species where male traits are more pronounced, the gender ratio tends to be heavily skewed. Fortunately, Akiyama resided in the real Pokémon world, where although the breeding and genetic patterns remained a mystery to the local inhabitants, he was equipped with a system. The beginner breeding knowledge provided by the system included detailed insights into Pokémon breeding genetics, Most breeding institutions, whether official or private, only understood the classification of Pokémon egg groups, oblivious to the factors influencing their egg-laying patterns. In reality, most Pokémon share the same species as their female parent in their genetics. Thus, in these breeding institutions, when attempting to breed a particular type of Pokémon, they often resorted to controlling female Pokémon to prevent interspecies breeding, opting for inbreeding methods instead. However, Akiyama understood that the predominance of Pokémon sharing species with their female parent was due to a genetic rule. When breeding Pokémon of the same life tier, there was a 70% chance that the offspring would be female. Conversely, if the male Pokémon's life tier exceeded that of the female, there was a 90% likelihood that the offspring would inherit the male Pokémon species. This also explained why the nephew of the Axu was a round land shark rather than a fracture. Its sister, the dual-axe dragon, was merely an intermediate king, while her husband, the Mega Gyarados, was a true king. Chapter 65. Arrival of the machines. Early the next morning, Okamoto, engrossed in studying the dietary needs of the Froakie in his studio, received a call from Saki, informing him that his equipment had arrived and inviting him to lunch. The efficiency of the Alliance's courier service was truly impressive, as it had delivered the goods within a day. Okamoto rode his trusty sheep mount into the forest, which skillfully led him to the home of the three movers. Upon explaining his purpose, they eagerly agreed to accompany him to Saki's house to transport the machines. This batch of equipment included a move tutor, a specialized machine for preparing Pokémon food, an energy cube maker, a portable healing device, a compact Pokémon transporter, a climate control device for the intelligent ecological garden, a Pokémon scanner, and a material analyzer. The move tutor was designed to teach Pokémon the skills contained in the TM discs by placing both a disc and a Pokeball into the device. A Pokémon could learn the skills. It also had the functionality to record skills, although to utilize this feature, one needed a suitable medium for skill storage. Typically a blank TM disc from the Alliance or a disc produced by a reputable technology company. Such discs were generally costly, and due to technological limitations, more powerful skills required higher quality discs. Typically, only master-level trainers with a substantial number of points could exchange for these advanced discs within the Alliance. While those produced by tech companies were usually sold to large institutions or prominent figures, leaving only the low-quality discs that could record basic moves available on the market. The climate control device for the intelligent ecological garden was quite valuable, as it could automatically regulate the climate within a certain range to create the most suitable living conditions for Pokémon. However, Okamoto's system garden already had this feature, rendering this device temporarily obsolete and destined to gather dust in storage. The Pokémon scanner was an instrument used to assess a Pokémon's physical condition, while the material analyzer scanned and analyzed the composition of various items. Both were specialized instruments that Okamoto had not anticipated Joy would provide him. Nevertheless, this would facilitate his research into custom Pokémon items. In the system shop, both instruments were of green quality, thus saving him a considerable number of points. By the time Okamoto finished his tasks in the ecological garden and made his way to Saki's house, accompanied by his sheep mount and the movers, it was already past 11 o'clock. Before heading to Saki's residence, he created a designated area for Pokémon food in the ecological garden, placing it beneath an ancient tree. He arranged more than a dozen feeding troughs, categorizing them by different food flavors for easier access when replenishing supplies and to make mealtime more convenient for the Pokémon. Before departing, Okamoto gathered the Pokémon under the ancient tree to help them identify their respective feeding troughs. He assured them that he would refill the troughs when they were low on food. As he entered, he slipped off his shoes and donned the slippers provided at the entrance. "Okamoto, you're just in time. I was about to start cooking." Saki's voice called from the kitchen. "Could you go upstairs and fetch Serena for me?" "Of course," Okamoto replied. As he passed through the living room, he spotted the mover, Norris, who was inspecting crates in the backyard. "Norris." "Ah, Okamoto," Norris turned, smiling. "How are the preparations for the nursery going?" "It's all set up, in fact. It is already opened, though it hasn't been officially announced yet." "Is that so? Be sure to reserve a quality Pokémon for Serena." Norris set down his tea and remarked, "Ever since she returned from Professor Oak's summer camp, she's been cooped up in her room studying Pokémon training." "Of course. You might even be my first customer," Okamoto responded with a smile. At the current pace of his nursery's development, it would likely take another month or two before he could begin selling baby Pokémon or eggs. This was particularly true for the forest lizard and Froakie, who were diligently working in the nursery. If they were to become complacent, Okamoto would have to rely solely on Jigglypuff. Too many trainers and not enough Pokémon, he mused, and an entire brood of Jigglypuffs, all female. The only Pokémon capable of breeding with them would be the male Togepi from the Fairy Egg group. But they must evolve into Togetic before they can breed. Akamoto contemplated whether he should capture a few male fairy-type Pokémon to alleviate the imbalance in gender ratio. He lamented the absence of male Pokémon among his Jigglypuffs, speculating that they might be descendants of creatures from the starting region. If only I had captured a few male fairy-type Pokémon back then, he sighed. The quality of Pokémon from the starting region is generally high. Now, however, it felt inappropriate to go back, as if he were specifically trying to acquire Pokémon. As Akamoto was lost in thought, Norris chuckled heartily. You must give me a discount. Even if not for my sake, at least for Serena's, since she's your niece. Absolutely. Haha. Akamoto laughed, recalling Saki's request to fetch Serena. I'll go call her now. Norris nodded, his attention returning to the playful antics of the sheep mount and movers in the backyard. His own Rhydon was being hoisted high by the combined efforts of the sheep and the movers, flailing its limbs in panic. As Akamoto ascended the staircase, the sound of his footsteps echoed softly. Saki's home appeared to be a charming Western-style villa from the outside, yet the interior retained a traditional Japanese layout, creating an intriguing contrast. Knock, knock, knock. Akamoto rapped on Serena's door. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open. Akito, is that you? Serena exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Has the nursery opened? Akamoto smiled in response. Are you that eager to work at the nursery? No, not really. Serena's cheeks flushed. I heard from Norris that you've been studying Pokémon training. Do you aspire to become a trainer? Not a battling trainer. I want to be a Pokémon performer and a coordinator. Oh, that's wonderful. Best of luck with that. Akamoto encouraged. But for now, we should head downstairs for lunch. At the mention of lunch, Serena suddenly remembered she was still in her cartoon pajamas and quickly closed the door. Akito, please go ahead. I'll be down shortly. Chapter 66. The evolution of the transport craftsman at the dining table. Akiyama and Saki's family were engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, Saki turned to Akiyama and inquired, Akiyama, do you have any plans after the opening? Plans? Which aspect do you mean? Akiyama was momentarily taken aback. After all, Chaxiang Town's geographical location was somewhat remote. Without a unique feature, attracting customers would be quite challenging. Indeed, there were breeders in the past who recognized the charm of Chaxiang Town and established breeding houses here. However, they eventually closed down due to a lack of clientele. Norris chimed in. As for unique features, I excel in breeding fairy-type Pokémon. Would that suffice? Akiyama proposed. To mention uniqueness, I could also refer to my qualification to breed the starter Pokémon, although that specialty cannot be incorporated into regular operations just yet. Of course, that's quite valid. In the Kalos region, fairy-type Pokémon, with their charming and beautiful appearances, are incredibly popular. Saki responded with a smile, glancing at Serena. What do you think, dear? Absolutely. Aunt Kinko's Marl is simply adorable. Serena nodded enthusiastically. Norris added, moreover, it seems there are no breeding houses in the Kalos region that specialize in fairy-type Pokémon, if you can indeed ensure exceptional breeding for them. I believe many trainers struggling with fairy-type Pokémon will seek you out. And not to forget, Saki chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to Akiyama and whispering, many of them are young and lovely maidens. Who knows, one might even take a fancy to our young and talented breeding house master. There's really no need for that. Akiyama's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hands dismissively. Although Saki was whispering, her voice was loud enough for Norris and Serena to hear. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, leaving Akiyama feeling slightly flustered. However, this conversation served as a reminder for Akiyama, until the essence of life awakened fully, focusing on fairy-type Pokémon would be the optimal direction for the breeding house. The group then transitioned to other topics, their conversation punctuated with laughter, creating an atmosphere of harmony. After bidding farewell to Saki's family and promising Serena to notify her once everything was in order at the breeding house, Akiyama, accompanied by the transport craftsman and his mount, the little sheep, transported their belongings back home. Though each machine was not particularly large, the little sheep and the transport craftsman could only carry one item each, leaving 2 larger items and 2 smaller ones remaining. Saki kindly dispatched her 2 Rhydons to carry the larger machines back to the breeding house alongside Akiyama, while he tied the 2 smaller healing devices and teleportation apparatus together with rope and carried them for a while. Once they had moved a sufficient distance from Saki's home, Akiyama stored all the items in the system warehouse. After expressing his gratitude to the Rhydons, he allowed them to return on their own. However, it seemed the transport craftsman was somewhat dissatisfied with Akiyama for taking the cargo away, as if it felt belittled. Akiyama, amused yet resigned, had to take the items back out and allow them to continue carrying them, which satisfied them. Hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. The 3 transport craftsmen chanted rhythmically, each bearing a large box, while Akiyama and the little sheep leisurely followed behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the breeding house, the transport craftsmen were already panting from exhaustion. With a thud, the cargo box landed on the ground, sending dust flying. The transport craftsmen continued to catch their breath and, upon noticing Akiyama's gaze, they mustered their strength to flex their muscles, just as Akiyama was about to reward them with some treats. He noticed that the three brothers were simultaneously glowing with the light of evolution. What a delightful surprise. Congratulations to you all, Akiyama thought with a smile. As the light of evolution faded, all three brothers had successfully evolved into steel body golems. Hey ho, hey ho. The three steel body golems stood together, striking poses to showcase their newfound strength, their previous fatigue vanishing in an instant. Congratulations on your newfound strength. Here, this is your reward, Akiyama beamed, retrieving some bone-like treats from the system warehouse. Given his frequent interactions with them, he had crafted food tailored to their tastes, taking into account their substantial appetites by shaping it into long, bone-like sticks. Hey ho, hey ho. The steel body golems thanked Akiyama and promptly dashed into the forest with their food. After bidding farewell to the steel body golems, Akiyama turned to the little sheep and remarked, "Look at you, always playing with Eevee and the transport craftsmen. Now they've evolved into steel body golems, and you remain the same. Aren't you ashamed?" Meh. The little sheep bleated pitifully. What can I do? In truth, the little sheep had significantly improved, rising from level 18 to level 24, and it had been diligently training. Akiyama had devised individualized training regimens for each Pokémon to ensure their strength grew rapidly without compromising their health. Although the breeding house did not demand exceptionally powerful Pokémon, stronger Pokémon possessed a higher life level, resulting in superior offspring. Hence, Akiyama had high expectations for them. As for the little sheep, in addition to its morning runs, Akiyama had it train alongside the round circle, incorporating weighted bags on its legs while running as a regular practice. Akiyama often had Pokémon battle each other, with the little sheep frequently bearing the brunt of the hits. After each bout, Akiyama would heal its wounds, only for it to continue facing more challenges. This not only honed the attacking abilities of other Pokémon but also enhanced the little sheep's defenses. How splendid! Akiyama cheerfully returned to the ecological park with the little sheep. After replenishing the food in the trough, he prepared to head to the workshop to research food for water-type Pokémon. As he passed through the grassland area, Akiyama suddenly noticed something unusual about the large female Eevee. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was pregnant. What joyous news! The first offspring of the breeding house, although still in gestation. Speaking of the Eevee couple, Akiyama had no particular plans for them. The female Eevee had always been delicate and lacked ambition for strength, so Akiyama had not pushed for her training. Conversely, the originally brave male Eevee had lost his fighting spirit, spending his days circling around the female Eevee. Akiyama felt helpless in this regard. Perhaps he would purchase 2 evolution stones later to elevate their life levels once more, hoping to enhance their potential. This way, their offspring would possess superior qualities. Chapter 67. The first business venture. The days slipped by for over 10 days, and soon it was mid-October. Each day, Choyuan would take his little lamb and his round companions for a jog, and then, like an elderly gentleman, he would lounge in a sun chair soaking up the sun. Jogging, cooking, feeding the Pokémon, basking in the sunlight, and cooking again. This repetitive cycle made Choyuan feel as though he were approaching old age, even altering his mindset. The batch of Pokémon eggs from the breeding center arrived at Saki's house on the 3rd day after Choyuan placed his order, drawing the envious glances of Serena. After transporting the eggs back from Saki's residence, Choyuan carefully placed them into the incubator and adjusted the various parameters, including a newly hatched Eevee egg from the Eevee couple. There were a total of 31 Pokémon eggs in his breeding house awaiting hatching. The round shark egg had been entrusted to the care of the Aksu since the establishment of the ecological garden, and Choyuan would occasionally check on its condition. Finally, just a few days ago, he successfully hatched the round shark, which, however, did not resemble a legendary creature in any way. Choyuan affectionately nicknamed the round shark Dumbo due to its adorably foolish demeanor. Everyone gathered under the ancient tree for meals at the appointed times, but Dumbo, in a moment of gluttony, accidentally tumbled headfirst into the feeding trough and was buried by the meatballs. Oblivious to the situation, Dumbo blissfully continued to eat within the trough. However, this frightened Aksu, who anxiously sought out Choyuan, exclaiming that Dumbo was missing. Choyuan, equally startled, soon recalled that Dumbo could not possibly escape the ecological garden, and thus he and Aksu began searching the garden. It is worth mentioning that the surveillance system in the ecological garden could only monitor in real time and did not allow for playback, which forced Choyuan and Aksu to comb through the 4 major areas, searching every corner without success. Eventually, during the evening meal, Eevee pulled Dumbo out of the trough. Infuriated, Qiu declared that Dumbo would have to face the wall in reflection for the entire night, while a bonfire party was held in front of it. Since Qiu concocted a water-type Pokémon food made from algae, he found himself with little to do, so he occasionally hosted bonfire parties for his Pokémon. As for the source of his funds, after Qiu crafted a batch of first-rate jelly balls for Macaulay purchased 20 cans at a price of 30,000 each. Upon learning that Qiu's breeding house had opened, Macaulay also mentioned that he would introduce an important client to him. However, this significant client had yet to appear even after Qiu waited for over 10 days. Sitting on the sandy beach of the shallow sea, Qiu leisurely sipped juice while watching the Froakas team up to play volleyball against the forest lizard. Perhaps this is the way to live from now on, without the burden of tasks, and when funds run low. He could sell a few meatballs to Macaulay for some extra cash. Just as Qiu was squinting in enjoyment, the system alerted him that a stranger wished to enter. What? Let me see who is here. Qiu glanced at the image displayed by the system. A young man with light blue hair stood outside the iron gate, waiting. Qiu rubbed his chin, realizing he did not recognize the individual, who was somewhat handsome. However, he certainly considered himself more attractive. After a moment's contemplation, Qiu decided to notify the system to open the gate and made his way to the front hall. By the time Qiu entered the hall, the young man was already waiting there. Before Qiu could speak, the young man inquired, "Hello, is this the Qiu breeding house?" "Indeed. How may I assist you?" Qiu secretly rolled his eyes. Couldn't he read the sign? "Are you the manager here?" "Yes, I am the manager and also the breeder here." Upon hearing this, the young man smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I heard from Macaulay that a new breeding house has opened here. I happen to have some matters to attend to in the southern mountains and need to temporarily leave a Pokémon in your care. Would that be possible?" Hearing that there was a business opportunity, Qiu straightened up, feeling a sense of peculiar ceremony, as this was his first transaction since opening. "May I ask which Pokémon you wish to leave with us?" "This one," the young man replied, pulling a luxury ball from his waist pouch. "Inside is a Cottonee. I would trouble you to take care of it." Qiu was slightly taken aback upon seeing the luxury ball. But then he noticed the expensive mountaineering outfit the young man wore and dismissed his surprise. Hearing that he wanted to leave a Cottonee, Qiu felt a surge of excitement. Cottonee, when properly nurtured, could rival the legendary Pokémon. He inquired with curiosity, "May I ask why you need to leave it here, sir?" "As far as I know, Cottonee is a remarkably precious Pokémon." The young man sighed. "I came to the southern region of Kalos after hearing rumors of a rare Pokémon, intending to capture it. However, Cottonee refused to stay at home and insisted on accompanying me." Qiu was puzzled. What rare Pokémon could he be referring to? The young man continued, "Since I don't wish to send my newly captured Pokémon back just yet, I must ask you to care for Cottonee for a while." Qiu nodded, accepting the Cottonee's Pokeball and placing it into a detection device, then sitting down at the computer to access the breeding house's service system. "Please present your identification. I need to register your information." The young man complied, handing over his identification. Qiu took it and casually glanced at it, only for his expression to become peculiar. He scrutinized the identification, then looked at the young man's face again. "Is there a problem?" the young man asked innocently. "Your name is Zivki Daigo?" "Yes," Daigo replied, his tone unremarkable, unaware of any issue. "The Zivki who won the championship in Hoenn, Daigo?" "Indeed." Qiu suddenly understood. It made sense that Macaulay would introduce someone significant to his breeding house, and it was likely his good friend Daigo. "However," he remarked, "you seem remarkably youthful. Your identification states you are only 21. How frustrating." After the initial surprise, Qiu fell silent, maintaining a calm demeanor, while Daigo, who had remained composed, appeared somewhat puzzled. After registering Daigo's identity, Qiu entered the body status information of Cottonee received from the detection device into a document and printed 2 copies. He handed one to Daigo, stating, "I will take care of Cottonee. Do you have any special requests?" Chapter 68, Feeding the Big Spender if possible. I wonder if the manager could work on its temperament. It always seems exceedingly shy and hesitates to make an appearance in crowded settings. I shall do my utmost. After typing a few lines on the computer, Akiyama inquired, "Is there anything else you require?" "Nothing more, just the usual nurturing will suffice," Daigo replied thoughtfully. "If it could be trained in other areas as well, I would be willing to cover those expenses." Akiyama noted Daigo's request and, after confirming that there were no further requirements, commented, "I am a bit concerned about how long you intend to board Kokodora, Mr. Daigo. I fear I may go bankrupt waiting for your return to settle the payment." Daigo detected the jest in Akiyama's tone and chuckled, "Rest assured. I will prepay for 5 days." Kokodora is known for its insatiable appetite, capable of consuming several hundred kilograms of metal daily, which translates to a hefty sum of money, certainly more than Akiyama could afford to spend on its sustenance. "That settles my concerns then. I wish you success in taming that rare Pokémon, Akiyama said, saving the transaction details and creating a folder for Kokodora. The nurturing facility typically initiates their boarding services by assessing the various physical attributes of the Pokémon, recording the information in their system, and printing it out, one copy retained by the facility and another given to the trainer. When the trainer returns to reclaim their Pokémon, the facility conducts another assessment, comparing the latest data with the original. Should the Pokémon show positive improvements, the trainer is obliged to pay an additional nurturing fee. Conversely, if the facility were to mishandle the Pokémon, they would be liable to compensate the trainer with a sum equivalent to 3 to 5 times the monetary value represented by the Pokémon's altered physical statistics, depending on the extent of the impact. Moreover, once the nurturing facility issues a receipt, trainers can rate their experiences on the nurturing website. If a facility receives an excessively low rating, the league will dispatch evaluators to reassess its capabilities. Should the facility be found inadequate for normal operations, it may be ordered to cease operations. In severe cases, if numerous trainers' Pokémon have been mishandled, the facility's certification could be permanently revoked. After collecting a prepayment of 120,000 yen from Daigo, Akiyama issued the receipt. Daigo swiftly departed, and Akiyama turned his attention to Kokodora, excitement illuminating his face. As the machine began to assess Kokodora's data, Akiyama had already conducted a preliminary examination. Discovering that this blue qualitative Kokodora was precisely at level 31 and female nearly made him exclaim with joy. Although Kokodora lacked breeding capabilities at present, what if Akiyama could facilitate its evolution before Daigo's return? He had a compatible forest lizard and Axu within his facility. If Kokodora were to evolve into a Kadora and take a liking to one of them, it would be splendid to receive a Kokodora egg. Even if the Pokémon in his care failed to impress Kokodora post-evolution, the nurturing fees would still be substantial. With these thoughts in mind, Akiyama cheerfully grasped Kokodora's Pokeball and strolled into the ecological garden. This process required the cultivation of an emotional bond, especially since Kokodora was quite timid. Akiyama had already devised a plan to foster a connection between Kokodora and Axu, envisioning the bashful Axu winning the heart of this enchanting Pokémon. Given that it too possessed a blue quality, surely their offspring would boast remarkable attributes. As for the green quality forest lizards, Akiyama had yet to find a means to enhance their qualities. How he yearned for the day when the essence of life would awaken anew, granting him powers akin to Xerneas to elevate Pokémon qualities directly. That would be the day he would flourish. With a grin, Akiyama approached the ancient tree. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and soon the Pokémon would gather for their meal. He replenished the food in the trough, and then released Kokodora beneath the ancient tree. Kadora? Kokodora. Kadora. Kokodora appeared before Akiyama, glancing at him and then surveying the surroundings, visibly anxious upon realizing Daigo was absent. Akiyama noticed that he had grown accustomed to using the essence of life to soothe Pokémon. Without it, he faced a slight challenge. However, the aura of warmth and approachability remained within him. He gently crouched down to meet Kokodora's gaze. The timid creature took a cautious step back, scrutinizing Akiyama. Did your trainer not inform you that you would be temporarily boarding with me? Kadora? Kokodora seemed to acknowledge the situation. Do not be alarmed. The Pokémon here are all quite friendly, Akiyama reassured with a smile. Seeing Kokodora still on edge, Akiyama resorted to his signature method of enticing Pokémon with treats. However, it appeared that Kokodora was not particularly fond of the snacks he had prepared, remaining somewhat wary. Well, that's unfortunate, Akiyama said, awkwardly putting away the curry fish balls that had previously proven irresistible. He had almost forgotten that Pokémon often had different tastes from humans, despite the many that had enjoyed his culinary creations. This time, however, Kokodora showed no interest in the curry fish balls, leaving Akiyama momentarily disheartened. Since Daigo had provided a substantial sum, Akiyama decided to load some credits into the system store and purchased 2 small dumbbells to place before Kokodora. The most cost-effective metallic item in the store was indeed these dumbbells, as raw iron was not available for purchase. Akiyama watched as Kokodora embraced the dumbbells and began gnawing on them, resembling certain food vloggers on Earth, making Akiyama almost tempted to take a bite himself, though doing so would surely be quite costly in dental bills. In a matter of minutes, Kokodora had devoured the 2 dumbbells, which had cost Akiyama several dozen yen. With its hunger sated, Kokodora's demeanor became less guarded, seemingly accepting its new boarding arrangement. With a grin, Akiyama stood and called the other Pokémon to gather beneath the ancient tree. Whenever a new member joined, it was customary to hold a celebration, a cherished tradition of the Akiyama Nurturing Facility. Chapter 69. The maid outfit of Jigglypuff. At first, Kokodora was indifferent to Akiyama's departure, contentedly sitting on the ground after a hearty meal. occasionally glancing up at the towering ancient tree whose canopy was so high that it had to lie back to gaze at it. However, soon the area beneath the ancient tree became lively. The first to arrive were the little sheep and the round companions, who joyfully dashed over. Spotting the unfamiliar Cocodora from a distance, the lively and enthusiastic round companions quickly settled around Cocodora, curiously waving their tiny paws and peppering it with questions. Initially, Cocodora did not respond, instead staring vacantly at the sky. After a while, the round companions, feeling disheartened by Cocodora's silence, returned to play with the little sheep. As Akiyama was about to prepare food for them, so they decided to hold off on eating the dumplings for now. Next to arrive were the jolly Jigglypuff, humming a tune, along with the chattering Sylveon and baby Jigglypuff, and the mischievous Shenado, Jengar, and Piplup. The atmosphere instantly buzzed with excitement as they gathered, while Cocodora began to feel a bit overwhelmed. Spotting a chance to hide in the grass beneath the ancient tree, Jigglypuff, with boundless energy, bounded over to Cocodora and, without hesitation, pulled it into the joyful family of Jigglypuffs. Cocodora, flustered by Jigglypuff's enthusiasm, lowered its head in the presence of so many Pokémon, instinctively curling up like a hedgehog as Jigglypuff tugged at it to sing and dance. Just as Akiyama arrived with the remaining Pokémon, he caught sight of the curled-up Cocodora. "What are you doing, little one? Are you bullying it?" Akiyama gently flicked Jigglypuff's forehead before lifting the curled-up Cocodora into his arms. Jigglypuff was the only purple variant with exceptional qualities, and it shared a special bond with Akiyama, who had even given it a nickname. "No way." Jigglypuff shook its head vigorously, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Seeing Akiyama take Cocodora to the side, Jigglypuff hopped along excitedly. As per tradition, Akiyama first laid out the necessary tools before handing over the ingredients to Jigglypuff and Piplup for washing. Meanwhile, Chansey and Jigglypuff were officially entering their training period and could now prepare simple snacks. Today, Akiyama assigned them the task of making sushi, allowing them to choose any flavor they liked, with the fruits already prepared. One particularly amusing incident occurred when the little sheep, watching Chansey make sushi, could only watch in envy as it jumped onto the table, attempting to mimic Chansey's technique, rolling up grass-filled sushi with its hoofs. Watching it savor its creation, Akiyama couldn't help but indulge it, preparing a sushi wrapped in fragrant leaves for the little sheep to enjoy. Once the food was ready, the Pokémon in the nursery lined up to receive their small blankets, the kind used for picnics, with each Pokémon getting its own. They orderly spread their blankets on the grass and gathered closely in a large circle, their faces glowing with anticipation. Jigglypuff, adorned in the specially made outfit that Akiyama had purchased for it, led the trio of Jigglypuffs in delivering the food to each Pokémon's blanket. The story behind this maid outfit was not born from any peculiar intentions on Akiyama's part. One day, while visiting Sachi's house with Jigglypuff, Serena immediately took a liking to Jigglypuff and whisked it away into an upstairs room. By the time Akiyama was ready to leave, Jigglypuff returned holding a classic black and white maid outfit photo, indicating that it wished to wear something similar. Akiyama initially refused, but after Jigglypuff's charming antics wore him down, he relented. Later, upon returning to the nursery, Akiyama logged onto a clothing website and found a shop specializing in maid outfits. Contacting the owner, a young woman, initially thought Akiyama was buying for a girlfriend, but her demeanor shifted to one of suspicion and fear when he clarified otherwise. Akiyama spent a considerable amount of time explaining that he was not a cross-dressing pervert. Ultimately, at the owner's request, he sent a photo of Jigglypuff. Upon seeing Jigglypuff's adorable face, the owner's eyes sparkled with affection, and she promptly promised to craft the outfit within a day and ship it immediately, even offering Akiyama a 50% discount on the condition that she could video chat with Jigglypuff for half an hour. Akiyama was utterly baffled by the idea of such a chat, observing how lively the interaction was, reminiscent of an online romance, despite the language barrier between her and Jigglypuff. Meanwhile, Akiyama, engrossed in his game, had no idea what they discussed. Thus, the maid outfit that Jigglypuff donned came to be. Once it arrived, Jigglypuff eagerly tried it on, parading in front of the other Jigglypuffs, which led to Akiyama being surrounded by them, with even Chansey expressing a desire for new clothing. Consequently, a new batch of maid outfits was en route. Every time Akiyama organized a bonfire night, Jigglypuff would wear it, having even learned maid etiquette from the computer. Akiyama began to ponder whether, if more visitors came to the nursery, he should consider establishing a maid-themed nursery at 7:30 in the evening. Once all the Pokémon were seated, Akiyama ignited a bonfire at the center of the circle and announced the commencement of the evening's festivities. The bonfire event was not solely for amusement. Akiyama also seized this opportunity to train the Pokémon in the elegance of their moves, incorporating them into the evening's performances, as they had a mission to participate in a grandeur competition. The first to volunteer was Jigglypuff. For reasons unknown, Jigglypuff always preferred to bounce around as it walked. And this occasion was no exception. It hopped to the center of the circle, performed a graceful bow, and retrieved a marker. Wait, Akiyama quickly interrupted. You can't sing today, he jested. If Jigglypuff were allowed to sing, the event would turn into a solitary concert for it. Although Akiyama, Gengar, and Shinado would remain unaffected, Jigglypuff's prowess surpassed that of all the others, with even the other Jigglypuff succumbing to sleep under its melodic voice. Let alone the non-fairy-type Pokémon. Jigglypuff possessed a move called Round, which, when performed by multiple Jigglypuffs, would amplify in power. Akiyama often observed them gathering in flower fields to sing, but they would invariably fall asleep mid-performance. The power of Round knew no boundaries once it lulled one to sleep. Others would follow suit, creating a chain reaction of slumber. Chapter 70. Freya's dream. Littlely, feeling a sense of grievance, pouted and put away the marker. With a small hand raised, she began to spin in circles. At that moment, a gentle shower of pink dust began to fall in the arena. Littlely, round and plump, twirled amidst the dust, eventually coming to a halt. Her hand remained uplifted, gracefully waving, from which a beautiful ribbon of colorful light unfurled. As the radiant light danced through the dust, it enveloped Little's form, resembling a celestial silk wrapping around her. Finally, with a mighty blast of fairy energy, she shot a brilliant burst into the sky, which erupted like a waterfall, concealing her within. As the light dissipated, Little's elegant figure appeared before everyone. Jigglypuff was the most enthusiastic, being the first to applaud, which soon ignited a wave of fervent applause from the others. Little hopped over to Akiyama's side, her big eyes blinking adorably at him. Akiyama met her gaze with a stoic expression, but eventually couldn't help but smile, tousling her hair and saying, "Well done. I'll treat you to a little extra later." Little giggled joyfully in response. Next to take the stage was Shinado, a veteran of the breeding house and the leader of the fairy Pokémon. Her performance appeared simpler, yet her charm was in no way diminished. As a symbol of beauty, Shinado could embody both innocence and an alluring aura, serving as Akiyama's trump card for the grand competition. Not to mention, after being blessed by the essence of Xerneas, Shinado exuded a touch of divine nobility that captivated onlookers effortlessly. She gracefully floated to the center of the grassy area, performing an elegant opening bow. In contrast to Shinado's grace, Little's elegance was more akin to sweet innocence, while Shinado embodied true, noble elegance. It was reminiscent of the difference between the charming neighbor girl and a high society debutante, with Shinado possessing an inexplicable ethereal quality. At this thought, Akiyama cast a glance at Gengar, who sat on the ground with a foolish expression, gazing at Shinado with his mouth agape and a silly grin. It was baffling why Shinado accepted such a character, lacking any semblance of a true kingly image. Meanwhile, Shinado commenced her performance. Delicate, beautiful fingers extended ribbons of pale pink silk, reminiscent of Little's, but shorter, about half a meter long. With a gentle flick of the ribbons, she began to dance in the air. Akiyama recognized this as a dance he had previously taught Shinado, quite renowned in the Pokémon world, called Freya's Dream. The creator of this dance, Freya, had stumbled upon a paradise of Shinado, drawing inspiration from them. As Shinado danced, the Pokémon around her became entranced by her performance, including the somewhat reserved Cottonee. Gradually, Shinado's appearance began to transform. Her hair shifted to a soft lavender hue, her evening gown morphed into a splendid rose pink, and the horn on her chest transformed into a bow-tie-like shape. Akiyama had discovered during a training session that Shinado seemed to possess the ability to change her form, primarily manifested through changes in color, which she could control at will. Nonetheless, her favorite form remained this one, and Akiyama found it beautiful. Whatever color she chose looked stunning. He pondered whether the audience could perceive her transformation. Unbeknownst to them, a colorful orb of light arose above Shinado's head as she continued her dance, eventually coming to a halt. The audience, including Jigglypuff, was uncertain if Shinado's performance had concluded. They looked to Akiyama for guidance, and seeing him remain silent, they sat quietly, awaiting what would come next. Suddenly, Shinado let out a delicate call, and two additional Shinado appeared on stage. The three stood in a triangular formation, rotating gracefully around a central point. At that moment, the orb of light burst, showering the area with countless sparkling points of light that swirled around the trio of Shinado. The points enveloped her, dancing around as she resumed her performance. The companions were astounded, momentarily unable to discern which was the real Shinado, their eyes wide as they watched the elegantly moving figures. Gengar was no exception. He found himself equally bewildered and could not identify the true Shinado among them, leaving him to be a mere spectator, unable to showcase any of his own prowess. It was clear that Shinado had gained considerable advantages from Xerneas in terms of vitality. She was already on par with Gengar, not to mention the life force bestowed upon her by Sylveon and Akiyama. Ultimately, Shinado's movement slowed, and only one Shinado remained. She floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by points of light that collided with droplets of water that had appeared at some point, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks that accentuated her beauty. Lai, wooha wooha wooha, cheered Jigglypuff, echoing Jengar's voice. Soon, the audience erupted into applause for Shinado. Akiyama finally set Kanani down, as she had been obscured by Jigglypuff sitting in front of her. He had held her for several minutes, and his arms felt as if they might break. It was akin to carrying a girlfriend who had gained weight but still demanded to be carried like a princess, requiring one to endure without complaint. Although Akiyama had no girlfriend, the scenario was not hard to imagine. He wished to place Kanani in front of Jigglypuff, but Kanani seemed reluctant to stray from his side, leaving him with no choice. Akiyama exchanged a nod with Shinado, affirming her performance with a smile, and she returned his expression with joy. From initially following Akiyama due to Sylvian's command, to gradually acknowledging him, and ultimately fully trusting him after their experiences in the starting area, Shinado felt a surge of emotion. At first, when Akiyama had her practice elaborate moves, she was not fond of repeating the same motions or changing the forms of her moves. Akiyama noticed this and selected a dance for her from the internet. Although he himself could not dance, he imitated the movements from the video, adopting a rather incongruous posture to teach Shinado how to dance. The result was a success, and even Shinado's usually calm demeanor was stirred with excitement. Chapter 71. A performance next came the captivating duel between the forest lizard and the Froka, in which Akamoto deliberately diminished their attack power, opting instead for a display of finesse and skill. This segment proved to be immensely thrilling, prompting the Axa to grow restless, yearning to take the stage. Noticing Axa's eagerness, Akamoto approached and inquired, "Do you wish to perform?" Axa nodded enthusiastically, brandishing its sharp claws. With a mischievous grin, Akamoto whispered encouragement, "Then go on stage, just like this." And like that. Initially, Axa displayed a spirited excitement, but soon its expression turned to one of dismay as it glanced at Akamoto. Then at the Kanani, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "Do I really have to do this?" "Absolutely. You are the only one capable of this task. Give it your all." Akamoto patted Axa's shoulder, instilling in it a sense of trust. Axa felt torn, but ultimately acquiesced, for Akamoto was its master. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Akamoto chuckled softly and stepped aside, leaving Kanani looking at him with a puzzled expression. Axa then approached Kanani and struck up a conversation. Although initially curious about Axa's approach, Kanani soon became shy and somewhat timid. "I don't want to do this either. I'm being forced into it." In the end, Kanani followed Axu to the center of the grassy area, while Akamoto stood behind the Togepi, stifling laughter. The task assigned to Axu was to take Kanani up on stage for a performance, whatever it may be, as long as it involved both of them. Now, standing awkwardly in the spotlight, Axu was unsure of what to do. While it could certainly battle like the forest lizard, it was clear that it could not engage Kanani in combat and would have to entertain in some other way. But what could a fierce creature like Axu possibly perform? Seeing Axu and Kanani standing there, Akamoto burst into laughter and, along with Togepi and Jigglypuff, began to applaud. Togepi and Jigglypuff clapped joyfully, and the surrounding Pokémon rose to their feet, encircling Axu and Kanani in a rhythmic dance reminiscent of the Meow ethnic dance. This entire spectacle had been orchestrated by Akamoto before the soiree commenced, and Axu was blissfully unaware of it. Kanani gazed at the jubilant Pokémon, their genuine smiles igniting a twinge of envy within it, leading to a gentle bump against Axu's claw. Startled, Axu promptly lifted Kanani into the air, raising it high above as they danced to the rhythm. Though Kanani initially squirmed, it soon ceased its struggle, joyfully waving its forepaws and emitting cheerful sounds. Akamoto watched the duo with the proud smile of a father. "Well done, Axu. You're quite adept at this, aside from the kissing part." As everyone danced in a circle, they joined in singing the ghost-type song led by Jengar. Jengar, the life of the party, had used the campfire's time to enchant the Pokémon, leading each dance segment with the song. The most spirited singers were Jengar, Jigglypuff, and Togepi, and Akamoto found himself swept away by the infectious melody. "Uha, duha, hee hee hee. Togepi. Togepi. Pori, pori, porili." At that moment, a soft voice emerged from the center of the circle, catching Jengar's attention. Kanani." With a beaming face, Kanani excitedly joined in the song, causing Akamoto to erupt in laughter. Even Axa dropped its fierce demeanor, mimicking Jengar's silly antics. Laughter intertwined with song resonated beneath the ancient trees. Suddenly, a radiant multicolored glow began to emanate from Kanani. Axa hastily set it down, witnessing it enveloped in a brilliant light as its form began to transform. As the glow dissipated, Kanani evolved into a cutie fly. As soon as the transformation concluded, Cutiefly eagerly nuzzled against Axu, its face glowing with joy. Axu was taken aback. The little creature had suddenly grown to its height, leaving it momentarily stunned. Akamoto laughed heartily, declaring that Aksu would temporarily host Cutiefly, thus concluding the evening's campfire festivities. Everyone began to tidy up, while Cutiefly shyly tugged at Aksu, displaying an adorably bashful demeanor that belied its newfound size. Akamoto was oblivious to their private conversation in the corner, but in the end, Aksu accepted the reality of its situation. Speaking of Pokémon with significant evolutionary leaps, Cutiefly had indeed undergone one of the most dramatic transformations, doubling in size and weight. And this was merely its first evolution. Akamoto instructed Aksu to take Cutiefly to a nearby cave in the forest for a temporary stay, close to its little den. The following morning, Akamoto accompanied his mount, the Wooloo, on a run that led them into the woods. Ninetales and Chansey were already awake, basking in the sunlight on a small cliff. From a distance, Akamoto spotted Cutiefly clinging to Aksu, who appeared resigned and passive, unable to refuse its affections. A wide smile broke across Akamoto's face. This was a promising development. After stealthily slipping away with Wooloo and completing a couple more laps, he returned to his treehouse, indulging in a refreshing bath before collapsing onto his bed like a tired fish. Opening the system shop, Akamoto discovered he had amassed 328 points. Since beginning his daily sign-ins 6 days prior, his point accumulation had stabilized at 20 points per day. However, this amount was insufficient. He needed 172 more points to redeem enough wish powder to create a complete Pokémon egg nurturing solution, at a rate of 25 points per gram. The cost was exorbitant, leaving Akamoto at a loss for words. To concoct a single portion of Pokémon egg nurturing solution, one would require 20 grams of wish powder, 50 grams of sweet honey, 1 lost flower, 1 wind flower, and 5 grams of blue awakening stone powder. The attribute gemstone powder was optional. Akamoto had already obtained a bag of lost flower seeds, totaling 10, but it would take a year from germination to blooming. The windflower was more manageable, taking only a few weeks to mature, yet Akamoto had not drawn any windflower seeds. Sweet honey and awakening stone powder could be purchased with currency, with 5 grams of awakening stone powder costing a staggering 30,000 yen. It was indeed highway robbery. With a sigh, Akamoto decided to use up his 10 accumulated beginner lottery tickets all at once. Chapter 72. The spring is full of water in the previous 8 draws. Apart from obtaining a bag of lost flower seeds, all that had emerged were trivial items akin to green arrow chewing gum, utterly devoid of utility. Akiyama harbored little expectation for this 10 consecutive draws. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired an electric toothbrush, white, X1. Beep. Congratulations. The host has obtained a deluxe C teacher doll, yellow, X1. What on earth? Could you repeat that? Akiyama exclaimed, startled, as he sprang up from his bed, aghast. Beep. Congratulations. The host has acquired a deluxe C teacher doll X1. Akiyama widened his eyes at the doll dressed in a 3-piece suit nestled in the corner of the system's warehouse, momentarily at a loss for words. He hastily exited the system warehouse, muttering, why on earth is such a thing even available? I'm still a virgin, for heaven's sake. System lottery is entirely random, probability disclosed. Please refrain from asking irrelevant questions, 8 initial lottery chances remaining. Would you like to continue? Let us proceed, Akiyama reassured himself. Perhaps it would indeed prove useful in the future. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired a basketball akin to that of a celebrity named Kai, white, X1. Beep. Congratulations. The host has obtained a scream chicken toy, white, X1. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired a pilot fountain pen, white, X1. Beep. Congratulations. The host has attained a fragment of secret space, Blissey flower field, blue, X1. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired L-sized premium underwear, white, X5. Beep. Congratulations. The host has obtained a bag of windgrass seeds, yellow, X1. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired a dragon bone spring green, X1. Beep. Congratulations. The host has obtained a white affair cola, white, X1. The barrage of system notifications left Akiyama's head buzzing, prompting him to silence the notifications before eventually unmuting them after a brief interval. Upon reviewing the lottery records, he immediately spotted a blue notification. What is this? Akiyama gazed in astonishment at the blue fragment in his hand, bewildered. Look for yourself, Akiyama. After being curtly rebuffed by the system, he had no choice but to investigate the fragment's information himself. Item information. Name. Fragment of secret space, Blissey flower field, quality, blue usage, to establish a specific secret space description upon combining 4 fragments. One can create a secret space within a tree trunk or mountain with the terrain determined by the suffix. This fragment pertains to the Blissey flower field space, approximately 10 square kilometers in size. It seemed akin to a secret space similar to the starting area if Akiyama managed to collect 4 fragments. He would no longer need to worry about insufficient space for the breeding house, and coincidentally, there was already a suitable vessel. Akiyama was elated. This marked the first time he had drawn a blue item. Moreover, the subsequent information indicated he had also received a green and a yellow item. The windgrass seeds he had longed for had finally arrived, a bag containing 10 seeds, matching the quantity of the lost flower seeds. Next, he merely needed to reach 500 points to purchase wish powder, enabling him to create the nurturing solution. Following this, Akiyama located the item called Dragon Bone Spring within the system warehouse. It was merely a card-like object. Item information: name, Dragon Bone Spring quality, green usage, to alter terrain and create a Dragon Bone Spring description. Designate a piece of land within a depth of 8 m and an area of 100 square meters. Upon selection, the terrain will be altered to create a Dragon Bone Spring. The Dragon Bone Spring automatically absorbs water elemental energy and dragon elemental energy. Drinking from the spring can slightly enhance the aptitude of dragon-type Pokémon, and long-term bathing in the spring water can strengthen bone density. Koi residing in the Dragon Bone Spring are highly likely to evolve into Gyarados, and their temper tends to be relatively stable. Upon reading this description, Akiyama could hardly contain his excitement. The benefits of drinking from and bathing in the spring water were immensely powerful, although the specific effects were uncertain. The description alone was remarkable. However, the truly impressive aspect was the final point. The potential for Koi to easily evolve into Gyarados. What an incredible concept. Despite the ubiquity of Koi as a Pokémon, few trainers choose to capture them. Before evolving into Gyarados, Koi only possesses the move Splash, and those with better talent can utilize Body Slam, but beyond that, they lack significant abilities. If they do not evolve by level 20, there remains a chance for them to learn the move Flail at level 25, a rather erratic skill. Upon evolution, Gyarados boasts a total base stat of 540, surpassing that of most final forms of the starter Pokémon. Yet, the reason for the lack of trainers capturing Koi lies in the arduous nature of its evolution, a challenge that can be quite frustrating. Akiyama once encountered a post on a Pokémon breeding forum detailing a father with a near-elite Gyarados and a mother with a master-level Gyarados. Yet their Koi failed to evolve even after 3 years. In Akiyama's estimation, that Koi likely possessed at least a green aptitude, perhaps even an exceptional one within that category. Yet it still did not evolve. In addition to innate talent affecting Koi's evolution, it seemed that evolution truly depended on luck. Only those who possessed special methods to marginally enhance the evolution rate would consider capturing Koi. This resulted in Koi being largely overlooked by trainers. Furthermore, Koi's flesh is notoriously tough and unpalatable, leading even those fishing for them to prefer not catching Koi. Consequently, Koi became the archetypal example of what not to aspire to within the Pokémon world. To describe a person as lacking merit, rendering them of no use to society or others, one might simply say they resemble a Koi, ensuring their cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, should Koi evolve into Gyarados with greater ease, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after Pokémon, without a doubt. Breeding water-type Pokémon is remarkably straightforward. And during the early stages, Koi requires minimal resources. Once it evolves into Gyarados, it signifies that the trainer is poised to ascend into the elite ranks, reaping ample rewards. Thus, upon reviewing the introduction of the Dragon Bone Spring, Akiyama was invigorated. This was a pathway to fortune. As long as he placed the Dragon Bone Spring in the ecological park and advertised online that Koi nurtured at Akiyama's breeding house had a high probability of evolving into Gyarados, a throng of people would undoubtedly flock to his doorstep the very next day. Though Akiyama harbored a lingering suspicion that the system would not allow him such a straightforward advantage, an inexplicable feeling gnawed at him. He chose to dismiss it. With this thought, Akiyama decided not to dwell on the sea teacher doll or the cheap underwear he had purchased. He exited the treehouse buoyantly, convinced that today was a fortuitous day, where every thought could materialize. Chapter 73, The Legend of Fairy Lake at the boundary between the grasslands and the forest. Chiao-Yuan selected a plot of land to place the Dragon Bone Spring. Subsequently, he cultivated a small field nearby, sowing seeds of the lost flower and the windgrass. If the essence of life were still viable, Chiao-Yuan could hasten their growth. However, that was no longer the case. He discovered the spring source within the Dragon Bone Spring, which appeared similar to an ordinary mountain spring. Yet, it uniquely condensed the elemental forces of the dragon and water systems from the air to create dragon spring water, which then returned to the atmosphere, perpetuating this cycle. This phenomenon ensured that the area surrounding the dragon spring water would become a paradise for water-type and dragon-type Pokémon. After completing these tasks, Chiao-Yuan informed the water and dragon-type Pokémon in the ecological garden, encouraging them to indulge in the spring S waters whenever they pleased, to prevent contamination from backflow. He installed the device at the spring's outlet, ensuring that he could drink the dragon spring water without concerns about its quality. As for whether the Pokémon drank from the spring water or their own bathing water, that remained unknown. After calling out to the Axa to take good care of the cutie fly, Xiao left enough iron for the cutie fly to last a day. Then set out with a Froakie. His purpose today was to catch a few Magikarp to test the efficacy of the spring water, and he conveniently had a special fishing rod gifted by the system to try out. Back on Earth, Xiao had spent considerable time fishing in reservoirs, and he possessed a fair degree of skill in angling. Aside from fishing, he had little interest in outdoor activities, making this his sole outdoor expertise. Burariri? Little Grain felt a bit hungry today and was contemplating a snack beneath an ancient tree when he spotted Xiao preparing to leave. We're going fishing. Would you like to join? Xiao thought it would be fine to bring Little Grain along and extended the invitation. Burariri. Little Grain chirped joyfully, hopping onto Xiao shoulder. In the short span of just over 10 days in the nurturing house, Little Grain and the other Jigglypuffs had been well fed and had grown considerably. Now, perched on Xiao shoulder, it felt somewhat unsteady. Gently patting its head, Xiao placed it down, only to earn a pout from Little Grain, its cheeks puffed up in a display of displeasure. No fuss. I'll get you a special seat, Xiao chuckled. He then retrieved a basket-like contraption from his system space, a baby carrier he had won in a lottery, perfectly suited for Little Grain to sit in. Little Grain eagerly awaited, and upon seeing Xiao finish setting it up, it leaped into the seat, emitting sweet, joyful sounds. Xiao chuckled. Does this count as willingly stepping into a trap? Little Grain voiced its confusion while Xiao laughed to himself, beckoning Froakie to set off. The aloof Froakie had been waiting beneath the ancient tree for Xiao and Little Grain to play, and upon seeing them ready to depart, it followed suit. Xiao intended to fish at a renowned lake near Chaoxiang Town, hoping to catch some rarer Pokémon. Of course, the lake's fame was limited to the vicinity of Chaoxiang Town, something Xiao had learned while chatting with Norris. Walking southwest from Chaoxiang Town for a kilometer or two into the southern mountains, and then trekking in the same direction for over 40 minutes, one would arrive at the lake. According to Norris, the lake had its own name and a legend surrounding it. The older residents of Chaoxiang Town told Norris that the lake was called Fairy Lake. There was a legend that dated back over 500 years, a time when Pokémon were not referred to as such but were known as monsters. The relationship between humans and monsters was one of taming and slaughter, a far cry from the peaceful coexistence of modern times. A boy named Kuzi, eager to prove his ability to tame monsters to the tribe's residents, silently ventured into the perilous southern mountains. Initially, he encountered no fierce monsters, only some weak or relatively friendly ones, most of which showed little interest in him. This led Kuzi to believe that the southern mountains were not as dangerous as the adults claimed, prompting him to abandon his original intention of taming smaller monsters, as he deemed them weak and unworthy. Thus, he boldly ventured deeper into the mountains. It seemed as though Arceus was watching over him, for he did not encounter even a moderately sized monster along the way, further diminishing his regard for these beings, convincing him that the adults were merely exaggerating. Lost in dreams of taming a colossal monster to astonish the tribe, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him shift as a massive rock rose from the earth, sending him tumbling. As he crashed heavily against a tree trunk, Kuzi struggled to his feet and gazed at the enormous rock. It was no mere rock. It was the head of Onyx. When the Onyx reared up, a wave of dread washed over Kuzi, engulfed in despair beneath its shadow. He felt utterly powerless. The towering beast, easily surpassing a small mountain, loomed ominously, with a substantial portion of its body still grounded. According to Kuzi's later descriptions, it was at least a 30-meter-long Onyx. Finally, the cold gaze of the Onyx snapped Kuzi from his stupor, and he forced himself to flee toward the mountain's edge. However, the previous tranquility had caused him to forget the tribe's elders' teachings, leading him to become lost. As he ran, unsure of where to go, an ethereal voice, seemingly from a distant realm, resonated in his mind, guiding him toward a direction he hurriedly pursued. The Onyx stood motionless, observing Kuzi as if toying with him, while he ran for what felt like an eternity, finally escaping the shadow it cast. Just as Kuzi neared the boundary of the Onyx's reach, it sprang into action, charging towards him with an unexpected speed for its cumbersome size. Hearing the sounds of rocks and trees being smashed behind him, Kuzi dared not look back and continued toward the direction indicated by the mysterious voice. In a life-or-death moment, he found himself with no other options. Kuzi was unaware of how far he had run, but as exhaustion set in, the Onyx caught up to him. Its colossal head descended toward Kuzi with tremendous force. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Kuzi propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the strike that would have flattened him, though the Onyx missed its target. The sheer force of its attack sent Kuzi hurtling through the air. In the aftermath of the assault, he lost consciousness, and in his final moments of awareness, he felt himself enveloped by water, having fallen into a lake. Chapter 74. Arrival at Fairy Lake. A gentle force lifted Kusei, gradually healing his wounds and restoring his consciousness. In a haze, he perceived ethereal voices mingled with the furious roars of the onyx serpent. He yearned to open his eyes but found himself unable to do so, relegated to listening to the sounds beyond and feeling the water flowing over his body. The soothing aura lulled him into a drowsy state, while the distant roars of the onyx serpent faded to a whisper, and he succumbed to slumber once more. When Kusei awoke again, he found himself lying on the grass by the lake. The onyx serpent had vanished, along with the creatures that had emitted those enchanting, melodious voices, leaving only a scene of chaos and the marks of the serpent's passage. He hesitated to label the beings that had saved his life as mere beasts. Even though he had never seen their forms, Kusei called out to the heart of the lake, hoping to summon them back, but his efforts were in vain. Gazing at the setting sun, Kusei knew he had to return. He utilized the skills imparted by the elders of his tribe to ascertain his direction, casting a complex gaze upon the lake that had never been spoken of before, and ultimately departed. Upon returning to the tribe, Kusei recounted his extraordinary experience, only to be met with ridicule and skepticism from his friends. The sight of a 30 to 40 meter onyx serpent, coupled with the existence of creatures capable of repelling it and possessing healing abilities, seemed to them an implausible fantasy. In frustration, Kusei packed his belongings and set off towards a larger tribe, determined to seek the answers he desired in a broader world, yearning merely to uncover their names. Yet, this quest consumed his entire life. Even after becoming a renowned beast master in Kalos, having defeated even larger onyx serpents in the southern mountains, he never encountered those figures from his childhood again. He found himself unable to pursue the answers he sought, despite achieving what many deemed unattainable. Kusei could not summon any joy from his accomplishments. Disheartened, he returned to the small tribe of his birth in southern Kalos. The friends who once mocked him had perished at the jaws of beasts, and upon his return, he was unrecognized. In his twilight years, feeling his time was short, Kusei resolved to visit that enigmatic lake one last time, despite having failed to see what he sought in countless previous attempts. Staring at the placid surface of the lake, Kusei smiled. As the smile lingered, tears trickled down his aged face. "Are you still there?" he called out, his voice trembling. "I am leaving." Perhaps this departure would mark his final chance to return. After waiting for several minutes, the anticipation in his eyes gradually turned to disappointment. With a resigned sigh, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice etched in the depths of his memory resonated from the lake, clearer than ever. Kusei gazed at the water, his body trembling with excitement. 1, 2, ultimately 5 magnificent Milotic emerged from the depths, gazing at him quietly, and in that instant, his heart found tranquility. He was certain these were the very Milotic that had saved him all those years ago. That inexplicable connection in his mind could not be mistaken. Kusei shared the tales of the years gone by with the Milotic, expressing all he had longed to say. There was no frenzy, no tears, everything here felt serene, fulfilling his deepest desires for peace. Later, Kusei often recounted the story of Fairy Lake and its benevolent spirits to the tribe, and regardless of the reactions he received, he spoke with gentleness. The adventurous youth of the tribe ventured to Fairy Lake, but none encountered anything unusual. The ridicule ceased as Kusei chose to vouch for the truth of his experience through his reputation as a leading beast master. Perhaps it was merely that others had not been fated to witness the Milotic of Fairy Lake. After Kusei's passing, the story was shared among the tribe, and Fairy Lake became a legend. Akiyama vividly remembered Norris displaying a yearning expression while narrating this tale, igniting Akiyama's profound interest in Fairy Lake and the history of beast masters. He believed the legend to be true, although Milotic were not native to Kalos. Their presence in the region was not impossible. Moreover, southern Kalos retained much of its primal beauty, making the existence of Milotic entirely plausible. Akiyama held a deep fascination for this exquisite Pokémon. Even if he could not capture a Milotic, he would be content with a Feeba, as nurturing it and enhancing its beauty would pose no challenge for him. Belai. Why haven't we arrived yet? Little he complained, tugging at Akiyama's collar from his seat. Almost there, almost there. The map indicates we are very close, Akiyama replied, glancing at the electronic map in his hand. The map displayed a vast lake, and he estimated he was merely 200 to 300 meters away. After a few minutes of walking, Akiyama finally beheld the legendary Fairy Lake. As they entered its vicinity, Little Lee exhibited sheer delight, and Akiyama too felt a gentle energy wafting through the air. This further solidified Akiyama's belief in the veracity of the Milotic legend. Guatu Frog, would you like to fish? Akiyama offered a quality fishing rod he had won in a lottery, sturdy yet unremarkable. Gualagua. Guatu Frog accepted the rod, mimicking Akiyama by finding a stone to sit on by the lake, threading the line, and casting the bait. Little Lee jumped down from his seat. eyes wide as he marveled at the reflections on the lake's surface, reaching out to create ripples. After playing alone for a while, Little Lee grew bored and ran to Akiyama, clamoring to fish as well. What's this? You want to fish too? Can you? Akiyama set up the fishing rod and, lifting Little Lee into his arms, playfully tapped his forehead. Little Lee waved his tiny hands in discontent. Be lie. Seeing Little Lee's determination to acquire a fishing rod, Akiyama sighed and purchased a child-sized fishing rod for 20 coins. Not out of any prejudice, but simply to ensure it was manageable for him. Once Little Lee had the rod, he contentedly found a prime spot to sit and cast his line with enthusiasm. Chapter 75. The experienced angler leads the way. Akiyama leisurely observed the buoys floating on the lake's surface, patiently awaiting a bite. Beside him lay a large basin containing 2 splendidly sized koi. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, here we go again." His hands moved swiftly as he grasped the fishing rod, gradually reeling in the line. Utilizing his adept angling skills, he soon brought the hooked fish to the lake's edge, where he began to tire it out at a measured pace. The frog, envious, cast a glance at Akiyama. An hour had passed, and neither of them had caught a single fish, nor even felled a nibble. "Come on up," Akiyama called as he noticed the underwater commotion subsiding. With a vigorous tug on the rod, a massive koi leapt from the water, soaring over Akiyama's head and landing on the ground. With a sense of pride, Akiyama approached the koi, preparing to retrieve the hook from its mouth. Just then, the bewildered koi expelled a jet of water, drenching Akiyama completely. Stunned, he glanced at his soaked clothes and then at the flopping koi on the ground. "I think it would be better to steam you. Don't you agree?" Akiyama glared at the koi. The koi flopped in response, stir. Ultimately, Akiyama grasped the koi by its tail and tossed it into the basin. This koi was of a yellow variety, larger than the previous 2, which were both of the white variety. Once back in the water, the koi settled down, rolling its eyes and lying motionless in the basin like a salted fish. At that moment, it seemed there was action at the frog's end. Akiyama turned to see the frog straining to reel in a fishing line, appearing determined to catch whatever fish was on the other end. In that instant, the frog completely forgot Akiyama's fishing tips and pulled with all its might. With a snap, the steel-lined fishing line broke. One piece was dragged into the water while the other nearly snapped back, nearly hitting the frog. Quack, quack, quack. Seeing Akiyama seemingly laughing at him, the frog hurriedly explained that it was the line's fault, not his. Akiyama chuckled heartily, retrieving a new fishing line from the system's repository for him. Just then, the small, focused little grain let out a shout, followed by tugging on her tiny fishing rod, as if she too had hooked a fish. Akiyama, puzzled, observed little grain's flushed face. It was illogical. Her fishing rod was a toy, and she hadn't even baited it. When little grain struggled to pull in her catch, the frog rushed over to offer assistance. No. Little grain shook her head vigorously while fixated on the line moving across the water's surface, continuing her efforts. Go for it, little grain. You've got this. Akiyama watched with keen interest, eager to see what she might catch. Hearing Akiyama's encouragement, little grain proudly glanced back at him. However, that fleeting moment of distraction caused her grip to falter, and she was abruptly yanked into the water by the fishing line, leaving Akiyama and the frog momentarily stunned. What on earth? Akiyama exclaimed, astonished that one could accidentally fish themselves into the water. The frog looked at Akiyama, inquiring whether it should dive in to rescue little grain. Quickly go? She might not know how to swim. Akiyama urged from the shore. The frog leapt into the water and swiftly swam about. After what felt like an eternity, Akiyama was nearly ready to dive in himself when the frog finally resurfaced, holding the unconscious little grain in one arm and a dazed koi in the other. As Akiyama took little grain, he noticed she still clutched the toy fishing rod tightly, while the koi had a firm grip on the hook. He gently removed the rod from her grasp, laying her flat on the ground, and pressed lightly on her belly. Instantly, a small jet of water shot from little grain's mouth, splattering Akiyama in the face before he had a chance to dodge. Wiping the water from his face in exasperation, Akiyama continued to apply pressure to little grain's belly, expelling the excess water from her. In theory, little grain should not have been afraid of water, being a balloon Pokémon capable of floating effortlessly. Yet the strength of the koi had dragged her under, causing her to inadvertently swallow a bellyful of water. When little grain finally stirred back to consciousness, Akiyama regarded her with an amused expression. Initially puzzled by his expression, little grain soon realized what had transpired and, pouting, delivered a light punch to Akiyama's head. Akiyama rubbed his forehead in amusement, observing little grain as she picked up her rod and defiantly cast her line once more. The frog seemed to have something to say, casting a hesitant glance at Akiyama. Noticing its expression, Akiyama inquired, "What is it, frog?" "Quack, quack, quack." The frog pointed towards the lake and then picked up a small stone from the ground. "Really?" Akiyama exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the frog's words. The frog nodded emphatically. Quickly, take me down to sea, Akiyama said excitedly, removing his shirt and pants as he approached the water's edge. The frog glanced back at Akiyama before diving into the water. Following suit, Akiyama jumped in, prompting the sulking little grain to want to follow. No, you can't dive, and besides, you can float. Akiyama coaxed her to remain on the shore. Just keep an eye on those 4 koi for me, will you? Reluctantly, little grain mumbled in discontent and sat back down. Akiyama exchanged a knowing look with the frog, who then submerged. The frog, swimming slowly, glanced back at Akiyama, who was closely following behind. Akiyama could hold his breath for about a minute and a half. A skill honed from childhood bathtub adventures. Although he had become more reclusive in high school, his youthful curiosity to gaze upon the long legs of beautiful older girls had taught him the art of underwater swimming with open eyes. Following the frog, Akiyama descended to his maximum depth, yet the lake bed remained elusive. According to the frog's description, the peculiar spot should be at the lake's bottom. A luminous stone he had seen while chasing the koi. Akiyama had no doubt about the frog's sight. Its underwater visibility surpassed that of humans by far, easily spotting objects several meters away. However, Akiyama was running out of breath. He signaled to the frog before swimming back towards the surface. Chapter 76, Tears of the Fish. The water-nose Akiyama emerged from the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. As his breathing steadied, he climbed ashore and retrieved a diving suit from the system's repository. When he first drew this yellow-quality diving suit, he had thought it would be some time before he could use it on a seaside trip. He never anticipated that today would be the day. Swiftly donning the diving suit, Akiyama adjusted the oxygen tank on his back, securing all the necessary straps before donning the mask and plunging into the water, completely ignoring our little particle companion and the yellow-gray fish in the small basin beside it. He swiftly caught up with the tadpole, and the glass panel of the mask displayed a series of data that Akiyama could not comprehend, save for the depth he had descended. True to its yellow quality, the equipment not only simulated the gills of a fish to automatically replenish oxygen, but also exhibited a range of underwater parameters. After donning the mask, his visibility underwater improved significantly. Now, at a depth of 16 meters, he gazed downwards and could vaguely discern a few indistinct points of light. The tadpole glanced curiously at Akiyama's uniquely shaped figure before continuing its descent. Following closely, Akiyama kicked his feet to dive deeper. Upon reaching the lake bed, he found himself 35 meters below the surface. Fortunately, the diving suit mitigated much of the water pressure. Otherwise, Akiyama's physical prowess would not withstand the pressure at such depths. As Akiyama accepted the small gravel offered by the tadpole, he observed that it was indeed the water stone he had anticipated. However, this particular piece was noticeably fragmented and of subpar quality, merely yellow grade. Yet, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, Akiyama thought. And with the mindset of taking something back from his venture, he stored the broken water stone in the system repository. Soon after, Akiyama and the tadpole uncovered several more fragments of water stones nearby, their quality ranging from white to green, with only one intact yellow-quality stone. Initially, Akiyama had hoped to uncover a plethora of water stones, but he was left disappointed, as they were all fragmented. After a prolonged search yielded no further stones, he decided to ascend. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "You are undoubtedly the most foolish host I have ever encountered. What do you want?" "You startled me," Akiyama retorted, annoyed. "And does that mean you've had many hosts?" "No." "Then why the cryptic remarks?" "Hosts can exchange for water stone excavation methods in the system shop." "Did you think evolution stones were just lying around waiting for you to pick them up?" Akiyama silently opened the system shop, simultaneously muting the system's voice. Since the system mentioned the possibility of exchanging for a water stone excavation method, he presumed his points would suffice. He ventured into the green shop and began to search the listings. There it was, a description of the distribution pattern of water stones. 300 points? Akiyama's eyes widened. He had only 328 points, and now 300 would be deducted, leaving him with a meager remainder. Moreover, why did it seem odd? Why was there only a distribution pattern and no excavation method? Upon clicking on the description, Akiyama discovered related items, mining techniques for yellow and green quality ores. After reviewing the mining technique for yellow quality ores, he realized he could only afford the technique worth 50,000 currency, which had a considerable loss rate. However, if he exercised caution, he could theoretically minimize the loss. In contrast, the green quality mining technique, valued at 300 points, was far more impressive. Mastering it would allow for flawless extraction of any ores, including super evolution stones and fossils. Reluctantly, Akiyama spent 300 points and 50,000 currency to redeem these two items and purchased a refined mining pick. Upon locating the two items in his repository, he discovered they were memory-type cards. Akiyama took out the items and silently invoked their use. Two streams of memory infused into his mind, and after a session of imparting knowledge, he experienced no discomfort this time. After the memories merged, when he gazed at the lake bed sediment and the lake wall, it was as if he possessed a power of clairvoyance, instantly discerning where water stones were likely hidden. Buried just beneath the sediment, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters from his feet, lay many water stones, most of which were of low quality. Akiyama retrieved a rubber-edged iron shovel from the system warehouse and handed it to the tadpole. Please excavate the sediment at these marked locations. There are many more stones like the one we just found. The tadpole, eager and ready for action, took the shovel and began to dig. Seeing the enthusiastic tadpole, Akiyama also began to work, utilizing his newfound knowledge of water stone distribution to accurately locate a site with a complete water stone. Though he could only roughly gauge the size of the water stones, he could not accurately assess their quality. After pinpointing the location, Akiyama swung the pickaxe, creating a circle of holes in the lake wall. After excavating approximately 40 to 50 centimeters, he glimpsed a faint azure light emanating from the hollowed-out space, igniting his excitement as he vigorously wielded the pickaxe. Goodness, it's a giant. This specimen is 3 or 4 times larger than the water stones commonly found on the market. Akiyama exclaimed in delight as he unearthed the outline of the water stone. His enthusiasm surged as he continued to strike with the pickaxe. Just as Akiyama was on the verge of extracting the water stone, he inadvertently mistook the layer of gravel surrounding it for rock and struck the stone, causing it to shatter. My water stone. The tears of the fish. The water knows, Akiyama's tears, who knows? Akiyama helplessly cradled the shattered pieces of the water stone, now in 3 fragments, along with some residual shards. Fortunately, it was a yellow quality stone. Had it been green or blue, he would have truly wept. However, even as a yellow quality stone, Akiyama felt a pang of regret for quite some time. The evolution stones circulating in the market were predominantly yellow quality, with a stable price range between 70,000 to 80,000 currency. The stone he had just unearthed, being 3 or 4 times larger than those available in the market, was not merely worth 3 or 4 times more. It possessed a value potentially dozens of times greater. Evolution stones primarily serve to facilitate the evolution of Pokémon, but many aristocrats and affluent individuals also relish collecting these vibrantly colored gemstones, treating evolution stones as precious as diamonds. Thus, Akiyama had unwittingly transformed a water stone worth approximately 1.3 million currency into 3 shards worth around 70,000 each. Chapter 77. The journey home. The croaking frog swam to Akiyama's side and nudged him. What's the matter? Akiyama replied without turning his head, his pickaxe continuing its rhythmic dance, albeit with considerably less vigor than before. The frog tapped Akiyama's shoulder again, and this time, he finally paused his labor and turned to face it. What's up? The frog chirped enthusiastically. Have you finished digging? Akiyama raised an eyebrow in surprise. After toiling for quite some time, he had only unearthed 6 pieces of water stones, including 3 fragments of a larger piece. Among them were 4 yellow quality stones and 2 green quality stones, which delighted him immensely. Yet, he couldn't quite fathom how the frog had completed its task so swiftly. After securing the latest green quality water stone, Akiyama swam to the spot he had marked for the frog earlier. The once thick layer of mud and sand had been entirely excavated by the frog, revealing bare rock beneath, with pockmarks indicating the presence of various water stones. At the edge of the sand pit lay a mound of mud and a small heap of glistening water stones. Well done, frog. Fantastic, Akiyama praised, giving it a thumbs up as he collected the pile of stones. The blue quality water stones were elusive, and he was hesitant to assert that he could find one anytime soon. Having already discovered 2 green quality stones was a notable accomplishment. Further excavating would likely require more time, and Little Grain was surely growing impatient on the shore. Indeed, Little Grain had lost interest in fishing, fiddling with the small basin filled to the brim with ugly fish and carp, wondering why Akiyama had not yet returned. Suddenly, Akiyama's head broke the surface, and he removed his diving mask, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Breathing oxygen through the mask was never particularly comfortable. He emerged from the lake, shedding his diving suit and donning a casual short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The frog leaped out as well, shaking off water with a flourish. Finally out, Little Grain exclaimed with excitement, bouncing over to Akiyama. Akiyama scooped up Little Grain, his lips curled in an uncontainable smile, evidently still reveling in the memory of the water stones. At that moment, Little Grain squirmed free from Akiyama's arms, scampering and tugging at Akiyama's pant leg, leading him towards the fishing basin. Akiyama and the frog followed Little Grain to the basin, where the sight left Akiyama astounded. 1, 2, 3 ugly fish. Akiyama's eyes widened. He had just swum around the lake and had not encountered a single ugly fish, yet Little Grain had caught 3 from the shore. Are you cheating? Akiyama asked, a knowing look on his face. Little Grain looked puzzled for a moment before proudly patting its chest. I'm amazing, aren't I? Akiyama chuckled, playfully tapping Little Grain's head. You are the best. Then, Akiyama began tallying the day's afternoon harvest. He had collected 43 broken white quality water stones, 36 yellow quality stones, 14 green quality stones, 5 whole yellow quality water stones, and 2 green quality stones. He had also caught 2 white quality carp, 1 yellow quality, and 1 green quality. Little Grain, however, had outperformed him, reeling in 2 green quality carp and 3 yellow quality ugly fish. But how did you catch them? Weren't you pulled into the water? Akiyama inquired. Little Grain nibbled its finger and produced a marker from behind, chirping excitedly. It seemed that Little Grain had lured the fish to the surface and sung them to sleep before catching them. But where did you hide that marker? Akiyama lifted Little Grain, searching in vain for a hidden compartment. Little Grain wriggled free and exclaimed, forget it, let us head home. Akiyama, delighted, captured the carp and ugly fish one by one with his pokeballs, arranging them systematically while whistling and leading Little Grain back home. This outing had certainly ensured that the breeding house's short-term operational funds were secure. Yet, a lingering question occupied Akiyama's mind. He and the frog had thoroughly explored the entire fairy lake, discovering it to be a completely enclosed inland lake, albeit a small one. Given that Little Grain had successfully caught ugly fish, why had he not encountered a single Milotic? Considering the lake's size, Milotic's presence should have been unmistakable. Akiyama contemplated returning once he acquired the method to purchase green quality excavation techniques to excavate the remaining water stones and check for any hidden underwater passages. Ugly fish could not have appeared in Fairy Lake by mere chance. The legend of the lamenting deity was likely true. Upon returning to the breeding house, Akiyama hastily prepared dinner and proceeded to his workshop with the water stones. The carp and ugly fish had already been taken by the frog to be placed in the Dragonbone Spring. Akiyama first summoned Shinado and then, after a moment's thought, called for Gungue as well. He retrieved the water stones from the system warehouse and began meticulous categorization. Holding several broken water stones, Akiyama asked Shinado, is there any way to extract the elemental power from these stones? Curious, Shinado took the broken stones and attempted to guide the rich water element within using telekinesis. Initially, the water elements complied, but soon they clustered at the exit of the channel Shinado had created, ultimately yielding no results. Undeterred, Shinado challenged the water stones, using psychic force to break a hole in the outer wall before releasing a more refined telekinetic force. Before long, the water elements began to coalesce, and the originally azure gem transformed into a transparent crystal. The water elements at the tip became immobile, but with a decisive burst of telekinetic energy from Shinado. They squeezed through the narrow opening and were gathered in Shinado's palm. With wide, sparkling eyes, Shinado gazed at the small blue orb in its hand, tossing it lightly. Akiyama leaned in, astonished. He had anticipated that it would take at least a dozen attempts to succeed. Yet he was astounded by Shinado's remarkable mastery of power at its current purple quality. Chapter 78. Is this the burden of genius? Just as Akiyama leaned in to glimpse the form of the energy sphere extracted from the water stone, the sphere suddenly began to dissipate into the ether, as if delicately unraveling. Taken aback, Akiyama retrieved a fragmented water stone to present to Shinado once more. Receiving the broken stone, Shinado skillfully guided the elemental energies anew. Drawing from her previous experience, she managed to extract the elemental power from the water stone in half the time this round. Upon closer inspection, Akiyama observed that the elemental energy emanating from the white-quality fractured water stone was exceedingly faint, appearing as though it might vanish at any moment from a distance. Indeed, it soon dissipated as expected. Unwilling to concede defeat, Akiyama produced a glass test tube and handed it to Shinado, suggesting that they simultaneously extract energy from multiple fragmented water stones and condense the extracted water elements within it. Shinado nodded, and the test tube levitated in the air, while 3 streams of azure energy flowed gently from the 3 water stones, guided by her will into the test tube, continuously pushing the water elements with her psychic force. Shinado successfully compressed the energies from the 3 shattered water stones into the glass vessel. Akiyama quickly sealed the test tube with a cork, through which he could see the unstable blue gas swirling inside. With a questioning glance at Shinado, he found her shrugging innocently. Jengar, however, interjected with some insights, noting that Akiyama seemed intent on solidifying the elemental energy into a tangible form. Jengar had attempted this before, but condensing a singular elemental force from the air was a daunting task due to the sparse and dispersed nature of elemental distribution in the atmosphere. Hearing Jengar's words, Shinado pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. Akiyama deliberated and ultimately entrusted 3 yellow quality fragments of water stone to Shinado encouraging her to give it a try. Shinado solemnly acknowledged his trust with a nod. This earnestness in her demeanor made it difficult for Akiyama to maintain his seriousness. He chuckled softly and waved his hand, urging her to proceed with the guidance. As the process unfolded, the small openings in the stone wall were insufficient to allow the elemental water to escape, compelling Shinado to enlarge the openings. The 3 deeper blue energies, under her psychic control, were ushered into the test tube. Like a flock of sheep being herded into a pen, once gathered, Shinado focused her mind, intertwining the 3 streams of energy in a braid-like fashion, tightening their bonds before applying pressure to compress them. By the time Shinado completed this intricate task and handed the test tube back to Akiyama, she was slightly perspiring from the exertion. Akiyama scrutinized the blue liquid within the test tube, gently swirling it, and noted the absence of vaporization within the sealed container. The next step was to ascertain whether any spillage would occur. Cautiously, he removed the cork, observing the tranquil surface of the liquid. Should any overflow arise, he would immediately reseal it, as wasting this would be unthinkable. After all, it was not merely a white quality fragment. The yellow quality essence could yield significant results even in its condensed form. After an anxious 3-minute wait, the liquid remained intact. Upon bestowing it with the artistic moniker Tears of the Ocean, Akiyama realized his endeavor had succeeded. The system's notification sound confirmed this. Congratulations, host, for successfully creating the evolutionary item, Tears of the Ocean, green. Rewards include recipe optimization, recorded in the achievements list. Current achievement task, accumulate 5 instances of inventing green or higher quality Pokémon items or food, or cultivate Pokémon eggs of green or higher quality. Achievement progress, 5-5, Moment Dumpling, Short Mustard Dumpling, Jelly Dumpling, Li Jiao Dumpling, Tears of the Ocean, achievement completed, rewards, Pokémon Quality Advancement Potion, blue, X1. Already distributed. Next achievement progress, 5-15, a cascade of notifications left Akiyama momentarily dazed, yet this time he refrained from silencing them. First, he checked the system-enhanced recipe for the Tears of the Ocean and discovered that the potion created from 3 yellow-quality waterstone fragments could only evolve 1 Pokémon. However, using fewer materials yielded the same effect. Moreover, this method of refining elemental energy could elevate the quality of the final product beyond that of the raw materials. Following the system's guidance, Akiyama instructed Shinado on the appropriate proportions, requesting her to refine the Tears of the Ocean using 7 white-quality waterstones. Meanwhile, Gengar, eager to demonstrate his prowess before Shinado, attempted to replicate her technique, utilizing his psychic energy to extract elemental power. While the 2 Pokémon refined the Tears of the Ocean, Akiyama perused the effects of the Pokémon Quality Advancement Potion. Item information. Name, Pokémon Quality Advancement Potion Quality. Blue purpose. Elevates the quality level of the Pokémon consuming the potion by 1 tier. Description. When administered entirely to a Pokémon with a quality lower than blue, it can enhance that Pokémon by 1 level, with a quality cap of blue. Akiyama mused that it would essentially allow a white-quality Pokémon to evolve into yellow, at most enabling a green-quality Pokémon to ascend to blue. Thus, he needed to consider who would receive this enhancement. Currently, his beloved mount, the little sheep, had been progressing slowly due to quality limitations. But now he finally had a means to rectify this deficiency. Resolute, Akiyama exited the system warehouse, planning to surprise his mount with the potion during their morning run the next day. Returning to Shinado and Gengar, Akiyama noticed they had successfully crafted 6 vials of yellow-quality Tears of the Ocean. He intended to familiarize them further with the operational processes before attempting to refine yellow-quality waterstone fragments, ensuring maximum efficiency in their utilization. However, he hesitated. It seemed that he might not dare to sell them even if they succeeded. Originally, the topic of elemental energy solidification was one he intended to present as a paper at the doctoral forum. He merely wished to propose the theory, supplemented by some potential evidence. Simply positing the theory would garner him recognition as a creative thinker within the Alliance. But if this unassuming commoner were to produce a tangible result, he feared he might forfeit his freedom. Is this the burden of genius? Sighing, Akiyama rested his chin on his hand, lost in self-reflection. Chapter 79. Morning run. The following morning, the steed, a little lamb, awoke early and arrived at the treehouse door with the siblings Kun Kun and Yuan Yuan just as the sun began to rise. The lamb bent its legs to allow Kun Kun to climb up its horn, and with a gentle twist of the doorknob, the door swung open. In a state of drowsiness, Chiyo Yuan felt his face damp, and upon touching it, he confirmed the presence of water. Wait, water? As on countless mornings before. Chiyo Yuan cast a resentful glance at the lamb and the siblings. Bah, Eevee. The lamb and the siblings chirped joyfully. Truly, I am at my wits' end with you all. Chiyo Yuan grumbled, yet he tossed aside the blankets and rose to dress. Once Chiyo Yuan had changed and washed up, He prepared to take them for a morning run, only to find Kun Kun and Yuan Yuan curiously perched on the bedside table, eyeing the ocean's tear. It was the verdant quality ocean's tear that Xiao Yuan had temporarily placed there before bed, intending to study it further upon waking. But he had completely forgotten that his companions would come by each morning. Kun Kun was nearing evolution as well, unknowingly reaching level 20, while their steadfast companion, the little lamb, had attained level 27. To be honest, Xiao Yuan was not particularly keen on having Kun Kun evolve into a Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. In terms of aesthetics, fell short compared to other evolutions. His ideal choices for Eevee's evolution remained Sylveon and Leafeon, purely for their beauty. Just wait. I shall seek out the mysterious Moss Stone, and then you shall evolve, Kun Kun. Xiao Yuan remarked, putting away the ocean's tear. As for you, Yuan Yuan, you are also nearing evolution. Indeed, the twin-tailed sister, Glacian, was a fine option, yet Yuan Yuan had inherited the round-eye skill, meeting the prerequisites for evolving into Sylveon, which was undoubtedly the preferable evolution. Xiao Yuan had been preparing for Kun Kun's evolution for quite some time. After capturing them, he had adorned them with soothing bells. And now their intimacy level had reached around 230. According to the system's explanation, an Eevee would only evolve into Sylveon, a creature of mystical abilities, when it developed a profound emotional bond akin to that of a Ninetales, achieving an unwavering intimacy level of 255. However, Xiao Yuan possessed a cheat. The fairy essence of Xerneas. Could there be anything more advantageous? Once the moment was ripe, Xiao Yuan could artificially intervene in Yuan Yuan's evolution, allowing it to transform into a Sylveon without meeting the standard intimacy requirements. Speaking of Sylveon, Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled the green quality Eevee he had helped Fino Yasumoto capture, which happened to be male and had the highest affinity for fairy elements. At the time, he had only considered that Fino liked Sylveon, neglecting to note its gender. A male Sylveon, how peculiar it sounded, much like a male Gardevoir. A shiver ran down Xiao Yuan's spine. Eevee, Kun Kun, and Yuan Yuan were excitedly discussing their impending evolution, yet sensed a shift in their master-S mood. Come on. Let us run. The excavation activity from the previous afternoon had made Xiao Yuan acutely aware of his physical limitations. Although he was accustomed to morning runs, he had been a homebody in that world, running merely to fetch breakfast. Thus, he resolved to enhance his physical training. His goal? Not to withstand the attacks of divine beasts like Shi Yi, but rather to reach the level of Ping Yu Yin. Don't cut your hair short. Let it flow. Perfectly complementing my 8-pack abs. Xiao Yuan hummed his favorite song by Jay Cho as he jogged alongside the little lamb and the siblings around the ecological garden. Departing from the treehouse, they first ran to the grassland area, completing several laps in a clockwise direction. As they ran, various Pokémon gradually joined their morning exercise, trailing behind them as they passed by their habitats. It was akin to a team-building event for the Autumn Leaf breeding house. By the time Xiao Yuan completed his first lap, the morning running group had transformed into a small dragon. He frequently revitalized his body with life energy. And after obtaining the Dragon Bone Spring, he consistently soaked in its waters for 30 minutes each day. If the little lamb's speed individual value stood at 52, Xiao Yuan could at least claim a value of 30, though his endurance left much to be desired. After 2 laps around the ecological garden, Xiao Yuan felt he could no longer continue and decided to rest beneath the treehouse. Upon his departure from the group, their speed surged considerably, with the forest lizard and Krogunk leading the way, leaving the little lamb trailing behind. Observing the competition between the forest lizard and Krogunk, the little lamb felt a wave of disappointment wash over it. When it had only run alongside Xiao Yuan, Kun Kun, and Yuan Yuan, it had always perceived itself as fast, which brought it immense joy. Yet now, it could scarcely glimpse the forest lizard's shadow, resulting in a significant blow to its confidence. Noticing the little lamb approaching with a drooping head, Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the still advancing group. He quickly deduced what had transpired. Feeling down, Xiao Yuan gently patted the little lamb's head, encouraging it to lift its gaze. Bah! The little lamb emitted a weak bleat, despondent. Observing its demeanor, Xiao Yuan suddenly chuckled, which only deepened the little lamb's gloom. Don't be like that. It's no big deal. Losing to them is nothing to be ashamed of. Xiao Yuan held the quality enhancement potion in his hand, waving it before the little lamb. You're not exactly a speedster among Pokémon. In a true contest of strength, they might not even measure up to you. In Xiao Yuan's breeding plan for the little lamb, he intended to cultivate it into a powerhouse capable of rivaling the might of a one-hit knockout martial arts bear master, capable of both offense and defense. The little lamb's lineage boasted exceptional stamina and attack power, granting it the ability to conquer foes with sheer strength, especially in team battles. When paired with a supportive grass-type Pokémon, the little lamb could receive a boost to its attack from grass-type moves, subsequently delivering a decisive blow to its adversaries. Bah? The little lamb gazed at Qiao with a puzzled expression, eyeing the glass vial in his hand, uncertain of Qiao's intentions. Qiao uncorked the vial and brought it to the little lamb's mouth. "Drink this. You shall be pleasantly surprised," Qiao urged with a smile. Although unaware of Qiao's plan, the little lamb opened its mouth, allowing Qiao to pour the quality enhancement potion into it. The little lamb smacked its lips, finding the concoction quite palatable, mistaking it for a new Pokémon beverage concocted by Qiao, and thought little of it. However, soon after, it was enveloped by a radiant white light, which gradually transformed into a green cocoon, wrapping the little lamb snugly within, and it succumbed to slumber. Chapter 80. The return to Miel. The enhancement of Pokémon qualifications is akin to the transformative experience of evolution, marking a new tier of existence for the mount. The little lamb, once it emerges from its cocoon, Akamoto could not afford to linger by the side of the little lamb for several hours. Instead, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare himself a bowl of egg noodles. Subsequently retrieving 6 yellow quality tears of the ocean and 9 green quality tears he had crafted the previous night, based on the principles of purification and refinement. The creation of blue quality tears of the ocean would require a consumption ranging from 2 to 3 units, possibly 5 to produce 2. However, Akamoto had no immediate intention of having Shinado refine blue quality tears, as there was no definitive formula established yet. To accurately ascertain the suitable quantities for refinement necessitated extensive experimentation. A deficiency in materials could lead to insufficient quantities, failing to meet the standards of qualitative change, resulting in mere products of the same tier. Conversely, an excess could cause instability in the resultant tiers, making them volatile. These were the issues Akamoto encountered while assisting Shinado in the production of Tears of the Ocean the night prior. In an ideal scenario without loss, it would have been possible to create 11 green quality tears. Furthermore, Shinado's mental prowess was currently insufficient to harness the elemental power associated with the blue quality tier, as Gungue's control over mental energy was inferior to that of Shinado. Akamoto's current plan involved traveling to the landmark Baichao Breeding House in Baichao City to procure some juvenile Pokémon capable of evolving with the Water Stone. The immediate uncertainty lay in whether the artificially refined evolution stones would yield effects akin to the natural evolution stones. The only certainty was that the Tears of the Ocean posed no harm to Pokémon. Otherwise, the system would not recognize its designation. Baichao City, a burgeoning tourist destination in recent years, is somewhat mischaracterized as a city, as its size is comparable to that of a large town. Yet its economic standing ranks second among cities in the Kalos region. Baichao City is located directly west of Chaoxiong Town, nestled along a winding coastline. Initially a modest fishing village, it became renowned for producing Mangli, a water-type specialist trainer who triumphed over 3 champions of the Kalos League. He also earned acclaim as a top-tier breeder, ultimately unable to consistently defeat the 4 champions. Mangli relinquished his dream of challenging the league champion and established a breeding house in his hometown, aptly named Baichao Breeding House. The Baichao Breeding House specializes in the breeding of water-type Pokémon, featuring specimens from various regions. The Pokémon eggs and juvenile Pokémon available for sale are predominantly of green quality, with a limited selection of yellow quality aimed at the general populace. Although the average citizen may not comprehend the classification of qualities, Mangli, through his profound understanding of water-type Pokémon, has effectively categorized them into 4 tiers, which correspond precisely to the first 4 quality levels defined by Akamoto's system. It is fair to say that Mangli is indeed a genius, regrettably. The title of league champion remains elusive. Speaking of which, Akamoto possesses a lucrative opportunity that could catapult him into the ranks of the affluent. This opportunity arises from a system task requiring him to participate in a grand tournament and secure victory, with the reward being the method for crafting a Pokémon qualification appraisal device. Regrettably, even if Akamoto were to obtain such a device, he could not enjoy the profits alone, as the league would undoubtedly prohibit such endeavors. He would have to wait until after completing the task to establish a certain societal status and collaborate with the league to introduce this technology. With a sigh, Akamoto stored the Tears of the Ocean and purchased a train ticket from Mingshui Town to Miel City. The immediate priority was to sell the 5 yellow quality water stones he possessed, along with a particularly well-suited green quality water stone, which he intended to consign to the official auction house in Miel City. This green quality water stone, radiantly translucent and shimmering under the light, appeared to capture the essence of ocean waves. It was modest in size and could be delicately sculpted into a perfect heart shape. Given its inherent quality combined with artistic value, Akamoto was confident that it could fetch a starting price of at least 800,000. While evolution stones may serve as collectibles, they are typically challenging to carve, as even minor alterations in sculpting can lead to the loss of elemental power, reducing them to mere transparent crystals. Thus, Okamoto felt assured that his stone, requiring only slight adjustments to achieve a heart-shaped gem, could command a high price. With an additional few $100,000, it would nearly rival the blue-quality water stones. The rationale for selling in Miel City is grounded in the generous nature of its inhabitants, who are known to pay premium prices for goods. Selling the water stones in Baichao City would be an exercise in futility, as Baichao City is renowned for its diverse array of water stones, where white-quality stones can be easily found by simply wading into the sea. Yellow-quality stones can be gathered in a day or two, and green-quality stones require the expertise of seasoned collectors. Hence, the prices for water stones in Baichao City are notoriously low. With enthusiasm, Okamoto set off with Shinado and the Froki he had ventured out with the previous day. Boarding the train to Miel City, Gung-gue, ever the loyal companion, tucked himself into Okamoto's shadow, adhering to his principle of being wherever Shinado was. At 4 in the afternoon, Okamoto once again arrived in Miel City. He had resolved his lunch on the train and was now eager to visit the Gem Appraisal Institute to have his water stones evaluated for sale. Okamoto was uncertain about which institution operated this appraisal service, but its reputation was indeed substantial, with branches in numerous cities across various regions, making it a highly authoritative organization. They offered appraisals for a wide range of stones, including ordinary gems such as sapphires and rubies, as well as Pokémon Elemental Evolution Stones, Mega Evolution Stones, and fossils. After paying a fee for appraisal, one would receive a certificate bearing the seals of both the Institute and the League. With this certificate in hand, one could ascertain the desired information, and when it came time to sell, presenting the certificate would eliminate any doubts regarding authenticity. Possessing an appraisal certificate is a prerequisite for entering an auction. Although Okamoto had never undergone the appraisal process himself, he had heard of its procedures and was intrigued by the identity of the entity behind this influential appraisal institute that had garnered the League's endorsement. Chapter 81. Appraisal Welcome. How may I assist you today? A charming young lady in a uniform greeted Akiyama as he stepped into the gem appraisal office. Isn't the purpose of visiting a gem appraisal office solely to evaluate gems? While that is indeed one aspect, our establishment also offers various educational opportunities related to gem appraisal. Oh, I would like to have a few evolution stones appraised, Akiyama replied, retrieving a green-quality water stone from his small backpack. What a beautiful water stone! The young lady exclaimed in surprise, before leading Akiyama down the corridor to the right. I am delighted to assist you. My name is Hanashika. Akiyama nodded in acknowledgement and followed Hanashika into a reception room, where he settled onto a sofa to await the appraiser. Noticing Akiyama's disinterest in conversation, Hanashika closed the door and went to find the appraiser. Before the appraiser's arrival, Akiyama took out the 5 yellow-quality water stones and the heart-shaped water stone, arranging them in order of quality. With a creak, the door opened. Hanashika entered with a middle-aged man. Once he was seated, Akiyama noticed the name tag hanging from his chest, Yoshida Ri, Senior Appraiser. Good day, sir. I am Yoshida Ri, your appraiser for today. Yoshida greeted Akiyama with a warm smile and began to assemble the necessary appraisal tools. Hello, Mr. Yoshida. I am Akiyama. Akiyama observed the appraisal tools Yoshida had brought out, but found them inscrutable and decided to forego further inquiry. These are the water stones I would like appraised. After the introductions, Yoshida entered a focused state of work, transforming from a gentle middle-aged gentleman into a meticulous, professional elite. Upon a cursory glance, Yoshida was somewhat taken aback, for Akiyama had arranged the stones precisely in order of ascending quality. It seemed he was quite knowledgeable. Nonetheless, even if a customer were a novice, they would never be taken advantage of. As Yoshida diligently carried out his work, Akiyama leaned back on the sofa, observing his methods. He noted Yoshida inspecting the leftmost yellow-quality water stone with a magnifying glass, diligently recording information on his laptop. Afterward, Yoshida gestured for Hanashika, who took several photographs of the water stone for identification purposes. The stone was then placed into a small device resembling a material testing instrument, where Akiyama could see data he did not comprehend being displayed, subsequently uploaded to the laptop. Once this was complete, Yoshida used a needle-like instrument to poke at various edges of the water stone. Mr. Yoshida, what is that for? Akiyama inquired with curiosity. Yoshida remained focused on his appraisal work and did not respond, but Hanashika timely clarified Akiyama's query. This is a soft needle commonly used in appraisals to determine the thickness of the gem's coating. Gem coating? What is that? Akiyama's inquisitive spirit shone through once more. The gem coating is a transparent crystalline layer that envelopes the core of the gem, and its thickness is not uniform, Hanashika explained. The gem coating can be sculpted, As long as the sculpting does not exceed the coating's thickness, it will not diminish the gem's quality. Oh, thank you, Akiyama nodded appreciatively. You're welcome. Akiyama then quietly watched as Yoshida appraised each water stone until he began examining the green quality water stone. After Yoshida conducted an initial inspection using the magnifying glass, his hands trembled with excitement. For the first time during the appraisal, he exclaimed, Mr. Akiyama, you are indeed fortunate. This is a pure, natural heart-shaped water stone that has not been artificially sculpted. However, it is a pity it is a water stone. Had it been a heart-shaped fire stone, its colors would undoubtedly make it more desirable among noble ladies, Yoshida lamented. While Akiyama understood the sentiment, he felt no regret. Once Sonata's mental prowess could transcend liquefied elemental force and reach a solid state, he could create not only a heart shape but even a pink fairy flower with ease. Please continue, Mr. Yoshida. I eagerly await the results of the appraisal, Akiyama encouraged. Yoshida nodded and immersed himself in the appraisal of the water stone. The standard appraisal procedures were similar to those for the previous 5 stones, but during the final step, the assessment of the coating's thickness, Yoshida meticulously examined every edge, particularly those that might require sculpting. When the appraisal concluded, Yoshida released a sigh of relief and handed his laptop to Hanashika. She departed with the device, leaving Akiyama and Yoshida in the reception room to await the results in silence. Before long, Hanashika returned with 6 appraisal certificates. Mr. Akiyama, here are your appraisal certificates. Akiyama thanked her and began to review the documents. Within the gem appraisal office, the quality of gems was categorized into 5 grades: ordinary, excellent, rare, precious, and exquisite, which roughly corresponded to the system's item classifications of white, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Each grade was further divided into 9 sub-levels. Akiyama's 5 yellow quality water stones received appraisal results of excellent level 3, level 5, level 6, level 8, and level 9 respectively, which were remarkably close to the system's classifications. After all, even the system does not differentiate finely into sublevels. Akiyama organized the water stones based on information obtained through the probing function. In this regard, the gem appraisal office's assessments surpassed the system's probing, albeit at a slower pace. Finally, the Pichu de Persistence, the green quality water stone. Yoshida's appraisal result was rare level 9, a notably scarce outcome. The stone's original quality rating was merely rare level 6. Had it been appraised according to the standards of the 5 yellow quality stones, the result would have been similarly rare level 6. The reason Yoshida ultimately assigned a rare level 9 rating was due to the stone's exceptional shape, which provided it with the greatest potential for value enhancement. Its exceptionally thin coating resulted in a more vibrant hue, allowing the unique wave patterns of the water stone to be showcased in their finest form. Moreover, the sharp, protruding edges were not overly pronounced, and any skilled gem carver could perfect them with ease. It could indeed be deemed a purely natural heart-shaped water stone. Taking all these factors into account, Yoshida arrived at the rare level 9 appraisal result. In truth, had it not been for the principle that the added value of an appraisal could not exceed the original quality grade, Yoshida would have likely assigned a precious level 3 rating. The value assessment on the appraisal certificate suggested an auction, with a minimum bid of 1.3 million. Chapter 82. Auction. Akihara expressed his perplexity. Mr. Yoshida, is this valuation not excessively high? This price is comparable to that of a treasure-level evolution stone. Initially, Akihara estimated that it would sell for around 1 million, but Yoshida's auction starting price of 1.3 million certainly took him aback. In response to Akihara's remark, Yoshida chuckled. Mr. Akihara may not be aware of the price a pure natural heart-shaped water stone can fetch in Mirai City. If we were to consider only its practical value, it indeed wouldn't justify such a high price. However, your water stone possesses the potential to be crafted into an exquisite collectible. In fact, if its shape remains unchanged and its fundamental quality is at the treasure level, my starting price would be 5 million. Akihara's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 million was an astronomical sum. He had only heard of an exceptionally rare moonstone selling for 6 million. However, the moonstone and the water stone were incomparable. If the moonstone were likened to an aristocratic family, the water stone resembled merely a Pikachu. Now, Yoshida claimed that a water stone had the potential to surpass the finest moonstone, akin to declaring that a common street Pikachu was, in fact, a divine being. Then, what does Mr. Yoshida anticipate the final transaction price for this water stone will be? He inquired. Excitement mingling with the reality that the quality of his water stone was still a significant flaw. Yoshida pondered briefly before replying, it's difficult to say. But with the upcoming Tri-Championship, your water stone might be selected as the primary material for the crown of the Kalos Queen. The Tri-Championship is about to commence? Akihara asked. Surprised. Indeed, but the chances of selection remain relatively slim. If its fundamental quality is at the treasure level, our appraisal office's owner will surely recommend it to the league. This was the first time Akihara had heard information about the owner of the appraisal office, and he curiously asked, "May I inquire who your owner is?" Yoshida pointed to the appraisal certificate and smiled. "Our owner's photograph is right on the appraisal certificate." Huh? Akihara paused, then flipped open the appraisal certificate, discovering a familiar face in the lower right corner where the league seal was stamped. Daigo. Yes, our owner is Mr. Daigo. He's a genius, Yoshida exclaimed, his admiration for Daigo palpable. The photo depicted Daigo with his flamboyant hairstyle, making a thumbs-up gesture, just as Akihara had seen him days prior. What a remarkable Daigo, appealing to both young and old, regardless of gender. Akihara now understood why this appraisal office could obtain the league's stamp of approval. It was indeed Daigo's establishment. Furthermore, Daigo's business expansion was impressive, reaching all the way to Kalos, thousands of miles from Hoenn. Putting away the appraisal certificate, Akihara stood up and thanked Yoshida. "Thank you, Mr. Yoshida. May I inquire where to settle the appraisal fee?" "Your total appraisal fee is 72,000 yen. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via league bank card?" Yoshida's formal tone was practiced. "Please settle the appraisal fee with Honlu, Mr. Akihara. I have other matters to attend to." Yoshida began tidying up the appraisal tools and excused himself. "Goodbye, Mr. Yoshida." Akihara bid farewell, feeling grateful for the valuable insights and auction advice he had received. After parting ways with Yoshida, Akihara pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Honlu. She led him to the front desk to complete the payment, after which she politely escorted him to the door. Phew. Next stop, the Mirai auction house. Although his bank card still held a 5-digit sum, Akihara felt a tinge of sadness as the funds dwindled. It was well known that appraisal fees were steep, yet obtaining an appraisal certificate was essential for selling. It was a binding industry, how vexing. "This is your auction voucher. The item for auction is a rare heart-shaped level 9 water stone, with a starting price of 1.5 million. Our establishment will take a 4% commission from the final sale price, and the remaining amount will be directly transferred to your bank card. Please keep an eye on your account." Akihara carefully stored the auction voucher and subsequently left the auction house. A 4% fee wasn't excessively high, but it still amounted to a starting sum of 60,000 yen. In the auction business, only by scaling up could one ensure sufficient profits, otherwise it was challenging to make ends meet. With a sigh, Akihara wandered through Mirai City. Now, Akihara had become a millionaire, with the auction house setting the base price of his water stone at 1.5 million, surpassing Yoshida's suggested price by 200,000. Given the water stone's immense value, it was nearly impossible for it to remain unsold. Thus, the auction house made a special exception and advanced Akihara the starting price while acquiring 5 of his yellow-quality water stones for 820,000 yen. With the Tri-Championship approaching, a grand auction was scheduled to take place in 7 days, where Akihara's heart-shaped water stone was slated to be auctioned. As there were still 7 days until the auction commenced, Akihara had no intention of remaining in Mirai City and purchased a plane ticket to Baichao City for the following day. With 2.4 million yen in hand, Akihara decided to indulge himself rather than endure a lengthy train ride to Baichao City. It was now dinner time, and he specifically visited a Pokémon restaurant to order a lavish meal for his beloved Froakie. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Froakie nodded enthusiastically while munching on vinegared kelp. Suddenly, a mischievous hand emerged from beneath the table, stealthily snatching a dish from the edge of the table. Akihara sighed and leaned down to observe the gluttonous Gengar stealing food beneath the table. Ugh-ha, ugh-ha. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Gengar let out a strange sound, turning away and swiftly devouring the food on the plate. What a rascal! Akihara picked up a piece of sushi and helplessly watched Gengar's antics. For some reason, Gengar always preferred to sneakily eat food rather than directly ask Akihara for it. During every meal, Gengar would quietly take food from other Pokémon, as if only the stolen items tasted better. As Akihara savored his sushi, Gengar once again stealthily snatched a plate of salad. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Akihara exclaimed, "Can you please sit on the chair to eat?" Irritated, he glanced at Shinado, who immediately understood the cue. Upon seeing Shinado flying over, Gengar quickly complied, emerging from under the table to sit obediently in the chair and eat properly. Chapter 83. Farewell the following morning. Akamoto hurried to the airport to board a flight from Miere City to Shiroko City. The duration of the journey was roughly equivalent, however. It took Akamoto 6 hours to travel from Meishuei Town to Miere City, while the flight from Miere City to Shiroko City lasted just over an hour. Upon disembarking, Akamoto made a beeline for Shiroko Beach. Now that he was here, it was only natural to indulge in some leisure before attending to business. Shiroko City's transformation from a quaint fishing village to an officially recognized city by the Alliance was attributed not only to the influence of the Shiroko breeding house but also to its unparalleled geographical advantages. The city's most renowned attraction, Shiroko Beach, features a natural lagoon-like expanse of sea, encircled by steep cliffs that create the illusion of a vast chasm carved into the plateau. When viewed from above, the open area spans several hundred acres. Nestled amidst the cliffs is a small body of water resembling a lake. This inner sea is not entirely enclosed. It experiences the ebb and flow of tides, with seawater surging into the basin through a monumental opening, allowing for an exchange with the open ocean. This breathtakingly romantic vista was known only to the villagers of Shiroko prior to the establishment of the breeding house. However, once the breeding house was completed, many visitors began to flock to the area, prompting the local government to recognize the immense economic potential of this natural wonder and invest heavily in its management and development. Ultimately, with the popularity of the Shiroko breeding house, coupled with the local specialty, waterstone, and the stunning natural scenery, Shiroko Village gradually attracted numerous entrepreneurs seeking opportunities, eventually evolving into a city. Akamoto's visit to Shiroko City was not solely to procure several aquatic Pokémon from the breeding house, but also to revel in the pleasures of the beach. There was also a somewhat embarrassing reason for his enthusiasm. Due to the beach's breathtaking scenery, it had become a favored destination for young couples to capture their wedding photos, and many romantic young women visited to take photographs. Naturally, attire for such occasions could not be overly simplistic. At the very least, it required something more fashionable. Why not indulge in both fun and visual delight? Thus, upon landing, Akamoto promptly hailed a cab to Shiroko Beach. The waves at Woohoo Beach were exquisite, despite it being October. Akamoto had already come to terms with the unpredictable weather of the Pokémon world. Observing the young women under sun umbrellas on the beach, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful waves!" Accompanied by his Froakie, Akamoto ventured into a nearby specialty shop to purchase 2 sets of vibrant beach shirts, flip-flops, shorts, and a pair of sunglasses. The rogue Akamoto and his Froakie were ready for fun. Holding a coconut, he took a sip through the straw, letting out a contented sigh. Froakie, experiencing coconut water for the first time, quickly finished his drink and eagerly acquired another. Akamoto? Who called me? Relaxing on a beach chair, Akamoto was startled to hear his name being called from behind. Turning around slowly, he was surprised to see a familiar face. "Hey, it's really you. I thought I might have mistaken you," the newcomer exclaimed joyfully. Akamoto removed his sunglasses, astonished to find Jiang Liya standing before him. Unlike her previous appearance during the breeding house examination, short hair, bare face, and dressed in a shirt and pants today, Jiang Liya wore a delicate makeup with a revealing crop top and a short skirt that accentuated her youthful figure. "What's up? I should be asking you that. Has your breeding house been completed?" "It has been built, but there aren't many visitors," Akamoto replied with a chuckle, then glanced at the tall man beside Jiang Liya. "I'm not yet acquainted with your companion here." "Hello, I'm Zieming, Jiang Liya's senior." The man introduced himself before Jiang Liya could speak. "Hello, I'm Akamoto. Jiang Liya's friend, I suppose." After a brief pause, Akamoto inquired, "What do you mean by senior? You two seem quite close. Is there a romantic subplot here?" Akamoto eyed the pair with a hint of skepticism, his imagination weaving a tale of a student romance. Just then, Jiang Liya interrupted their pleasantries. "He's just my senior. There's no need to be so formal. We're here to have fun." "True enough." "Haha, Akamoto, are you here alone? Why don't you join us?" Zieming laughed, extending an invitation. "I don't mind. It would be great to have company. However, you'll have to wait a moment. We have another companion who hasn't arrived yet." As Zieming spoke, he suddenly caught sight of a lovely figure in the distance and added, "It seems we won't have to wait long. She's here." "Hey, Shaka. Over here," Zieming called out, waving his arm high. The individual in the distance noticed and cheerfully waved back, bounding toward Akamoto and the others, with golden waves of hair, sunglasses, and a bikini. Akamoto couldn't help but glance at the captivating sight, momentarily shielding his eyes while peeking through his fingers. "Hey, Akamoto, what are you looking at?" Noticing his gaze, Jiang Liya playfully punched Akamoto's shoulder. Then, feeling mischievous, she tugged at his beach shirt and pinched his waist. "Ow!" Akamoto grimaced, rubbing the spot where Jiang Liya had pinched him. "Isn't it inappropriate for a girl to be so violent? No one would want you. PSH. Whether anyone wants me is none of your business," Jiang Liya retorted, turning her head away with a haughty expression. Wise men avoid quarrels with women. Akamoto decided not to engage in a verbal duel with Jiang Liya. It was a futile endeavor. The beautiful woman who had been waving to Zieming finally approached. Slightly out of breath, she shared ice cream with Jiang Liya and Zieming, holding one for Akamoto as well. "Oh, there is also a handsome young man here. The shop gave me an extra one, so this is for you. Okamoto, taken aback, accepted the ice cream from the golden-haired beauty, saying, "Thank you." Shaka. This is Okamoto, the prodigy who stole the first place from Xiaoya. Ziming introduced, smiling. Okamoto, this is Shaka, my girlfriend. Hello, Okamoto, Shaka said, removing her sunglasses and smiling warmly. Hello, Miss Shaka, Okamoto replied politely. By the way, Shaka, did you anticipate another guest, which is why you bought an extra ice cream? Ziming teased. No. It was the shopkeeper who told me about the celebration in Shiroko City, so they gave me an additional ice cream. Chapter 84. The White Tide Dojo Celebration. What celebration are you talking about? No one mentioned anything when we arrived. Jiang Liya inquired with curiosity. I heard that Lord Mengli, in response to an invitation from the Alliance, established the White Tide Dojo and is holding an opening ceremony today, Akiyama replied thoughtfully. If Mengli is indeed the one opening the dojo, it must be at least a high-level dojo, right? This brings us to the dojo system in the world of Pokémon. Dojos are classified into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. To participate in the Alliance competition, the basic requirement is to obtain at least 3 intermediate dojo badges and 2 advanced dojo badges. Some trainers, in a bid to showcase their prowess, only collect intermediate and advanced dojo badges. As far as Akiyama knows, the Kalos Alliance has advanced dojos such as the Mier Dojo and the Sora Dojo. Perhaps other elite trainers have also received invitations to establish advanced dojos, similar to Mengli. Indeed, Shaka nodded, seemingly well-versed in the topic. Not really, I was just guessing. Akiyama waved dismissively. Then let us go and observe the opening ceremony of the White Tide Dojo. Ziming proposed, garnering the support of Akiyama and Shaka. However, Jiang Liya was not particularly interested but yielded to the majority and accompanied the group to the ceremony. As they strolled along the central street of White Tide City, Shaka was immediately captivated by the array of Pokémon plush toys displayed in shop windows, tugging at Ziming to go in and out of stores, clamoring to buy this and that. Ziming had grown accustomed to Shaka's whimsical nature, oscillating between being sophisticated and childlike. He wore a gentle smile, allowing Shaka to lead him around while patiently helping her pick out her desired items. Meanwhile, Jiang Liya and Akiyama were left awkwardly glancing at each other, as Shaka declared. The opening ceremony hasn't started yet, so feel free to explore. Kids can play together, and adults have their own matters to attend to. With that, the exuberant Shaka dragged Ziming away, leaving Jiang Liya and Akiyama in an awkward standoff. Observing Ziming and Shaka, who were happily chatting away, Jiang Liya suddenly turned to Akiyama and exclaimed, Akiyama. Akiyama, who had been observing the Pokémon of passers-by, turned his head in confusion. What is it? If your girlfriend were like Shaka, would you be as patient as Ziming? Jiang Liya queried. Are you referring to patience in terms of accompanying Shaka while she browses? Akiyama retorted. Jiang Liya pinched her chin thoughtfully and nodded. That's about right. But I've never been in a relationship, so how could I know? Akiyama replied nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. 17 years of being single, who am I supposed to ask? Then imagine I'm your girlfriend. What would you do? Jiang Liya challenged. You? Akiyama scrutinized Jiang Liya from head to toe. Not bad. You're pretty and have a good figure, although you're not as tall as Shaka. Being petite has its advantages. However, you can be a bit fierce, and your temper doesn't help. Huh? Jiang Liya looked up defiantly. You're not actually lusting after me, are you? Akiyama teased. If you were my girlfriend, how could I dare to be impatient? Otherwise, I'd end up in trouble. Then you might as well go die. Jiang Liya retorted, playfully pinching Akiyama's sides. Akiyama yelped in pain, waving his hands in surrender. Why do girls always pinch guys' waists? It really hurts. And then they twist it as if they're turning a screw. Enough. I'll give you another chance. Jiang Liya exclaimed, her tone firm. Cough, cough. Akiyama finally managed to escape her grasp, tenderly rubbing his sides where he had been pinched earlier. If I had a girlfriend. Then I would definitely. Hiki. Akiyama raised an eyebrow, clearly forgetting the pain as he resumed teasing Jiang Liya. You better finish what you were saying. Jiang Liya insisted. Oh. Akiyama, still holding his sides, stood unsteadily, tears welling in his eyes while Jiang Liya wore a victorious expression. If I had a girlfriend, I would let her buy whatever she likes without having to choose. Just pick whatever she wants. Really? Absolutely. But where would you get all that money? I heard from Aunt Jing that after you received your financial aid, you still had to repay a loan? Jiang Liya countered. That was just initial investment. I'll have money in the future. Akiyama proclaimed confidently. Seeing Akiyama's proud face, Jiang Liya felt a sudden urge to bring him down a peg and remarked. So everything you just said is empty talk, right? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. However, contrary to Jiang Liya's intentions, Akiyama remained unfazed. Once I have money, Who would be afraid of not finding a girlfriend? I might even be able to attract more than one. You. How dare you? Jiang Liya clenched her fists and waved them in front of Akiyama. Akiyama defiantly retorted, "What I do is none of your business. You should worry about yourself." With that fierce attitude, no one would want you. Who are you calling unwanted? You jerk. You're asking for a beating. Honestly, if no one wants you, you can always come to me. I could at least give you a meal and let you work in my breeding house. Akiyama grinned mischievously, dodging Jiang Liya's kick and quickly making a run for it. Fuming, Jiang Liya chased after him, carefully holding down her skirt as they ran back to the white-tide beach. Akiyama, accustomed to morning runs with his steed, easily outpaced Jiang Liya, who could only chase him from a distance. Occasionally, Akiyama would stop and turn around to tease her. When Jiang Liya finally caught up to Akiyama, he was perched on a rock, chatting with a man in a fisherman's hat and a blue shirt. Akiyama then sat down, picking up a fishing rod from beside the man and began fishing while they continued their conversation. "Finally caught you," Jiang Liya huffed, glaring at Akiyama, who appeared utterly relaxed. At that moment, she couldn't pinch his waist without seeming unreasonable. "Calm down, I was just joking." Akiyama suddenly wore a gentle smile, as if the playful boy who had just teased Jiang Liya was an entirely different person. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Jiang Liya asked skeptically. "You're unjustly accusing a good person," Akiyama protested, pulling Jiang Liya to sit beside him. He turned to the fisherman and asked, "Do you have another fishing rod?" "Here. There's one more, though it's not a lady's rod," the fisherman replied, handing Akiyama a black man's fishing rod. It looked ordinary, but upon Akiyama's inspection, it revealed a quality rating of green. "Here, let us fish together since we have nothing else to do." The opening ceremony doesn't start until 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 85. Mengli receiving the fishing rod, Jiang Liya softly thanked the fisherman in the hat, then cast the hook into the expansive sea. "I heard about the opening ceremony. Are you all here specifically for the inauguration of the Baichao dojo?" The fisherman, his gaze fixed on the bobbing buoy, inquired. "Not exactly. I only just learned that Baichao City was establishing a dojo," Zhou Yuan replied, adjusting his position to grant Jiang Liya more space. "So, you are here for tourism then? Surely that can't be wrong." "Partially wrong. Haha," Zhou Yuan teased, smiling. "How so?" The fisherman was unfazed by Zhou Yuan's tone, and the two chatted amiably like friends. "She is here for tourism. I came to Baichao's breeding house to purchase juvenile Pokémon. So it's half a mistake." "I see, haha." The fisherman laughed heartily. At that moment, his buoy suddenly plunged beneath the water, a tug pulling on the line. With practiced skill, the fisherman reeled in the line, but just as the fish was about to surface, it leapt high into the air and escaped the hook. Observing the bait stripped clean from the hook, the fisherman remained unfazed, rebaited, and cast again. "Hey, Zhou Yuan, are you quite familiar with this uncle?" Jiang Liya casually fiddled with the fishing rod, her curiosity piqued. "We weren't familiar before, but we are now," Zhou Yuan replied casually. "Oh right, uncle, my name is Zhou Yuan. What is yours? You don't even know each other's names?" Jiang Liya exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Is that a problem?" Zhou Yuan countered. The fisherman laughed heartily. "That's how we men by the sea are. As long as we find someone agreeable, we can become good friends. I am Mengli." "Mengli?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. "The owner of Baichao's breeding house, Mengli?" "Indeed," Mengli chuckled, patting Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. "Didn't he see that coming, did you?" "Not at all. I thought you would be exceptionally handsome and imposing, befitting your legendary story." "Am I not handsome?" Mengli patted his own face, unabashedly admiring himself. "I think uncle is a bit more handsome than Zhou Yuan." Jiang Liya chimed in, teasing Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan shot Jiang Liya a glare, unwilling to engage further. Just then, his fishing rod began to tremble, and the commotion was quite significant. "Let us have a competition to see who can catch the most Pokémon before 1 o'clock this afternoon. What do you say?" Zhou Yuan suggested while reeling in the line. "I have no objections." "Neither do I. Fishing in the sea differs greatly from that in a lake. Pokémon residing in the ocean typically possess greater strength, making them challenging to catch. A fisherman must possess not only the strength to counter the Pokémon's pull, but also the experience. Otherwise, sheer force could snap the line." Although Zhou Yuan had never fished in the sea, he was somewhat familiar with the realm and initially underestimated the Pokémon's strength, but soon adapted. With a rhythmic pull and release, Zhou Yuan gradually reeled in the line, and soon he had a Pokémon of an unknown type close at hand. With a sudden flourish, a small flying fish leapt into the air, only to descend as if playfully landing in Zhou Yuan's arms, exuberantly flapping about. "Oh, it's a small flying fish. What splendid luck." Mengli chuckled, straightening up. "I too shall get serious now. Don't move, don't move." "Ha ha ha." The small flying fish squirmed in Zhou Yuan's embrace, inadvertently tickling him, drawing forth laughter until tears nearly brimmed his eyes. At last, the little flying fish settled, affectionately nuzzling against Zhou Yuan. After playing with it for a while, Qiuyuan gently tossed it back into the sea. The small flying fish briefly emerged, peeking its little head above the water, joyfully calling out to Qiuyuan before diving back into the depths. Jiang Liya watched longingly. She too wished to embrace the small flying fish, which appeared so adorable, yet felt at a loss on how to approach Qiuyuan. Why did you release it? Aren't you going to capture it? Qiuyuan rebaited the hook and casually remarked. Because I never intended to capture it, and it seems quite young. Naturally, he could not reveal to Jiang Liya that he had seen the small flying fish's white potential, hence his decision not to capture it. If you don't want to capture it, then let me do it. Why release it so quickly? Jiang Liya pouted in annoyance, her childlike demeanor unwittingly revealing itself, causing Qiuyuan to pause, staring at her. What are you staring at? Don't look. Realizing her flirtatiousness, Jiang Liya blushed slightly and gently nudged Qiuyuan. Unfazed by her light push, Qiuyuan smiled and said, Today, I'm in a good mood. Just watch. If you don't catch a small flying fish, I'll help you reel one in. Suddenly, Qiuyuan's demeanor shifted significantly, yet Jiang Liya, blushing, retorted, Who needs your help? I can catch one myself. Humph. Really? Who just said they didn't want to capture it and let her do it? Qiuyuan teased, provoking Jiang Liya to huff in retort, gripping her fishing rod tightly, silently vowing to astonish Qiuyuan with her prowess. Suddenly, the quiet fisherman caught an armored shrimp, and after capturing it with a bait ball, he turned to Jiang Liya, encouragingly saying, Little girl, you need to step up. You're the only one yet to catch a Pokémon. Did you hear that? You must try harder. Qiuyuan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Mind your own business and catch your own fish. Jiang Liya gritted her teeth, swiftly reaching for Qiuyuan's waist, pinching him forcefully before giving it a hard twist. Ouch, ouch. Stop pinching me. I give up. Qiuyuan grimaced in pain, nearly on the verge of tears. Humph. Jiang Liya, like a victorious little rabbit, proudly held her head high. Casting aside her earlier embarrassment, Mengli continued to watch the banter between Qiuyuan and Jiang Liya with a smile, suddenly remarking, What a lively pair of youngsters. My wife and I were just like this in our youth. Chapter 86. Falling into the sea, of course not. Who would ever think of us as a couple? Jiang Liya reacted to Meng Li's words like a furiously puffed-up kitten. Humph. At this moment, Qiuyuan seemed to have undergone a transformation, nearly letting out a soft humph before turning his head to leisurely fish. Meng Li scratched the back of his head, laughing heartily. Did I get it wrong? My sincerest apologies. Truly, I will forgive you this time, old man. Jiang Liya pouted, holding her breath in determination to catch a small flying fish to show Qiuyuan. The cool sea breeze brushed past the faces of the three, and time flowed slowly. By lunchtime, Meng Li had caught 3 Pokémon, while Qiuyuan had also landed 3, with only Jiang Liya managing to catch a single large tongue shell. Among the 3 Pokémon caught by Qiuyuan, only one had a yellow aptitude, prompting him to release it instead of capturing it. Jiang Liya, not particularly fond of the tongue shell, also chose to let it go. Only Meng Li, beaming with joy, successfully captured all 3 of his Pokémon. Under Qiuyuan's inquiry, it turned out that among the 3 Pokémon was a green aptitude agate jellyfish, while the other 2 were also of yellow aptitude, making Qiuyuan envious, as if Meng Li possessed some special technique. All right, it is now noon. Let us take a break. Meng Li secured his fishing rod in the holder, patting his stomach. I am feeling a bit hungry. How about you? Would you care to try my wife's special rice balls? Sure, I have no objections, Qiuyuan replied, also securing his fishing rod, humorously assisting Jiang Liya, who appeared reluctant, in fixing hers as well. Meng Li rummaged through his large backpack, retrieving a blue food container, and upon opening it, a delightful aroma of seaweed wafted out. Help yourselves. The rice balls were made with gloves, so they are absolutely hygienic, he chuckled, grabbing a rice ball and sprinkling some sauce over it before taking a bite. Qiuyuan reached out to grab one but was suddenly halted by Jiang Liya, who clutched his hand. Confused, he asked, What's wrong? I'm trying to eat here. Wash your hands, you fool. Jiang Liya glared at him, placing her hand behind her back to retrieve a bottle of water from her small backpack, only to find it empty. Where's my backpack? Haha, caught off guard, huh? Qiuyuan laughed at Jiang Liya's bewildered expression. It dawned on her that she had entrusted her backpack to Zimying, leaving her momentarily embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Seeing Qiuyuan still laughing at her, she grew irritated and playfully attacked his waist, causing him to dodge in surprise. In his hurried movement, he slipped on the wet rocks and lost his balance, teetering dangerously close to the edge as Jiang Liya and Meng Li rushed toward him. This series of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Meng Li, still too far away to intervene, watched helplessly as Qiuyuan fell from the rocks into the sea. Realizing Qiuyuan was now perilously close to the edge, Jiang Liya instinctively leaned towards him and managed to grab his hand at the last moment, resulting in both of them tumbling into the water below. They plummeted a full 3 meters before hitting the surface. Fortunately, Meng Li knew that the rock formation was sloped, and there were no hidden rocks in the surrounding water. So Qiu Yuan would not collide with anything dangerous. Given Qiu Yuan's adeptness at fishing, it was reasonable to assume he could swim, which alleviated Meng Li's concerns about his safety. However, he worried about the short-haired girl who had just jumped in with him. What if she couldn't swim? Thus, Meng Li hurried to the nearest rescue station to retrieve a life buoy and lifeline. As expected, Jiang Liye was indeed the one who could not swim. In her panic, she frantically splashed in the water, having lost her grip on Qiu Yuan's hand during their fall. Just as they hit the water, a large wave crashed against the rocks, disorienting them and causing them to lose sight of each other. Jiang Liye struggled to keep her head above water, her limbs growing cold, as she fought to stay afloat. When she finally surfaced, gasping for air, she inadvertently inhaled more seawater. In a haze, Jiang Liye felt as though she had collided with a hard object, the pain momentarily jolting her back to reality. Desperately, she clung to the slick rock, striving to keep her head above water. After several attempts, she finally managed to breathe air untainted by seawater. Straining to open her eyes and glance at the surface, she saw no sign of Qiu Yuan. Regret washed over her. She had assumed he couldn't swim either, but where could he find a rock to cling to? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, an even larger wave approached. And this time, she lacked the strength to resist. The monstrous wave engulfed her, forcing a mouthful of water down her throat. She thought she was about to die. But fear eluded her. She only regretted that Qiu Yuan had fallen into the sea with her. In the last moments of her fading consciousness, Qiu Yuan emerged from the depths, spotting Jiang Liye's sinking figure through the surface. He quickly swam toward her, diving beneath the waves to find her eyes tightly shut. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her and swam upward. With a firm grip around Jiang Liye's body, Qiu Yuan paddled furiously toward a nearby shallow area, skillfully maneuvering to evade another crashing wave while covering Jiang Liye's mouth and nose. Once they broke through the surface, he promptly pressed down on her abdomen to expel the seawater she had swallowed. Goodness, you scared me half to death. How could you jump in without knowing how to swim? As the shallow waters drew closer, Qiu Yuan exhaled in relief, though he couldn't help but mutter a curse in Chinese. If Jiang Liye had been awake, she would surely have been curious about his choice of words. Hey, Qiu Yuan, over here. Meng Li's figure appeared on the shore, calling out loudly to Qiu Yuan. After rushing to the rescue station, Meng Li had wasted no time, grabbing 2 life buoys and a lifeline before sprinting back. The lifeguards at the rescue station were alarmed by Meng Li's frantic entrance, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Are you robbing us?" Consequently, a young lifeguard followed Meng Li, shouting after him, "Don't run." It was understandable. To the lifeguards, Meng Li was a stranger, as he mostly lingered within the confines of the breeding house, rarely seen by anyone. The lifeguard, coincidentally, was someone who did not recognize Meng Li. Chapter 87. Onshore, Meng Li tossed the life ring high into the air, landing it precisely in front of Qiu Yuan. With his left hand, Qiu Yuan grasped the life ring and secured it around Jiang Liye's body, then tightened the other life ring around himself, allowing Meng Li to pull them both to shore using the rescue line. "What are you standing there for? Come help." All right. The lifeguard hurriedly ran to Meng Li's side, gripping the rescue line tightly. With their combined efforts, Qiu Yuan finally managed to bring Jiang Liye onto the shore. He laid her flat on the sand, took a moment to catch his breath, and then quickly began administering first aid. Had he not seen Jiang Liye and her friends enjoying themselves so much with the frog Pokémon earlier, he would not have left Shanai Duo and Gung Gui on the beach to play freely, which would have spared him this trouble. At this point, Meng Li and the lifeguard could only watch anxiously from the sidelines, though Meng Li had already contacted the local hospital. While he was familiar with first aid procedures, he graciously deferred this responsibility to Qiu Yuan. As Qiu Yuan leaned in to give Jiang Liye a kiss on her cherry-red lips, the lifeguard misinterpreted the gesture, thinking Qiu Yuan intended to take advantage of the young girl. His sense of justice compelled him to step forward, ready to intervene. But he swallowed his words and held back his exclamation. "Why are you holding me back?" The lifeguard snapped at Meng Li. "Don't prevent me from stopping him. You're not in cahoots with him, are you?" Meng Li regarded the lifeguard with a bemused expression and replied, "Of course, I'm in league with him. Are you really that foolish? Don't you realize he is performing first aid? How did you become a lifeguard?" The young lifeguard's face flushed crimson, and he retorted stubbornly, "How was I to know that kissing could save someone? Isn't a lifeguard supposed to just pull people out of the water?" Meng Li could no longer contain his laughter. He gently patted the lifeguard on the shoulder and spoke slowly. "Young man, perhaps it's best to settle your wages today. You won't need to return to the rescue station tomorrow. Take your pay and attend lifeguard training first." After a brief pause, he added, on second thought, "You still have this afternoon. Go collect your wages now. Consider yourself fortunate to receive a full day's pay." "You, how can you tell me not to come to work? I can still work." The lifeguard was flustered, his face growing even redder. Mengli, with his hands clasped behind his back, elongated his voice as he called out to the lifeguard. Do you even know who I am? Who are you? Are you the mayor? Of course. I am not the mayor. Mengli chuckled at the lifeguard's obstinacy. But I am the mayor's uncle. The lifeguard was left speechless, but Mengli continued. And my name is Mengli. The lifeguard stammered. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Mengli, this middle-aged man, still possessed the playful spirit of a youth. Surprised? The lifeguard gradually emerged from his shock and excitedly grasped Mengli's hand, exclaiming, Is it truly you, Lord Mengli? Is it really you? Mengli awkwardly withdrew his hand from the lifeguard's grip. It is I. Is there a problem? Lord Mengli, I truly admire you. To become a powerful trainer like you, I traveled from Feng Su Town to Baichao City. All to earn enough to purchase a starter Pokémon and become a trainer. But right now, as he spoke, this young man, standing at 6 feet tall, suddenly burst into tears, leaving Mengli bewildered and awkward. Please, don't cry. You're a grown man. Why are you weeping? Let us discuss this later. Mengli patted his shoulder and turned to Qiao Yuan. At this moment, Jiang Liya slowly stirred awake, her eyes still hazy as she spoke to Qiao Yuan. Seeing this, Mengli smiled knowingly and led the lifeguard aside. Come, let us step aside and you can express yourself slowly. As Jiang Liya blinked in confusion, she found Qiao Yuan staring at her anxiously, which startled her and prompted tears to flow. Hey, what's the matter? Don't cry. Qiao Yuan was particularly sensitive to girls crying. He found himself in a state of panic whenever a girl wept nearby, utterly clueless as to why they were upset, and thus unable to comfort them. Sometimes his attempts to console would only escalate their tears, leaving him feeling distressed. Initially delighted to see Jiang Liya awake, his joy quickly turned to concern when she began to sob. Am I dead? Are you dead too? She whimpered. After being submerged for so long, Jiang Liya's face was slightly swollen, and her eyes reddened from crying, resembling a dumpling. How unfortunate. Why does everyone insist on saying they're dead when something goes wrong? And why include me in that? I'm very much alive, thriving and full of life. To reassure Jiang Liya of her vitality, Qiao Yuan even jumped up and down a few times. Ugh, haha, cough, cough. Initially still sobbing, Jiang Liya couldn't help but chuckle at Qiao Yuan's antics, but the water still lingering in her throat caused her to cough again. Are we still alive? Absolutely. You've been unconscious for 3 days and nights, and I'm the one who revived you. Jiang Liya chuckled softly, lying on the beach and tilting her head to look at Qiao Yuan. So you just let me sleep on the sand for 3 days and nights? Well, this. All right. I know you're teasing me. Since you saved me this time, I want to hold it against you for the little fib. Jiang Liya's pale lips formed a lovely smile, though her complexion still appeared quite poor. At that moment, Mengli returned with the red-eyed lifeguard, just as the hospital called his pager. Shortly after, medical personnel arrived to carry Jiang Liya on a stretcher and load her into the ambulance. Uncle Mengli, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to attend your opening ceremony today. Before the rear door closed, Qiao Yuan called out to Mengli. Mengli waved his hand with a smile. No worries. I want to be attending anyway. Chapter 88. All that should be touched has been touched. How careless you both are. Just a few hours apart. And look at the situation now. Shaka scolded, sitting by Jiang Liya's bedside, while Akiyama and Ziming stood silently nearby, resembling 2 sentinels. Jiang Liya lay there with her eyes closed, feigning sleep and refraining from retorting to Shaka. Oh, still ignoring me. Shaka exclaimed in frustration, rising to grab her bag from the bedside. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, and she smiled at Ziming, saying, let us go have some fun while our little patient recuperates. I've heard there are other activities at the opening ceremony. Ziming hesitated. Shouldn't we stay to take care of Liya? Her? There's still a wooden post standing here, isn't there? Shaka replied, adjusting her hair and winking at Akiyama. Right, handsome? Akiyama remained silent. As they left the hospital room, Ziming shut the door behind them. Are we really leaving Liya alone with Akiyama? He questioned. What else should we do? Shaka retorted. What if something happens to Liya? She's so beautiful and currently lacks the ability to defend herself. Before Ziming could finish his hypothetical concern, Shaka playfully knocked his head. What on earth are you thinking? Am I not beautiful? Of course, you are. Ziming nodded vigorously. Then why haven't you taken advantage of me? How could I dare? Ziming replied, feeling a bit aggrieved. He indeed wished to, but the consequences were beyond his capacity to handle. As a mid-level breeder, his primary expertise lay in the breeding of Pokémon, and the strongest among his Pokémon was merely a master-level Psyduck. How could he possibly compare to Shaka's near-legendary Absol? You're simply too foolish. Otherwise, you wouldn't have pursued me for 2 years. And it was only my soft heart that agreed to be your girlfriend. Right? That's why you didn't notice. Shaka proudly raised her chin. Do you know what I learned from the doctor? However, After waiting for Zeming to respond, she noticed he was merely gazing at her with a look of curiosity. Rolling her eyes at Zeming, who appeared confused, Shaka continued. The doctor informed me that before they treated Leah, she had already received very standard first aid. Do you understand what that implies? What do you mean? Zeming asked, still not grasping the connection. First aid is just first aid. How does it relate to whether Akiyama might take advantage of Leah? How can you be studying breeding and not know that basic first aid for both humans and Pokémon includes certain procedures? Zeming nodded. Yet he remained puzzled regarding the relevance. You know the steps for first aid after a drowning incident, right? Observing the dawning realization on Zeming's face, Shaka continued. All that should be touched has been touched, and all that should be kissed has been kissed. Do you think Leah is unaware of this? She is aware, Zeming. Understanding Shaka's deliberate pause, responded promptly. If Akiyama were here, he would likely applaud your wit. You two are like a comedy duo. But did you notice Leah's reaction? Leah isn't even awake. Zeming remarked, puzzled. Shaka chuckled softly, looking at her bewildered boyfriend with exasperation. Leah has been awake all along. She was just pretending to sleep. Before we entered, she was conversing with Akiyama. How do you know? Zeming questioned again, bewildered. I saw through the small window in the door, Shaka replied. Taking Zeming's hand and leading him toward the Hakutai dojo. Forget about them. Today, we just happen to have no little light bulb around. You need to accompany me for a lovely outing. Zeming readily agreed, though he might not fully comprehend the concept of outing as expressed by girls. After Shaka and Zeming departed, Akiyama sat beside Jiang Lia's bed, who still lay with her eyes closed. All right, enough pretending. They've left, he said. Really? Jiang Lia giggled, slightly opening her eyes and moving her head to survey her surroundings. Akiyama replied, do you really need to be so cautious? Don't even start. Shaka loves to nag. Sometimes she is just like an old lady. Jiang Lia playfully stuck out her tongue and propped herself up on the bed. Don't change the subject. You should be the one being reprimanded. How could you jump in if you can't swim? Akiyama feigned scolding her. He had witnessed her fall and was genuinely startled, believing she could swim. When a large wave crashed, by the time Akiyama resurfaced, Jiang Lia was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, that silly girl managed to cling to a rock. Otherwise, it could have turned disastrous. This incident taught Akiyama a lesson. One should never find themselves without the assistance of Pokémon. He had left his 3 Pokémon to play, which led to the current predicament. If Frogadier or Gardevoir had been present, they would have rescued Jiang Lia much sooner. After Akiyama finished speaking, the room fell silent. When he looked up, he found Jiang Lia quietly watching him. They locked eyes for a moment, causing him to blush and quickly avert his gaze. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything wrong. Jiang Lia suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, then softly said, Akiyama. Yes? What is it? If you hadn't saved me that time, would you have felt sad? Akiyama was taken aback. Why are you asking that? I already saved you. Your hypothetical situation doesn't hold any weight. Just answer me quickly. It's annoying. Akiyama mumbled, pondering before responding. Of course, I would feel sad. After all, you are my friend, and it was because of me that you fell into the water. But if something like that really happened, I could still bring you back to life. Heh. Jiang Lia felt a sweetness in her heart upon hearing Akiyama's initial words. But then she felt a slight irritation, albeit for just a moment. However, Akiyama's next words made her laugh again. Who do you think you are, the Phoenix? You think you can revive me? Heh, I'm not the Phoenix, I'm Arceus. Do you believe me? Akiyama knew Jiang Lia would undoubtedly not believe him. Yet one could never be certain of such matters. Perhaps he would indeed have the chance to resurrect someone in the end. After all, it was not unheard of for the deceased to be revived. Shalebi could do it, as could Ho-Oh and Xerneas, so why couldn't he? Who possessed the essence of Arceus? Chapter 89. You surely aren't a henpecked husband. Hey, Akiyama. What's wrong? When are you going back? Why do you ask? I should be returning the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the White Tide breeding house to buy a few young Pokémon. Oh, I see. Jiang Lia pouted and nodded, then smiled. Then I'll accompany you back. You'll come back with me? To Chaoxiang Town? Akiyama regarded Jiang Lia with an odd expression. Yet she nodded with unwavering certainty. No, that's not possible. Why not? Jiang Lia displayed a pitiful expression, gently biting her lower lip. Akiyama found it hard to endure her demeanor and quickly replied, Don't make that face. It's quite strange. If you come with me to Chaoxiang Town, what will happen to your own breeding house? I haven't even built my own breeding house yet, and whether I do or not doesn't really affect me. Jiang Lia said, blinking her large, innocent eyes. I will inherit my grandfather's breeding house in the future. No means no. Akiyama felt a bit awkward, having forgotten that she was quite wealthy, but he still firmly declined her proposal to follow him back to Chaoxiang Town. You have to give me a reason. I'd be working for free at your breeding house. Isn't it great to have such a talented beauty working for you for free? Well, it sounds good. But wait, where would you stay? I'll stay at your place, Zhanglia said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. My home has no space for guests, so you won't have anywhere to stay. That's a no-go. Come on, Akiyama lives in a tree. Even Serena. When she visits the breeding house, isn't allowed into the ecological garden. He just lets a few Jigglypuffs play with her outside. Then I'll rent a place in Chaoxiang Town. What's the big deal? As she spoke, Zhanglia's eyes suddenly turned red. Tears welling up as she looked as if she might cry. Or, do you dislike me? Boo-hoo. Seeing her actually cry startled Akiyama for a moment. But then he noticed the barely perceptible smile at the corner of her lips. Stop crying. Remember not to smile when you're trying to deceive me next time. Handing her a tissue with a resigned expression, Akiyama said, it really isn't possible. You can go to Chaoxiang Town if you wish. But you can't come to the breeding house. Do you not trust me? Zhanglia genuinely felt a bit hurt this time, trying to employ her feminine charms. Yet she still received Akiyama's refusal. Watching Zhanglia silently, Akiyama sighed, then stood up, handed her a few tissues, and walked to the door. Turning back, he asked, Aren't you hungry? You haven't eaten since noon. I'll go buy you something. Akiyama understood what Zhanglia was thinking, but this matter involved his greatest secret, and he couldn't simply allow her to learn about it. He also recognized Zhanglia's clumsy attempts at manipulation. She usually appeared innocent and lively but rarely resorted to such tactics. Zhanglia remained silent, sitting at the head of the bed. With a gentle thud, Akiyama closed the door behind him. Zhanglia clenched the tissue in her hand, wiped her eyes, and ultimately couldn't help but let out a few soft sobs. Though they soon subsided, she slowly got out of bed and washed her face in the bathroom of the hospital room, muttering to herself, what a fool. Who was she referring to? Before the owner of a small restaurant could close up to attend the opening ceremony, Akiyama called out to him, requesting a meal. If not for fearing Zhanglia's incessant questions, Akiyama could have purchased sealed food from the system store for her. Though he knew it wouldn't taste very good. Here you go. I'm closing up. The owner packed the meal and handed it to Akiyama before tidying up the tables and preparing to leave. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Akiyama didn't want to disturb the owner further and headed straight to the hospital. As Akiyama reached the traffic light, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure and approached for a closer look. Hey, Uncle Mengli, what are you doing here? It's already past 1:50. Mengli glanced around furtively, then raised a finger to his lips, signaling to keep quiet. Shoo, don't shout too loud. I'm hiding. Who wants to do the opening ceremony? Don't you, as the gym leader, have to attend the opening ceremony? Akiyama asked, surprised. Sigh, it's my wife. A young man suggested I put on a Pokémon performance, and my wife immediately agreed. How could I possibly have the face to perform? It's ridiculous. As he recounted the reason for sneaking away, Mengli's eyes widened, his expression one of deep grievance. You surely aren't a henpecked husband, are you, uncle? What's a henpecked husband? Akiyama was about to respond when a soprano voice called from behind. Mengli, you dare to run away again? Without looking back, Mengli took off running. Akiyama, I'll be going now. Goodbye. By the time Akiyama regained his senses, Mengli had already run far away. Shaking his head and smiling, he prepared to continue on his way when a whirlwind of a figure zipped past him. Akiyama stood dumbfounded as he watched the woman race by. Dressed in a stunning sea blue dress, her silhouette captivatingly graceful, she seemed to run even faster than Mengli. What on earth is happening in this world? Upon returning to Zhanglia's hospital room, he found her asleep once more, seemingly exhausted. After purchasing a small insulated bag from the system store, he placed the packed meal inside to keep it warm and quietly sat beside her bed, observing her peaceful slumber. Zhanglia lay with her eyes closed, breathing steadily. Interestingly, unlike when she pretended to sleep, she formed her lips into a small circle when truly asleep. Amused, Akiyama extended his finger towards her lips, only to realize she was breathing through her mouth. Gazing at her rosy lips, he couldn't help but click his tongue, reminiscing about the delightful sensation of performing first aid on her, despite the lingering taste of seaweed. Suddenly, the sleeping figure stirred, her eyelashes fluttering. Akiyama quickly withdrew his finger and sat up straight. Zhanglia slowly opened her eyes, yawning softly. Upon seeing Akiyama, she broke into a sweet smile, exclaiming, "You're back." Akiyama was taken aback, feeling as though he had just returned home from work to be greeted by a wife. He shuddered at the thought. Whoever married this little tiger would surely have their hands full. With a sheepish grin, Akiyama replied, "I brought you something to eat. It should still be warm." He opened the insulated bag, retrieved the meal, and carefully helped Zhanglia open the lid, checking the temperature of the container before handing it to her. Seeing Zhanglia sitting there in a daze, not reaching for the meal, Akiyama inquired, What's wrong? What are you thinking? You're not expecting me to feed you, are you? Well, that would be nice. You can feed me. Jiang Liye replied with a giggle, taking the food from him and taking a small bite. Chapter 90. A water-themed tale. Jiang Liye, indulging in an omelette rice, stuffed her cheeks to the brim, her gaze fixed on her plate. Noticing her silence, Qiyuan chose not to broach the earlier incident, content to quietly observe her eat, which was rather pleasing to the eye. The doctor had advised a brief period of rest, indicating that she could be discharged around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Is it really that soon? I did nearly drown. Jiang Liye leisurely swallowed her food, contentedly patting her cheeks before adding, perhaps it's due to your robust constitution, Qiu Yuan replied with a chuckle. In truth, Jiang Liye's swift recovery was partly attributable to Qiu Yuan's use of life force during her rescue, which had proven quite effective. I feel as if I could leave the hospital right now. Shall we head to the Baidadeo Hall afterward? Jiang Liye proposed. Your discharge isn't solely up to you. We must heed the doctor's advice, Qiu Yuan reminded her. Then go ask. Hurry, it'll only take an hour or 2. A little early is no trouble at all. Jiang Liye urged. Reluctantly, Qiu Yuan stepped out to consult the on-duty physician. After a brief inquiry, the doctor accompanied her back to Jiang Liye's room for an examination. Remarkable. This young lady has recovered astonishingly fast. The doctor remarked in surprise, having never witnessed someone so lively merely 2 hours post-rescue from drowning. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of both Qiu Yuan and Jiang Liye, the doctor could only attribute this rapid recovery to timely first aid and her exceptional health. After imparting necessary precautions, the doctor issued Jiang Liye a discharge certificate, collected a fee for her stay and treatment, and departed. Let us go to the Baidadeo Hall, Jiang Liye exclaimed. Isn't it better to rest a little longer? Why the rush? Qiu Yuan replied. Quickly put on your shoes. Jiang Liye giggled, her eyes squinting with delight as she hopped off the bed, only to discover her little white shoes were missing. Here, wear these. Qiu Yuan offered a pair of red sponge sandals, placing them at Jiang Liye's feet. Jiang Liye slipped into the sandals, but suddenly blushed, inexplicably calling Qiu Yuan a rogue. What did I do now? Qiu Yuan asked, feeling wronged. How can I be scolded for merely offering you shoes? And you still ask? Rogue. Jiang Liye, once clad in her new footwear, lightly kicked chin, inquiring, how did you know my shoe size? Well, Qiu Yuan stammered, awkwardly scratching her head, her gaze lingering on Jiang Liye's delicate, fair feet, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Stop staring. Jiang Liye playfully shouted, delivering another gentle kick to Qiu Yuan's thigh. Qiu Yuan had seen Jiang Liye's shoes soaked through and had thoughtfully purchased a pair of red sandals. Measuring her size by herself as Jiang Liye had been unconscious at the time. As for the choice of red, it was simply because it complemented her complexion beautifully. Fortunately, when Shaka helped Jiang Liye change clothes, she had already regained consciousness. Otherwise, had she assumed Qiu Yuan had changed her clothes, it might have led to dire consequences for Qiu Yuan. Upon their arrival at the Baidadeo Hall, they found the doors firmly shut. After searching the vicinity without success, they concluded that the staff was likely occupied with the opening ceremony inside, with no means to enter. Qiu Yuan opted to take Jiang Liye to the nearby inner sea lake at Baidioteo Beach for some leisure, calling upon Guada Frog and the others to join. As they approached the inner sea lake, Jiang Liye suddenly felt dizzy and could barely walk. Qiu Yuan speculated that it was likely due to the sun exposure following her near-drowning incident. I told you to rest longer, Qiu Yuan sighed, supporting Jiang Liye, who was struggling under the relentless afternoon sun. With no shade nearby, they were left to contend with the scorching rays. Qiu Yuan had not brought her backpack. If she were alone, she could have easily retrieved a beach umbrella from her system's warehouse. Yet, with Jiang Liye needing assistance, she had to think of another solution. Come on, stop dawdling like an old woman. Let us move. Jiang Liye protested, rubbing her forehead and trying to shake off Qiu Yuan's support. But after a few steps, dizziness overcame her. Her knees began to ache, and she nearly collapsed. Goodness, this can't be happening. Qiu Yuan rushed to catch her, noticing the swelling and redness around Jiang Liye's knees. Glancing back, they realized returning to the hospital would require an additional half-hour of walking. After some deliberation, Qiu Yuan decided it was best to find a cooler spot. The inner sea lake was not far, and if they hurried, they could reach it in about 10 minutes. Qiu Yuan positioned herself next to Jiang Liye, helping her to stand and then crouching before her. What are you doing? Jiang Liye exclaimed, startled. Get on. I'll carry you. Do you want to faint here? Qiu Yuan urged. Jiang Liye's cheeks flushed as she stood frozen in place, her embarrassment evident. Qiu Yuan noticed her propensity to blush and teased. Hurry up, or you'll become a roasted goose. Jiang Liye initially felt a mix of shyness and gratitude. But Qiu Yuan's jest extinguished that sentiment. You're the one who's a silly goose, you blockhead. Jiang Liye playfully lunged onto Qiu Yuan's back, playfully punching her shoulder and wrapping her arms around her neck. Hold on tight, silly goose, Qiuyuan instructed as she stood, securing Jiang Lia's slender legs around her waist. At Qiuyuan's touch, Jiang Lia involuntarily shivered, feeling the warmth radiating from Qiuyuan's hands on her thighs. Embarrassed, she buried her face in Qiuyuan's back, mumbling, "You're the silly goose, don't call me that." "Fine, I won't call you silly goose anymore," Qiuyuan chuckled, jogging toward the inner sea lake. "How about I call you a foolish turtle instead?" Before Jiang Lia could respond, Qiuyuan continued, "Why the silence? From now on, that shall be your name, ah? What the heck, are you a dog? Teeth, if you keep calling me that, I'll bite you again," Jiang Lia replied with a playful giggle. Leaning closer to Qiuyuan's ear. Chapter 91. Lappers. Thus, Akamoto persevered and ran to the inner lake of White Tide Beach. But at that moment, Jiang Lia lacked the energy to engage in playful antics with him. Placing Jiang Lia gently at the base of the cliff by the inner lake, Akamoto tenderly applied a cloth soaked in icy water to her knee while using his life force to alleviate the swelling. The injury was likely from when Jiang Lia had fallen into the water and accidentally bumped against something, which, after her discharge from the hospital, had caused the contusion to spread and result in the swelling. With the power of his life force, Akamoto could easily mend the wound beneath Jiang Lia's skin. All that remained was to massage it gently and wait for the swelling to subside. However, since he had promised to take her out for some fun, it was hardly fair to keep her confined to recuperation. So, Akamoto ventured to the outer beach to fetch Shinai Duo. With her assistance, Jiang Lia's body was nearly restored. She just needed to continue massaging for a while longer. After approximately half an hour, feeling rejuvenated, Jiang Lia attempted to stand up and, finding no issues, transformed into the vivacious Xiao Yi once more. The inner lake, sprawling over 100 acres, revealed an elderly man with a pipe on the other side, accompanied by a few serene lappers floating gracefully on the water's surface. Coincidentally, a girl who had missed the opening ceremony of the White Tide Gym, along with her companions, approached the old man. After a brief conversation, Jiang Lia observed them handing over some money to the old man, who then guided them to mount the back of a lapras. Seeing their joyous expressions, Jiang Lia felt a yearning to join in the fun, but a tinge of fear lingered about falling into the water again. Akamoto, noticing Jiang Lia's expression in his moment of boredom, understood her unspoken desire. "You wish to play, don't you?" he inquired, patting her shoulder and glancing towards the old man. "Indeed, but I'm a bit afraid of falling again. Would you accompany me?" She replied, "Of course. Let's go. I'm quite interested as well." Seeing her enthusiasm, Akamoto decided to join her, having just recently savored a slice of happiness himself. Together, they approached the old man, and Akamoto politely inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask what services you provide here?" The old man inhaled from his pipe, then removed it to respond with a warm smile. "Here, as long as you pay, you can ride my lapras and leisurely explore the inner lake or the waveless sea. I also offer brief diving services." "The waveless sea? I haven't heard of it." Akamoto expressed his confusion. "Haha, outsiders like you certainly wouldn't know. Only the villagers of White Tide are aware of it. The stretch of sea connected to the inner lake is devoid of waves, hence the name Waveless Sea. However, it is encircled by other bodies of water, making it indistinguishable to outsiders." A proud smile graced the old man's face as he spoke of the Waveless Sea. Why categorize the seas if they are all water? Akamoto pondered aloud. Each sea comprises various smaller bodies of water, and only those who have lived here from a young age, familiar with the regions, truly understand them. The old man slowly replied, taking a puff from his pipe. "Mungli is the most knowledgeable about these waters. He has been by my side since childhood, and his diving skills surpass even my own in my youth. Judging by your appearance, you probably lack diving experience. Am I correct? How deep do you think Mungli could dive at your age?" Akamoto was taken aback by the old man's self-directed storytelling. However, he found himself intrigued by the mention of Mungli. Considering the natural physical prowess of individuals in the Pokémon world, if Mungli had not undergone training, his maximum diving depth would likely mirror Akamoto's own capabilities. Yet, given Mungli's robust physique, it was evident he had trained extensively. Therefore, coupled with the old man's proud demeanor and confident tone, Akamoto surmised that Mungli could dive approximately 30 meters. Any deeper would seem excessive. When Akamoto conveyed his estimation to the old man, he was met with a mysterious smile. "You underestimate him. At the age of 16, Mungli could dive to a depth of 40 meters. 40 meters? Surely not." Akamoto's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with the superior physical attributes of individuals in the Pokémon world, withstanding the pressure of 40 meters underwater seemed implausible. "Do you doubt it?" "Haha. It is largely thanks to me being a good teacher that he could fully harness his talents." The old man squinted as he took another puff, bursting into laughter. Akamoto suspected the old man was embellishing his tales, a common trait among the elderly, who often exaggerate to ensure their stories are believed. Most of the older individuals Akamoto knew shared this tendency. Well, sir, you must also be an exceptional diver. But how do you determine your prices? Akamoto, wishing to steer the conversation away from the old man's boasts, sensed that further discussion would lead only to more inconsequential tales. He understood why the earlier girls had conversed with him for so long. He likely regaled each customer with similar stories. 2,000 for an hour. You and your young lady can ride a Lapras together, comfortably. Upon mentioning money, the old man's eyes widened, shedding the earlier pride for a shrewd glint. For Akamoto, who possessed over 200,000 in his pocket, 2,000 for an hour was negligible. However, considering the 12 Lapras behind the old man and the 3 that had just departed with the girls, a total of 15 Lapras were present. Due to their unique characteristics, Lapras were often illegally captured, leading to their current rarity, suggesting that the old man's business thrived. If it were not for the opening ceremony at White Tide Gym, the old man could earn 30,000 in an hour, accumulating hundreds of thousands in a day. Akamoto shuddered at the thought. He paid the old man 4,000, intending to enjoy 2 hours of fun, planning to renew the fee if Zhongliya wished to continue. This experience was akin to renting paddle boats in parks back on Earth, albeit now with a vessel that could move under his command. After accepting Akamoto's payment, the old man cheerfully produced a small shell, instructing Akamoto to keep it safe. Guard the shell well. It is a vital tool for ensuring the Lapras obeys your commands. If lost, the Lapras will return on its own. There is a life ring on its back. Should you fall, remember to use it, and it will come to your rescue. Chapter 92. The Creation Theory of Deloma. Receiving the shell from the elder, Akiyama handed it over to Zhongliya for safekeeping. The two of them then mounted Lapras under the elder's guidance. Although Zhongliya was quite enthusiastic about riding Lapras, the memory of nearly drowning still lingered in her mind, casting a shadow over her excitement. Therefore, Akiyama made it a point to let her mount first, positioning himself protectively in the middle. Lapras, this way. Haha, how delightful. Zhongliya exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lapras's neck and eagerly directing it to swim in circles through the inland sea, varying between fast and slow. Akiyama, initially intrigued by Lapras itself, had no particular desire to drift upon the water. Instead, he took out a fishing rod. Before he could even cast his line, Zhongliya gave another command, and Lapras quickened its pace, joyfully gliding through the water. Akiyama watched in bemusement as Zhongliya, who had once been apprehensive, now transformed into an exuberant girl. He found himself at a loss for words, merely allowing the fishing line to dangle far behind Lapras. Perhaps some Pokémon might indeed pursue the bait? At that moment, as Zhongliya guided Lapras around, she suddenly noticed a group of girls who had dived beneath the water with Lapras, their figures disappearing from sight. Akiyama, did you see that? They went underwater. Is that safe? She asked, a mix of curiosity and concern in her voice. Yes, I saw it, Akiyama replied, having been idly watching the girls just moments before. He believed there shouldn't be any issues, especially since the elder had assured them. Furthermore, he seemed to have a close relationship with Uncle Mingli, lending credibility to his words. Then shall we give it a try too? Zhongliya asked, her small hands clenched in excitement as she looked at Akiyama with shining eyes. What if something goes wrong? He teased her, only to be met with her quick retort. Well, you said it was safe. Even if something happens, you can just save me again. Oh, you certainly place a great deal of faith in me, he chuckled. Of course. Zhongliya, who had been shouting with joy while hugging Lapras, now bore a rosy hue on her cheeks as she looked at Akiyama with a grin. Then let us proceed. The shell is in your possession. And Lapras hardly listens to me, Akiyama shrugged, content as long as she was happy. Lapras, will you take us diving? Zhongliya asked, leaning closer to its neck. Lapras emitted a melodious sound, akin to a call from the sea, which resonated beautifully in Akiyama's ears. Soon, Lapras lowered its head, gradually submerging itself in the water. A transparent barrier rose on either side of its body, enveloping Akiyama and Zhongliya within, isolating them from the surrounding water. Wow, how magical! Zhongliya exclaimed, marveling at the water parted by Lapras. She gently reached out to touch the barrier, but first, she sought Lapras's approval. Once it nodded, she truly made contact with the barrier. Zhongliya's fair fingers passed through the thin wall, and she could distinctly feel the flow of water against her exposed skin. With no mishaps occurring from her tentative gesture, she slowly extended her entire hand, gently stirring the water, her face blossoming into a childlike smile. Akiyama, lacking her childlike wonder, merely grazed the barrier before withdrawing his hand. From his observations, it seemed that Lapras utilized its mastery over the water element to isolate this space from the surrounding sea. This technique bore resemblance to certain field skills, expelling the elements within a specific area, thereby creating a remarkable effect akin to a water sphere. As for the Elder's mention of brief dives, it likely indicated that Lapras lacked the strength to maintain such a state for extended periods. Although Akiyama had seen many Lapras of master-level strength alongside the Elder, he understood that this level of control was not exceedingly formidable. It likely stemmed from the Elder's unique training methods. What those methods entailed remained a mystery, and Akiyama refrained from conjecturing. With a general understanding, he believed he could teach his own Pokémon this technique. As Lapras continued to descend, the natural light in the water dimmed. At that moment, for small orbs affixed to its back illuminated, allowing Akiyama and Zhang Liye to behold the underwater scenery. The oceanic vistas in the Pokémon world were indeed vibrant, a fact Akiyama was well aware of. While this realm lacked the ordinary creatures found on Earth, it was home to diminutive beings devoid of evolutionary capabilities and the extraordinary powers typical of Pokémon. Some of these included small insects commonly found on land, creatures that, when avian Pokémon lacked food, would stoop to consume the lower life forms. In the Pokémon Doctor Forum, the origin of these insects was uncovered by a researcher named Deloma, who specialized in the origins of Pokémon. The community unanimously praised Deloma's scholarly contributions. The essence of his thesis posited that both Pokémon and humans in this world were creations of the deity Arceus, while the smaller organisms lacking Pokémon-like abilities were deemed Arceus's failed creations, incapable of exhibiting the wondrous abilities characteristic of Pokémon and relegated to basic life functions. In the latter part of his paper, however, a more contentious point arose. While Deloma's theory on failed creations received widespread agreement regarding the weaker beings, his assertion that the plants of this world, along with inanimate entities like rocks and water, were also Arceus's failed creations sparked a divide in opinions within the forum. Proponents of Deloma's viewpoint cited typical examples such as Onyx, Geodude, and Grimer, all composed of stone and mud yet exhibiting signs of life and Pokémon abilities, thereby qualifying as Pokémon. If they were indeed Arceus's successful creations, did that not imply that lifeless rocks and soil were, in fact, Arceus's failed creations as well?